eventually, after trials and tribulations, we're here. I have my devil's lettuce and my unnamed pink beverage. It's not diet, because diet beverages are for pussies.
And the worst for you.
It's Tango Peach, by the way, because I'm not afraid to name the beverage. I don't know if Caleb knows. It's not illegal to drink a beverage that's branded. You don't. It doesn't automatically mean you're sponsored. But well, we're not. This is a parody. But we are sponsored by Tango. Tango sponsors all anti-mop in action. Where's my ashtray?
Was that your joke?
Fuck you! You insulted me.
I'm asking. I'm not saying
I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like me. I don't like the fact it wasn't obvious.
Was that the joke you were saying?
Yeah, I've got my pink unnamed liquid. You know, he's got his orange unnamed beverage. Well, I got my pink unnamed beverage, which might scare Caleb because when you get close to it, you might hear the word gay, and you know he doesn't want to say that. He don't want to say the gay. But no, we're here today to talk about the issues. This was supposed to be a birthday stream, but it's like one of those I grew up poor. When you grow up poor, sometimes you don't get to have your birthday on your day because money's a bit tight. So you have a bit of a celebration on the day where everyone says happy birthday. You all get together. And a few days later, you get taken out somewhere, and it might be quite expensive. So Lenin, you're getting nothing for Christmas. This has been quite a hassle. But the whole point is that Lenin is constantly immortalized as this do nothing wrong, say nothing wrong, everything he's done is right sort of figure. Not only is that ill-advised, not only is that ignorant, not only is that anti-Marxist, but Lenin not only would scoff at that, but he was dealing with that shit back in the day. One of the things that driven the Second International was vulgar materialism. That vulgar materialism was what Lenin spent most of his time as a communist fighting against. This idea that we already know, we already have it figured out, we just gotta wait. This Plato, the fucking water wheel will end slavery bullshit. It don't work. It ain't the way the rhythm runs. But I feel that in respect of Lenin, because I fucking like Lenin. I like Lenin like any other communist would like fucking Lenin. In respect to Lenin, we need to be highlighting what he represented as a person. Now, he was anti-cult personality, just like Stalin was, and Stalin's quite important to this. Stalin is the follower of Lenin, and in that retrospect, a lot of what he does comes from Lenin. And actually, a lot of the better stuff Stalin did came from when Stalin actually fought for himself and didn't follow Lenin too much, because Lenin is not perfect. Lenin was way too chauvinistic, way too willing to trust the labor aristocracy, even though he was very much of declassification. And he himself said that people of the middle class, they need to throw away their class conditions and join the proletariat in the struggle. And he did that himself. I mean, the man went homeless. The man had been locked up in prison. He did go into the struggle. You know, he may have been lavished when he was in exile. That did happen. But when he was in Russia, he was not in lavish when he was fucking in struggle. Guy was fucking wearing the same clothes for months on end, down in the fucking streets with the people. Revolutionary suicide only functions when one is willing to commit class suicide. And Lenin's biggest influences were not always these aristocratic thinkers of Marx and Engels. A thinker that was quite inspirational to Lenin in the turn of the century was none other than James Connolly. James Connolly was very inspirational to the start of the 20th century, not just to people, because we all talk about what he inspired in the West with the Panthers and the Young Lords and people like that. People forget that in the moment, the Irish struggle, when it was erupting again in 1895, that inspired the Bolshevik movement. That was when the Bolsheviks kicked off. They kicked off the back of the Fenians and the Irish citizen army that formed at the turn of the century. And the coming together of all the IRA groups that formed the OG IRA, what we know as the the big socialist period of the IRA. That inspired the East massively, just like many other struggles. Another struggle was the struggles in the Middle East against British, French, and Ottoman colonialism. Massively inspirational to not just the Bolsheviks, the Mongolians, the Chinese, the African struggles, the further Middle Eastern struggles that came from that. These things tied together and these things inspire. Why I want to mention James Connolly here. James Connolly is not some big petty bourgeois guy who had some paid education. He's a working class Irishman who lived in Scotland, who joined the Scottish military as a young lad and learned the evils of colonialism very early on and caught on, got himself into the struggle, organized the people, became a cultural icon, not just because of the commitment to Irish culture, but his commitment to religions he didn't even believe in. Guy wasn't religiously Catholic from what I remember, but if you listen to any time he opened his mouth, you believe he believed everything that came from the Catholic Bible. That's the thing with Lenin. People look at Lenin as this white guy aristocrat. All his ideas come from them places, and he's centered in that pit. Lenin told people off for this. 1905 lecture, he told people off for this. For claiming that the revolution was a victory that the Bolsheviks set up, and it was all the Bolsheviks. Bolsheviks were not only one group that wasn't the fucking majority when the revolution kicked off, but the revolution, as Lenin pointed out, was started by peasants and workers, as it always would have been. They started it. They showed the way. They always will. Organic starts is what happens. Revolution isn't spontaneous in the sense that a spontaneous revolution will eventually happen. The water wheel will then invent slavery. Automation will end capitalism. That's not how it happens. Anyone who thinks that needs to fucking shove a hot steel, cherry red rod down their cockhole. Fucking, what's it? What happens, though, is organic struggle occurs based on the material conditions that operate. It's spontaneity in the sense that it's organic, not in the sense that it's random. And people are using words that likely come from translation error more than anything to manipulate the situation. Spontaneity is not where revolution comes from. It comes from material relations and conditions. And Lenin was very key in understanding these situations. And you see this with both Lenin and the people who are opportunists that are opposing Lenin. Both Lenin, Trotsky went to the natives. When it came to a lot of shit that they understood, they spoke with the natives. Lenin's understanding of the national question, he spoke with Ukrainian people, he spoke with Belarusian people, he spoke with native people, he spoke with the Cossacks. He engaged with the people. Stalin did the same thing when he was writing the fucking constitution in his government, when the Central Committee was compiling the ideas of the people to write the Constitution, and he went around the country, east and west, north and south, and everything in between, and spoke with the people. Because these people know they have to be core to the interests of the working class. They have to follow them to a T. That is the principles of Lenin. It's not about tailism, it's about interests. Not individual interests either. One of the biggest banes of the Soviet idea was the fact that they pushed, if you care enough about individual interests, you'll make people care enough about common interests. That don't work. It's about common interests. It's about coming together. It's about community. You make that the biggest thing. Make that the most important thing. That is what ties the struggle together. It's what brings us forward. It's a process that our hearts and souls will be pushed into. The socialist project is a project of love and care. Yes, revolution is the hammer that smashes down the system. It smashes down the enemy. But hammers are constructors, and we will be constructing the system of love that comes out of that. And it must come from a core position of understanding the necessity of revolutionary suicide in the struggle, that no one is super important, that the loss of them will be the loss of everything. Fuck you. Secondly, class suicide. To know that we must commit to not just the interests, but the conditions of the proletariat and lumpen proletariat. And feel free to chime in whenever you like.
How much?
The way I look at the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 it kind of reminds me of like it was like the first really big step. It kind of reminds me of like, I mean, it did fail in the long run, but I mean, we've seen this before, like feudalism. We there was dozens and dozens of peasant revolts that were crushed, and sometimes they lasted for 100+ years or something like that. And every time the peasants would carve out territories of liberated territories, and other such things, they would eventually just get crushed and other such things. That doesn't mean that their movement isn't inspirational, or we shouldn't take inspiration from it. Just because in the end it just didn't work. I I view uh, I view the Soviet Union as a good thing. Um, I am very depressed though that certain things were not done in the long run. Like for example, by the end of the Soviet Union's life, Gorbachev wanted to keep the Soviet Union intact, but he wanted to grant a lot of the republics within Russia, the Russian Federal Soviet Socialist Republic, their own republics, and I thought that was actually a really good idea. And I don't know why that wasn't implemented sooner, or something like that.
The excuse they used was because the populations were lower and they were less built up. They used that as an excuse to not give them power. Actually, Mao's China shows that if you give power to those regions, you'll get the most communist regions in the country. So when the Chinese Cultural Revolution happened, the most revolutionary Red Guards were in the most rundown places. They're in the most peasant, rural areas of the communes, and they struggled in resistance to the system. And there's still peasant communes today in China that struggle against the system, that don't want part of it. They want Mao's policies, and they refuse to engage with the Chinese economy. They just produce food to survive, and they live in their communes. Like, it's proper, like, I'd still call it like a form of tribal socialism where things aren't able to properly survive. It's like, it reminds me of some of the experiments at the end of the Roman period where Celts and Germans were forming communal societies. But nonetheless, they're in like a situation where they're trying to hold on to Marxism, they're trying to hold on to the system, but they can't industrialize. They industrialize, they get dominated by Chinese capital, and they have no resource support from China. They only have what's in their village. And they can't get on the agricultural market with China because China will only allow them on it if they allow themselves to be abused by the Chinese market. It's catch-22.
Yeah.
It's proof,
But
though,
then
that you
you
don't need
get
to
people.
overproduce to survive, though. They survive. They do what they need to do to live. They don't need to do mass production or build all these rad crap that we built.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, and that's the thing with these so-called MLs, is that they think that the future is just Star Trek. It's like, when I heard Trav say he thought the future of communism was Star Trek or something, I just went, fucking nerd shit. It's like, no, the future is like fucking community at the end of the fucking day. That's really what it is.
Absolutely. God bless to that.
Right. No, it's not like, mining asteroids or whatever.
Like, space is cool, but we have something just as mysterious. It's called our oceans. And do you know what we could do with exploring our oceans for? The shit we've fucking dumped in it. So not only will it be an interesting experiment to see what's at the bottom of our oceans, but we can find the things we've dropped at the bottom of the oceans and remove it like any decent person would. And one thing that we should be shooting up into space, finding a way to do it where it will continue its trajectory and just fuck off out of our system, is junk. Like, if we could make a rocket that's powerful enough that it can get it outside of our sun's rotation, because that's the issue. If it stays in our sun's rotation, it'll eventually come back and hit us. Could take thousands of years to do that, but you don't want to get hit by a asteroid of loads of heavy materials. Get it out of our system, or incinerate it. Find a way to get rid of it that's economically friendly, that doesn't cause us problems down the line in the future, that isn't idiotic. Like, I'm not saying a definite here, but like, get that fucking rubbish out the ocean. Get the landfills out of our ground. Like, fucking stop polluting the world. And then we can think of space. Space is cool, but there's better things to do. And I am more bothered about a society where community exists and protecting nature. Because every time I hear someone mention Star Trek, I always feel like they think that nature's just not going to exist anymore. I know Star Trek, nature does exist on the Earth. It still has green. But I always feel like they don't see Star Trek that way. I feel like they see Star Trek the way a lot of people who don't know Star Trek would see it, where they just see the space stuff. They just see the big cities. And they want everywhere to be a big city.
Right.
Cities are anti-communist, they're anti-socialist. Cities are a product of primitive accumulation. That we need towns. We always originally built towns for what function? Even development. Industry is not going to be in big conglomerations. You don't need industry. You don't need industry towns where the town is designed only around its big industry, like my town was. And you don't need cities. They're unnecessary. We don't need commerce. We don't need big industry, because industry will be split and commerce won't exist. These Marxists that want to push this shit, they're either morons, which I don't want to believe because I don't like calling people morons. I think it's ill-suited for intellectual discussion, or they're liars, which I think is more equitable to them. I hate the facade of the quote naive communist or the naive person on the internet against politics. People think that the people they're engaging with on the internet is the same as the people they engage with on the streets, and they're full of shit. These people who have decided to go out of their way on the internet to talk about politics have obviously already taken some form of consciousness. They're not unconscious. Like, class consciousness doesn't mean socialism. People have only watched the first Matrix film and think they now understand what class consciousness is. Fucking... The red pill don't make you a socialist in the Matrix. It just wakes you up to see things. Waking you up don't mean you see things the right way, or being woke, as people call it these days. Fuck off. But the, what's it? Waking up means you can see shit. When you're conscious, you can see shit. What you decide to do with it is therefore different. Class consciousness is development based on the class you're interacting with. When these people who are aristocrats choose to be fascists, they've chosen to be fascists because it suits their class interests. When these Marxists have chosen to be Dengists, we've all liked China once in our time. I guarantee you, we've all liked China once and fall for it. And then we were told what it was. We learned what it was. We maybe had a bit of point where we were questionative of what people are saying, because a lot of people say it. But then we look into it, we figure it out, we find it wrong, and we agree with it because we're not going to choose to obfuscate truth. Truth is truth. So when someone chooses to be a Dengist for any longer than a fucking year, you know something is wrong. Like, and that is a fascist period time of their life. Like, when we're going on about those times when we were fascists for years of our life, and we will say we adamantly believed those things, and it was a crazy time, and it was crazy we ever got off them. It's the same thing for them. It's not them being a naive communist in your early days of being a communist where you like China a bit, but you still call yourself an ML. They're at a point where they have specifically chosen to suit their class interests. And you know what's a really interesting thing? When I had my fascism knocked apart, first thing that knocked it apart, I had my racism knocked apart when I learnt about the Native American genocide and the way slaves were treated by the English, Spanish, and French settlers of America. That knocked off my racism. I then had my fascist principles knocked apart when I took acid, and well, I had to not only look at all my shitty ideas as a fascist, but I had to understand that they're not separated from racism, and I can't be anti-racist and be a fascist. And then when I come to communism and socialism, it was dumped on my lap, and the thing that caught onto me was it was just going on about the working class all the time. What got me caught on with fascism was it called itself National Socialism. I really like that idea. I like the fact it was saying the workers need to have their bit. You know, all I could see was what the TV was showing me. I didn't have much access to the internet until I was in my mid-teens. But fucking, what's it? When I then come to it, my class interest drove me forward. I just hear this Marx guy, this Engels guy, they're going on about workers, workers, workers. I hear nothing else but good shit about the workers and bad shit about everyone else. And that just felt right on. And I get in, I dive in, and I learn this stuff, and it suits my class interests, and I move on. So when you see these people sticking to Dengism, or sticking to anything like this, it's because it suits their class interests. When they manipulate Marxism, Leninism to think that commerce and conglomeration of industry for markets is an important thing, or cities are a thing compatible with socialism, they're full of shit. Like, because it's not the Soviets. The Soviets, they made the mistake because they were the first ones. I'm not going to make the same point for the Soviets. They were the first guys. Of course, they're going to make the mistake. And even Stalin was criticizing this development, and he was the guy who fucking planned it out because it was too concentrated in a lot of its development. It wasn't an even development model enough. The Soviets themselves were making the criticism I was making, but obviously they weren't treating people, well, certain people were treated. I know in Economic Problems, Stalin does mention that the petty bourgeois were being dickheads, but within the realms of people who were agreeing with the policies, they weren't being liars because they were the first guys. We know this shit now. We've learned it. And if we don't learn from these mistakes, I question the legitimacy of what's going on here. These people have read more Marxism than I have. They understand it better than I have, I guarantee. I guarantee they understand it better, surely, because they've read more of it. Now, I seem to be commanding dialectical materialism, and they seem to be commanding dialectical rationalism, and that is where they're caught up. It doesn't matter how much you fucking know. It's about how you understand and utilize it through the principled philosophy. And there's no middle ground on principle. There's no middle ground on philosophy. If you're going to follow dialectical materialism, you follow dialectical materialism, and they don't do it. They don't give a shit for it. Sorry I went on a long one with that. It just really fucks me off.
Wait. You mean you don't read all of Hegel?
Oh man. Oh no. So be wary of anyone who promotes Hegel. That is the gateway to fascism. Hitler was a Hegelian. Mussolini was a Hegelian. Mosley was a Hegelian. Gentile, Hegelian.
Carl Schmitt as well.
Fucking forgot about Schmidt. And then you've got people like fuck, I always get him confused with the scientist. Gerhard Schroeder. Gerhard Schroeder is a I did a Caleb then. Fucking repeated the thing 3 times. But Gerhard Schroeder is a what's it? He's a SED. Is it SED? No, SDP. Social Democratic Party of Germany, the Socialist Deutsche Party. I can't remember what they're called. It's something. Either SED or SDP or something like that. They're the ones who stabbed Rosa Luxemburg in the back. But this geezer's the guy who like wrote The Third Way with Tony Blair. Like the petty bourgeoisie who were integrated in the state apparatus, because we know that fascism a lot of the time comes from coups. Well, the electoral parliamentary Labour Party working with the German Democratic Party, Social Democratic Party, sorry, patented a form of fascism, corporatism, that was centered around a neoliberal style model rather than... Because this is the thing that gets people confused. Fascism is designed around a liberal model. Fascism is designed around classical liberalism in the 1800s model. It mixes it up with 15 and 1700s policies, yes, but it is corely an 1800s liberal model using a corporate structure and a monarchic 1500s style, maybe even a bit earlier than that, King's Right. King's Right is a policy that used to be used in places like the UK, and Nazi Germany used it. And basically it's that the dictator says all. The leader can do whatever the fuck they want with the government. They tell them what they want, and they say jump. It's how fucking high, and they're not disposable. With the British, it's a bit different. They did make the king disposable, but king's right was still the case. The king still had a lot of power until, well, they still have a lot of power today, actually. It's just they tell you they don't, but they had a lot more power before, well, there was 1920, the 1920 Act, where they reduced the king's power a little more, but there was only a slight change, and the changes were negligible. Like, the Lords is still the largest house of government, but nonetheless, I digress. In the 1680s, 90s, when was the counter-revolution against the English Revolution? I can never remember. I think it was the 1870s. The counter-revolution against the English, right, led by was it Charles II? It was one of the kings. That when that succeeded, the Parliament basically went and put in a law that restricted the king's power a little more over Parliament, and said that the king could never enter Parliament. They have to send an advisor to do it, just to stop the king from walking in with armies, because that's what happened when the Civil War broke out between the Parliament and the monarchy, which started the English Revolution. That was because the monarchy literally organized an army and marched into Parliament. But fascism uses king's right. That's the way they organize themselves. But they otherwise, classical liberalism typically, and even the neoliberal model will still integrate a lot with the classical liberal stuff, because they want the industrialization period.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I mean, when it comes with fascism, like, if you want an example of like how neoliberal those, or of neoliberal fascists, right? You can see like Pinochet, right? Who implemented
Absolutely.
so many fucking things into the constitution that even to this day they're still trying to get rid of them, but the liberals are stopping the process. And it's doing a lot of like mess around in the country. Like,
Pinochet's
it's
an
that
interesting one
much.
as well, because he's like a fascist trying to use fascism to implement neoliberalism, like trying to kickstart it quick time.
Yeah, do you remember the text I wrote about fascism? No one read it. Like, maybe you and someone else, but
Yeah.
basically what I said is that fascism is different depending on where it starts, because fascism, as in the first world fascism, as far as I've seen, in most cases, it comes more in like it takes power more smoothly, while in the third world it's more force, and it's more of like imperialism forcing itself onto the third world
Yeah.
because of a multitude of reasons, right? But that was the whole point, that fascism in the first world is trying to keep its hold on the core of capitalism, while fascism on the third world is trying to keep enforcing their control, which is a bit different, you know.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's comprador opportunism rises at the point of conflict. So Allende was trying to side with what's it, the Soviet social imperialism. That was his push, so he could get support from their finance capital operations. And Pinochet violently used fascism to push a connection to the U.S. empire and challenge the position of Soviet social imperialists. They were both taking third positionist positions. I know Allende seems like a pure guy and all that, and he probably is. Maybe he is. I don't know. But anyone who's a democratic socialist typically goes down the line of third positionism. That's just what I've seen. So and we don't know the conclusion. I can't say for sure, but it would not surprise me just from what we've seen. Everyone gets caught on the fact that people are nice guys. Yeah, people are nice guys. They're respectful. Sure thing. Hitler knew how to talk to a crowd. Don't make them good people. Like Mussolini and fucking Churchill used to write love letters to each other all the time about how they're so fascist and they need to touch tips.
I know that I don't remember if this was true, right? But I remember hearing once that Allende was like, he was against revolutionaries at the time. But I could, as in like revolutionaries in Chile, right? But I could be wrong on that one. But yeah, I know that Pinochet wasn't so much. Well, capital is how they are, but I think he was more towards the Brits. But I could be wrong. But it's just a minor thing. Oh,
Yeah, there is rumors that Pinochet was helping Britain during the whole Falkland Islands situation, at least with
yeah.
like the Air Force radar type of stuff.
Yeah, they were the only guys who didn't support it. Like in all of the Americas, they were like, except with some exceptions. At least in South America, they were the only ones who didn't support the Argentina in the whole invasion. Which would be nice, but they're not doing it for good reasons. They're not doing it out of the purity of their heart, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, going back to the whole Lenin thingy. Um. Uh. When it comes with Lenin, I think he was very cool. And when it comes to um betraying, your class interest, I know myself that it's a bit complicated to like smack yourself into if you don't have any help, which is sometimes my case. Um, because I am one of those, like I'm one of the cool ones, one of the good ones, the good middle class people were the good ones, emphasis on the good one, right? And it's like,
Love
oh well,
me.
I'm good. Please don't hate me, please. I beg you. And it's like, when it comes to this, I always try to remember myself that when I support communism and everything, it's not out of like wanting to get myself in a better condition or anything, because I'm already like in a good condition. I could just sit down and leech off of everyone, and I could be alright. I already know that, but it's like I'm I'm more thinking of helping the people of the world and the world itself when it comes to like fighting capitalism and betraying my interests, because it's like, you know when you see someone in the street that is someone like you, that is a person, that is not like, because people like to say, oh, it's the poor, as in like it's something else very different than you, and it's like they're a person,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
yeah, and thinking about the things that I've seen, because me being in the third world, you can see more of this shit, or at least that's what I see, at least. It's less bright. That's what I like to see. As say,
You see, I mean,
um,
there's a lot of Lumpen brothers and sisters in the third world, and a lot of proletarian brothers and sisters, if not most of them. Sorry, most proletarian brothers and sisters in the third world live worse than lumpen proletarian brothers and sisters have to live in the first world. So it's like there's that common connection. That's why we have such a good understanding between each other, because fucking you don't ignore the conditions there, and then you can interact with someone who's lumpen proletariat in the first world over here, which means you're someone who can connect to these people and engage with these people, because you're giving that sense of heart, you're giving that sense of respect. It's what we value in the world. We're very humble people on the streets for the most part. Like, that's what people get wrong with themselves. Yeah, people are gotta hustle. People gotta hustle to survive. What else are they supposed to do? How are they gonna get their drugs? How are they gonna get their food? How are they gonna get their shelter?
yeah,
But it's your understanding of that hustle, your understanding of the respect that these people deserve as human beings, that gives you a lot of respect at things. And one thing that you said that's really important that I really want to get at, though, is the need for help. As lumpen proletarians, we sort of have a responsibility as well. Like, I know I'm the only lumpen proletarian here, so I'm speaking out to the chat. Lumpen Celt was tired, so I let him retire. The
mm,
well, he didn't have a choice. He did a me what's it? I pass out a lot on streams. It's a trope, but it's an unintentional
Reference.
trope as well. It's just something that occurs. But to Lumpen proletarians, our responsibility in the struggle is to foster and help build up the capacity for aristocrats to commit class suicide. They're not going to do it willy-nilly for the most part. There will be people who will. There's some great people with heart in there who are willing to throw their soul into the struggle, but they're the minority, and they know they are. They feel... I mean, a lot of the time, what causes even some of those people to turn into revisionists and reactionaries is because everyone in their class treats them like a fucking monster. Like they're now seen as like the other. They've attached themselves to the dirt of the poor.
Mm.
You know, it's like
Yeah, I mean,
I did that tribute to Lumpen brother Sam as well, and it comes into him. He was a dedicated aristocrat to the poor, and his family were not. I mean, they were, you know, they supported him as a person, but they saw his politics as you know, diabolical, and he was isolated from, you know, his community regarding his class, like his the aristocratic community, but was heavily integrated into the lumpen proletariat and proletarian community, and was a hero to our people, and you know, pushed anti-fascism at the top of his breadth, and was a great man of struggle, and you know, it's what ends up happening. You get isolated. Now, he went down the good path. A lot of people don't have the courage to keep pushing when they're berated by everyone, when they get isolated, when friends no longer want to speak with them anymore because they follow their communist principles. Any friend I had who was middle class when I became a communist basically distanced themselves from me and stopped talking to me entirely. Every single one.
yeah.
Like, I'm not on about the ones I've made since being a communist. Like, just ordinary people I've known for years. Years and years and years.
Yeah,
Oh, you cut out?
Yeah, this is
You
this is some.
You cut out
Sorry.
noob mode.
well, I was just gonna say, like, through one of my relatives, through like one of her bosses she works for in a very rich part of California. Basically, like they're like boomer parents. They're rich. They found out that like one of the nieces went to like a Bernie Sanders rally. We're not even talking about communism, like just a basic Bernie bro rally, you know. And they cut off her college funding from, you know, like literally just over that.
Mm. Yeah.
That's fucking ridiculous.
Fucked up.
Oh, go on.
Yeah, it's nasty.
What was that, Gengaro? Sorry, I cut you over.
No. I was just like, wow. Yeah, I mean, I've grown up in a typical lib family, in the suburbs. Being a communist here is weird and strange. I'm not gonna lie. You feel like you're on an island alone. It's like Castaway with Tom Hanks, pretty much. It's just I'm very isolated, honestly, and that's kind of how I grew up too. So it's not really that much different for me. It's
I've noticed that with autistic people, though.
Yep.
Autistic people in the labor aristocracy always end up in this situation where they get so isolated they go one of two ways, or in the case of yourself, go both, go fascist or you go communist.
Yeah.
But fascism and communism, that's normally what entices, or anarchism, sorry, as well. I should say socialist ideas, because socialism is the branch that we used to categorize it all now. I know that the 1800s, everyone called it all communist. It's complicated. People don't like the name communism, so I have to try and level things out and be respectful to everyone, because don't want to piss everyone off. Like multipolarism, it's a bit complicated. Basically, the idea is that we don't own thought. People can come up to the same conclusions as us without being us. Marxism is probably not going to be the be all end all. There will be like different forms of, you know, scientific socialism, as we like to cram it down people's throats, that will emerge in different places.
So that reminds me of a really good quote from Game of Thrones, where there's like this. It's basically like the religious leader he's like kind of like the Pope, pretty much, or like a high cleric in the religion, and he's going over like because he works in like the poor areas of the city in this episode, and he's going over like how he noticed that there are some rich aristocrats who read the holy book, and they know every single scripture of it, and they don't abide by it at all. But then he'll meet some commoner who's completely illiterate, never read the scripture at all, but they know its holy words better than any rich person ever did. So that's kind of, I think that's a good way to sum it up.
Absolutely. This is why I tell people all these big books, Capital. Never, ever, 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 no matter how big of a communist you are, should you ever tell a worker they need to know Capital. They know it. They live it. Fuck you. Like, lower class people know what Capital is. They know the criticism. They live it. Marx was making a criticism for Capital was meant for the intellectual community, not the working class. It's written specifically to the intellectual community. The working class doesn't need to know that capitalism sucks. What? They don't need to know where their wages go. They already fucking know. They already know they get paid pittance to what the thing's sold for. They see it get sold on the shelves. This isn't the modern day. When Marx was writing that, this isn't the modern day where everything's made out in the empire. They built the thing that was sold on the same shelves that they went to the fucking shop to buy the thing from. They saw it. Yeah. They were completely connected to their labor. Imperialism changed everything. And that's why you get people who are in the bourgeoisified proletariat that might need to read it. But let's be fucking real. People know how capitalism works. They're not stupid. Do you know what they need to read? Dialectical materialism. Because that's the ground basis. I've always said this to people. Like, I know anarchists that are dialectical materialists, and I say brilliant. They do a lot of street work. They're great people, and they follow dialectical materialism. They'll eventually reach our conclusions. If you follow dialectical materialism principally as someone who wants to actually achieve our goals in society of building a socialist system that provides for the people and is run by the people, you know that dialectical materialism will always find its way to the truth. The problem is whether the people looking for it will accept that truth. But I've got to give people the respect to do that, otherwise they'll never get off those positions I disagree with or find positions that suit their ideology that I will agree with. We have such a Eurocentric idea of science and Marxism, and it makes me want to shout. But it's 7 a.m. Really makes me want to lose my shit. It drives me mad. And it really comes into the point of the stream, this like immortalization of Lenin. Really, really comes from this mentality of people where they want to think of everything as, okay, Lenin said it, that's it. Lenin said that you got to do analysis. It's all about dialectical materialism, historical materialism. That's why Stalin went and wrote a book specifically on dialectical and historical materialism. He himself was just concluding of the points Lenin had made about the way that his critiques of the Russian Empire are templatic in a sense for semi-colonial, semi-feudal empires, but they shouldn't be used everywhere, and that you need to be inspired by it, yes, but create your own template based off dialectical analysis. And that was where Stalin was getting into, and he gets into in quite good detail. But these people, they've read it. Fucking Caleb's quoted the fucking thing. They don't follow it. They know what they're doing. This is what I mean. They know what they're doing. They have the fucking monopoly on knowledge. They have the monopoly on the fucking books. They know what they're doing. And I'd say to the really good anecdote you said about the Christians. Here's the thing. The rich people do understand it. They choose not to accept what it means. They change it. And they're the people who turn around and they're the people who turn around and came up with the idea that there's multiple meanings to the Bible and that it can go any way and that it's here and there and you got to mess around with it. The Bible's stories are very much about morality. Like, it's not about being twisted and able to think in different ways. They're always about what is the moral right thing to do in a situation. They're not like, oh, you can put your own thought to it, you can apply your own ideology. No, they're supposed to be about doing the right thing for people, and yet it's full of shit that's wrong because it was written fucking thousands of years ago and it's been rewritten so many different times. But the fucking Bible, well, 1,500 years ago or something like that, I can't remember. I think it might have been written around the Roman time, but either way, well, you had the pre-Bible as well. That was the Jewish Bible. I'm on about the fucking New Testament. But either way, the New Testament has been rewritten God knows how many times. The original scriptures and the Old Testament, the Dead Sea Scrolls and things like that have been manipulated as well over time. All to say different things to suit class society. Now, if you go back to the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Egyptian Book of the Dead and things like that, you go back to the Old Testament and you read those books, you'll find the original pieces, they're about a very tribalistic idea of how do we have a society that provides for everyone. The Bible itself states each according to their ability, each according to their need. That's when Marx got the quote from the communist Christians. Because the communist Christians were like, well, the Bible turns around and says, well, the apostles need to give, each according to their ability, each according to their need in the New Testament. These dickheads, these rich folk, they've manipulated these things all along. Like, I could start going into the bits and pieces. I'm not an encyclopedia of stuff. I don't know a lot about all these things. They just pick up things, like pick up things about the Christian history. I pick up things about this. I'm not a fountain of knowledge on this stuff, but I can say that when you look at like the starts of a lot of religions, you can see this stuff too. So Christianity was co-opted by the Roman Empire. Islam was co-opted by the Umayyads, and then eventually co-opted by the oppressive caliphates, which eventually came to the oppression of the Ottoman Empire, which dominated and genocided Arab, Assyrian, Armenian, and many other groups of people.
Yeah, like the Young Turks and all that as well. Part of it.
Oh yeah, denying the Armenian genocide while they literally have an Armenian presenter.
Right. Yeah. And like the Young Turks, like the actual name of the left is, well, I don't know what you want to call them, but like ultra nationalists who took over and did the genocide as well.
I mean, it's like they can make any excuse they want for Turkey, but what about the Assyrian genocide? Where they literally armed Kurdish people to commit genocide for them and told them, commit genocide in this land and we'll give you this land. The Kurds were always a diaspora nation in the Middle East. Always. And Turkey went and told them to go genocide some people and we'll give you some land. The Kurds have no right on Assyrian land. It's American level shit. The Kurds came with the Turks. They're settlers. They're not from the region. And you know, Turkey, we can argue about how integrated they are, and sure, but as far as anywhere down into Arab territory and Assyrian territory, they got no right, and the Kurds either. If the Kurds are to be given land, which to be honest, they should be just respected as a diaspora people, like Jewish people need to be respected as a diaspora people. But if they're to be given land, it should be in fucking Turkey, not fucking, not Iraq, and not fucking Syria.
Yeah.
Right.
I think one of the problems is a lot of these empires of the 20th century, they seem to just crystallize into nations. So you have places like Russia. It is a gigantic empire that just eventually just became a nation itself. It's like look how many different nationalities there are in Russia, and then compare it to how, like, who the Russian people, quote unquote, because Putin himself said Tatars, Ukrainians, Jews, he doesn't consider them Russians per se in the capital R sense.
Right.
So The same thing with Turkey as well.
What is it with Russia and anti-Semitism, man?
Well, let's see.
It's
there
always
was the
on and
whole,
off. They go from being so they go from at the start of the century to being the most anti-Semitic fucking country in Europe to then being the most anti-Semitic, where they're anti-fascist and they're fighting for the Jewish people, and anti-Semitism will get you shot in the country under Stalin. To Khrushchev, who's anti-Semitic crunchy corn, man. They then get less anti-Semitic towards the 70s and the 80s when they get Khrushchev out of office again. And then they fall back into now, where since the 90s, they've just been this crazy. I mean, they had the weird neoliberal experiment in the 90s where it just caused a civil war. And then fascism ensued from 97 onwards.
Yeah, and you even had some skinhead gangs popping up after 91.
Well, skinheads is a hard thing because you get left-wing skinheads and then you get right-wing skinheads, which we call boneheads.
True.
The punk scene's complicated, and the bourgeoisie did everything they can to make the skinheads just a right-wing thing. The Nazi swastika type dickheads.
Yeah.
I mean, the boneheads had a thing, and that's where Nazi punks fuck off, and that's where the song comes from. The song comes from a thing that was a movement in the punk movement. Telling the Nazi punks to fuck off. There was the skinheads against white supremacy.
Yeah, I agree that.
Oh, you cut off there, mate.
Yeah.
To be
my
fair, you don't
finger
have too
got
much
loose.
background noise. If you want to just leave yourself off push to talk, it's not a stress. Unless there's something you don't want people to hear. I'm not straying.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, it's because it's raining outside. And
Hey,
sometimes.
atmospheric.
Huh?
Climatic.
Yeah, you're adding atmosphere with the rain.
No, I was just saying that it rains outside sometimes, and they keep me heard.
No, I feel you.
I'd like some rain right now.
I wouldn't mind a bit of rain. It always rains in the UK, so we're all cool. Sunny today though. Yeah. We've stole all that American sun, like the California sun.
What the fuck?
It was pretty sunny today.
Well, we definitely stole it because it's nighttime in America. We're not going to give it back. It's not that the sun's not going to set in the British Empire. It's just not going to set over England. It's just going to be stuck in the sky. We're going to use magic.
Yeah, you're just Mr. Burns, but backwards.
Oh, the Moppinites are going to clip that now to say I'm fucking losing my mind or some shit because they've already tried calling me a lunatic and insane and stuff.
Yeah, but
I don't know about you, but I might be a bit crazy, but I don't think I come across insane. I think that sounds like the ableist stuff that people do with autistic people, where they call themselves lunatics, especially when we lose our temper.
Right.
Dealt with that a lot in my life.
I wanted to say something.
Experience. Oh, go on.
I wanted to say something before I forgot it, but I say it sometimes whenever the thing about the use of books and such is brought up. In the party, like the PRT, the founder Santucho one time wrote a little text of 2 pages, in which he explained that if the mastery of all of the Marxist and materialist texts and all of that doesn't comes from being able to quote things. It comes from being able to analyze things materially and dialectically, So, just don't be a dumbass and, stuff. And be able to, analyze things organically.
Do you know what this comes into? So when the proletariat and the lumpen proletariat get a hold of theory, because they're experienced, they understand it greater. That's why I say don't tell them to read Capital. You know what you tell them? You tell them to read the books that are the things that are going to be even more intricate, and they're past the basics. They have experience. They have a better learning curve regarding communism than anyone else on the fucking on the planet. Workers do. That's the thing with people who have experienced the proletariat and lumpen proletariat are going to grasp it, especially in the third world. In the third world, they already are grasping it because they're organizing. We've seen that en masse in a lot of countries now, in a lot of African, South American, and Asian countries. They've been organizing.
Mm.
We need to get used to just saying Asia rather than separating the Middle East as well, people, because the Middle East is West Asia. Like, actually.
Yeah.
Central Asia's next to it. They're a part of Asia.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be fucking racist, fam.
I agree there.
Oh, and it's like
Mind
I
blown.
I like to think about this, Santucho saying these things because I think he wrote it in the 70s. So, it's sort of, I know that you can already tell that this was something that happened before with Lenin and Stalin and all of that, but it gives you a perspective that I think that has continued to happen ever since things started, right? That people are being like, just, the typical middle class, Caleb and stuff like that, that just like quote things they don't understand, they don't actually like
Right.
use those things to analyze things. They just use it to further their own like middle class interest
Right.
and that shit.
Because because Caleb himself has literally said point blank, whenever he goes on a stream, you should always assume the people you're talking to don't know anything about Marxism and are just fucking stupid idiots. They're just a bunch of mouth breathing idiots. You should just sit there, quote the books, just dogmatically as possibly can, like an inhuman robot, anti-During, and it's like, and he does that because he generally does believe that he's just talking to a bunch of idiots.
Yep.
Are you disagreeing with the immortal theory of Caleb Maupin, city builder? He actually believes city builders wear suits. Me and my man Neil were talking about it earlier, and it's like fucking the guy. It's like, does he think that the guys, engineers who aren't even on like the site, or the guys who do inspections, are the people who do the building? Like the people who just draw up plans. I don't think they're the guys who do the building. I think it's the guys who have to read those plans and put it into action.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Caleb's the type of guy who thinks like the ones giving out the permits are city builders. You know what I mean?
The government agents. It's like, fucking, I want to
Right.
call everyone
Or
a part of the State
or-
Department, but
right. Or like literally like the
Yeah.
house, the HOAs that we have in America, like they give out permits too. Like if you're making a pool at like somebody's private house.
I mean, their
Yeah.
answer to what's talking about decolonization is we'll give the natives some permits to have some land. This is some proper like white American settler colonial nonsense, man. Like fucking treaties, like they fucking gonna fall for that one again, you cheeky cunts. They give you all the respect in the world with those treaties. That was one of the things that really hit me hard when I was learning about the native genocide in school. Like they really tried to commit to them treaties, and every time the US was the only person who ever broke them.
Yeah.
Do you have a comment, intellectual?
And I mean the state of
like, oh, sorry. I mean, America breaks treaties even internationally as well. We don't even give a shit about other countries' treaties. Fuck that shit. They're just pieces of paper. Like, as Hermann Goering said, they're just a bunch of pieces of paper we can just throw away whenever the hell we feel like it.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what both Stalin and fucking Hitler knew with the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. So I have to explain to people, it was they know they're going to go to war with each other, and neither one's ready for each other yet.
Didn't you get your education from Vosh? That was actually a secret
Did
alliance.
you read the Hoi for
Vosh
Focus
literally draws. Oh, sorry.
Did you check on the Hoi for focus statement? Like it leads to an alliance between the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany.
the
Let me
the
go get
Hoi
this
Fort technique.
Wikipedia page.
But I mean, here's the thing, Vosh. Like, I'm gonna trust someone who literally draws the hammer and sickle the same way the Nazis drew a hammer and sickle on the side of the Maus tank to try and make it look like a Soviet captured vehicle. They drew the hammer, they drew the sickle the wrong way around. They drew it upside down. Like,
Right.
it's hilarious. Like, if you ever want to look at a funny thing, look at the little hammer and sickle on the side of a Maus tank. I might get it up in a moment. It's priceless.
Bruh. Ah, my nose.
But I was gonna say that. I
Wait.
mean, Hawaii is also occupied land. There's
Yeah.
a lot of natives there, and you know, they. I mean, basically, it's colonized. You know.
Oh yeah, but there's Puerto Rican brothers and sisters that are fucking
Right.
they've been in the struggle
Guam.
for fucking centuries now.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
is there a single bit of land from the US that isn't colonized land?
No. The reservations are
Exactly.
supposedly not, but that's just a ruse. The reservations belong to the
Right.
US as far as the US is concerned.
Yeah.
They're not allowed their own military or any shit like that. You know, like
Yeah, and the
they're
FB and the federal agencies are allowed to operate on reservation land, etc. Which is part of their paper treaties, basically.
with how America works, because it's not part of the American structure, like they may have citizenship of America, but they may be technically out of America when they're in the reservation, which will give impunities. Like that means that the FBI might have different laws in regards to how they deal with reservations than how they deal with normal situations. And regardless, they're gonna
Right,
break them anyway. Like that's just talking about
right,
what laws they will use to fuck them over. But I mean, if
right,
the federal agency can operate on there, the police can, because the police is tied to the federal agencies. So the the police system is able to just stomp in there with armed forces, and I mean this is where you get the child robberies that happen in America and Canada, where they rob children and drop them in orphanages.
hmm yeah. And I was trying to also say I forgot to that part. Like, yeah, the police can. I mean, the FBI and all that can operate there. What else was it to it? Like, I mean, yeah, they could operate there. And I mean, basically, they're paper treaties,
Oh, you might
anyways.
have
You
been
know,
thinking about, when the businesses just come in every time they find resources,
right? Yeah,
because that might have been the next point you'd have got onto. That makes sense.
right. That's true as well. And one of the outrageous things I remember from the crazy Haas debate with Unruh is that Haas tried denying that there aren't like there aren't puppet leaders within the reservations. Like the U.S. doesn't you know what I mean. He was like trying to deny that the U.S. doesn't install fake leadership in some of the reservations. You know the ones that they like. Yeah, he was basically denying colonialism.
Yeah, it's like
I
what's
mean, the
it? I'm
very
having people
reservation
turn around and
system.
tell me, someone who is like fucking the bourgeois chosen leader of like a reservation, and telling me that's the leader of the
Right,
reservation. I'm like, that's not who the people the natives elected. I don't know what the fuck you're on about.
right,
Like the natives don't elect people
exactly,
into office. They elect people as the leader of their community. They don't exist as a part of the bourgeois structure. They don't want to.
exactly.
There are some groups that do, but for the most part, no. And that's not the entire group. That's just because of bourgeois dominance in certain groups. Because their favorite guy, Roosevelt. Do you know what Roosevelt gave to the natives? Didn't give them equal rights. Didn't give them proper rights in the workplace and shit like. They allowed them to own private property. He did that for them.
Right. Yeah, and
My God.
Made native
and
And
yeah,
and that
capitalists. But then again,
yeah.
socialist billionaires. You gotta have the socialist billionaires.
and that's why natives love Roosevelt, right? Burning their
Yeah,
mouth.
that's why they fucking every time they see a picture of a U.S. president, they stick their middle finger up on it. I got a brilliant picture. I wonder if I've saved it, where it's this native lass, and she's at Mount Rushmore, and it's natives only go here to do this, and she's just turned around like that. Beautiful.
Yeah.
You know, the guy
They-
who made the guy who made the Mount Rushmore, he was a Ku Klux Klan member.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was his second generation
Yeah.
clan that was restarted in Georgia in the early 20th century.
Wow. I didn't.
Oh shit! There we go. My mic went out then. Sorry, I was reading a comment. They aren't even dogmatic on the actual foundation of the theory. Lol. Yeah, absolutely. That regard, they're revisionist dengoids. They're dogmatic on the aspects that were clearly wrong as practice is shown. Absolutely, absolutely. But what they're trying to do is funnily enough, they contradict Lenin by trying to apply the later revisionist shit onto Lenin. They do the Trotsky stuff, when Trotsky rewrote Lenin. It's like, we don't want settler revisionists on Turtle Island. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. And you know what? Like, fucking these motherfuckers, they try and apply the revisionists' ideas to Lenin, and we go and show them all this shit that shows, no, Lenin said this shit's bullshit. Lenin said this is Rodin, this is Taylorism, this is fucking revisionism,
Right.
this is left-wing communism. And no, Lenin's a big patriotic guy. No, he literally said burn the Russian flag. He said
Yeah.
don't use bourgeois flags for your imagery. So did Stalin. Stalin said to raise the bourgeois flag in the struggle is to be a fucking moron. He didn't say that verbatim, but it's
Yeah.
basically what he said. He's nicer than I am. But it is to be a fucking moron, Caleb. But I don't. So it's a funny thing. So I imagine you watched the CPI thing where they did the flag thing and the weird Soviet Union music breaks into the American anthem. I don't know if you noticed, but
in
they
that
got
video,
like
I like
Poundland flags, and he said flags then. Poundland flags, fucking
I like the massive head of Lincoln in the background.
yeah. But if you
That
look
is
at the
very climatic.
if you look at the flags, they're like really cheap flags you would buy for like a child or something to take to like a football match, but American
Right.
Soviet.
Oh,
Like on the
The
American
fake
flag, the
one.
border on it, like the neck for the pole is so thick, it makes the flag look stupid, and the stars bit is too big on the flag, so there's not enough stripes. And the Soviet
Right.
flag, the hammer and sickle is fucking huge. I thought it might
If
have been
you
the
if
Maoist
you
flag,
had
but it's
paid
not the
the
same hammer and sickle.
$25 for the premium like thing in Caleb's Patreon, maybe you would have seen the quality in the image. Okay.
They got like really cheap flags, and then I've heard like Caleb going, "Oh, it really hurt my bank account because I paid for a lot of that." You got a room. It was a white empty room. I don't know how expensive the fuck that is.
Right.
Some chairs, people to speak. Like, how much money did Keaton Mansfield fucking nick out of you? But the what's it? Because I know he's robbed the PC USA before. So here's the thing. Caleb, it costs money. You're an aristocrat. You got a lot of money. You're still living in your lavish New York apartment. Don't be a bitch. Stop scabbing people. He turned around. He's like, I'm not paying for this one. I need people to pay for it if it's gonna happen again. I was so worried about money the whole time.
Yeah, the main concern in his mind.
Oh, Caleb.
It's always good to know that. It's
Sorry, go on.
your own wealth. Oop. Well, he does sell his books at these events.
He also sells books that are free, open source media. The old Marxist texts. I don't know if he knows this, but they're available for free, so you should give them up for free. So here's the thing that I wanted to do, and still want to do, but I got to get my feet on the ground and be doing the projects that I want to do and to feed the people and the other processes like that. Is okay. Not everyone's able to just read. Reading content is quite difficult, but if you could get cheap players or recorders out to people of, the old fucking what's it,
Cassette.
compact cassette, then you can get books out to people for pretty cheap. Cassettes you can get out for people for pretty cheap if you're getting them in bulk, and people can listen to the books then. I like props. It makes things a little easier. This isn't even a prop. This is a recorder I got. It even has a slider on it that's really shit. But it's a voice recorder. Unfortunately, it's DC bias, but
Every time I hear a cassette, I just want to like eat it, like take a nice bite out of it.
they are
Tomcat
so
cassette.
that I know what you mean. The thing is with cassettes, everything about them is really aesthetically cool. The way they feel, the way they sound when you plop them in things and slam them about. Like especially this one. This door has a really nice close on it when you pop a cassette in it. Like that is that I like that.
Has a nice click to it.
Didn't Moppin have a Browder book at the CPI event as well?
Oh yes, it was next to the.
Nazball. Oh god.
My God.
Let's
was
go with the
next to,
guy
like,
who was like really fucking racist.
Right.
Oh man, Caleb is gonna try and spin that. Oh, how is he saying this communist is racist? Well, he was not very nice to the Native Americans. Like, he's a very big turn from William Z. Foster. I understand why people like William Z. Foster. I cannot fathom why people like Browder unless they're a reactionary.
Right.
Not just a
I always-
revisionist. Like, revisionist doesn't seem offensive enough. Fucking fascists. Although, to be fair, I argue revisionism tends to just lead to fascism. I agree with Mao.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
is true.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
I
mean,
always saw fascism as in like it's the last thing that capitalism does. So when capitalism reasserts itself over something, it will logically go for fascism to grip on things.
the petty bourgeoisie and the labor aristocracy formalize class consciousness, and they start to gain a want for not only greater means within the society, but to stabilize the system. Petty bourgeois socialism, national syndicalism, mutualism, and national socialism are the big archetypes of fascism. Or what is really to be called neo-feudalism, because fascism comes into this. I put fascism in the group. So fascism as well. National socialism. All those lot. Neo-feudalism. Neo-feudalism is a reaction of the consciousness of the petty bourgeoisie, who are descendants of the feudal labor aristocracy. Because for the most part, the petty bourgeois sector, the actual petty bourgeoisie, not the rest of the labor aristocracy, they're just people who don't even descend from. There probably are some who do, but most of them don't descend from feudal aristocrats, and they just act like they do. They follow the consciousness of the petty bourgeoisie. It's complicated, and not all of them do. Some of them try and break out of it and tie themselves to working class consciousness. I'm talking about the means of normality. I'm just trying to make sure I don't offend any aristocrats. I'm not like anyone who's a decent person. I ain't trying to fucking throw down at you. But
Yeah, it's like they track their family tree and shit like that.
You know, I've dealt with people who are good people who have gotten erratic at that. So I'm just making sure I don't stress anyone out. Like fucking, especially with white aristocrats, they are very very timid and easy to shake up. But the
Right.
the they organize fascism and petty bourgeois socialism and other stuff like that. Like you could argue that when the petty bourgeois socialists took over the Soviet Union, they did a form of social fascism, and they make large scale commodity production a thing again. And as Stalin was concerned, that is big no. I don't think he said it like that though. It was he goes on a massive rant about the market socialists and their fantalizations over large scale commodity production.
Yeah.
Well, according to infrared, I think they were trying to spin it now that Stalin did reforms like Dang or some crap like that.
What?
Yeah, in one of their videos, infrared's like old 8-month video about Stalin. Towards like the end of it, he's got like these words on the screen, like a play whatever PowerPoint, and then they're like trying to argue that Stalin did reforms similar to Deng, and opening a market sector or some crap. But they don't even cite a source for that. By the way, they don't cite any source of Stalin approving of reforms and all that.
It's almost as if Stalin died and there was like a 5-year period before the reforms happened. And so here's the thing, or 4-year period. So,
Hmm.
you know, the whole thing that happened with the coup was that Stalin died first, and he was healthy like 2 months before he died. So something happened there. All of a sudden, and if you read his what's it, post-mortem, whatever the fuck it's called, the one where it talks about how they died.
Post-mortem analysis or something.
Yeah, I think it's the post-mortem analysis. I'm not a doctor, so I couldn't tell you. But they basically it's sketchy. Lenin's is really clear, and Lenin had a lot of issues when he died. Stalin's is a mess.
Yeah.
And normally when these things are a mess, it's because they've been tampered with and they've been messed about with, and they're not saying what's actually happened. It's likely case Stalin was poisoned. He was left alone.
Yeah.
He wasn't the usual times in which his guard would come in and engage with him wasn't occurring. He didn't have his usual guard there, the one who always stood by him. Like,
See.
so things are suspicious. Like, and you know, then you get Khrushchev convincing Molotov and Zhukov and other Marxist-Leninists that the Soviet Union has been taken over by revisionists who are corrupting Marxism-Leninism, and to protect the legacy of Stalin and the Soviet Union, they need to coup the system. And that's when the coup happens. And that's why you saw Zhukov turn around and start refusing medals because of the way the Soviet Union went. It didn't fight against revisionism. It turned into a fascist state.
Right.
And then you
I
had,
always say that Stalin was killed. Like,
but also you
basically-
had Molotov organizing what Khrushchev. I can't even remember the actual name of it because I've heard people use the Khrushchev name more, which is the anti-party group. Which, to be honest, cool name. Fuck the party at that point, dickheads. You needed a new party, or just complete direct democracy with no party, even better. Organizations, I've always said this, we should be calling them organizations. Parties not only seem way too bourgeois political to normal people that it's going to put people off, but come on, it's a bit fucking cringe. Just call them organizations.
Yeah.
or a group.
Parties is when you go get drunk.
They,
But the fucking what's it? The oh, I lost myself a bit there. Yeah, no, Molotov organized against the corrupt Soviet Communist Party to try and reinstate Marxism-Leninism, and I actually feel that if Molotov didn't fail, maybe there would have been an actual chance of the Soviet Union not fucking going down the path it went. Just maybe.
I see.
yeah. Well, I mean, they had the majority. The thing was, Khrushchev literally just said, "Yeah, well, make me. I have the military on my side. What are you gonna do about it?" I mean, that's verbatim what he said. And then he had Molotov. I think he was ambassador to Mongolia or something. That he had a lot of these people just thrown into these backwater positions, pretty much.
Yeah, I think he even like didn't he like purge Kaganovich from the party? Well, not like physically, but like yeah, put him in like a backwater or something.
Yeah, it was like Kazakhstan. He did that to a bunch of people. I think even Zhukov
Right.
too.
I mean, they use Kazakhstan as a nuclear testing ground, as is a nuclear dump.
Yeah.
They poisoned.
Oh yeah.
They poisoned fucking seas with nuclear waste. They
I
tested.
love
it.
They tested as many, if not more, nuclear bombs than the United States. Megaton
Yeah.
I
bombs.
love it when people say socialism doesn't care about the environment and point to the Soviet Union, and they point to the period when it literally was social imperialist and then eventually capitalist restoration in the 80s. It drives me insane.
And even the
Fucking
Soviet Union
insane.
was realizing, oh shit, maybe we should give a shit about the environment towards the end. But
Yeah.
that
Right.
was the people, not the government. So here's the thing: Chernobyl. Do you know how Chernobyl happened? Because the government didn't bother to fucking schedule the fucking refitting of the barium rods. That's literally it. Because of fucking malfeasant dickheads who can't be fucking arsed to schedule shit. Because it's their job to do it. It's the government's job. It's not the people don't have to be like, oh, well, oh shit, my watch is going off. The nuclear power station needs its barium rods replacing. They shouldn't have been doing that. There shouldn't have been scientists having to dive to the bottom of the thing to fucking try and force the thing to shut down at least some of the reactors so it didn't set off like the biggest nuclear bomb the world's ever seen. Like, genuinely, utter fucking malfeasant means completely useless. Like utter disregard. Like they all they had to do was stick to the schedule that was set when they set the power plant up. Because do you know why they designed it as an old style power plant? To get fucking plutonium for their bombs. It's the easiest way to make plutonium out of uranium.
Oh yeah. And didn't they blame like the guy who was head of the plant as well, even though like he did like he
Well, I mean,
did
he's
the
got
right
a part to
thing.
play. The guy heading the plant might have been playing opportunism. You got to remember, the industrialists that ran plants were not very proletariat by this time. Like Khrushchev was the start of that. Khrushchev replaced people in the party. Like Lenin made it simple that people who are running industry shouldn't really have power in the party. It should be the workers who are doing the industry. Like, so it, you know, because the whole point was that you would dissolve that position. You don't need someone to be running a factory at some point. It would be the worker that's elected who would do the work as well. Like he would be the leader, but he would also be the worker, like a foreman. You know, like the foreman should be the highest point of management. Someone who does the exact same amount of work as everyone else, but he directs people and keeps people on track.
Yeah. And well, I was just saying, like, they put he was basically like, I mean, he did do things wrong from what I can remember, and he was like a party bureaucrat, and he was kind of like a opportunist, kind of a yes men kind of guy, ass kisser who got in that position. But the thing is, though, when the emergency was supposed to happen, there was supposed to have been that emergency switch for him to go to in order to stop what eventually happened with the reactor core. And that was the big problem, was there was supposed to be that emergency switch that did not go off.
So this is the thing. When they put the emergency switch, because of the failure for the barium rods to stop a chain reaction, it didn't work. That's why the scientists had to dive down into the radioactive boiling water to turn the thing off and die. Yeah, 3 scientists are the reason why that didn't turn into fucking like real life fucking stalker, like worse than it is, like fucking absolute death zone, like fire flame tornado level nuclear explosion.
Yeah.
Yep.
Be crazy.
And of course the people, the higher ups, got away with it.
Right.
Fucking
It's
ridiculous.
fission as well. Fission gives off so much radiation. It's why, like, people were talking of the idea of making 3-stage bombs, where you have an element that can fizz after you've fused, so that you can, you basically create this compound reaction where it creates a shit ton of radioactive excess. The idea of it was to use cobalt.
Pretty big in Africa. I think the Congo, from what I can remember.
There was a German guy who come up with the idea. He wasn't fond of it. He just said that that's where nuclear weapons are gonna go, and it's like, well, why did you tell them? Like, are you sure you're against this? Because this reminds me of like George Orwell. He's like, yeah, I'm for socialism, and then he literally tells the capitalists how to make a fucking proper, well-suited, spy network and state control apparatus. Like, Yo, you guys, you want to do fascism and call it socialism as a pattern? It's like, stop. Why? Oh yeah, then you read the reports he did on the people he reported for the 1948 revolution that was going to happen in the UK. Yeah, so the people he reported. Do you know how he described white people? He gave lots of descriptions. He said how tall they were, what their facial features were, what backgrounds they got. You know how he described black people? What word do you think he used for black people? Have a guess.
Yeah.
I think we know the word.
Yeah. Racism.
Really.
Yeah, I think he
And
also
only
called them.
racism. That was it. Racism and gender. Which, fuck me,
The
that's a
woman.
surprising move from just the racism. I'm surprised he even bothered to give. Genuinely, these people are disgusting human beings. Like George Orwell is fucking MI6, MI5 asset, and everyone's like, whoa, Orwell. And I'm like, do you know what? The only fucking thing you ever get from Orwell is what to look at in your own system as a capitalist system. Ignore anything he says about socialism. Anything he says, he's wrong. He's an idiot.
Right.
But what he says about socialism, he says it about the Soviet Union, and it makes me laugh. But 1984, when you apply that to the system we live in, actually makes sense. Like, Ingsoc already
Right.
exists, and it is trying
Yeah.
to live forever. Like, fucking hell.
Didn't they like remove part of the intro to 1984 because he said that it could happen in any country or some effect like that? I want to say, but to be fair, I heard that from a Trotskyist who liked Orwell.
Well,
Um,
likely, because, I mean, the book is orientated to be that way. The only thing I would
I
criticize it with the
see.
modern day is I'd say that at the moment, Ingsoc would not be America and Britain together. It's, we're in a weird situation. So here's the thing. America's now losing its hegemonic position of power. We know that. It's no longer going to be the big empire. It can't be that anymore. There's no way for that to happen. Like, a miracle's got to
Right.
happen. And the Nazis tried to do that with the German Empire, and look where they got. So they're probably going to go down like the British did. The British tried to keep their empire, and they got dominated. Now, who's going to rise up next? So China is looking like they're going to be the big empire. The US has
Right.
made itself in a position where I don't think its population will allow it to side with China openly. Just that's the condition it's in. So the two options the US really has in the essence of its cultural propaganda and the way it positions itself as a Western centric empire would be
Mhm.
the UK and the EU. The UK, very interestingly, just before this war started, decided to disconnect itself from the European Union.
That's interesting.
Just before the Great Depression started as well.
Right.
The imperialists are setting out their blocks. The UK is not just the UK. The UK is the British Commonwealth. 16 nations. Well, I think it's 15 now because the Jamaican left the crown. But 15
Isn't it
nations
cancer?
are directly under the Queen's control and could be merged into a Kanzak Commonwealth European Union style thing, and could even incorporate more of the Commonwealth. The Empire is not some people should should underestimate. I can't English. Because the British
Barbados.
are scheming. They're the first guys to be 100% in for the Ukraine war. Like, they were 100% in. Like, I watched the Parliament session for it live, and they just everyone was just like begging Donald Trump to make sure, left and right, were begging Donald Trump to make sure that he was gonna protect the Ukrainian people from Russia.
Right.
You know, the
Uh,
Labour leader
Biden.
wasn't there, but the Labour deputy leader was there, and she was very war hawkish. And so, the EU is still divided on it. The US is still divided on it. UK 100% in. Skripal poisoning happens the same year Russiagate starts, 2014. Like, you know, bit fucking suspicious.
Right.
Just a bit suspicious.
Pretty
Slightly.
sus. Just a small thing. It's Barbados.
Look,
Not Jamaica.
Jamaica
that
left
left.
as well, didn't they? They left this year.
They did.
Yeah.
I thought it was Barbados, but
Well,
oh,
no, I
okay,
think
maybe they
Barbados
did.
left ages ago.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Again.
I'm not very good with these
I-
things, but I remember having someone tell me Jamaica left. I hope Jamaica left, because good on them, but if they didn't, that sucks. It's good if
I think-
Barbados has left,
I-
though, great for them. But I already thought they had.
I collect a lot of coins, and we have like a lot of, coins from like the Caribbean, and they all have like Queen Elizabeth on it, like just weird. Like she's freaking everywhere.
She
Like,
is. She's a fucking.
Is it-
She is the longest living fascist dictator to ever be in power.
Well, at least
Yeah.
it's a woman, so hey.
Before she even came into power, she was actually trying to organize between the civil war that was about to break out between the nationalists and the British controlled government in South Africa. That's what. So that was her first sort of like big job as a monarch before she was a monarch, back when her father was still the king, and she's just like, she gets her family to go around. This is a thing that people miss. The royals travel everywhere. They go around everywhere. They speak to everyone. They advise half the world imperialist power. When Australia, Canada, America, they go around advising all these people, speaking with them, telling them ideas of what to do. Because you know what? A lot of people
Right.
respect their things to hear because they're so old and they've been in power for so long. That's what it is.
Right.
Like in Britain, the Queen is seen as quite a bold and strong leader, and what they're afraid of is that the hate of Charles might get the monarchy knocked out. Like, they don't really want a republic. They like the monarchy. It's functioned quite well for them. If they can keep the prodigy system going on where everyone's still thinking in line with the monarchy's very strict principles of sticking with advising Parliament rather than openly denying Parliament, because that's the way that the monarchy gets away with it. So the monarchy doesn't make themselves look like a problem and make themselves look powerless to the people by advising rather than denying policy, because the Queen can deny any policy that hits her table. She doesn't have to sign it. She throw it in the bin. Take the fuck off.
Right.
Yeah, that was the problem with somebody like Tsar Nicholas II. So originally, when he set up the Duma in 1906, he gave a speech to the Duma, and this was supposed to be like a yearly tradition, but then he just never came back, and he didn't get how British did it. It was like foreign and weird to him almost. And I think, the British model is probably the best monarchist model that you can honestly find, bar none. You even see in America a lot of conservatives, because you saw this with like the wedding as well. A lot of conservatives in America are revealing themselves to be a monarchist, honestly. Just straight up saying like, hey, you know what? Monarchy in Britain, it's actually a good thing, because it's viewed as stable tradition. Old people, they view them as these elder
It's like that
sages, pretty much.
principally white bullshit as well. And I mean,
Yeah.
here's the thing. Do you know what you get here that's very similar? So what they try and do with this is what the powerless image does. They try and go, it's like, they should give the Queen more power. If they just give the Queen the power to do things, things would get done properly. That's what I've always grown up from people. I said, the Queen already has shit tons of power. The fuck you're on about? She can literally declare war on anyone she wants. Anytime she wants.
Didn't she pardon Pinochet at some point? or I could be wrong for that.
Yeah, but she also she couped the Australian government once as well. Well,
Yeah,
the
Right.
that
one
was
time we know of, it's probably happened again as well, but who knows?
that they haven't told us about. I know for a fact that they said on things like Davos and other such things, like the royals, what they do unofficially, like not in their government roles, but what they advise on like the UN and other such stuff. And that's when I started saying, hey, what's going on here? That's when I really started wondering. I started questioning, are the royals really powerless? That's when I really started questioning it. I was like, something isn't right here.
And it's like, here's the thing. Britain's image is not just for the British people; it's for America as well. One thing we've done as well, we shrunk down our military capacity in during the Cold War. That's what we were scaling down. We were cheapening things up. I mean, we threw out like really expensive design ideas for the the Challenger 2 tank. Um,
Uh-huh.
because we were cheapening things out and lots of other things. We're cheapening out our military and we're stabilizing things out. Well, post Cold War, not only because it's helpful for the building up the economy after all the corporatism and neoliberalism that we've been doing, we'd shrunk ourselves down and we projected this image where we're now this small empire. And if you see one thing with the American imperial culture, it's always been gone about showing off about how it's the big empire and Britain is this small country with no military anymore. Actually, it's a thing that's actually rubbed off on a lot of people in the British military. They have a bit of a superiority complex, and sometimes it comes to a real big hate of the American military, or they start fantasizing over being in the American military. It's no in between. The fucking what's it? Well, there might be some in between, but I'm being a cunt. The fucking I forgot what I was getting at now. Oh yeah. So Britain now though, since Boris Johnson came to power, we now are the second largest contributor of finance capital to NATO, which is not a small
Wow.
thing. That's them just going from being, okay, we're going to benefit from the US. Because think about this, the EU and the British Empire have played US imperialism. We basically funded fuck all to NATO, sent in not even half the military forces the US did to Afghanistan and Iraq, and got just as much profits, if not more in some cases. We didn't lose as many
Right.
troops. We didn't lose as many resources.
That's why
Yeah.
you had Trump talking about how he wants all the NATO allies to pay up more money, and he even came close to not accepting Montenegro in the NATO ship, but they kind of forced him to do it.
Do you know what the
Yeah.
problem is with that though? If more people pay up, they get more power in the NATO because NATO is a finance capital organization, and in any organization of finance capital dominates how the organization runs, especially how corrupt NATO is.
Right. And I think
Yeah.
Erdogan at some point he was like putting more money into NATO, and I think he's selling more weapons to like the Eastern Europe to try to get more influence. Yeah.
Yeah. And brain fog. But what's it? NATO, yeah. I can see. I mean, the British are basically doing what America did in the 1920s through the 1940s and 50s to the British. It's almost like a reverse this time.
Right.
Piggyback off like the British getting into all these stupid
Yeah.
squabbles with Germany and other such things, and then they can come in, soup them up, and you know, and now we're seeing like the opposite happening.
Right. To some degree, you even see Britain or Boris Johnson at least trying to undermine the EU, or like well, more like undermining Germany and France. He visited the Visegrad countries, the V4, which is like Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, and I think Poland as well. That's what they call it, the V4. So Boris Johnson is like visiting them, and promising more aid to them, and he's sending more troops to the Baltics now. Um, I just saw that like he sent like 1,000 troops to like Lithuania, etc.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, if they're part of NATO, why do you need to have troops? Like, I mean, yeah, I know why, because of like the military-industrial complex and all this other things.
Mhm.
But it's just like silly. Like, we got this military here, and it protects you from invasion and other such things. But at the same time, we gotta send in troops everywhere, pretty much all around the border of Russia. It's like uh, those two things are contradictory.
Maybe one aspect of it, rather not just because of like showing off or trying to intimidate Russia. I think a part of it is like the message that, well, if we station more troops in each base, um, I guess if there is an attack on NATO, they'll be like, well, you're hitting us directly. You're hitting the UK and the US directly. Well, I'm
Yeah,
sure.
it's all about these. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's all about these stupid shiny weapons as well. It's like all these like
Right.
big armored columns and all these big aircraft carriers and battleships. It's like these fucking weapons. There's no fucking reason for them to really exist, honestly. In the era of fucking drones, where you can just have one Ukrainian drone come in and blow up your fucking Black Sea battleship or whatever the fuck it was. It's like,
Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
again, it's just the military-industrial complex just, you know, throwing out its dick pretty much.
Yeah. Like you had Azerbaijan, they use a drone. They crashed their drone into like one of the Armenia's S-300s they bought from Russia. It's like a missile defense system thing. And like literally the Azerbaijanis, they would just like crash these drones into them, and that would be the end of that. you know.
Well, the missile defense system can easily take out the drone. So it's the thing. If you can use the object to shoot the thing, you can shoot the thing, and drones can be shot with machine guns. The conventional warfare is not stopped by drones. I mean, it's like everyone thinks about like the era of the tank is over. It's not over. A bunch of bollocks. Conventional warfare is always going to be the point of war because all these more extreme forms of war don't work. The reason why they use them in these other wars is to keep these continuous wars, so they just bomb people and steal resources. It works when you're trying to oppress a population that you've already crippled and crushed the military force of. It doesn't work so well when you start having an organized military force fighting against you using tactics of guerrilla or otherwise, even conventional tactics where either way they're fighting you with full force. When you've got that force against you, you can drone strike and take out a target at a time with a drone. The Nazis tried doing this. It didn't go out too fucking well for them with their V1s. And the V2s were shit.
Yeah, yeah, I 100% agree.
They always missed their targets whenever they actually managed to launch the things. They were terrifying though, those V1s were. The V2 took away the scary part, which was the fucking farting noise it makes. I've heard one go off. V1s are nasty. They sound like death. Which is apt. The noise for them is an apt noise for what it is, but it sounds horrific anyway.
Saw that Marie Le Pen lost today. Bad news for them.
R.I.P. Globalism has won.
Poor socialist Le Pen. She lost against the liberal Macron. I'm sure that's what they're gonna say.
Le Pen.
I'm sure Caleb will.
Does he not
He's been
know that
running
Le
so.
Pen was in like her fucking was it her father or is it a grandfather? I think it's a grandfather, isn't it?
Her father, yes, her father,
Oh, is that her
yeah.
father? Yeah, was involved in the fucking Holocaust. Like, do we have to really talk about the Action Francais and the
Yeah.
Le Pen? I can't remember the name of Le Pen's organization, but they worked together.
National Front.
That's it. The French National Front. They worked with the. They worked together with the Vichy French to work together with the Nazis.
Yeah.
And they basically formed a coalition together. They worked together, and they helped round up Jews in France for the Nazis to send to the death camps over in Eastern Europe.
And like you her dad like still refuses to apologize for anti-Semitism, etc. Um,
She needs to apologize for existing.
I think she denounced her father recently, but her father still doesn't regret anything.
She's denounced her father, but basically pushes the same positions with near enough the same party.
Yeah. She tried to moderate herself supposedly recently. She tried like to speak to like I don't know. She tried saying that oh yeah, I'll raise taxes or some crap like that. But it didn't work. I don't. People didn't fall for it.
Yeah, it's kind of like Caleb, moderating after writing Satan at the fountainhead.
Absolutely.
It reminds me when Caleb says that, "Oh yeah, I'm for a wealth tax, but don't abolish billionaires." That's anti-Marxist.
You don't need tax in a socialist system. Just take fucking the wealth away from the wealthy, you fucking silly cunt. That's my response to
Right.
Caleb Moppin. Oh no, I said cunt and I smoke weed. Ah. He's going to turn me into a hippie.
But I really do want to see what Caleb says about Le Pen. I really do. I swear. I don't want to send him any money though. I gotta get.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Somebody's
because
got
you
to
know it's
send him
going
a
to be on
super
the
chat.
private streams.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
Wow.
Yeah, like he does private streams, and the fucking starting rate is £8 fucking. You gotta put, not eight US dollars, £8. Like fucking hell, like you're doing a thing for the proletariat, and you price it in a way where it's like, hey, what was it, £5? It's either £5 or £8. Like my man, it's not cheap. It, he's a pricey
Hello?
bitch. Caleb is a pricey bitch. You gotta pay a lot to get a bit of Caleb. And you're not even going to enjoy it. It's a pricey bitch, and you're not going to enjoy it.
Yeah, £8 is like $10 here, so that makes sense. So he's charging a $10 fee or whatever.
$10 a month just to see a
Right.
stream a month. And the labels of his thing is not like comradic or anything. It's like the top one is sponsor. If you pay £78 a month.
Wow.
Fascists. They always like to make a bit of money on the side, eh?
I mean, honestly, man, like Caleb is like a super capitalist, in my opinion. Like like even this like the shit he says about like asteroids and like all the computers will solve the resource problem, you know, and like the way he basically doesn't even believe in global warming. Like he's literally like more capitalist than like an ANCAP or like a billionaire.
So it's like Keaton Mansfield. We know Keaton Mansfield now is a Jim Jones communist. Well, Caleb Maupin
Right.
is a what's it? Caleb Maupin is a Elon Musk communist.
Right.
Elon Musk claims to be a socialist, so maybe he's one of them socialist billionaires. Eh?
Oh, I remember Haas had a thing where he said that Elon Musk's girlfriend, Grimes, was a communist because she like put up a book of the manifesto in like her
Yeah.
Instagram.
The
And
manifesto, the book that literally says, "Oh, capitalism should probably do this if it wants to reach a point of development where the workers will start being able to reorganize." And it's wrong. Like the book is
right,
wrong, and those things already exist.
right. And like that's all it took Haas for him to like worship Elon Musk's girlfriend. And he did like a 30-minute video on his YouTube. Like, yeah, she's a communist and all these leftoids are, his bullshit,
Did you know Elon Musk is a new kind of straight?
Oh my god.
Yeah, so Keaton Mansfield, he's kind of like, yeah, he's part of like the Catholic theocrat side of, the Jim Jonesy side of the CPI, and Caleb is more of like the Elon Musk kind of fucking
Deng Xiaoping,
utopian
Xi Jinping,
Deng
fantasy
Xiao
fam.
Putinite Dugin part.
Xi Jinping is
Right.
And
where
the
the big point of his inspiration comes from. He's a mostly fucking fascists. Because if you look at Chinese foreign policy and then you look at what Mosley wanted to do with British foreign policy during the Cold War, and the things meet up. Mosley wanted to build up infrastructure in the third world so people would be working in the third world in this infrastructure that's developed, not coming over into Britain. That's the way he advertised it. So obviously, when you're advertising to the British people of that era, you want to get the aristocrats on your side. You got to be racist, but nonetheless, and the guy also was a rampant anti-Semite. But the point he was trying to make is that you can, to the bourgeoisie, is that by doing that, you build up an industry that is more profitable in the third world and more secure and less prone to revolution itself.
yeah,
Right.
and that's literally what China's doing.
Mosley was not a stupid guy. Yeah, it's fucking hilarious that he got terrorized, that he thought he'd go into London and everyone would side with him and the whole street come out and fucking smacked him around the jaw. Actually, they shot at them. But what's it? Nonetheless, the guy was not a moron, and we should be careful of these very dialectical fascists. People like Mussolini as well. I mean, Mussolini used to be a communist. Mosley was a Labour, quote, socialist, end quote.
Right. I mean, look at Dugan. He's like a former Nazbol. And his dad was a GRU colonel. And Dugan is like Dugan is a philosopher and he's read a lot of stuff. Like I won't deny that. But he's very subversive. He is anti-communist as hell. Um, but he likes to put language that sometimes attracts um some
He's one
leftists,
of Putin's advisors.
Yep.
Yeah,
And he's
He's the
advised
guy
like
Putin sent
yep.
into Ukraine to advise the Ukrainians, and there's a picture of him with the leader of the Azov battalion. Well, sorry, one of the leading members of the Azov battalion. Sorry, a woman. I can't remember her name.
Yeah, I think so. Um and like Putin met David Duke. He like there's a photo of him with him. There's a photo of Duke with Brzezinski, believe it or not, before like Brzezinski died. Um
that's Hey, two rival minds meeting alike. You know,
Right.
they're just two equals.
Right.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy, some of the quotes that came out of that one.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Dugan's been other like right wing fascists, even some of the alt writers like in
I
Southern
mean,
and
he's
all
quoted
that.
as like the right wing of the fucking Nazbol party.
Yeah, he
Mm,
he literally considered himself to be the conservative revolutionary of the Nazbol party. And when he says conservative revolutionary, he's actually referring to the 1930s Germans. Um, you know, like Carl Schmitt and all that crap.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's also into Oswald Spengler. Who's and if you know who Oswald Spengler is, he's the guy
Yeah.
who yeah.
I know who
It's-
Spangler is, yeah.
Ooh.
he's the one with like the Prussian socialism and
I-
cyclical
I
history.
had a little Prussian socialist period at the end of my fascist time when I got away from National Socialism.
Uh-huh.
I had to.
Yeah.
It's one of the cringiest
So
parts of my
these.
life. Don't do it. I heard that. But
So
yeah, no, nothing is more cringe than Prussian socialism. But in monarchist countries, you do end up getting caught on those weird ideas because you're too still caught up in great man theory. But communism, then, because I didn't come across communism yet. I was still thinking things through, and I was like, oh, I want to do politics and sociology when I got into thinking of Prussian socialism. And then
Right.
when I started politics, that didn't make me go left. I was just sort of there. I like the Labour, but I didn't really like the left at that point yet. Um, then I went into sociology, and I had Marxism appear, and it was just dumped on my lap, and I was like, oh, wow, this is actual socialism. And then I got to learn, and I got taught away from those positions, and that was when I had the weird position of like in Corbyn for like I think it was 3 months, 4 months. And I found out he was
Hmm.
a pussy clot, and he weren't really, he weren't really for pushing the struggle.
Right.
So then I, you know, oh, so brummy then, but I fucking ended up then going to Marxism Leninism. I was into Trotsky for like a week, but I joined the Communist Party the week later. Found out
I see.
Trotsky sucks ass because they all laughed at me. I took it
Yeah.
well. I don't normally like fucking people taking the piss in that retrospect because it wasn't very polite. Like I was like, "Are you guys into Trotsky and all that?" And I was like, they laughed at me, and I was like, oh, "What's going on?" But then they told me like, "Yeah, nah, Trotsky's a dickhead." So that's why I find it funny now. But
Right.
they taught me what's wrong with Trotsky, and then they introduced me, and I went for a party meeting and got introduced to the party. And then I got home and I told my old man was like, "Where you been?" And I said, "Oh, I've just been to a meeting to join a communist party." And he told me to pack my bags and get out tomorrow. So I packed my bags and got the next day.
I think your dad may be a little bit anti-communist.
Ah, you think?
yeah.
Just a little
Look at
bit.
the fucking pearls of wisdom on Jimmy fucking Cricket here.
Stone. I'm going to bed now. So
Sounds good, man.
He's
so yeah,
I didn't catch that. What was that?
it was nice being this. Was nice being the stream.
Good
I hope next
avenue.
time you do it some more early for me.
Yeah, this was a bit sporadic and out of the blue. We will do better times next time. Hopefully.
Yeah, I hope that everyone takes care. Goodbye.
And you take care.
Sounds
Respect.
good, man.
Bye.
It's just the three of us. Da, 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 da.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at this Dugan stuff again that I posted in the important reading section of the other Telegram channel. Yeah, I mean, Dugan is also the guy who he actually says good things about. So here's the thing: is like there were national Bolsheviks before the '90s. There is a German national Bolshevik thing, and then the Russian one in the '20s. But they weren't MLs, to be honest. I mean, he doesn't even deny that part, and so he tries to fuse like their ideas together. Um, it's a lot of nonsense, and I'm
That's what
pretty sure
fascists
Lenin.
did before. They always tried to take something socialistic and then mix it in with their
Right,
fascist stuff so they can covert it. I mean, he didn't even do it very
right.
covertly. The flag was literally just the Nazi flag, but with the fucking hammer and sickle in the middle.
Hmm.
And then you get people saying, "Oh, well, they're just a bunch of anarchists or punks or something like that." It's like,
Yeah,
no,
but the fucking
don't
Nazis
try
called
to.
themselves the Deutsche Arbeiterparty, and they still in fucking socialist, socialistisch Deutsche Arbeiterparty. They don't,
Right.
and they didn't do socialism. Hammer and sickle just means, oh yeah, they've got someone that represents the people, but do they actually represent the people? That's the biggest question. Soviet Union had a hammer and sickle on its flag the entire time of its existence, and fuck me, ooh, everything gets a bit
Right.
shady when you start getting into the 60s and the 70s. Oof.
Yeah, I see these things from the gaslighting Pat Fox and the Downs Bowls. They'll be like, oh, like what Ginger's pointed out, oh, it was the anarchist party because Lemonov had some like anarchist tendencies or some crap. Um, and honestly, if you look into Lemonov, I mean, I'm not even sure you could really consider him anarchist. Like, like he was like anti, like at some point he was against the USSR like for 40 years, and it's like a lot of nonsense. It's real crazy history there, with Lemonov and Dugin. Another thing that Hawes used to
Limonov.
do is
So Limonov didn't really
oh
get into politics until Dugan groomed him into it. He wasn't really much. He wasn't really for it.
yeah, because Lemonov used to live in New York City, then he lived in Paris as an anti-Soviet dissident and a fictional writer as well. He traveled to like Yugoslavia during the wars, and then he went to Russia to do the whole party stuff. Yeah.
But Caleb is a guy who turned around and said you can't call things anti-Semitism because that's the 19th century. So, I mean, you can't call
Oh
them
my
balls because the
god.
party ended.
Right.
Yeah. So
God.
technically, it is really the most weaselly kind of thing you can imagine. Like saying like the National Bolshevik Party technically doesn't exist anymore.
Oh
So
my
you
god.
so Nazbols don't exist.
That's so crazy, man. It's it's ridiculous, and even though it got banned, all Lemonov did is he just renamed it. He literally called it the other thing party, or the other party,
The,
whatever.
The
is it
Eurasian
the
movement.
Eurasian Party? Yeah.
Well, there
It,
is a Eurasian party, but Lemonov ended up doing the second one, and it had it was like a Nazbol flag almost, except without the hammer and sickle. He just put a grenade as the symbol, literally.
Yeah, the
very,
Limonov Brigade.
very.
Yeah,
They're in Ukraine right now.
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I think I heard about that.
Russia, oh, we're against fascists, but there's this guy with the hand grenade Nazi flag.
right. Yeah, that's one of the Donetsk fighters or whatever. Yeah. There's also a Nazi militia called I think it's called the Russian National Front or something to that effect. And they're fighting with the Luhansk rebels. because apparently, I don't know. Apparently, some of our comrades in the Luhansk feel like they need a red-brown military war alliance.
Not even just that, even in their own military. So I did a video where a Donetsk leader was giving a Donetsk soldier a medal for killing loads of fascists, and then he literally has the Hitler skull that Hitler picked out for the SS on his patch, and a Nordic symbol that's used by white supremacists.
Right. Yep. I remember seeing the photo when it was happening. Yeah.
Here's the thing. They have a right to self-determination if they want to separate. I agree. As much as they are fucking either, they can go either and or because they're Russo-Ukrainian. They're part of the area of Ukraine that was colonized by the Rus the most during the Russian colonization of the Slavic regions. Because you remember, Russians aren't originally Slavic. Russians are Scandinavian.
Mm-hmm.
Slavs are the Poles, the Ukrainians, the Serbians, and the Croats, and all them lot, and the what's it? Czechoslovakians.
Mm-hmm.
They're an Indo-European group from the south of Europe, not from the north. But the Rus colonized a lot of the region, so that region can go either and or. But the rest of Ukraine also has a right to its self-determination. Is the thing what Russia should really be doing is it should be protecting them nations rather than going for this stomping war. Not because they have no right to defend themselves. Of course, they have a right to defend themselves, and they should retaliate if things get too bad. But they shouldn't retaliate with an invasion. They should shell them or bomb them with their air force. The Russia is one of the most advanced air forces in the world. They could take out targets with limited civilian casualties, limited war issues, and it'd just be bombings.
Mm-hmm.
They don't do it. Instead, they roll the tanks in.
Right.
They told their soldiers they'd be greeted with flowers as heroes. So there probably are some decent people in Russia who did join the military who thought, yeah, no, protect the people.
Well, Russia is a conscript country, believe it or not. So they're not volunteers. They're being forced to do it.
So you
I mean, don't get it wrong.
because there are people in the military who believe they are doing Antifa. I've seen some of the people.
True.
I fucking. I've seen some of the people's doing what's it when speaking with Russian people on social media. They're all like spraying up their fucking vehicles and their flags and all their things with that with like Antifa and crush the fucking fascists and
right.
Written in Russian for the most part because but the fucking Antifa for some reason is written in English, but good on them. At least I can read that. To be fair, I can read half of the Russian symbols. I just can't understand what the fuck is being said because I forgot the small little basics that I learned, and all I basically learned was things like how to say hello and where my house is, and then I didn't really continue much with the lesson stuff because I'm not really good at learning languages at the moment because my head's bonkers. But I reckon if I took my brain meds more and focused on it, I probably could pick up Russian and start speaking a different language. It'd be pretty cool. I need to learn German so I stop pissing off my German friends because I keep having English moments when I engage with my German friends and it's the bonkers thing. Yo.
Yeah.
Real communist.
Your mic is kind of low.
Listening to a bit of Santana.
Yeah, what's it?
Oh, hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear us?
Maybe.
Yeah, the way I see it is spraying Antifa on a Russian tank. It's really no different than doing it to an American tank, honestly, or a Chinese tank. It's like, oh God. Like pick your fucking empire you want to cheerlead around. It's like Jimmy Dore. He's been doing all this fucking dumb shit lately. Like with now he's saying Buka didn't even happen or some insane shit like that.
Yeah, he
Um
did. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, he's going off the real deep end. Like he's
And right. Yeah, I agree. And the thing is that like we like none of us here support Zelensky or the Banderas and all that crap and all that. But like we
yeah,
don't we should not discredit ourselves with like outrageous kind of Alex Jones tier type of crap. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
we should
yeah.
yeah.
We should be based in reality. We shouldn't be making all these insane, like bold claims of false flags based off,
Right.
Alex Jones. It really is the Alex Jones model with
Right.
Jim, which is kind of funny because Jimmy Dore originally spat on Alex Jones. It was funny.
Right.
But the thing is, though, he later turned into Alex Jones.
Right.
Um, um, and now it's like, um, he's pushing for a right wing audience.
Oh yeah, for
With like him
years.
and Kyle Rittenhouse. It's just the next stage of his
God,
fascism. Yeah.
yeah, God, I can't stand that. I know that Shoe on Head and Destiny were also supporting. God, I hate them, man. It's disgusting. Yeah, and as far as like the whole Buka stuff, like I'm not gonna claim like I know what really happened there. Like I'm sure there's dead people. That's not denied, on either side. Well, most of either sides, but yeah, and it's like come on, dude. Like, and then there's like other people out there saying that it's green screens and all that. Like, come on, let's
So what?
not.
It's a phony. The Russians and the Ukrainians are having a fucking play fight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
What?
the way I look at it, it's much simpler. It's like, this is a war. What the fuck do you think is gonna happen?
This is a
Yeah,
war. Now, this is what happens when a war happens when you go against an actual organized military of another empire. This is what you get for being a douchebag and going to war against the world. Good luck, America, Europe, and Britain. I see what you have to do next. I am really looking forward to it. Like, this is, at the end of the day, everyone's going, oh, this misery victim, that. But they don't do it for Palestine. They don't do it for Yemen. Let this be the fucking
Mhm.
experiment that pushes a war between the empires. Fuck the empires. Let them fight. Let them have their little wrestle. Their little wrestle causes anti-colonial struggle to rise every time. So let them have their war. They'll all lose.
Yeah, it's yeah. My the irony of all of it though is that like my fear is that Russia will actually like lose out and then NATO becomes stronger and and then that's only like judging from what's actually happening in the war. It's now you see Finland and Sweden saying they might join NATO pretty soon. Um, but if they want to fight, it's not up to us. Well, you know, it's gonna be these bourgeois leaders in charge of that crap.
We gotta struggle against the wars of colonialism, the wars in the third world. That's our main priority.
Yeah, that's true. And
Like, I
I
got
mean,
all the
even
heart
the
out for my Ukrainian brothers and sisters that are going to struggle for all that. And I wish people would have supported, if Putin was so caring of the Ukrainian people. I wish you would have armed the fucking Ukrainian anarchists back in 2014 against the fascists. But nonetheless, my heart still bleeds to the fact that innocent people are gonna lose their lives. But the priority has to be the third world.
Yeah, I mean, we need to decolonize. Oh, yeah, that's for sure.
I mean, as well, in the process of geopolitics, like, the imperialists need to butt heads. Let them butt heads on Europe, because if they butt heads on Europe, that stops it from being the Middle East or Africa.
Right.
That's a concern I've had third world people tell me, is that's the biggest concern they have, is that World War III is going to land on their territory.
And also, if we're talking about Europe, let's do it in like the wealthiest part of Europe too, not just like Ukraine, which is what, a backwater of Europe.
Right.
Like, let's go to like the actual wealthy places like London or Paris.
Yeah, I mean, we just blow London and Paris up anyway, even if it doesn't happen there. Why not?
Brussels.
Brussels sprouts. When we left the EU, we changed their name to Yorkshire Sprouts.
Wow. I didn't know that.
We were pretty pissy about with the EU, because we wanted to keep the benefits but not be in the union, and they wouldn't let us do it.
Right.
That's the British Empire for you, spoiled little brat.
But I do worry about the world. If there's a World War III, I do worry that they'll try to drag in the third world to it for sure.
They're going to, but because they're already caught up in a first world, in a war in the first world,
right?
Their resources will be split in a way where the third world will be able to bite back in a way where they'll feed themselves.
Right.
I think do you know what it is, man? And it's nothing disrespectful, because I'm like it myself. It's not want for human misery. But I think as Europeans, we've got to turn around, step back, and accept that we've got to allow it to come back to our world, but so that it can be dealt with.
Right.
Because it takes away the exportation. They have to export these contradictions to the third world, but if it comes here, they're not exporting it enough, which creates contradictions of class struggle.
Right. Yeah. Apparently the Pat Sox, they just want to democratically become richer or something.
Socialist billionaires, man. You not heard about it? New concept, basically. We make the Communist Party a fascist party where there's capitalists and petty bourgeois labor aristocrats organized in a party together.
Right.
And and also, you're speaking of war coming home. Let's talk about America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. Like, when was the last time in the last couple decades now there's been an actual war fought on their soil? I mean, the Indian Wars in America wrapped up around, what was it, like the 20s, 1920s? And
well, the Spanish War was so the Indian Wars was most of the Spanish War was the last big war with America, where it was an imperialist war.
But that wasn't on American soil. The last time there was
it kind of technically was, because they took the soil from the Spanish. Like, they took the other half of Texas and Arizona and all that, because they expanded half of California.
You're thinking of the Mexican. You're thinking of the Mexican-American War.
Oh shit!
Right.
Yeah, you're getting those two mixed
if you're
up.
talking about the Spanish-American War, right? The Spanish-American War happened towards near 1900.
Yeah, 1898 to 1903.
Yeah, That was mostly on Puerto Rican and Cuban land, and we did steal the Philippines as well, but we never got to.
Yeah,
Well, it's
because the Spanish
still
occupied the
it's
Philippines. Yeah,
right.
I'm
Yeah.
mixing up with the earlier war with Mexico, where they took because that was in the 1860s, wasn't it?
40,
1840s.
So,
Okay.
40s, yeah.
yeah, the 1860s was the Civil War, and
And
for the most
the
part,
gold rush
it
period.
was just, yeah, it was, I mean, it was mostly like in the South that got destroyed, but then it was built up. In fact, if anything, it was probably the best thing that ever happened for the South because they actually got fucking infrastructure over there and actual schools and shit.
Well, they haven't
Um,
maintained that infrastructure.
Yeah. How long that lasted for.
Yeah,
But fucking, but yeah, it wasn't really the American Civil War. That was about it. I mean, since then,
right.
other than the Indian Wars, like, and then you got Australia, New Zealand, Canada. They haven't really fought any wars on their soil.
I mean, they're all
Right.
settler colonial states anyway, so isn't their soil technically
Yeah.
Britain, France, and
Right.
Spain?
Obviously, Asia is the one that's like completely invading people. So, but yeah,
I mean, like the concepts that structurized imperialism that inspire the Chinese Empire,
mhm.
that comes from the fucking what's it? That comes from the British grooming that happened a long time ago, and from the fact that Lenin patented how our imperialism is made. It's defined by how the British did it. So anyone who ever wants to learn about imperialism and wants to get down that path, well, Lenin's book's a good starting place. Marxists, or former Marxists, because whoever fucking, they're obviously not very good Marxists, are very dangerous.
Right. Although I can still hear you and all that.
Reconnection successful. OBS had a meltdown. Whoop, whoop, but it's working again.
Are you still live?
I am still both live and alive.
All right. Well, that's good to hear. I mean, if OBS turns off, I think that just mean that like it's not showing your video feed, basically?
It
You're
disconnected, and then it reconnected itself.
I see. Well, your stream is still live on YouTube. I just went right now to my account.
Yeah, it should still be working. It just had a moment.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I missed some stuff from Dylan. Has thinks communism is inherently conservative, but Dugan says Marxism is against all forms of conservatism. Caleb wants to be Omega revisionist with socialist billionaires appeal to the rich, but spits on the lumpen. Absolutely right, brother. Absolutely right.
Yeah.
I just saw two things and I thought, oh, that was the stuff you said earlier. I didn't read it properly. That didn't work. Ooh, there we go.
One thing I'm noticing now from the Pat Sox is that they're starting to weaponize the term dogmatism against us. It depends on the
Being
context of the
dogmatic.
conversation, but whether it's like talking about the lumpen or like patriotic socialism, they're now trying to say you're a dogmatic.
Oh, and not liking the lumpen is like some weird petty bourgeois fantasy thing. It's not no one likes the lumpen other than petty bourgeois fantasy people who want to turn us into gangsters.
Yeah.
Like fucking hell, Caleb. Like I know you want to fucking let the fucking fascists know you like the racism, but the fucking hell. Ay, ay, ay. As they'd say in Spain.
He needs to be a little bit more subtle with it.
Just a bit.
Yeah, way too much. And then he even had to bring up the gun and all that. You just want to be gangsters and shoot with guns and be revolutionaries, man. Like, and I guess Caleb hates guns or something.
Yeah, he doesn't want revolution. He wants there's gonna be this peaceful revolution that's gonna
Yeah.
happen. Everybody, it's gonna be like the zeitgeist. Everybody's just gonna walk out of the banks and say, "We're ending capitalism." That's literally how the
Right.
Zeitgeist movie ends. It's just like everybody spontaneously just becomes a hive mind and says, "We're getting rid of capitalism."
Yeah, and then we'll be mining asteroids and reading about Deng and Xi Jinping.
Yeah, well, they managed to get socialism with sneakers. Didn't you know that?
I think recently Haas was saying that Nike shoes are worker shoes or some crap like that.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
All those sweatshops in Indonesia, that is literally the collective forms of our time.
Be careful there because Haas will call you a moralizer if you talk about sweatshops and slave factories.
True.
It makes you a Calvinist. Oh God.
I mean, I was raised Lutheran, but okay. Not too much difference there. Haas doesn't
Right.
even know anything about fucking Calvinism or any of that shit. He's just a fucking wanker piece of shit. But I swear,
Yeah.
I could beat him the fuck up. And I am somebody who is a weak person. But even I can call a bullshitter when I see a bullshitter. And he is a bullshitter of the highest order.
Yeah. I mean, he literally has like Napoleon syndrome. I mean, he's 5'5", and I'm not trying to be like anti people who are like below 5'8" or whatever, you know. But let's face it, with Haas, he tries to act like he's the toughest guy ever on Twitch, but he's like 5'5", and he backed out from a boxing match with that neoliberal stooge Dylan Burns.
So it's fun. But yeah, he's
Yeah.
yeah, he's never gotten into a fight in his life.
Right.
And he comes from a rich family that I
Yeah.
Well,
need to look more into.
we now have our own Wookiee. Don't piss off the Wookiee.
Sounds good. Welcome, Wookie.
I'm known as Comrade Chewbacca on Discord. Long story why I changed my banjo avatar. Unless you guys don't want to hear about Be Liberal on here, which I don't really want to talk about him.
No, it's good that you clean yourself up and moved yourself away from that image and going along with the Comrade Chewbacca. It's a cool image. But
Well, the thing is,
I'm
Be
molding the
Level
image
created.
in. We don't piss off the Wookiee. The Wookiee will rip your arms off.
Well, the thing is, B Level created that avatar, and I decided, you know what, it's time that I get rid of this. I'm
It's
not
an
danky.
iconoclasm. That's what it is. You've just gone for your iconoclastic moment where you've broken down what ties you down to those things. But I mean,
Well,
I love the
what I want to
Wookiee.
do with what I plan on doing with Chewbacca, though, when I have the time, I actually want to add, instead of the hammer or sickle, I want to add the sickle with the bowcaster.
oh, that would be pretty cool.
Ace.
I mean, the gun is the third
You need to
oldest
get a
symbol.
picture of You need to get a picture of like Chewbacca standing with the bowcaster and have like on one of his arms the Mao's red armband that they were wearing in the fucking red in the red
Well,
in the red
because
army.
after all, isn't the gun the symbol of third worldism? So why not just do a bowcaster, which is essentially the same thing? Chewie's a
Right.
third worldist. Changed my mind.
Third worldish Wookiees. I mean, the Wookiees have had many revolutions and rebellions against slavery and you know in Star Wars lore. So well,
Well,
they made it all legends
back
now. Fuck.
well, well, back on the subject though regarding this weird fucking shit with the pet stocks. It's these positions they're pushing. It's like they're. I just feel like they're just pushing it and pushing it further because it feels like they're just testing how far can they push this shit.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
seriously.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
It's
I
like
mean,
I have
yeah.
I have no proof of this, but I'm being more and more convinced Karen Mansfield may be a Fed, but it's probably more likely that he's just a narcissistic guy that thinks he's more important than he actually is, and the CPI is just a think tank of narcissists.
Oh, I agree. It's like CPI like they're already getting worse than trots. And honestly, man.
When you make Trots look reasonable, you know, you should fucking reevaluate yourself when Trots are better than you.
Right, exactly. But the irony there is that, Caleb used to be a trot when he was like 14 to 18 years old. So there's a pattern, I guess.
Well, that just reinforces my hatred of Trots.
Yeah. And
Yep.
yeah,
Former
man.
trots like
Is this a
Christopher
no you
Hitchens.
moment? No you.
Notice how all the
I know
former
it's
trots are always turned into neocons or just straight up fascists afterwards.
which
Right.
explains why so many Trots are weebs. I had to bring that up because so many of them are weebs.
Yeah, well, I know a comrade who's a weeb, so he might not like hearing that.
Well, I've actually been banned on Twitter not too long ago because I said something against the Japanese government. They're really
Uh,
clamping down on the censorship. I don't know if you're familiar with some guy in Ukraine or some Ukrainian supporter was basically had a thing of all the fascists in World War II, and it offended the Japanese population because one of their leaders was on there.
I see.
You talking about Tojo?
Yes. What's
Yeah.
really scary is the pro-fascist rhetoric we're hearing right now on both the people who support Putin and those who support Ukraine. Like they're like third worldism and Maoism is being proved to be more correct because both sides are fascist. I mean, in New
Right.
York alone, you have people chanting Azov, no joke.
Right. And then you got people like Moppin waving Z flags and saying that Russia isn't our enemy.
It's like,
See,
okay,
oh sorry, I just want to show
like,
you something. Just the
okay,
most
here's the thing.
English thing ever.
There's nothing, here's the thing. There's nothing. Okay, the problem is in America, that message is not going to resonate. Like going around with a Russia flag and saying
Right.
Russia's not your enemy. What is the average person in New York, especially, going to think of you? They're going to think you're a crazy person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why not go around with like a Palestinian flag? Oh wait, because China just recently did a new shuffle with the yuan, and now they're getting more and more they're diversifying their words. They're basically they're trading more with China. Let me sum it up the
Right.
dumb way. Um, So Caleb
Well-
can't talk about Israel anymore.
Well,
Or if he does,
Israel-
he'll use it. He'll do it in a very milk toast fashion.
Well, Israel knows that if they want to keep their project going, they have to appeal to China.
Well,
It doesn't matter if they like it or not; they have to do it.
Yeah.
it's the perfect model. I mean, it's the perfect model for Israel and China. It's like they go together
Yeah.
like peanut butter and chocolate. Reese's Puff.
Don't you mean peanut butter and jelly?
Oh, I like Reese's Puff, man. I don't like jelly.
Well, that's how I have peanut butter, but it's true regardless. It's just
Right.
either not. It's like I would not be shocked if you see these people like support Israel if Israel joins China's Belt and Road Initiative.
Yeah.
Dark Synovia,
Right.
That
peanut
is-
butter and jelly supremacists. You got to do it this way, or I'll have you.
Because that's okay. That's not it. That's not like insane. It's likely could happen in the next few years that they
Right.
could.
I could see America or Britain joining the Belt and Road. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked by that. Not at all. I'm thinking, but then again, I'm
British Labour
thinking.
Party already thinks that's a good idea. British
Yeah.
Labour Party
mean,
certainly
Caleb
like that.
Caleb has already promoted and floated out the idea.
Well,
Yeah.
you like Keir Starmer then?
Yeah, but here's the thing. Another is this Caleb Moffat just comes off as crazy to the average American because the average American hates China. The average American sees China as their enemy. It's like if you're gonna try to build a movement, you want to at least pretend you actually care about the people that you're trying to get to support you, but you don't fucking.
Oh, they stagger the
Yeah.
things. I mean, like their support for French stuff, they hide it into different ways and stagger it about. Like, what we see is what they want us to see, but when they're engaging with people on the streets, they change their gears up. They're constantly flipping it about. But what they're trying to do first is they're trying to get labor aristocrats. This is what fascists did back in the day. You saw the Fascist Party of Italy and the Nazi Party do it. They get all the aristocrats they can, and then they start pushing for their struggle to get elected or get a coup going or anything that they can do to change the system.
Ding,
Mhm.
ding, ding. Yep. That's 110% true. That's how it started. The labor aristocrats, they started, and then they move outwards. So they'll go in two directions at once. They'll go for the petty bourgeoisie and then the bourgeoisie, and they'll then start going towards the proletariat and maybe to a very lesser extent the lumpen proletariat. But even then, that's
Depends. They'll go for anyone
very-
at that point.
yeah, they'll go for pretty much anybody at that point. It's
Right.
the full spectrum thing.
The Lumpen will be the last on their list, though, considering
Yep.
Yeah.
in America especially, they don't need support of the Lumpen. They need support of the aristocrats. Without the
Yeah.
aristocrats, their movement will not go anywhere.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh well. Because according to them, the labor aristocracy no longer exists.
Oh, you're in the lumpen and just foot soldiers. Where's my rifle? Where's my pay? I don't remember being
Right.
anyone's
Well,
foot soldier.
Okay, the whole point of this anti-Lumpen rhetoric is to make people afraid of people that have less than them.
Malthusianism, man. Like, he's proper, like, disregarding the poor colonized population, whether they're proletarian or semi-proletarian or unemployed. They're still lumpen proletarian because of the conditions of which they're subjected to within the first world. You then have the mass amount of disabled people, whether working or not, are lumpen proletariat because of the situation they're thrown in and the conditions they have to suffer with. Lumpen means disenfranchised. So, like, when he's doing this, he's cutting off, like, colonized and disabled people. That's the target group here. What were the two groups that the Nazis went for when they did their eugenic Malthusian shit? The fucking colonized and the disabled. Do you know who's touting that at the moment? Caleb, well, he's trying to put it onto the breadtube lot. Now, breadtube might think like that. They probably do. I don't know. They're aristocrats. They're the same class as you, Caleb. They're probably going to come up with the same ideas. Let's be real.
Right.
But he's literally describing exactly what he's doing when he's turning around and calling the Lumpen all savage criminals.
Well, this is. I just like to compare BreadTube to Caleb. I mean, they're just like the Republicans and Democrats because they're both the same. They both have the same beliefs with only superficial differences.
I guess
Mhm.
the big difference though is that Caleb Maupin is more existent in the real world. I guess. I mean, there are a couple of people at BreadTube who exist in the real world, but the rest of them are just a bunch of internet shitheads.
I wasn't. I don't know like comparison. The Republicans, like CPR, are more open about what they want, what they are pushing for, while the Democrats and president assistants are more for the most part. Or where the fuck you call to these? But the point is, they both want the same thing. Republicans do.
Oh shit!
And I've seen more Republican candidates like, what the fuck? I thought we were supposed to.
Sorry, I just changed the location to US West so you get a better connection. There we go.
What?
I changed it to US West so you got a better connection.
Anyone
better
hear
now.
You're
or
very
they
clear
talking
now.
to thin air? Oh, okay. Well, Republicans are more open about their agenda. Democrats are not. I'm not going to repeat what I said in case people heard what I said. And I think it's shocking. That's not shocking that they believe. It's shocking is how fast they've been open about this. Like, I'm starting to think that the split between Caleb and Jason is something Caleb wanted actually. More than Jason did actually, because Caleb was felt like Jason. At least how I look at it, was holding Caleb back from pushing the agenda that he wanted to push, and he couldn't do that as long as he was affiliated with Jason. That's why he personally antagonized Jason.
Right.
Because I think you just noticed just how Caleb has been basically taking a complete 180. It seems like in the past 6 months now. And this is pretty fast if you think about it in political terms. Now, I don't know if anyone heard anything I said, so I'll just be quiet for a second.
I made out 45% of what you said, but I get the gist of it.
Fuck.
No, I get
Fucking
the gist.
Discord.
I got the gist of it. So, Caleb.
Said
Okay.
it to the US West. I don't know.
Mm.
Discord sucks.
Oh,
Cord. But here, okay, so
okay.
so he basically stabbed Jason in the back. And the thing is, though,
Yeah.
he also blames Jason, too. He literally says, oh, well, this was all on Jason's fault. For, he just constantly kept antagonizing him. That's what he says. And, it's like fucking,
But basically what I was getting at is Caleb saw Jason as holding him back for pushing when he wants to push, and he couldn't do that if he was openly affiliated with Jason.
Yep. I think,
Yeah,
That's why
there was the decolonization thing. That was when the break happened.
I mean, that's why people that had no issues with Caleb before, he burned bridges with them and started shit with them, like Little Oi, Danny, Haifong, Hakeem. Like, none of these people had any issues with Caleb Maupin before this thing with Jason.
Hakeem couldn't give a shit.
Neither did
Caleb Maupin
Antifa.
before Jason went down.
Yeah.
I love Hakeem. Like, we don't agree. And we openly don't agree on different things, but me and him are solid in the sense that we respect each other. Like, you know, I need to re-get him on Twitter because I'm back on Twitter again now. I ain't spoke to him in time. He probably don't even remember who I am. But fucking no, Hakeem is tight. Like, sound geezer, absolute legend.
It's like Caleb Maupin was respected. And then he became the most.
You sound like fucking
more
R2D2.
hated than even Vosh, arguably. Oh god, I hate Discord. Caleb Maupin went from being one of the most respected leftists to being hated more than Vosh.
Right. Right. He has.
I'm not. I mean,
because he doesn't
all
want to
of
be a
us.
leftist.
I
He
don't
wants
not
to
going
be
to
a
speak for him.
rightist.
I have more respect.
Okay, so I gotta.
He's just honest and disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, I used to respect him too. I didn't agree with him. I didn't agree with him on things like China being socialist or other such things. But you know, I got sucked into him too. I mean, fuck me. I have a fucking book that he sent to me in the mail for free because I signed up for his Patreon one time. That I still have that I'm gonna burn. I'm just debating what time, when, and how to do it. You know, you get one chance to burn a book. You gotta make sure you do it right. You know, you don't just like.
I just use it as toilet paper.
No, it's got to be burned. It's more symbolic.
Yeah.
And, but yeah, people get sucked up into him because he seems like such a nice guy, and he used to do all this cool shit. He used to, you know, he used to be going on people's streams like Luna Oi and Jason, and now he's just a sad, pathetic little man
Ginger Weasel.
who gets into Twitter fights.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
yeah.
This one thing I find ironic is Ewoks Unhinged as the former co-host. Caleb Maupin didn't do. Only went on a few times.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't Caleb that reason why Ewoks got was it was Jason, Trav, Leftism Today, and
Mm-hmm.
that promoted this channel. If it weren't for them, it wouldn't be where it is today. Caleb, I don't recall when was the last time he promoted Ewoks.
Only he recently went on the show last week to do an interview with some other dude that's part of CPI. But that was kind of it. And Maupin ranted some racist crap against land back again, and he started saying that the whole noble savage bull crap that Maupin,
Oh God.
Yeah. So and Ewoks Unhinged. He started bashing land back too, and yeah.
Well, these people are against land back because they know that topic of the discussion is going to be brought up because you cannot avoid it, especially in countries like America, in Australia. You cannot avoid this kind of discussion.
Right.
Yeah, and that was the thing with him. For I'd say the last year, because I started following Caleb in 2020. I started in like 2021, like I started pushing back against him because I noticed Jason was as well. And I was just like starting to like seriously push back against some of his ideas because I'm like, I don't know about all this and other such things. Like when he said like the people at January 6th were all just workers or whatever, and I'm like,
as soon as Caleb started saying socialist billionaires, I was pretty certain that the guy was third positionist.
Yeah.
That was sus. I was like, hey, this is some bad framing, bro. It's like that's when we need an intervention at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the wall. That's what. That's the intervention. The wall.
It's-
Billionaire. Well, okay. Let's be honest here. You know, even if we use Caleb's own argument, the people of Hawaii, there's still a good chunk of a lot of Hawaiians left. People don't know this. These people
Right.
should have their land back, not because there's enough of these people back to have their own land. It's because these people had their land stolen from them. They didn't choose to be a state. They didn't choose to be part of America.
Right.
Why should they be forced to continue to be part of a country? Like a lot of these people can't even live in their own fucking country because they've been
Right.
priced out of housing. Like it's a tourist spot. That's what Hawaii is.
Right.
These people have no say if they even want these people here. Their territory has been violated. I mean, Hawaii's water's been poisoned. Barely anyone's talked about that.
Right. And I think Mark Zuckerberg owns like 400 acres somewhere in Hawaii. Completely ridiculous for his mansion. You know, it's outrageous colonialism. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Dylan says there. It's like apparently land back is corrupted by the bourgeois, and we shouldn't support it. But the Karen convoy, which I love that, the Karen convoy, which was funded by tons of conservative billionaires, is necessary to support. There's a reason they take this position. It's based on their social chauvinism. They have a settler mindset, absolutely, and they know they're settlers. That's why they get all antsy about it. They know what they're doing. They know the game they're playing. And they're doing it blatantly. It's an insult.
Right.
There was a split in the face of the natives. Did you see the native Canadians that were coming out during that, turning around and going like, what the fuck? Like, what? Like, even Native American truck drivers coming out and be like, yo, what? What? None of us are striking. What are you fucking on about? Like, having to go mental about how this shit was racist, white supremacist crap. No one listened to him. I never saw Caleb once hear the words of a Canadian native on the issue or bring them to light. And they're the ones who are actually been experiencing the fascism of the state. Not these white fucking truckers.
Right. And obviously we're aware of that massacre up in Canada with the natives where recently they discovered that graveyard of, you know, kids from that orphanage, so-called orphanage, you know. Yeah. And Caleb doesn't talk about that.
Yeah, they've been discovering even more bodies. In fact, there was one guy who he was a native, I believe he was abducted in the 60s or whatever. They just recently discovered he was a John Doe who was murdered in a septic tank or whatever in the 70s. We only just recently learned who his name was. We haven't found the killer, but it's a really pretty
Fucking Christ.
Right.
fucking grim. Yeah.
I've got a story for you. So, this comes to two stories. One, there was a Native American a young lass who was found dead on the grounds of the Royal Palace in London. I can't remember which royal residence it was at, but it was in one of the royal residentials. And there's this story from this Native American in Canada, in a reservation school, where the Queen was like coming down with Prince Philip and basically picking out like servants to be taken from this school. This same school is run by Catholics, like a lot of them were, and this American Catholics. I wouldn't want to insult the rest of Catholicism by calling them just Catholics outright, but the the Anglo-Saxon Catholics ran these schools, and they would torture kids and bury kids, you know, because they killed them on a regular basis. They used to torture them in the basement, and then, you know, kids would be handpicked out to be servants to the royal family. Fucking
Wow.
the royal family made sure Andrew could start off being a rapist, sex pest at a young age.
Wow.
That's the world we live in. That's the British
Well,
Empire.
I mean, because And let's be real here. They probably killed these kids probably because they were raping them. Like honestly, that's at least what I think that they were probably doing.
Yeah,
Like
sorry for the people
it
who've
wouldn't
gone
be
through that
shocking.
kind of. Sorry to the people that have gone through that trauma, but that is the case. Like, you know,
It is depressing, but yeah.
they will use them as servants of all different mannerisms, and then, you know, when they're trying to break out or they're no longer used to them, they'll kill them. They'll bury them.
Yeah.
Yup.
They think they can get away with everything, and unfortunately, the system seems to allow them to do such a thing. This is why there's no debating with these guys. There's no arguing or making a deal with the bourgeoisie.
Right.
Anyone like Mr. Moppin who thinks that that's the way that the revolution's going to happen are not
Class
revolutionaries. They're
collaboration.
counter-revolutionaries. That's why Hitler used to go on about the social revolution of society. The society will have a social revolution. We don't need a revolution. We need a social revolution. We need a reuptake in society, a return of old tradition. Rah 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 rah. Caleb's just doing the same thing. Return of American tradition. He keeps saying that. Does he not know what the American tradition is?
Right.
It literally is murder and genocide.
course
The
he does.
20th century was literally the making films and songs celebrating how great cowboys were. And how great the war against the native Indians
Tradition
were.
is-
They did loads of films on the Indian wars, where the Indians were the villains.
Right. Yep.
The
Daniel
American
Boone.
tradition. The American tradition is literally having black people lynched with the American flag.
Like there really isn't anything of value in the old American tradition or America as a whole. It's a culture of racism and genocide.
It's settlerism. That's what it is.
This culture is degenerate.
Do you
I'm
know what,
sorry.
though?
Like
There
America
is,
is a sex obsessed culture. I could.
So the thing is, though, what Americans don't understand is American revolutionaries. There is, let's say, like a New Jersey culture. There is a Philly culture. There is there are little pockets of not cultural nations, nothing national, nothing like that. They're like, it's like, think about like a county in the countries these Europeans come from. Think about it like an extension like that. So you get these different like dialectic groups, like the difference between a Yorkshire to a Lancashire. Likely because of them being the different groups that colonized from it. But that exists, and there's that culture. They need to respect themselves. Think about like I know Gangeros and Dark Novi are a good example because they don't call themselves Americans. They identify themselves on their European history as settlers, and then are like, okay, what culture do I pick up from where I am from in America? So like with Gangeros, he's from a Scottish background and family originally, Scottish and English, I think, and he's living in Philly, so he has that Philly culture influence, which is very Anglo-Italian. So he has an Anglo-Italian influence, but he comes from an Anglo-Scottish cross background. So he respects that culture to where he comes from. That allows him to put himself in a position where he can integrate into a decolonized America a lot easier than these people who can't accept the fact that the land goes back to the natives. We got to accept that we ain't from over there. We're from over here. And, if we're over there, we got to respect, okay, we're immigrants. And as immigrants, stop being settlers where it's ours. We got to be immigrants when we're moving into someone else's country. And it doesn't matter when you get a citizenship, you're still in someone else's country when you moved there. Like, it's such a Eurocentric colonial mindset to think that when you get citizenship, you now are, like, one with that country that you moved there. Quote,
Right.
those who seek to serve the proletariat must unite the workers of all nations and unswervingly fight bourgeois nationalism, domestic and foreign. The place of those who advocate the slogan of national culture is among the nationalist petty bourgeois and not among the Marxists. And what he means by the slogan of national culture, he's not disregarding national culture. Anyone that knows Lenin's very keen on culture. No, what he's getting at when Lenin says national culture is he's getting at this patriotism, this idea of this historical, like traditional culture that can never be broken. This like tradition around being an empire and things like that. The Roman tradition.
Right.
It's the poncy nature of empire. But brilliant for bringing that quote up, Dillian. I just fucked your name up then, Dylan. Thanks for bringing that up. That was a brilliant point. Absolutely right on.
Yep. And what was I gonna say to that? I mean, yeah, like
Is
yeah.
Lenin would have supported decolonization. So would have Stalin. And they, they did write extensively how we shouldn't fly the flag of the bourgeoisie.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is not difficult to understand. It's in their most essential fucking text.
Yeah.
I mean, for God's sake, I'm not talking to Caleb. I'm talking to the people who support Caleb. Read a fucking book for once in your goddamn lives and stop listening to fucking pseudo Marxists
John, it's the other
who
way around. It's
like
not
fucking
about
Haas who
reading. It's
don't
not.
actually.
It's not about reading. What they need to do is go out and have some experience in their goddamn life. That's the problem. They can read any books they
Yeah.
want. The eyes are useless if the mind is blind.
Yeah, I agree there. I agree there for sure. And I mean, the irony of like Caleb throwing around the synthetic left crap insult is like he's a synthetic fake Marxist. I mean, let's be real. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. If anything, Caleb is synthetic left by his own definition. Yeah,
Yeah.
It
Not to
proves.
mention an ultra. I mean, ultra. I mean,
right.
I mean, and anti-LGBT. Look at him like fucking trying to turn around and say that the "Don't Say the Gay" bill is progressive.
God.
speaking of this issue, things are getting really scary regarding the anti-trans, like in America, like
It
in
is.
Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're even trying to make it illegal to transition even as an adult.
Wow.
Like
Yeah,
like there's a
I'm what's
like
it.
there's an ongoing genocide
I
like
want to do
campaign
more.
going on in America.
I want to do more talks on it. I am gonna try and speak to some of my trans friends, but I don't want to put them on the spot. Like, I don't want to be that guy who's like, I want to speak about these issues. I want to get on. I don't want to. So I'm gonna carefully carve a very polite message to a couple of my trans friends and ask them, make sure they know that if they don't want to, it's not an issue. Like, I always want to be as courteous as possible because I really understand how hard it is when it's like, this is a really important thing and he's be up to it. They'll boot themselves at it because something like their dysphoria might get in the way and then they'll start kicking. I don't want that to happen. I don't want them to feel down in themselves because it was really hard for them to pull themselves forward to speak because of dysphoria. People really don't understand how much that makes engaging, especially in very public situations, very nerve-wracking and terrifying. Who knows what could happen? That's their
Mm-hmm.
prerogative.
It's really scary, like the genocidal like war against trans people. It isn't fucking just like they want fucking trans people to die. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is fucking a objective fact. Like throughout the country, having anti-trans legislation being passed, and
Yeah.
there's almost no resistance against it. Like this turf movement, I'm just gonna say for what it is. It's a white supremacist movement started by fucking aristocratic fucking white women
Yeah,
who
Yeah.
have
white
never
quote
actually had to
feminists
truly
end quote.
experience
The only
like
people who actually really give defense to trans people as feminists, as a united group, is black feminism. Black feminism is where the real push is with the feminists in the U.S. The white feminists are all caught up in their imperialist mindset and have followed third wave feminism. Third wave feminism's fascistic, but the what's it? The don't say the gay bill. Caleb is trying to twist that as somewhat progressive. What it's not on about telling people what they are. I don't know if Caleb knows that. It's not about telling you whether you're gay or not. It's about teaching people what those things are so they can respect them and actually treat people who are LGBT with some fucking respect and not be
Right.
confused as to what it means.
Yeah,
It's
it,
really scary just how easily people are supporting literal fat Nazi legislation because we're not that far away from literal book burnings. Like I don't know if people know this, but in Nazi Germany, like there was a like before they burnt these books, there's a lot of literature wrote extensively about you know about trans people.
But
Like
when
there
you
was a
see
lot of
those
stuff.
pile of burning books, most of the books there are the trans books written by
Right.
socialists.
Right.
Like,
yep.
right on for
which
mentioning that.
which set,
Absolutely.
which set fucking that research back a century. So much research, so much knowledge gone in an instant. We're not that far removed from that, where we'll have open book burning of trans literature. And this is
Yeah.
not a conspiracy theory. This is something that's really fucking scary. I mean, Americans are openly supporting Nazism, and they're fucking doing it fucking like gleefully too. It's like there's no resistance. Like what? Like people want to say Trump was like the most fucking scary and like orange man, but if you think about it, all these fascist legislation they didn't happen under a Republican presidency. I mean, Obama and fucking Biden, all this shit was happening.
Right.
I got
Yeah.
another
So the way,
quote in the
the,
chat as well. So quote, we must take from each national culture only its democratic and socialist elements. We take them only and absolutely in opposition to the bourgeois culture and its bourgeois nationalism of each nation. Pat Socks would call Lenin an ultra left.
yep.
Lenin's going full Maoism here, man. Like,
I mean,
So
they would call every successful revolution fucking ultra left. I mean, this
Yeah.
is where we're getting at. They would do that to every revolution. They would have
Yeah.
called They would have done it to Ho Chi Minh, Fidel Castro, Lenin, Stalin. Like it isn't
Yeah.
just exclusive to fucking Maoists. It's anyone
Yeah.
that wants to do revolution.
like
Yeah. Caleb
anyone who
said that
thinks
about Enver Hoxha
Khrushchev,
too.
anyone who thinks Khrushchev is a good thing is sus enough. Anyone who thinks that the Khrushchev period was the golden age of the Soviet Union is a dickhead. Golden age
Anyone
Yeah.
that
of
says
its labor
anyone
aristocracy, yeah, because the scientists and the doctors who were all getting paid 3 to 6 times more than fucking welders and fabricators. And I'm mentioning the highest paid worker there. A metal fabricator is a very high paid worker in a socialist system. They're still getting paid like 3 times more than them. You got like scientists and all that driving around in V8 cars while everyone else just has a Lada. Now I like Ladas and all that, but Ladas were built to be as cheap as possible with the engines and stuff like that. The car itself is solid as fuck. Like I love the body. It's a Fiat 124, but strong, doesn't decay. Yeah,
Yeah.
engine shit though. I mean, it's easy to
I,
repair, but that's where it stops.
I,
That's where the benefits stop.
I just wanted to go back to presidents. So the way I view U.S. presidents, I pretty much view like, I feel like we're just, it's just been a continuation from Bush onward. I feel like I'm just reliving the Bush presidency over and over again because pretty much it's been basically the same split since 9/11, the so-called war on terror, the Patriot Act, all this legislation afterwards. Um, so I don't like really taking away just how horrible people like Bush or Trump really are.
Think
I
about
view
it
that I
though. Think about it though.
socialism.
What have you seen with Trump, with the whole Bush area? So since Clinton, really, it's just since Clinton. So like in America, we saw this in Britain too. You see a conflict, but this is not so similar to what Britain's dealing with. It's kind of is just because of it being the neoliberal era. But if I was to compare it in an imperialistic historical sense, it's like Britain in the 20s and the 30s. You had the neo-colonists versus the traditional colonists. You now have the neo-imperialists who want to do neo-colonialism to the next extent, which is where China has gone, versus the traditional
Mhm.
neo-colonists. And what you get
Yeah.
is you get this conflict between the fascists, which will be the ones trying to take the new path, to move to the new path, to accelerate the dialectic in capitalism, to keep itself alive. Because dialectical acceleration happens in capitalism at the point of crisis, when quantitative amount of contradictions have built up, creating a qualitative leap in the societal conditions and the way in which things are organized, the revolutions and the counter-revolutions, the imperialist expansions, the changes in hegemonic positions. Fascism is utilized by the capitalists to push this. So the new upstarts are the
Yep.
ones trying to push from a fascist position to protect the empire.
Yep.
And we've seen a conflict between these two factions. Caleb is right. When Caleb says there's two factions, the bourgeoisie that have been fighting it out over the last 20, 30 years. He's not wrong. Since about 1993, they've been having a squabble.
I agree. Yeah, I agree there. The problem is that Caleb wants to take sides in one of those factions
Well,
or the imperialists.
Well, you see, he's George Galloway's go-to reporter whenever he's looking to American news. And
Yeah.
he's also Trump's favorite reporter.
Yeah.
Pat Sachs would call the Bolshevik Revolution a color revolution, just like how they supported the oligarchs against the workers in Kazakhstan a few months ago, where Russia gunned down workers. Abso-fucking-lutely. That really fucked me
Right.
off. I still yet to do a video on Kazakhstan. I watched a video from this Maoist comrade. He's not fond of third worldists, but I don't care if he doesn't like me. He doesn't have to like me to work with me. Where he covered the situation in Kazakhstan, and fuck, what happened in there was monstrous. There was a worker uprising, and the Russians go in and stomp it down, and you get these social patriot douchebags, these national socialists, turning around and supporting
Yeah.
Russia as this like revolutionary force against the US. The US has nothing to fucking do with it.
Yeah, I saw I
No.
saw Caleb talk about it, and he started saying, "Oh, well, Kazakhstan signed a treaty with Russia. Of course, Putin has to go in there and defend Kazakhstan against the workers." Well,
That's
he leaves
literally
that part out.
imperialist fucking chauvinism. Oh, they signed a treaty. That's what people
Yeah,
have been
he
doing about
literally said
Ukraine.
that.
They're like, oh yeah, well the US, the Russians, and the UK signed a treaty to protect Ukraine. I don't fucking care. I'm not saying that to you. I'm
Right.
just saying that to them. Like, like
Right.
Guess who else signed a treaty?
right on with that point, man.
South Vietnam. South Vietnam also signed a treaty for the U.S. to have troops there.
Right.
I mean, using some
Exactly.
logic. Like he's a scumbag little. Yeah, and the U.S. has, you know, ExxonMobil and Chevron in Kazakhstan. I
Yeah.
don't people know this. Like the United States and Kazakhstan are actually pretty close. There's
Yeah.
bases in Central Asia. The United States has bases all in there. I don't know if people know that either. But
Yeah, and Kazakhstan is also like one of the big oil providers for Israel, despite being a Muslim country. And what else to that? Oh, they banned the Communist Party of Kazakhstan in 2016.
well,
But
actually, but that's good because reasons.
What's so convinced me that
Kazakhstan is a shining example of how the Central Asian republics were abused. They were abused by the Soviet Union. Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan,
Turkmenistan.
yeah, there we go. And then also the way they abused Afghanistan, yeah.
Yep, and and it was so crazy to see Maupin use the whole treaty argument. It was like absolutely insane. It's
no one's
The
going to
US
convince
has
me
the
that
Russians. They have a right and responsibility. Is he trying to defend Georgia yet? Is he one of those people that says, "Oh, terrorism"? Because I tell you, fucking now, Georgia is not in that situation because they're terrorists. They're in that situation because Russia wants their land. Like,
right.
oh
Oh,
man, like Do you not know how like
Nobody's.
how many Georgian people are really fond of Stalin and want to return to that era? Like socialism could kick off in Georgia, but people don't want to support that. They want to support the rise of the next empire.
Right.
Well, I'm just being honest. I haven't met one Dangus that isn't a freaking chauvinist. They hate people from the global south. They fucking despise them. That's why they support any movement that suppresses any form of workers' uprising. They don't actually support workers in the global south
Right.
actually wanting to build a worker state. I hate Dangus. I fucking despise them. They're fucking scum.
I mean,
Like
it really showed
Yeah.
with the
they're
India when India rose up in masses and they didn't want to talk much about it. They mentioned it once and moved on.
Yep.
Biggest strike in human history. And you know what? Like Caleb scrambled to the Amazon strikes nearly 2 weeks after they'd happened. I live in England and I'd spoken about them.
Right.
Where was he for the steelworker strikes last year? Where was he for the mine worker strikes last year? The Kellogg strikes? Where was he for the teacher strikes? Where was he for the nurse strikes? Where was he? There was shit tons of strikes in America last year, and none of these fucking big CPI guys who have a lot more access to the information and media than even a lot of Americans who speak out about this stuff on YouTube. But they're not speaking out about it. I haven't made dedicated videos because I'm not in fucking America, and if I don't make dedicated videos in America, it's normally because a fourth world group has asked me, Africans or natives typically, or the Jewish diaspora in America as well. Otherwise, I don't typically touch America in such a direct fashion. I typically touch them in a more in international fashion as an empire. But when so I haven't bothered talking specifically on the strikes for dedicated videos. Not my responsibility. But if you were a first worldist and you're trying to push your shit, you'd think you would be talking about it. I've mentioned the steelworkers strike, the mine workers strike, the Keller strike, and the Amazon strike. I haven't mentioned all the strikes that happened. I didn't talk about the nurses strike. I talked about the layoffs, but I didn't talk about the strikes. There's a few other things I didn't talk about, but it was just passing bits of conversation. And if I can passively converse with that without people having to bring it up to me in the chat, someone who is a content creator and a news presenter, not fuck even on his YouTube channel. Why is he not talking about it in the news? He's been friends with Jason for ages. But when Jason turns around and goes, oh yeah, there was a massacre in fucking Arizona in 2019 on the 27th of May, I think. At a synagogue by the police, where they were escorted. Well, it was by a fascist group that was escorted there by the police in white vans. And this news guy doesn't think, oh, it'd be a good idea to collect the information, interview the people, and put it on the fucking news. Kick a fucking riot up. Show America for what it is. If you really cared about criticizing America for what it is as a fascist state, he'd actually fucking do it. But when people tell him that the government is full of fascists, he turns around and calls them loonies. Insane.
Yeah. And this is the same Caleb Maupin who now uses the term deep state. And he says that fascism will come out of bread tube or whatever.
I mean, let's be honest here. We all know what he means by the deep state. We all know what he's truly talking about.
Right.
Dylan, what do you mean by PMC? Because I'm a bit confused.
When Maupin and Hollis talk about PMC, they're talking about the managerial class.
Okay, so with teachers, they're not the managerial class. A lot of them are very petty bourgeois. Yeah, they are intelligentsia, but they're not managerial. That's a different thing. Like what they're doing is they're gaslighting teachers when we could organize them. Like I criticize teachers because of their petty bourgeois background, but I don't not want to work with them. They are still, I don't know if people understand this. I know you guys do. I'm being coy. But teachers are necessary for learning, and they're quite useful. Now, us Lumpen people, we can do some pretty good teaching, but it'd be nice if we had someone who can chronicleize their ideas better than we can and can verb our ideas better than we can. We need librarians. We need people who can be the rear guard of the struggle. That comes from the petty bourgeoisie. They're the rear guard. They're the people who provide the brain power to our experience, Not in the idealistic way where they think they're smarter than us. I'm not saying that, but they are more affluent. They're more materially abundant. They're more they got a greater capacity to engage with the world than we do, regardless of how smart they are. So, utilizing that. But yeah, so yeah, Black Shirts and Reds is a great book. I'm fucking halfway through it right now because I was listening to it the other day. What's it? I got past the bit where he's talking about the history of fascism and the fucking absolutely brilliant. I mean, he's still using a bit of an outdated concept on the lumpen, but what do you expect from a white Marxist-Leninist? But I still love Parenti. I think he's fucking amazing. Guy breaks my heart. Like when I hear about the state he's in now, and I hear about some of the stories of his past. Like my man's been through the struggles, but it's what it is that with communism, when we're organizing the struggle, we need chroniclers, and that will come from the labor aristocracy. If they're good at anything, it's chronicalizing. And while there are some good writers in the lumpen proletariat, I can tell you that now. I mean, we've already seen good writers from the proletariat and lumpen proletariat with people like Fred Hampton.
Yeah.
And what's it? My brain went blank. Fuck. Oh shit! How can I not remember his name? James Connolly. He's working class, and he wrote some great works. About the Irish struggle and about the importance of indulging in and learning the Irish culture and applying that to the struggle, and how Christianity doesn't have to conflict communism, or contradict it either, and that you use communism. They basically did what Lenin said: you use communism to take the socialistic parts, keep them, and get rid of everything else. That's where the reinsurgence of the anti-Pope Catholicism came from. But we know that the good writers can come from the lumpen proletariat, but a lot of us are bereft with disabilities and other parts to our struggle that makes it quite hard. The labor aristocracy, one of the best things they could ever do for the struggle is chronicleize our ideas, but also with our ideas that they chronicleize, do what Engels and Marx did. Think about it. Like, yeah, the experience is lacking and a lot of the things might not be grounded ideas, but we're there to criticize, take your ideas, ground them, and tell you how to reiterate it, and then you think a little more. There is a process that really, really, really works with having the labor aristocracy involved in us, but they've got to understand why they can't have power in the decision making, and that they are just, they are there. Like they're helping build the new society. They'll be proletarianized fully in the new society, but as a labor aristocrat, they can't be trusted in the revolution. Not trusted in the sense of like friendly relationship trust. I mean, in the revolutionary sense.
Right. I mean, Moppin and them, they seem to think that Vanguard Party will have labor aristocrats and petit bourgeois leading the. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I actually think that I restructured the Vanguard structure so that the labor aristocracy can't even be in it. They have to be in the rear guard, which is a part of the Vanguard structure. It's got no political power. They're theorists, essentially. Theorists and aid organizers. I mean, like, they can do physical work and action. That's great, but they'll still be in that like camp of, okay, you guys can't do the decision. You can suggest, you can be at the table, you can make ideas, but you can't do the decision making. You don't get a vote. Like,
right.
So I saw this anti-third worldist meme of these, like, this fucking idiot making an anti-third worldist meme. And Star Wars Episode 1 with the that the green guys. What was his name? Newt Gunray.
I can be one of those funny guys and turn around and go, actually, Star Wars Episode 1 was A New Hope.
New Hope.
Sorry. my dad always used to do that to me when I was a kid. All the fucking time.
Okay. All right. What was this? Okay. What was this?
Newt Gunray, I think, or are you on about Yoda?
No. It was the
Trade Federation.
the Trade Federation guys. So basically, yeah, it shows like like the robots that they use, and it shows like the third world as the robots, and then it shows the Trade Federation guys as the first world, third world is basically controlling them. And I'm like, this is literally the exact opposite of what we're doing.
Yeah, we're trying to say that they
Right.
should be leading us. Like, what? I'm confused by this. So like the third worldism means that we should follow the lead of the third world. Like the first world is the ones who want to control them and think that okay, if we take over the empire, we can just release them. That's what the French communists have always told themselves. It's not how it works. You don't do it like that. Algeria is laughing at you now, French communists. You are full of shit.
You know, speaking of which, I'm gonna say something. I will forever hate the American Communist Party. I will forever hate them because there was one chance that it was actually feasible to actually overthrow the American government in this country.
Oh, and they sided with
That was
Roosevelt.
Yes, there one chance they had to basically overthrow the government. They could have done it.
Well, no, there was also
They-
during
like-
slavery, rather than class collaborationism that Caleb is so fond of with Lincoln, they could have, I don't know, sided with the fucking slaves. Like some white groups did, and those white groups got fucking gunned down for doing so. Like, fuck you, Caleb.
Well, I'm just saying that there was.
No, I'm just
referring to the
saying that
most
it's not just
recent-
that. You've got the 30s. You've also got the 1860s, 1870s, where they could have sided with the slaves. They could have actually freed the American people and freed America from even being America before it even fully solidified itself. But they didn't because, you know what? Even Caleb has to turn around when he's like, oh, yeah, well, there was a solidarity between white workers and slaves. He mentions the brigades. And they actually were working against Lincoln, the ones who were freeing slaves from plantations. They weren't working with Lincoln. They got yes, they got swallowed into the Union Army. So fucking what? That's a civil war. That's white people betraying the slaves. Not all of them did. And the ones who refused to join the Union Army, the ones who refused to be a part of the Union and wanted to just free the slaves and wanted freedom further otherwise, were not dealt with in the nicest of ways possible. But to make his example of the working class, specifically the working class doing something to show solidarity, he doesn't go on about the working class in white America turning down resources from slave plantations. He has to go all the way over to London doing it. And it's like, okay, it doesn't matter what solidarity we show in London, that doesn't change the white people in America. Doesn't make them any different. We've shown solidarity for black struggle shit tons in recent years. Does that make America no longer racist, Caleb?
Well, Caleb thinks that Lincoln had an alliance with Marxists because one of the generals was a communist. But what he leaves out is that August Willich was a vulgar materialist who wanted to shoot Karl Marx.
Yeah, vulgar materialist is the Plato thing I'm going on about. I think it's Plato. I might be ascribing something to the wrong Greek philosopher. Insert dumb, balding Greek philosopher here. When they say the water wheel's going to end slavery, don't end it. These vulgar materialists are the same thing. Automation, development of capitalism, it all ends it. So just don't do it. They're not doing that because they believe in what they believe. Prussian socialism works on this notion. They don't give a shit. All they want is to just be like, oh, well, what we'll do is we'll just provide for people kind of as much as we can, maybe not.
Right.
And it's liberalism. Basically, the liberalism was too lenient for liberals. Like, liberals did not like the fact that, too lenient wouldn't be the right word. Like, it too responsible. Like, Adam West was very adamant that the government needs to provide for the people and make sure they have something to eat, somewhere to live, etc. You know, like feudal era society where the lords did have at least some semblance of mentality to ensure people had food and housing. I know it got worse and worse as time went on, but the original notion was that, okay, starving people is not beneficial by any means. It got beneficial with primitive accumulation or development, but that's a different conversation. I'm just getting more at, like, philosophical principles, not actual actions taken. Actual actions taken is a different kettle of fish. But that's the same thing with liberalism. Liberalism went down the same path of feudalism. They preach this shit, but then when it comes down to the actual activity, feudalism, they used agricultural oppression to garner a mass amount of primitive culture, primitive capital accumulation. In capitalism, the same lie. They tell you that they want to provide for everyone, ensure everyone has everything, and that everyone has the right to earn their way up the ladder and become one with the bourgeoisie. That's what the liberals have advertised to you, and they make it near impossible for the lowest classes to do that, while making it quite possible for the middle and upper classes to. I hate hearing middle class people whine about their class falling, because it's like, what the fuck? Your class is normally always rising, so if it is good, but Trump came in, it was the top end 40s or low end of 50s, the percentage of America that was middle class. Trump comes out, nearly 60% of America is middle class. 67% of Britain is middle class. Over 80% of Germany is middle class. Fuck the middle class.
Yeah, and of course, Caleb's response to that, oh, you just want to make people poor, man. You just want to be a gangster. I'm so tired of it, man.
Man, them doesn't even know what posses or organizations are. I find it really offensive. Like, gangster is a specific term.
Right.
And you know what? The white aristocrats have been throwing it at lumpen proletarians for decades now, to the point where we will call our posses and orgs gangs. Sometimes they are gangs. A lot of the time they're not. And they'll just get called gangs anyway, because it's been normalized by these dickheads. And that gives them an advantage. I was explaining it to my lumpen aristocratic Jewish comrade, how, like, it's confusing now to know whether you're dealing with a good lumpen aristocrat or not in a gang structure, or I'm using the term in their language, in the lumpen organization and a posse, because you get the three things. You do get actual gangs in the lumpen, that is a thing, and then you get the posses and the orgs. Posses have a similar sort of structure to orgs, but they're not communistically led. Like an org, when I say an org, that is something that is a very class conscious, structured organization set around the needs of the people and a political outlet of the future. Like, that's very, very organized. Posses are disorganized orgs. Like, that's the way they kind of operate. They're much smaller. They're more tight knit. They can be their outreach for what they see as the community they will handle and deal with can be as small as 30 people. It can be as small as a block of houses, but they could be operating on a turf that's the size of 5 blocks. That posse will do things for that community and will look out for that community and do what they can to protect their area. And then you get actual full-blown gangs. Now, gangs still do shit for their community, even though gangs have a bad name to them, and they do come from an originally petty bourgeois gangbanging thing from the Italian and British and French mafias. It's not so much black and white down there. Like, it's very, very gray. So a lot of gangs will just exploit the fuck out of everyone and make a drug empire out of themselves, or get into trafficking people. But a lot of them will be drug dealers who will be careful about the type of drugs they want to sell as an org. They will stomp on people who sell the shit drugs into their neighborhood, which can be a bad issue, because sometimes they'll just start attacking the people who take it instead, which I got a big problem with that. They like to keep their streets clean and like to keep their community healthy, but regardless of whether they're good or bad, their system of things is tied to their profiteering. They make a lot of money. They might put money back into their community, but they make a lot of money. Think about it as like lumpen philanthropy. That's where I would put, like, actual gangs. They're lumpen philanthropists. They do something that's kind of decent, but it stops there. But at least with the people who have, like, more of a conscience to themselves, they'll avoid selling drugs that will poison their streets.
Yeah, that's true.
think that's the difference between that and like the lumpen bourgeoisie, like you see in places like Mexico, with like the gigantic cartels that have literal, I think, armies pretty much at this point,
Yeah.
and are being funded by the United States government.
Yeah.
Well, some of them, but
What I find funny, so the privileged managerial class thing, okay, with the teachers. Here's the thing. I am one of the hardest people you'll probably come across when it comes to criticizing the labor aristocracy. I don't think that's new to people. I talk about them a lot. People take the piss out of me for it. But I am actually willing to work with and organize these people when they get into struggle, and you got them mopping nights and all that, and they just blank them out. That's the point of ignorance here. They don't understand the difference between criticizing the class structure and dealing with people who are like, you know, trying to move away from that or getting conscious and struggling. Now the teachers weren't; they were doing strikes, which means they are trying to get benefits in their but you could at least engage with them to try and show them that this is just a roundabout system. They're one of the most educated sectors of the educated class. Teachers are typically. It can be a bit wonky, but typically they're very educated people. Entice them when they're in their position of struggle. Because I've known teachers, when they're not in that state, to be already susceptible to engage in more intellectual discussions regarding ideas they disagree with. So, you know, it's not rocket science. So even if what Caleb's saying is true about them being PMCs, which, fuck off. But even if it was, who gives a shit? Engage with them.
Right.
Learn what's going on. Learn Wagwan. Tell them what you know, Wagwan, and see what they have to say. And tell people what the teachers have to say about what's going on, whether that's what they say is a good thing or a bad thing, and make a dissertation on it. Break it down, explain it to people, what they're saying, what you think of it, what people, let people say what they need to think of it. Let them come forward.
I mean, it's so ridiculous how these past will put on all the pictures and shit.
Oh, your sound went a bit awful then.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
I can, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, nah. You know about the Pat socks?
Yeah, I was saying that these Pat socks, they're like they crap on teachers. They hate teachers. They hate indigenous people. They also hate Netflix workers who went on strike. They call them PMC, and yet they're out there like cheering on these like petite bourgeois truckers who, who own capital, and it's so ridiculous, man. It really is. It's outrageous.
It's like, I've had natives who don't politically agree with me at all. Like, people undermine how much like Caleb Boppin means within the real world because he's so internetly driven. But this guy is like trying to push a movement where he's squashing over the natives and pushing browderism. I've had natives who don't even agree with me as a socialist, like espousing the, very angrily, not at me, at Caleb, sort of typing in and showing solidarity because what they're seeing is driving them fucking mad because it's the same shit, and it's kicking off amongst all these supposed Marxists. When you see a rise of a load of Marxists, it goes one of two ways. People either they get afraid that they're already revisionists, or they get their hopes up that maybe some struggle's happening. And it seemed like that could have been the case. And a lot of people, including native people, got their hopes up that maybe a new struggle would begin, maybe that there would be a united struggle, actually get rid of America, we can push things forward, fight against the pipelines. They thought that struggle was coming because people were talking more socialism and people were getting more about things.
Right.
And then what's it happens? Oh, this new Patsock things rise up and everyone gets behind browderism. Everyone starts touting settler colonial rhetoric and pushing the natives out of the discussion window. They don't even want to talk about their issues. Where's the talk of the pipelines? They want to talk about the Karen trucker movement, but where's the talk of the fucking pipelines?
Right. Oh, Haas, he talked about pipelines. He actually went on a rant about how people blocking the roads and because of the North Dakota access pipeline that goes over the burials of Native people and their land as well. Haas was saying that these ultra leftists, they're blocking the roads. What do you think you're doing? You're not accomplishing anything, and you guys look down on indigenous people. You're just virtue signaling.
They are
It
indigenous
was
people.
I know, but like Haas like apparently it's virtue signaling to like support blocking the Axis pipeline.
This is what a lot of right wing people do when they abuse what step aside means in the struggle. It doesn't mean don't help. It means don't lead. We're not Indian or we're not black. We don't lead. We follow their struggle. They lead. We fucking
Right.
follow the. That's why I always say I've said this. This is a policy, and any fourth world and third world person listening to this, if you've got something that needs to be said regarding struggle, or a mask has gone down, something's gone down, something needs to be said. You say jump, I say how high. That's it. That's the bottom line. That's
Yeah.
one of the core practices as to why I'm the line holder of MRN. I jump at the line of the third world, the fourth world, and the lumpen proletariat. When they tell me what's what, I listen to them because they know what's what. They got the experience, or they're in the position to get a better perspective on the matter. I wish more Marxists would be like that. That's one of the things that I love about Jason. Jason's the same. If a fourth world or a third world or a lumpen proletariat comes to Jason and tells him Wagwan, he'll say how high.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I agree there, and it's this PASOK thing. It's like honestly, like every day, it's starting to look more like a psyop almost. And I don't necessarily say that in a conspiratorial way, but just like the way
think-
they are. Mm-hmm.
I think it is a psyop, but there's no evidence to support it, though.
Right.
More
But they're
I start to
anti.
think it
Mhm.
might be because the LaRouche connection is really suspicious.
And the Dugan
Okay,
one
okay.
as well.
Okay, I gotta make this clear. I don't think Caleb himself is a Fed. I gotta make that clear so this
Right.
doesn't get taken out of
No, but
context.
LaRouche could be the Fed that's operating them. LaRouche LaRouche was not a Fed. He was a CIA asset, which is different than being a part of the CIA. People must remember that. Like,
Right.
so we don't know entirely whether he's still an asset or not. He was close friends with Reagan. I mean, LaRouche came up with the Star Wars program.
Right.
Well, regardless, I don't think he's either. I don't think he's a CIA asset either. It's just no. I just think that Caleb Maupin generally agrees with these viewpoints that the Pat Sox are pushing. Because I just find it suspicious that out of nowhere, almost a year ago, you have this shit being pushed out of literally
Right.
nowhere. Yeah, I just find this suspicious.
This has not came
It's
out of
like
nowhere. This is something that's been cooking up between people like Ramiro and Caleb and other people like that. So Caleb has had a
And
long
Haas.
relationship with these people where, like, so Ramiro and Caleb go back about 13 years. Maybe longer than that, and a lot of other people like that. And he's been organizing with these people. This is nothing new to Caleb's book. He's been, Occupy Wall Street is where people say Caleb went right, but I don't know, man. I think he always had this just neo-Trotskyist mentality to him. It just got more actuated as time went on. Either that or see, the one thing is the feds could have got to him at Occupy and made him an agent. That's the thing. That's what makes things a bit concerning. Because Eric Stryker got arrested at Occupy. They were both in the Workers' World Party at the time. And then they both come out, they leave the Workers' World Party, and they both turn into fascists.
Right.
well, okay, I got a question. If we're gonna play the devil's advocate of him being a Fed, which I don't believe he is, why would he be pushing so hard for against this thing and going on in Ukraine? It seems to be going against the CIA's best interest. Wouldn't it be in their best interest for
Well,
instability in Russia?
Well, what's interesting about that, I'll say to this, is that I saw Moppin recently suggest that in one of his streams about Ukraine, he was basically saying that there's divisions about the war in Russia, and he claims that there's a part of the Pentagon or the State Department that wants to cooperate with Russia so that they can get like information on terrorism. Now, I think Caleb is kind of wrong on that. I don't think that the Pentagon is undermining Biden or whatever. But like I recently saw him say that like at least 10 days ago. So I thought that was really weird of Caleb to say, and he didn't really back it up at all.
Well, I just don't think Caleb is a Fed or a CIA asset. I just don't. I just find the evidence to be sketchy at best of him being one. Because why would he?
Mm-hmm.
Because if we go against the interests of the CIA and the State Department in general for Russia to be stable.
Right.
Okay, so is the thing though, he wants the US to not enter that. Here's the thing. This is where like it gets into the weird thing where the UK may have been fucking about with people. Russia is gonna come out of this okay in the end. Their economy is already fucking problematic at times, but it's been quite steady at recent. That's not gonna be their problem, and they have the military strength. The US has been struggling to maintain its military. It's overpriced with its military expenditure. It's really cracking itself like an egg. If it gets in this war, it'll fuck itself. Caleb wants to prevent the US from getting in the war to save the US. And you know, nations like the UK that literally was like 100%. Yep, what? That they want nations like the US to get into the war to break them down. That they you know, like in the winter, the EU relies on the Russia for 80% of its natural gas. So like the UK is really sort of in the neat because we altogether our entire economy annually only relies on 20% of Russian oil and natural gas. So we're okay. We'll actually come out of this all right. So there's some imperialist tomfoolery going on here. That's why I keep saying to people, be careful of the British Empire. Fallen empires are very, very dangerous. Lenin mentioned this when he talked about the rise of the EU. Yes, to those who have not been initiated with Lenin who might be watching this, he did predict the EU. It's fucking amazing. He also predicted the death of the US Empire during the rise of the EU. So
Well, he called it.
Right.
Well, he wrote it as the United States of Europe, but
the United Nations of Europe.
It is the EU.
The UNE, the United Nations of Europe, because its slogan's the United Nations of Europe.
But then everybody realized it sounded too much like America, and everybody. You notice how everybody doesn't call themselves United States of whatever because America's given it such a bad rap. It's always the Union of African Union, South, you know.
Yeah.
We just like to ruin everything.
I mean, at least that's happened because we had the big problem of the early 20th century where everyone was getting inspired by Americans. That was one of the Achilles heels of the Irish struggle, was that it was trying to model itself off America a lot of the time.
Right.
Well, I want to shift this focus back to what we were talking about earlier. Like, I can understand what you're saying, Stone, that there is some merit, but I really just do not think Caleb himself is an asset of the CIA.
I don't, and I've been really
it's-
adamant about it. Like, I was really adamant at the start that he can't be, like, he shouldn't be, like, it doesn't make sense for him to be. But there are some things that make me suspicious, so I'm like,
Well, I think the people that he works with, I think some of them are like Jackson Hakel it's possible for him.
clit on man spread.
Like
Well,
I mean
I
for
think
all.
I think Karen Mansfield, whatever you call that
Karen
fucking guy.
Mansfield.
Okay, I actually think he is the most likely to be an asset.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's probably the most likely.
Yeah, I
Jim
agree.
Any of
Jones,
them, in my opinion.
communist and foot massage.
Just don't go to Guyana with him. That's all I gotta say.
Okay,
Jones,
mind you,
barbecue and foot massage.
Mind you, my dear viewers, there is no evidence for what I'm saying. None. This is all speculation and all
Right.
from
He's
what I've
withholding
been observing with
evidence.
what's
Get
been
him.
going on.
He,
Because I know
mhm.
because the Pet Sox love to twist everything we say, and
Right.
I
No,
will say this: that there is no evidence for what we're saying. Where we just find it very suspicious, and there's too many coincidences for there not to be some truth to what we're saying.
You got to do it the English way. We say
Right.
they're quinky dinks. There's way too many quinky dinks going on here.
I'm glad I'm not
Right.
the only. I'm glad I'm not the only one who says coinky dinks.
Quinky
One thing
dinks.
I want to add is like when the whole anti-land back originally started, which was like the fallout with Jason and Caleb, at least kind of related to it. Like this is around the time when they're discovering the graves and the bodies of natives in Canada and all of that. So we gotta add that in context, and it's just interesting to see how now that I think about it today is like how Caleb and the Pat Sox and Haas were
Spitting on the
pushing this
graves, yeah.
settler stuff. Yeah.
Literally, just
And
as they
Liberal was
were
pushing
uncovering the
the
graves of
same.
children, of
right.
fucking hundreds of
He
children who
liberal
have
was
been fucking buried.
Right.
he
They
And
were
liberal was pushing.
they were
He liberal
abused.
was
They were
pushing.
yeah. He
yeah.
He
liberal as
liberal was
well.
pushing this. Was pushing this. Was doing the same thing when we were having our falling out.
As they were
Right.
uncovering just, and they still are recovering just thousands and thousands of graves of like the number, who knows.
They're
Right.
not, they're not
But
people
just
that got to be buried by their tribes and have any ceremonies. These are mass graves after people have been
Right.
killed and tossed away by the British. And
abused.
America is full of these too. And you don't hear about this in America because America won't go and dig these up. These are only getting
Yeah.
dug up because native people push for these things to be discovered.
Right. Yeah. And I guess another thing I was gonna add as well is like one of the interesting things that I do think is related. I don't think it's like coincidental. Is that Caleb and the Pat Sox? They say what you want about the subject and the person, but like they have to add in their own conspiracies about the book Settlers and Jay Sakai.
Oh my
I
god, they make shit up. They've never even read it.
Yeah, and, like Caleb and Haas will hint that maybe it's the FBI who wrote it, and that maybe the Maoist International.
They hate
I
the
wrote
book.
it.
The book is
and
the book is the it's
and
like
That's
it's the type of book they ban if they could. They ban it if they could.
right, and then Caleb was saying that the Maoist International Group. I forgot the real name of what it's called, MIM, that promoted it. He's like, oh, they're all spooky. Nobody knows who they are. And then Caleb starts to go on about how, what's it called? That Jay Sakai, who really knows who he is, he might be the Parker guy. And I've seen some of his followers, not Caleb or Haas specifically, but I've seen their followers. They're now trying to say that Jay Sakai was really an anarchist. And then the other one is that, well, really, Jay Sakai is a Trotskyist because reasons, but
Okay,
they don't
so I
you
mean,
source
might as
if
well.
he's
anything.
an anarchist, that
You
wouldn't
might as
really
well.
contradict anything too much. Because so here's the thing with anarchists: a lot of anarchists work with Maoists quite well. We understand we're gonna eventually fight each other, but we get along better
Right.
than MLs and anarchists have done in the past. But then again, the anarchists in the past that the MLs are trying to get along with were probably more of the issue to a degree because they were petty bourgeois anarchists. They weren't these weird lumpen aristocrat anarchists that we got going on here. And I say weird not in an insulting way. I got all love and respect for my anarchist brother and comrades. I'm saying weird in the sense that they're not petty bourgeois chauvinists. They're using dialectical materialism and shit like that. But secondly,
Mm-hmm.
I'd say with George Sakai, what's quite interesting. So Caleb likes to talk shit in a way that's quite insulting to a lot of struggles, and like, I mean, he did it to the Irish struggle on many occasions. I mean, he turned around and said that Marx and Engels didn't
Right.
notice the Irish struggle until later in their life, even though Engels was fucking two Irish women for most of his life. And the
Right.
and it was those relationships he had with them Irish women that he was fucking going about streets and seeing the fucking dark ends of the fucking neighborhood, and so with their lies it goes forward on because okay, Inla Maoist Party, they agree with the conclusion of settlers for the way that America is set up in a place like that. Is he going to come and disrespect India?
Right.
Is he going to come and disrespect the IRA? Because he likes to lick the arsehole of George Galloway, and George Galloway is anti-IRA. He's anti-armed struggle for the Irish people.
Well, I got something. If you're going to say that about settlers, then what about Howard Zinn's book, The People's History of the United States? It has many of the same conclusions as Jay Sakai.
Right.
Yeah. Or Gerard Holmes' Counter-Revolution of 1776.
Yeah, that's a good book.
It's like there's multiple books that actually talk about the same thing as Jay Sakai's Settlers. The reason why Settlers in particular is the most controversial is because of the name.
Right.
And that's literally it.
Yeah,
They don't actually read the book.
You know what? It's funny. The book actually concludes that there is. So here's the thing for the white people. There is a white proletariat. The book says so. Do you know what there's a thing called blurb and title and caption. So the caption on the front, because the blurb is on the back, and the title is just above it. There's a caption, and it says there is no white working class, or the myth of the white working class. He's not saying there isn't one. He says the myth of the white working class. Here's the thing. He's describing the relations of imperialism to the white working class. Maybe if you'd stop being whiny little bitches that always said the myth of the working class. And you know what's funny? White workers aren't like that. White lumpen proletarian especially aren't like that. Do you know who the ones who are like this? White aristocrats. The people who aren't even the fucking workers. And you get your fucking knickers in the fucking twist over petty bullshit rather than just reading the fucking book. And you know what I suggest to these people so they actually understand it? Read the other book that's coupled to it. There's one or two more books that's tied to settlers. And also read Howard Zinn's book, because Howard Zinn speaks white guy language. Maybe it'll drum it into your aristocratic brains. Because I don't understand that they don't get Sakai. Sakai speaks fucking absolute gold. Like, there's some things I've got problems with, yes. But they've got problems with every fucking theorist that's being theorists and me being critical of them. Welcome to being a communist. We look at their ideas and we apply our own thoughts to the matter. This is why we had a settlers reading group when there were lots of confusion about it. See, absolutely, and it settles the issue. It makes things go down instead of just ignoring it. Oh, yeah, because it settles things down, and what you end up coming to is like, oh, this isn't as mad as people are saying it. All it's doing is actually really, it's historical materialism, and it's showing the relationship of imperialism in the modern day based off that settler colonial historical material development. It's a very, the book's problems is really its conclusions are not completely sorted out, and that's because it's part of a multiple book series. If you read the rest of the books, his works tie together. Sakai's the kind of guy where you got to read everything. I hate to sound like one of the Duganites or something, but he's one of them guys where all of his ideas are planted through his works because he's just writing analysis really with the way he operates. It's a very
Well, the thing about the book Settlers is Caleb Maupin was the reason I read the book in the first place. And be liberal, and everyone who was like talking about the book, oh, this book is written by a Fed, this and that, and talk about how he's wrong about this and wrong about that. It's like, why is everyone so fucking scared of this book? There's no way that this book could be what they're saying. So I read it in order to investigate it, and I found out this is nothing like these people say it is. Yeah, the book as a white man or of Irish descent, I felt uncomfortable when I read the book. I'd be lying if I said I didn't. And you know what? That's the fucking point of the book Settlers in the fucking first place. If you're not uncomfortable as of someone of European descent reading it, then you're not the problem. If you're offended by the book, then you are the problem. Because it's not saying that you're a bad person for being European. That's not what the book is saying. The book is basically talking about the history of this country from the perspective of people that have been suffering violence, genocide, racism for centuries. And something that people don't seem to know is Jay Sakai, he actually suffered racism himself in his life long before he wrote that book. Like the guy is
Right.
not like he didn't do anything in his life. And if you're gonna use that, oh, not much is known about him, you know what? That's gonna disqualify everything he wrote. There's people throughout history we don't even know much about their life. Does that mean we should disregard them? No.
Also, like, it goes like two ways. It's like with ideas that have been come up with, but people don't understand that we could come up with those ideas again. Like the organic development of ideas and how they go forward is a misunderstood thing by Marxists. They're very absolutist in how they look at the process
Like
of history.
we need to drop this great man theory bullshit because that's
Right.
anti-Marxist.
We don't know a lot about the people that organized the first council, the first meeting of the Council of the Slave Revolts in Haiti, because they had like a council prior to staging the revolution, but we still regard them as like in Haiti. We regard them as the founders of Haiti, like the original founders. We don't know
Right.
much about them.
Right. Well, some of the Pat Sox think that Haiti revolution was ultra left and anti-white. So
It existed. Technically, no, it existed around the time when right and left came into existence.
right.
Just fucking stupid.
If
People
this
like
entire
yeah.
Okay, well, can we actually just be real and can we just actually have tanky means what it actually fucking means again? Because I'm so sick and tired of the term tanky, meaning universally for all fucking Marxists. That's bullshit. Anybody that knows what the history of what
I
fucking
think we just need to
tankies
drop the word
are,
tanky in general. It's a word associated with Soviet social imperialism.
because fucking the real fucking tankies are fucking Khrushchevites.
Yeah,
Right.
and
Right,
not Marxist
exactly.
Leninists.
Yeah,
No,
I've never called myself a tanky ever, so yeah.
yeah, it's definitely a cringe thing to call yourself.
Right.
It's like calling yourself a Stalinist. It's like fucking what?
Right.
Uh, I'm a what's it? Stalinist, Possadist, fucking. To us, I don't like memeing on Possad. Possad's kind of depressing. Like the guy was a guy who really cared about the struggle before he got tortured, and then he turns into this like lunatic who wants to nuke the world and have the dolphin fucking alien race things. You could tell the guy had lost the fucking plot. Like I don't like memeing on someone who's gone down that path. That's not right. Like. It's an
Yeah,
unfortunate
that's
road. Like the guy was really really sort of he wasn't just caring for the struggle. He had a very big support basis around him, and when he went insane, it turned into a cult.
Mm-hmm.
The issue with labor aristocrats,
Wait,
for
who
great
you?
man theory is bullshit to a degree. There is still a semblance of it that's true, and that's their capacity to counter revolution and to organize oppressive systems. That is where great man theory can come into play. And that is what crushes a lot of struggles is these big Kaiserist figures. They crush revolution. And Caleb is literally
Right.
telling us this and telling us he wants to side with the fucking Kaiserists.
Right. Yeah, and I mean now he's saying that Nixon is a Bonapartist and that Nixon went against neoliberalism because he fired Milton Friedman.
Because, yeah, but he hired him in the first place. And
Right.
Nixon, a lot of people see Nixon as the last corporatist of the era, like the last fascist before neoliberalism kicked in. So maybe, but I don't know. It's hard to say. I'd say Nixon was like the return of neoliberalism, but
Honestly,
I think he was the
I'm not.
one that he implemented the steps for it, and then Ford
uh,
kind of like they're building on each other.
See, Ford,
Right.
Ford is a
Richard
weird
Nixon was-
one. Ford is like a phantom presidency, and they'd never let Ford anywhere near the presidency again after what he said in front of the House court, where he
Wait.
turned around, or is the UN? I can't remember. He's like, I don't believe that the Soviet Union is oppressing any Eastern European country. The thing is, though, is when I first saw that as an ML, I thought, oh, wow, that's pretty based. No, think about it. Why would a US president want to try and make things less hostile between them and the Soviet Union? A communist country. It really, when you start to boggle your mind about it, you're like, oh.
Yeah, he
shit.
brought in a lot of neocons. That's why he brought in like Kissinger and who was no? Did he sideline Kissinger? No, he kept. I'm trying to remember, but it was like Dick Cheney and Rumsfeld.
Right.
Well, the thing about Richard Nixon, isn't he considered the last liberal president? Truly liberal president?
Well, Maupin has tried to say that he's progressive and because of the
Wait,
EPA.
Nixon is progressive?
Well,
Nixon was
Watergate.
yeah.
Watergate.
I've seen I've seen the Pat Sox say that he passed the EPA or created it, so that makes him progressive.
He met with Mao.
He met Mao.
Richard Nixon was against Vietnam.
Oh, that made my head
He
explode.
was Richard Nixon was against fucking student protesters protesting the Vietnam War. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, that's a good point as well. Radical Wretched of the Earth is a similarly contentious work to a lot of MLs. Absolutely, I agree.
Yep.
Yeah.
Caleb also hates Franz Fanon. He really does not like him.
Franz Fanon is one of the best revolutionary thinkers of our era, and thank goodness for him for concluding on Mao's ideas around the lumpen proletariat. God bless Franz Fanon. Like, fuck you, Caleb Maupin.
Maupin said that Franz Fanon was ultra left.
Exactly. Nixon supported the Bengal genocide. Bang on, Dylan. Bang on. He's a Churchillian fucker.
Wait.
The Bengal genocide.
He was an ultra left. Hold on. Franz Fanon was an ultra leftist. Based on what? What made him ultra left?
Well, it was a reference in the video, one of the streams where Caleb was talking about the lumpen, I believe. And
so do you know why? Franz Fanon basically was the guy who concluded it all because he studied it. Have you ever heard of a film called The Battle of the Algiers? That's based off Franz Fanon's writings of the Civil War and the Revolutionary War, the liberation struggle in Algeria, the Battle of the Algiers against the French.
It sounds familiar. Yeah, sounds familiar.
So Franz Fanon is considered ultra left based on what? So writing theories that disagree with you is now considered ultra left
because he turned around. So what he turned around and concluded with the Algerian struggle is that you have to organize the lumpen, otherwise they will be organized against you. You should never ignore the lumpen, and that the lumpen are actually some of the most radical people that you can organize. Yeah, there'll be miscreants, there'll be little shits, but you can straighten them out. Which I think is a bit of a chauvinistic mentality, but he is right on the idea. He's thinking in the right direction. I can deal with a more chauvinistic idea than the Malthusianism that Caleb's given us.
Okay. I thought ultra leftism is left adventurism when you actually do shit like, I don't know, commit random acts of violence.
I thought adventurism was like when you go to like those parks where you go on the climbing walls and you go swinging around the trees like monkeys and stuff.
Or fucking do random acts of vandalism or fucking do a bunch of weird shit that alienates the masses.
Wait.
I thought that's what ultra leftivism was. Not fucking writing something.
He shits on the Blankists. He shits on the Blankists. Do you know what though? The Blankists, however the fuck you say it. English people using French words needs to not happen, please. They were fucking they might have been smashing machinery, Caleb, but you know why? Because they were being forced to work it like slaves. And it was the only way they could make the capitalists bleed, like without physically killing them. And they couldn't physically kill them. The capitalists is well defended. The capitalists thought about that bit. That's where the police come into it. You know,
According to
Little
Caleb Mopin's
Pinkertons.
own according to Caleb Mopin's own logic, Martin Luther King and Malcolm X would also be ultras.
Right. I mean, Caleb's definition of ultra left is like basically anything that steps out of the Pat Sock theory, his theory.
anything left
Like,
of Tony Blair.
right.
It's
Yeah.
like what the fuck is ultra leftism even mean anymore?
I don't
It's like it's
know. I
almost
just
as if
take it as a compliment. I mean, super leftism is not as good as ultra leftism. Fuck you, Caleb.
it's like okay, it's I just cannot help but feel like the more it's like if you're too far left, you're ultra left. It's like I think that's what it sounds like. It's like wait,
So no.
it's
So
like
what ultra left originally means is like feeling like you're criticizing things from the left, like you're criticizing the left from the left, which is it's confusing again because the whole point that's being made is these people aren't left. It's complicated. I hate left communism and ultra left as a term. I think it's stupid. We should just call them
I
centrist
I fucking
roaders or fucking center them where they are at. Fucking vulgar materialists. I prefer that name. I think it's
I
more
I
adequate.
just fucking I hate the word ultra leftism because it
Came
doesn't
from the Black
fucking mean
Search try and
anything.
claim the Black
Right.
Panthers while claiming everything the Black Panthers believed in is ultra left. No, absolutely,
Because
absolutely. And turns around and like
because
says that their ideas come from the petty bourgeoisie. Like what the fuck?
because if we're gonna go by these Pat Sox logic of what ultra leftism is, that means every fucking revolutionary that has fucking that has ever lived, who did revolutionary work in the 19th and 20th centuries we're all ultra left. That means that not one revolutionary was anything but ultra left. If we're going by
Right.
these fucking people's logic, like what the
Right.
fuck is it? It's to me, ultra leftism is whatever these people want it to mean. It,
Right.
it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't. It's not supposed to. Like it's like identity politics. It doesn't fucking mean anything. This fucking
Right.
ultra leftist shit needs to die because we can't
It
have
does.
conversations about anything because of these fucking Pat socks.
Right.
Like
Everything
why
now. They really are.
fucking why do we need the right wing to fucking wreck our movements? And
I
these
mean,
fucking people are doing it.
think about it. So like
Right.
we've got cultural genocide going on in not just Xinjiang but many parts of China. Them trying to do this one Chinese culture, one Chinese history shit. And we can't talk about it because if you talk about it, you get tied to the US who are saying they're doing massacres. We're not saying they're doing massacres, we're saying they're doing cultural genocide, which is happening. That's an imperialist thing that comes from hand chauvinism. We see the historical context that relates to this. But people
Right.
pussy
And
out. People pussy out because they're gonna get told, "Oh, you're a xenophobe. Oh, you're a racist." No, fuck you. I don't give a fucking shit for your xenophobia. There's xeno. You're saying that they're all just one thing. They're not all just one thing. You know that there are Turks there. There's fucking Chinese people there. There's Vietnamese. There's all this
Mongolians.
Mongolian. There's 53 different nationalities that make up what is called Chinese. Like the Han are not the only thing that's
Right.
Chinese. And even the Han aren't just
Right.
one unified cultural group. They're racist to even their own people.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. And it's yeah. I mean the term ultra leftist means nothing now. Another term they're trying to ruin now is the Pat Sox are starting to use dogmatism whenever they don't like a position that we hold. So it's
Oh, it sounds like
ridiculous.
you're being a bit dogmatic there.
So wait, so being a materialist is being dogmatic. So treating Marxism as a religion is well, that's not religion. As a science is being dogmatic.
It depends on the context of where you corner these Pat Sox.
or
Um,
or or using historical materialism to prove that every revolution in history has succeeded by having support from the poorest sections of the population and
Lenin
not the
literally,
fucking
Lenin, like this is the
aristocracy.
thing that always gets me with that point you're making, Dark Xenovia, is that like Lenin very explicitly had to, like, he got so pissy with it, he had to make lectures after lectures. There's a compilation of the lectures called the 1905, the lectures on the 1905 revolution by Lenin, where he has to get pissy and tell the fucking petty bourgeois radicals in the party, like, no, you didn't start this. What the fuck are you talking about? It came from the people. And
Right.
he got really fucking pissed with it. Like, it really drove him up the fucking wall and out the wazoo.
Yeah, I mean, they cherry pick anything. If they feel like you have a position that's that's ML and that's part of the material basis, like they'll say you're dogmatic, and then it's
Coming from the people that go around shouting, "Socialism now! Socialism now!" or "Russia is not our enemy." How exactly is? Oh, yeah, that isn't totally dogmatic or cultish or anything like that.
and yeah, and then you got Haas telling his chat room to take an oath, taking an oath to promise to like break video game consoles and all that crap.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Yes. Yeah.
I didn't catch that. What was said?
Haas went on a rant against gamers apparently, and like within the 6 minute rant, he's like telling people to break consoles of others and cheat in video games and all that kind of weird stuff. It was like a real bizarre rant, and like towards the end of the video, he's telling his chat room to take an oath to promise that they'll do this. Like he literally says that. He literally says take an oath, everybody, and then I guess they take an oath or some crap. I don't know.
Well,
It's
good luck, because I don't because if you try to enter someone's house to break their console, they'll fucking fuck you up. Because you don't know if some of these people possess guns.
right. And then
Consoles cost a lot.
somebody in the chat room told Haas that it's actually illegal to like destroy like somebody's console like behind their back because Haas was telling them to throw it out the window. And then Haas was like, "Oh, okay, don't do anything illegal." But then, yeah, it's yeah, it's so crazy, man. It's flabbergasting, honestly.
I really wish we didn't have to talk about these people, but unfortunately, we kind of have to because they do pose a threat to us.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind talking about them if they were Republicans or whatever, or Nazis or whatever the fuck they want to be. But the fact that they have to call themselves, Marxist, Leninist, and the fact that they have to put up like
right.
they're spitting on treasured images of people, and unlike most people, I don't actually like shitting on Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, Mao, etc., etc. The fucking capitalists already do enough of that. I don't think I need to keep adding on. If you're in like a group of MLs discussing like what problematic things with them, that's one thing. But when you're in like public, that's a whole different other thing.
And yeah, I agree with you there. Like it's already, and then they're going out and doing these like waving Z flags in New York City and Austin, Texas, and holding conferences and holding Lincoln statues and shit. It's like like so they're trying to convince like the average person that Caleb is like the face of Marxism here or something. It's that's why they're toxic. That's why they have to be dealt with because they are ruining everything. They're shipwreckers. They're infiltrators.
Yeah, they are. Trust me, they're doing a better anti-communist job than any right winger could do. That's all I can say.
Absolutely, and I mean even revisionist like honeypot parties like the CPUSA has to like make a public announcement and like warn everybody, hey, get away from Haas and Moppin.
Yeah, and even the fucking
when
revisionists
the
are
Fed
concerned. Fucking hell.
Yeah,
when
and I
the
think
fucking Fed part when you're on the shit list, I mean the shit
yeah.
of the Fed party like the CPUSA.
Like
You
the
know,
fucking federal party of the United States of America has got a problem with you.
Right.
You know you're
Right.
fucked up. You know you're not probably a
I-
good communist. You probably
I think the leader actually is a federal government employee.
Yeah. And
like
yeah, and the funny part is that happened because Haas kept going on stream. He kept saying, "Yeah, we're gonna infiltrate the CPUSA 2036."
the Caleb's
let's
gonna
just say this.
sue them.
Let's just say this.
When is
Haas is a
Caleb's
fucking
lawsuit?
moron. I don't think it's gonna happen. The lawsuit.
It's not gonna happen. The lawsuit now.
I wish it would, but
Oh, I would too, and I would critically support the CPUSA.
I will be like any Englishman, and I'll support both sides to their doom. It's a little
Like
Spanish
I
Civil War
said,
joke.
I would
People don't get it.
I'd critically support the CPUSA, but I would still want it to go down too.
Right. And
I like feel like what's it? Someone needs to get inside the CPI and like make a bet with Keaton Mansfield for like 10 grand that Caleb's gonna lose.
yeah,
Because
it's
he will lose. Like, what? He's going to get them done for defamation because they politically criticized him. Something they can legally do as a registered party. Caleb seems to
right.
forget they literally have the system on their side as a registered party that can go run in elections. Like, people really don't understand how fucking corrupt the Communist Party of the USA is. Like, how and Caleb was loving them before they turned around and criticized him, and now he's like, oh yeah, this party's controlled by the Democrats. It's like, oh, wow, now you're saying it.
Right. Exactly.
Honest with you, if I have to be honest with you, Caleb could avoid this situation with the CPUSA if he simply denounced Hawes.
Right.
He could have still had their support. It's like Caleb's own narcissism and ego is sabotaging his chances of even having the support he could have had.
We see this amongst a lot of people who aren't even Dengists who try call themselves MLs. I don't want to insult MLs by saying these people are MLs, but they they're all about money. You tell them like, yo, we should be focusing on shit that's real world, or we should be not driving ourselves into, like, let's say, the debate bro culture, or driving ourselves into the sort of petty childish situations that people create on the internet. We should focus on Palestine. We should focus on the Lumpen struggle. We should focus on the people stuck in the prisons. We should focus on the genocides that are going on around the world. They turn around to you and they'll tell you, yo, I gotta make money in this. I'm trying to build a channel, yo. I'm trying to get things going. And that's the type of scumbags we got that fill these things up. They're all about making p, not about telling people what's what.
Right. And I mean, we see this with Caleb too. He's like, oh, we don't want to be poor. We want to be, we want more stuff. We want to be like billionaires when communism happens. And he doesn't like, how do I put it? Like he's literally telling everybody that to become a communist, you're gonna be rich. And I think he even has a book on that too. So it's
Yeah.
like,
yeah, it's was the quote uh poverty is I forget the exact quote, but to be wealthy is glorious or something like that. I just
yeah,
butchered it completely, but you get the
yeah.
point.
Yeah, I think that's the quote for sure. Yeah, it's crazy. It's beyond revisionist, really. It's
Well, this whole fucking thing is a fantasy. Like there's no way you can realistically have a fucking world with that many fucking billionaires, even if you got rid of a good chunk of the population.
right, and and I've seen Pat slocks, like I've seen like the infrared server, like I've seen some of them claim that there's get ready for this.
Of population.
They claim that there's unlimited oil in the earth.
That's
I
fucking
just dropped my
ridiculous.
fucking
And
joint at that.
fucking
I,
why the fuck?
I hope they are aware that burning oil isn't good for the environment. Like, I hope
Like
people are aware of this. Like,
this is so
Ukraine,
like
Iraq, Libya,
Right.
all oil.
Gotta give me a second aneurysm. Like, what the fuck?
this is
Uh,
just fucking
uh,
stupid. We don't need in
uh,
this day and age. We don't fucking need oil. We have
uh,
other means of powering our civilization. That's more efficient. That costs us less to
Why is it
use and
always
to
about
maintain. Than
fucking
fucking oil.
industry all the time? We have too much. Fuck you,
Right.
Caleb. I'm a
It's like
degrowther. Suck your mom. Like,
It's not good.
well, the
okay,
degrowthers. You know what? Like, we do build too much. Read Marx. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna actually be this dickhead. Read Marx. Crisis of overproduction. Suck your mom. We need to stop producing
okay,
so much.
okay. Even if let's just say we we should slow down on our growth. Well, we should actually building thing. We should actually be using more advanced technology, not fucking using something as archaic as fossil fuels. We need to
Right.
get off fucking fossil fuels.
I'm
We have the
saying as
means to
well, though,
fucking.
that our society as well will be using that more advanced technology, but at a lesser extent anyway. Like, we're so concerned about, like, okay, cars, trains, and this. Like, it's like, okay, well, trains we already have electronic, we can deal with that, and cars we can already make electronic, we can deal with that. You need to deal with silicon. That's the thing. We need to lower the amount of work hours we're doing, the amount of need for ever having cars. The Soviet Union already solved that, and that's by having towns broken up in a developmental model in a way where you have everything on the street block, so you don't have to
Mm-hmm.
build so much over the land, so you can keep a lot of the greenery and a lot of the nature safe and sound.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's I don't know.
What,
It's just,
what,
yeah,
what you don't love those pictures of South Korea with all those giant, huge cities, and
The
then
giant
North
buildings.
Korea just completely black. It's nothing. People are
Oh
starving in
yeah,
the
but you know
millions.
what? When you actually look at the fucking real places, you go look at the cities of fucking South Korea, and they're surrounded by shanty towns the size of the Mexico City ones.
you're right.
And they have concentration camps and
Yeah, and that so they don't just get people who defect and torture them. They kidnap people at the Chinese border, and they torture
Yeah.
them, and then they either tell them to go against their country and they can stay in their country and get passports and be allowed to move about, or they don't and they get kicked out, and then they don't let you leave anyway. You'll work with them, and they'll still fucking fuck you over, but they'll starve you alive. Is the most common thing that they do to people.
yeah, isn't the president of South Korea right now like a literal right wing crank lunatic? Like
Yeah.
a guy who doesn't believe women should have rights or some insane shit.
Yeah, yeah. Before him, there was a guy who was considering removing the U.S. military, and then all of a sudden, this big U.S. military junkie gets him.
Right.
Pure coinky dink.
A quinky dink. And the what's it? With the fucking what's it? Uh, South Korean situation. The South Korean people don't want the military anymore. People like
Same thing in Japan. Obama got rid of. it was like some party got elected that wasn't the Lib Dems in Japan for the first time in forever as prime minister, and then Obama sabotaged it because he wanted to get troops out of Okinawa.
Well, now they've got a descendant of a war criminal who was never punished for his genocide.
Right.
And they've revigorated the army. But there's Korean diaspora in Japan who are very pro North Korean, and the in the South there's a lot of people who are pro North Korean. Like people like Caleb who have all these international connections are cunts. They're the biggest cunts in the world. Caleb, you are the biggest cunt in the world, and you can clip that and do whatever you want with it. You fucking dickwad. But you have all this access to all this fucking, you're this global geezer, and you don't try and interact with these poorer communities of these countries. You don't try and travel out there. You don't risk yourself. You just stay within the lines. You do your work, and you be a good little boy. You don't, try and travel to Korea and engage with the Korean people.
My God, I'd love to go talk to like the most oppressed groups like the Yazidis in Afghanistan or the Tatars in Crimea.
Because
It's like.
But this guy's a news guy, so he could get these people's voices out there, get a translator, or learn the language. He's a very smart guy. He could learn it, or any other language, and go to like a country like South Korea or any place like that, and speak to the poorest communities, see what's going on there. Even have a discussion with them about communism and what they think about the North, and try and push some ideas across. Don't just do what most mainstream news does, like Caleb does, as with his own videos and with news, where he just lets them put their ideas out and doesn't put anything outwards. He could actually make an open discussion with a lot of people, ploy their ideas, see what they think, and come with a process forward on for first world people, and to what we should be saying when we talk to people about Korea. What support should we throw to the Korean people? Whom are the real Korean people suffering? Show the shanty towns actually from a more first person perspective, like in the fucking field.
Yeah, and Caleb's RT segments are really, really dog shit. Like anytime I would see it, it would be basically like Caleb's like reporting or whatever, and then he goes into like Brooklyn or whatever, or Manhattan or wherever the fuck he's at, and he just interviews like 3 or 4 different people, and he's like, well, that's what they say, and you decide. I mean, it's literally like a Fox News kind of like presentation, like no context, no nothing. There's just quotes.
It's called in a debate it'd be called loaded questions, but it's basically loaded discussion, where he's made it out that he doesn't have a side. He's done a whataboutism, but then he's told you all the information to make up one side of the idea. They make it out like they're being even, but they're not. They're painting one side of the argument and then telling you they're even.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and he's not going anywhere else. He's literally just like, I shit you not. He's literally always in fucking New York every single fucking time. You never see him.
Always in his suit.
Even in America, go to fucking like.
Go to a fucking
Pearl
field.
Harbor.
The only other place I've seen him is he's in a park in New York. Go to a fucking field, man. Go camping. Is he afraid that if he goes to the woods, he'll start smoking marijuana and singing fucking Nirvana?
Right. I mean, Caleb can go to other poor parts of New York. He could go to Buffalo, New York, where it's like, I mean, it's like really degraded there. I mean, maybe Albany. I mean, I'm not that familiar with New York, in all honesty, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. Rochester is another one.
That's in England.
Caleb Muppin push a conspiracy theory that Earth Day was invented so it would undermine the birthday of Lenin.
Oh, this is the thing that Caleb's been saying.
Why would it undermine the birthday of Lenin? Lenin was a man of saving the fucking earth. That was things he preached. That's why he wanted the revolution to not just be in the Soviet Union, but then he had to settle with the Soviet Union because he understood, okay, I'm being romantic, I'm not thinking straight, I need to think of things properly, and he criticized. And that's when he wrote the um what was it? Marxists and the split in imperialism.
Yeah, don't people remember like the little, poster with Lenin with the broom, like on the Earth itself? Like only in Caleb's warped mind could he look at Earth Day being on the 100th anniversary of Lenin and think, "Oh, this is a bad thing. This is the new left trying to get rid of Lenin." It's like
Right.
you're just a fucking idiot and you're a paranoid
Okay,
fucking.
so the new left already does hate Lenin. We're not the new left. The new left is a fucking. The new left. So they keep mentioning that, and they're aggravating me with it, and they know that what they're doing. New left is a British fucking organization that came out of the British Communist Party, and there were several other organizations that have very similar names in Europe and America, but it's basically where Eurocommunism comes from. And we picked it up from the French, of course we did. But the the Labour aristocracy, they betrayed the revolution and they turned things into the new left. That's not what we're about. We're about fucking Maoism and fucking Pantherism. So, well, what does that have to do with the new left? Like, that's what really enrages me. We ain't no new left. I ain't know about that. We ain't know about that social democratic shit. Do you know what's interesting? There's another projection. It's like the Malthusian shit. He's literally pushing new left ideas. He wants to do reformism. He literally went on stream and went, okay, guys, they're really misunderstanding. I'm not trying to say that this is revolutionary stuff. I'm saying that revolution is not going to happen now, so we need to do these reforms. He's literally saying that directly, like, just to cover his ass. He's doing the explicit thing China says, where it's like, okay, we've got to do capitalism for a bit, but then we can do communism at another point in time.
Yep, 2070. Trust the plan.
Come on, man.
Trust
No, it's gonna be fucking It's gonna be 3000 the next fucking day. We'll have communism in 2,000 years time.
Next
That's what Marx was writing.
Oh, so here's the
Next-
tweet from Lumpen on Earth Day, or related to Earth Day. He's like, wrong. It was specifically planned to distract from the 100th anniversary of his birth in 1970. It's an opportunity to push pessimistic eco-Malthusianism into leftist spaces against the Marxist vision of a high-tech egalitarian society of vast abundance.
Oh,
I'm so sick of hearing the word abundance. No, like this is like nothing.
He has no
This is
idea
fucking-
what the fuck it means, or he's purposefully lying. Like, abundance is just about
no,
the fact
no.
that you can organize resources in a capacity where you can apply it to go into ability to go into the need. It doesn't mean there's an unlimited amount, you fucking stupid ginger cunt.
It's like this guy's fucking literally pushing, would literally drive the human species to extinction within a year, if not less. We cannot feasibly fucking have the American lifestyle on the whole
Right.
fucking planet.
Right.
Can't. It's impossible. There's been tons of research it would require 4 or 5 Earths to sustain the American way of life.
Yeah, it was like 4.5 Earths. And then like in the tweet, he posts like a screenshot, I guess, from the critique of Goth, and the paragraph he puts there is like the screenshot of it. I'll read it like the paragraph to you. It says, in a higher phase of common society, after the enslaving subordination of the individual to division of labor, and therewith also the antithesis between mental and physical labor has vanished. After labor has become not only a means of life, but life's prime want, after the productive forces have also increased with the all-around development of the individual, and all springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly, only then can the narrow horizon of bourgeois right be crossed in its entirety, and society inscribed on its banners, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. But like that paragraph does not prove like Marx is talking about a ultra tech utopian egalitarian society. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We need Earth and the ecosystem and animals and planet. You see, this is
Look at
one
the
of my
fucking
theories.
wisdom on Jimmy fucking Cricket over here. Sorry.
And also,
I saw it in like a Grimbeard video, and he did it in like the Philly style accent, and it just it's one of it made me laugh so much. Like, look at the fucking wisdom on Jimmy fucking Cricket over here.
but it's one of my theories
Autism.
why he doesn't have any animals. He doesn't own any animals like cats or dogs.
He's
Like, I'm-
literally he's
Right.
one of the. So I've seen this with a lot of petty bourgeois people. I'm not even trying to insult my mate, but I have a mate who's like this, and it's like I swear that they're just so in love with the city that they want the rest of the world to be like that. They don't care for the countryside. Not all of them.
Right.
I'm gonna take a book out of Caleb. This is satanic. The shit he's pushing here. Like, I mean, I'm being quite fucking literal here. This is some
You know,
satanic
it is.
shit, anti-nature shit.
I fucking Heinrich Himmler moment, bottom deck.
Well, like here's the thing. Like, well, it's like these people actually want a world that's like Star Trek, where there's replicators and all this other fucking space magic shit. It's like this is a fucking fantasy. No, even if we could make something like replicators in Star Trek, like we don't even know how we would make such fucking things. And until we fucking know how to do such things, we should take care of the fucking planet that we fucking live on.
No, do you know what
I
the
mean,
worst thing is, bro? Do you
you're-
know what the worst thing is? They say Star Trek, but do you know what world I feel like they're getting caught on with? I think they want Deus Ex, like the original game, not the fucking weird sequels. The fucking OG crazy ass Deus Ex.
Interesting.
You know, like that despotic cyberpunk reality, not the fucking. Because everyone like the. You know, I agree with the criticism that's made of cyberpunk. The problem with cyberpunk is it makes despotic society seem too cool. Like, a lot of people who live in a despotic situation like me were like, yeah, you know, it's just as shit, if not worse than it is now. But everyone's got mechanical arms, and I'm down for that. That's kind of the mentality a lot of us down in the Lumpen. We're like, you know, we can still do revolution. We can still get rid of the system. We're not going to enjoy it either way. Cyberpunk is too cool. That's the problem. With normal punk is centered around, you know, like, fuck the system and actually doing proper criticism. Like, the problem with cyberpunk is there are good things. Like Deus Ex, the original Deus Ex, that's actually good cyberpunk. But the problem is Matrix fans, not Matrix fans just specifically, but those types of people, you might know what I'm getting at. When Matrix turned around and pointed that the red pill doesn't just make you radical, and that the people who were like replying right wing ideas onto Neo were not wrong, and they're actually the Smiths. You actually saw people just commit to that. They didn't care. Like, a lot of people got ragey, but a lot of people committed to that. Not only because Smith was written as an amazing character, so like fucking if you were a fascist, my god, it's an easy fucking win. But secondly, it created the diverse sort of split between these two groups. It gave them a camp to sit in. It gave them a capacity for them to feel cool and integrated. That's always going to happen. It's unavoidable. So, like, while I agree with the criticism of cyberpunk, it's like it's mute, because when you get into things like Matrix, that's explicitly critical, and the original Deus Ex that's explicitly critical of these structures, then it gets a bit weird when you start seeing the people committing to the more evil sides of it and just integrating themselves in it. I think people don't understand how much fascists are like that. I think that, like, you know, like with any community, like if I was to use the Star Wars community, for example, like they would indulge in the Empire and they will defend it to the end of their breath, and will get in serious arguments with you on how the Empire is a good thing, and will lose their shit in these arguments.
Right.
Oh, I know that only too well. Like I literally had a debate with a guy who says, I mean, an argument. The reason why the Empire is the best is better because it actually lasted a century like
The
after
Republic
the
lasted
movies.
like thousands of years. What the fuck is he on about?
Well, it's like the Empire didn't even last. Not even didn't even last for 30 years in
Are we
Legends.
are we
They
talking?
fucking
I mean, if you go into like legends, like you could argue like 40, 50 years, but still, no. It's the Republic is thousands of years. Flex. Like,
okay. Look, okay, let's be. This is a different discussion for a different time, but there's no way um s- that you
no,
would
but
ever have a sustainable society that for like in Star Wars that's capitalist.
well,
It's impossible.
fascism. Well, it's because it's fascist. That's why it can't be sustainable. Like capitalism can sustain itself. Fascism is the restart. It's to revigorate liberalism. That's why it always takes a lot of the imagery from liberalism that comes out. But considering we're talking about the ultra leftism of supposed leftists, I want to get into the people that are like, oh yeah, you're talking about like culture stuff regarding like films or media that, like let's say Star Wars, for example. Fuck you. It's actually quite important to talk about these things. Not only due to cultural hegemonic influences. And I'm saying fuck you to you. I'm saying fuck you to these dickheads. Um, it's important to talk about these things, but also it's interesting discussion. Like we all grew up and watched these things, and we all still watch a lot of different bits and pieces now. And we can understand things if we explain things in a cultured fashion that's related to the things that we enjoy. So when people are like being communists, and okay, I'm gonna look at Fallout or and discuss that and break that down or this, that, and the other. That's them being like, okay, how do I, focus myself and get myself into being a communist? Well, I should first take something I like and enjoy and break it down with theory because it just breaks them in, and eventually they start to ease more into breaking down the real world rather than breaking down the things they enjoy. It's especially an easy way for people who come from a more aristocratic background to get into Marxism because it's a scary thing to be diving in when you come from fucking, middle class white man world. You just fucking dive into a completely different kettle of fish.
Well, here's another thing. The fascists are the ones that are primarily talking about this sort of shit. The reason why, like, there's so many fascists and so many of these fandoms, right, is because there is no leftist presence in most of these fandoms. And if we don't talk about this, the fascists will. And
Yep.
that's the same thing. That's the same thing with the lumpen. Like, you can't not talk about this because people consume all this shit. Like, all of us
Right.
have consumed like some form of entertainment in some way in another. If we don't have people like openly being critical of some of the things that people consume, then we're allowing the fascists to dominate the narrative.
It's also not the
Like
Yep.
primary drive of
I
our content either. Like it's something that's talked about because people got interests, and we
it's like
concentrate that mainly to Dark Snovia because he knows media better than any of us. Like he's got his head in the right place when it comes to understanding those things. I mean, it's
like
autistic
I
savantism. That is where getting engaged with things that they enjoy. Well, we enjoy. Fucking, I excluded myself then. I mean, my savantism comes into a lot of sociological stuff, and a lot of people who are like that, when they engage in music or TV shows that they really, really love or media like that, they'll remember things really, really vivid from it, and they'll have really great ways to plot stuff out of it. Like, I used to be a really, really big fucking Star Wars fan, yet when I try and remember stuff and I try and say it over to Dark Snovia, he'll turn around to me and go, no, 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 you're remembering that wrong, and I have to explain to me, like, the gears of the situation, like, so he's a media specialist.
well the thing I'm getting is I actually think we should have conversations more about superheroes. The very concept of them are fascists. I don't think we should ignore that because we should actually talk about it. Because if we don't talk about it, the fascists will talk about it.
Yeah, and
Speak. They're the ones that have
they'll try and make them out to be like national socialists and shit like that rather than outright fascists. But they won't use the word national socialist anymore. They'll use a different word. I hate the fact that
Yeah,
they
they'll
took
use
like here's
patriotic.
an
I
example.
hate the fact that they took patriotic socialists from the natives. So I call them social patriots. But patriotic socialists, the way they're using it, they're using. They've even told me they're using. I've had this being told to me by one of them. They're using the word patriot in the old French definition of the 16th century, which just means nationalist. You got people don't know this. The English don't use the exact same definition as the 16th century French. Fascinating fact. Patriotism is about the state with the English. It's about a nationalism to the queen or the king, depending on who's the fucking queen or king and who's the king and queen of consort. Well, you don't get a king of consort; they just stay a prince. I don't get it. I don't get why it works like that. But the so America's built on the basis of that side of patriotism. Like I say, American patriotism is exported English patriotism, and French patriotism functions on the same basis. Nationalism is about the people and about the people's benefit. So the reason why nationalism is wrong in the first world imperialist nations isn't about the state. That's patriotism. Problem with the nationalism is the state that we don't need to be pushing for this big greater increase of benefits of our people on a whole. On a whole, our people are incredible beneficiaries of empire and live quite decent lives. What we need to sort out is the way in which that we abuse the bottom end of our people and that the other peoples who live here are abused. That's really the main conclusive problem. The majority of, like, let's say Anglo-Saxons in Britain, for example, and Scots and in Ireland, in the Scots in the south east and just east in general of Scotland, the lowlands, how they in which are the majority of their population are beneficiaries of empire. It's the same with the US.
Well, if I have to be real, actually, I got a question. When did the topic of overpopulation actually start being brought up again in American discourse openly?
That was in the middle of the Cold War, I think.
No, no, no. I'm referring to recent. I mean, in the
Recently,
past 4 years.
about 2008.
Elon Musk, he didn't promote the idea of overpopulation, but he started saying that we're underpopulated and that we need more people. So he was
Okay,
trying to
Stoking the
like bring
flames.
that discourse.
no, okay.
You know, you could fit the entire
What I'm
world population in the state of Maine, and they could live comfortably.
No.
Right.
Okay,
The state of
okay.
Maine.
What I'm
Maine's
basically
tiny.
okay. What I'm basically trying to say is the reason why, to the earlier thing about entertainment, why it's important that some of us who know it talk about it is you didn't hear as many people talk about overpopulation to the extent that you do now, um, until a certain movie in 2018 came out, and you had the alt-right use this character for memes
The conversation was already going on
or
since the economic crisis of 2008. But I get what you're getting at. I know what movie you're on about. I can't remember who directed it, but it was a movie that criticized like so much about how capitalism is not doing shit to save the environment, and it got blasted out of public space by all sorts of different organizations and corporations.
Which
no
movie is this?
Thanos. The character of Thanos in Infinity War
Oh,
is
You're on
Oh
about Infinity War. I thought you were on about that
yeah.
movie that came out about environmentalism. There's a movie that came out that stuck to some flames. But no, before that, that film came out because it was already popular. Like, the shit came about because of economic crisis. The labor aristocracy started getting their teeth out to fucking sack the disabled and the lower class. Look at what happened in the coronavirus. Petty bourgeois government in Britain turns around and tells the fucking petty bourgeois ran healthcare service to tell their aristocratic workers that they should force disabled people to sign do not resuscitate orders if they go into hospital with the coronavirus. When people got
yeah.
outraged about it, they only got outraged about the learning disabled. They did not get outraged about the physically disabled or the elderly.
Right.
Well,
Evil
the only reason I'm
bastards.
bringing this up because like yeah, this always has been in the discourse, Malthusianism, to one extent or another, but you never seen it so open. I'm referring to in America because until the Marvel films, and the Marvel films have done, I think, an amazing job of indoctrinating an entire generation of Americans into accepting militarism, Malthusianism, racism, white supremacy.
Right. I mean,
I mean, this
even in the Black Panther movie, you had like anti-China sentiment in the movie because you had that character Killmonger. He wanted to
It,
like invade Singapore, which was really another way of saying I want to invade China, basically.
and
Um,
and wasn't like Black Panther working with like a CIA operative or something? And then like
oh
Killmonger,
yes,
yeah,
was
Yeah,
yeah,
Wakanda is literally a fucking th- they abuse their native peoples around them. They have all this wide technology, and they when they decide to open it up to the world, it's open up to the West, but they never opened it up to their fucking African neighbors. What?
right, and
And let's not
right,
forget that
and
Marvel is clearing up its history. Wakanda was a much more racist situation before.
right, and then the Killmonger guy, like he was abandoned, and he had to go through like Oakland, the bad part of California,
Wakanda
and
was
all
supposed to
that.
be like South Africa, so where are the settlers who are occupying the area? Like, why aren't they doing the proper story of Black Panther? Why did they change it?
Exactly, and
well,
then I guess Killmonger was part of the military as well, and
Yeah,
so
yeah,
Killmonger
this
yeah,
is
was a
the
way of
whole,
making the Black Panthers look like dickheads because they made him a black nationalist and then they made him do horrible shit. But
right,
you know, I mean, fucking Killmonger did nothing wrong. That's what I do to wind up the right wingers because the right wingers really hate Killmonger in America.
uh, okay,
right,
let's be real. The, the reason they treated Killmonger the way they did in the movie was to criticize, to basically shit on Pan Africanism.
Yeah.
right.
this this reminds me.
And funnily enough, it wouldn't surprise me if the Singapore thing is to shit on the Africans who are standing up against Chinese imperialism in their own continent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's an interesting point. Yeah, and it's to make it look like that black nationalists are hostile to Asian people, basically. In another way, I guess the movie's trying to portray.
I mean,
This,
it will
this
Right,
actually
reminds
end up foeing that rivalry between peoples, though, because it will make misconceptions and cause trauma and struggles. I think people mistake how influential this type of media is on people, and this comes to a problem with the ultra leftist of MLs. They just think it's all about read some Marxist Leninist books and that's it. Everything goes ahead in ahoy, and it's not. There's so much
right,
going on in society that's ticking people's
These
brains. That's full of hidden curriculum. That's inspiring people
right,
to
people need
think
to
in a certain retrospective.
it.
people
This
need to
reminds.
fucking listen to people need to listen to Michael Parenti's fucking lecture about inventing reality and
Yep.
his lecture on entertainment as a whole because he talks about this stuff in extensive detail on how Hollywood like pushes anti-worker themes in their films, how they push sexism, racism, fascism. He talks about this sort of stuff. It's like my Michael Parenti understood his shit. I mean, he actually made an argument that cartoons in the 80s, because it's when he did the lectures, was a form of child abuse.
Did, have you guys ever watched the movie Law Abiding Citizen?
No.
no,
So it okay, so it's a movie that takes place actually in Philadelphia. So a lot of the scenes and stuff I know of, I've been there. So basically, it's like a movie about a guy whose whole family gets murdered, and then he literally kills the people that murdered his family. He goes to jail, but then he also takes it out on the people that, because there was a trial where they got off or something like that. He takes it out on the DA who screwed that up, and takes it out on the police and the judges, and then eventually he just wants to blow up the entire mayoral, take down the whole corrupt system, as he said. And I'm like thinking at the end of the movie, like, is this guy supposed to be the bad guy or something, or the good guy? Because it's and then they kill him in the end, because obviously we can't have this anarchy pursuit or something like that. But it's like that really does remind me a lot of like Killmonger there.
Right.
Well, and here's another example of extremely right-wing propaganda. You can't look any further than the Rambo films.
Right. That one too.
I have to make a joke about Rambo 3. This this film is dedicated to the brave fighters. I can't do it with a straight face. I can't do it. I seriously can't do it.
Brave
The
fighters.
ending of that film ended badly.
The brave fighters of the Mujahideen.
Have you guys seen Moppin's recent tweet yesterday? He said so this is him again showing his like Tradicon bull crap. So I'll read it to you guys. I stand by my view that casual, meaningless of sexual encounters in our culture significantly contributes to depression and loneliness. I think it's better when sexual activity takes place in the context of marriage. Just my opinion. No desire to force it on anyone. But then he starts like arguing with everybody else.
I don't
Yeah.
want to force it on everybody, but let me get into the comments, put this out there, and argue with everybody in the comments.
Right. Exactly.
Just do a tweet that says you're all a bunch of degenerates, and just so.
Well, Haas already does that by calling everybody parasites. So yeah.
Well, nobody's gonna freaking make me not hate the existence of porn, so you're not gonna fucking argue fucking with me there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess the point is like, okay, that's like one thing to talk about over sexualization under capitalism, but that's not what he's talking about. He wants to go back to that 1950s Norman Rockwell.
Right.
You do realize the American public would have a fucking psychotic fit if you try to take away their porn.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, like what Mobbin's talking about is not even just porn. Like he's now trying to suggest that we need to go back to, just this idea that sex only within the marriage. I mean, that's what he's doing today, and yeah.
Well, this is totally chauvinistic because there's many cultures that don't look at sex in that way.
Right. Right. And then this is a guy. The worst part about it is like this guy is calling himself an ML. You know what I mean? It's not like some random douchebag Republican. You know what I mean? It's fucking fake ML
Let's be
mopping.
honest. Majority of Republicans, have a porn
Caleb's
addiction.
just been
Let's just be
spooked
real.
because the first degrowthing reforms are the penis degrowthing reforms.
Immunization operation inbound.
Yeah, most Republicans are sexually repressed as fucking hell, and they will engage in some of the kinkiest, most
Right.
sex-depraved shit possible.
Yeah, and that's why I find it interesting. Moppin, he likes to attack Sigmund Freud a lot, and he tries to associate. He'll say like Freudian, so he tries to associate Sigmund Freud with BreadTube now as well.
What?
Yeah. Maupin is anti Sigmund Freud, and he associates Freud with the left, synthetic left, according to him.
I think he also called the Pope synthetic left.
Yeah, because
Wait,
Kean
wait.
Mansfield wants to reform the Vatican.
Oh God. Wait, France. Wait, where the fuck that Pope his name is? He's synthetic left. The guy is a fucking centrist, if not an outright right winger. What the fuck are you talking about?
Right. Well, Kean Mansfield, like if you want me to explain why they're saying he's left, it's because like a
Oh
lot of
God.
a lot of like the hardcore traditional Catholics, they view Francis as left wing, or neoliberal, and so that's what Keaton is really referring to when because Keaton is a conservative theocrat. Don't get that wrong. So that's what he really means from his perspective. Yeah.
The dude doesn't even list being a socialist on his Twitter.
Right.
Yeah, it put like what was it, like Republican or something on there?
Yep, the Irish Socialist Republicans say always be careful of someone who claims they're a socialist but will not claim the title and only call themselves a Republican. They don't trust people who are just Irish Republicans.
Right.
The only good Republican are the Irish.
Especially in
specifically the Irish
America of all
Socialist
things.
Republicans. They're the ones who honor the Irish 16 Easter Revolution to its full extent. God bless them.
Also, especially considering the context in America with the term Republican in the context of this country.
Well, are you
I
trying
don't
to say
think
that? Are
people
you
are.
trying to say that the history of a country is important when being a historical materialist? I think you're being an ultra leftist, man.
Hey,
but
I'm
but
being
careful, guys. We're ultra
Super
leftists for
Saiyan
pointing.
leftist.
We're ultra leftists for pointing out obvious facts. I mean, yeah.
We're being dogmatic by sticking to historical materialism, guys.
No, you. I love the way Jason does it. Like Jason's brilliant at the. No, you.
Right.
Wonder if he's online.
No, it's like I'm
No,
all
he's
about
not.
pushing
That's the
Marxism.
big stink. Ah.
Why?
It's like, no, it's like I'm all about
I was
pushing
gonna add
Marxism.
Jason to the call. It would have been cool, but he's asleep, I think.
Like, I'm adding, like,
Canada A is
Marxism
in the
led.
nighttime, just like you Americans are, but you Americans are very nocturnal, it seems. You Yankee bastards!
It's only like 6 a.m. right now. The sun's coming out.
Yeah, it's 5:30 at
fucking-
my place.
I hope you asked for
It's
consent
fucking
before you started playing with the
3:37
sun
where
like
I'm at.
that.
It's
Wait, that means we can
3:37
both
where
see
I'm
the
at.
sun? That's mad. The sun comes to us first, though. Fuck you. The sun likes us more. Well, it doesn't, because it's burning up our fucking country, and we don't get a winter anymore. We burnt away our ozone a bit too much, maybe. Think we
Well,
might need to
but
stop using
according-
fossil fuels.
Hey,
According
hey,
to Caleb Maupin, if you care about the environment, you're for degrowth.
Well, you're opposing Lenin, even though I think Lenin
Right.
would be honored that Earth Day was set on his birthday. Like, what do you mean a distraction? Like, I'm doing this because, like, I just want to celebrate Lenin the proper way, which is showing that Lenin is not bigger than any other person. He's no bigger than the world figure. Like, World Day is more important than Lenin's birthday. And that's my point to it.
be
I mean,
honest with you.
unfortunately, I got it late, but you know what? Like, World Day is where things are at. You know, we need to be celebrating our Earth, fixing our Earth, building our things forward. The most part of communism when it comes in is going to be fixing this world. We can think of space later.
To be honest with you, I don't think Lenin would give a fuck if somebody
He was a very
like,
iconoclastic
put Earth-
guy.
put Earth Day on the day he was born. Lenin wouldn't fucking give a fuck. like he wouldn't care. It's like if he wouldn't care, why the fuck should we?
I remember
Right.
People forget Lenin was a self-hating labor aristocrat, so like petty bourgeois. So like he didn't like celebrations of this grandeur over him. He was a very timid guy. Really, really, really timid, awkward guy with a big love for cats. Social
If anything,
awkwardness. He struggles with communication. He had a speech impediment. Um, and he was dyslexic as well. Um,
if anything, I think Lenin would have felt honored that the Earth Day was on the same day of his birthday. If anything,
I agree with this position that this psychologist made that Lenin was likely neurodivergent. Like, there's a lot of signs of it. And I think he would have been. I think he would have been honored that Earth Day's on his birthday. I feel though like what's it? Thank goodness it's on his birthday and not on the joint birthday of Hitler and Queen Elizabeth, Queen Elizabeth
yeah,
II. They literally share the same
Yeah.
birthday. Like, I'm not joking.
yuck. You know, I made a joke in the Star Trek fandom since we're talking about Lenin that Jean-Luc Picard is a descendant of Valimir Lenin. It's canon. Nobody's going to change my mind because
He
if you look
literally
at
does
Patrick
play
Stewart and
Lenin.
Lenin, they kind of look alike.
No,
What?
so he actually plays Lenin in a film. The actor.
Yes, he does. And he says one thing I remember in Patrick's story. He says, "I don't trust liberals."
Yeah. I need to go onto Facebook to get it. No. Facebook.
You know what I find really funny about trots? They actually they s- they like to make up this stupid bullshit that Trotsky was the real successor to Lenin, even though we all know it's fucking bullshit.
Right. One of the things they still push these days, like I guess they've been pushing it forever, is that they claim that permanent revolution directly comes from Marx. Um, according to them.
Oh, sorry, I hit my mic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trotsky. Only reason for the existence of his ideology in 2022 is to just shit on something that happened decades ago. I mean, that's
Right.
literally it.
Did anyone see that meme? Someone made a Trotsky. They took Leon Trotsky and they took Hillary's book, What Happened, and they put it in the same picture.
That's
I'm sorry. I shitting on Trotsky never gets old. I'm sorry.
I mean, like,
Yeah, it'll never get
Lenin's
old.
first work on Trotsky is it's like, yeah, the guy is like, he's thinking of socialist ideas to some degree. Like, there's summit coming here, but he's an opportunist, and his ideas are flat and lazy, and he doesn't. Like, he basically turned around and slandered him and turned around and called him like an unimaginative toad. I can't remember what the original insult was, but it was hilarious. Lenin was a cunt, but in a funny way. In a way, like me and Comrade Net were talking about it, and it's like there's this thing with righteous aristocrats, the ones who try and side with the proletariat and the lumpen proletariat, where they get this like they're very angsty and in a way that's somewhat a bit too chauvinistic at times, but they do it in this like righteous way where they're like parroting the lines of the righteous, the righteous line, the line of the proletariat, the revolutionary line forward, and they'll do so in a way where they'll just savage anyone who goes against it in a beautiful way, and you just let them do it. You just let them do it. Lenin did it to loads of people. Left-wing communism is one of them ones where it's like, maybe you're being a bit, you're getting a bit too ableist at this point and you're going a bit too far, Lenin, but I sometimes have to let you off because the criticisms are, when you get into the actual book, good criticisms.
I can't help but say this, but I don't care if Stalin killed Trotsky. I still think it's why the fuck would whoever killed Trotsky kill him with a fucking ice pick?
Why would you travel all the way across the world with it to kill him? Like, that's so cartoonishly evil. Killed with the ice pick. It sounds like the US that does. It sounds like CIA cutting up loose ends.
No,
Like the British did with Lawrence of Arabia. Trotsky is the Lawrence of Arabia of the American Empire.
It's like,
It just
wouldn't it make more
failed
sense?
Lawrence of Arabia.
Wouldn't it make more sense just to simply shoot Trotsky rather than to fucking kill him with an ice pick?
Well,
I know
you're dealing with them. They want the Americans to get scared by it, so they want to be like, the evil communist Soviets in their icy land that's never warm. They promoted so many Nazi propaganda points after the war, and so did the British, that this type of shit was gonna work. Like the US sucked up to the Nazis for this throughout the 30s, and they were buddy buddies with them. So anything and everything. This is why I hate the fucking the Pat Sox with the
FDR
the Roosevelt was friends with the Soviet Union. Roosevelt was also friends with Adolf Hitler. Like what?
Right.
And that's probably why a lot of them are fucking mad, because it's like, oh man, if only he had stayed friends with Hitler, then we could have all been buddies together.
Right. I know that a lot of like the some of the more like really right wing Nosbles and Strazzerites, they take the other position. They're like, oh, it's too bad that Hitler had to invade the USSR, and then they push weird crap like Stalin and Hitler should have teamed up and invade the West or something. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's the whole brain.
Red Brown, yeah.
Yeah, it's the red. No, it's not even that. It's the Karl Haushofer Eurasianist kind of
right.
worldview shit that he pushed. And fucking what's it? Swear, I must be so freaking tired right now. Brain. What was I even saying?
I don't know. I'm so sorry.
We said something about like Red Brown, and then you were gonna say something else after that.
My G here to save us.
Well, it's like this red brown shit needs to fucking stop.
Oh man, I sometimes get a bit of red in my brown shit, and it's not very good. I need that to stop.
I really wish we could.
No, I find it funny. It's
we
like
could
it's
just-
come at a perfect moment. I'm dealing with gastrointestinal damage and piles, so like I just get to turn around. It's like I need this red and brown shit to stop, and it would be nice for the Nazbols to go away too.
Yeah, I really wish we could insert a filthy Frank clip as we just said that.
Yeah.
So the thing. Oh, I was going to talk about. Yeah. So the thing about Trotsky. Here's what I don't get. Why didn't Stalin just? Well, wasn't he like arrested and sent to like Central Asia or something like that in exile? So here's what I don't get. Why did he let him go into exile?
They
in
did
the
that a
first
lot with
place?
people. That Lenin
I'm
got
trying
sent
to
into
remember.
exile. What are you on about the Soviet Union? Oh,
I
I
don't know.
don't
Stalin's
know.
biggest mistake, other than supporting the existence of Israel, was not getting Trotsky killed sooner.
Right, yeah.
So
And I mean,
it was social
Trotsky hurt
chauvinism.
the Spanish Civil War.
I think no, I would say other than Stalin's biggest mistake with Israel was not killing Tito.
Yeah, I agree there. Although at least Stalin ended up supporting Hoxha in Albania, and he didn't
Well,
give
as
it
well
to
as well with
Tito.
Albania, at
But
least
yeah, I agree there.
Albania, like China as well, did not take fucking Khrushchev's lies on Stalin's death. Albania, China, and Romania all said, turn around and said, nah, this is
fucking
bullshit. You
traitors.
killed him.
Oof.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Like,
Tito, man, he did a lot of damage. I think some people overlook Tito's influence, his bad influence. Like he did a lot of damage to
I'm not about
the Warsaw
Khrushchev's work
Pact,
with
and
Tito
he
though.
really did
Like,
help the capitalists, the
I'm not getting it.
imperialists. Really,
I'm not getting at Khrushchev's
And that's
work
the
with
thing about
Tito.
betrayal is
I'm getting
it
at
never
like
comes from an enemy. A guy that literally was one of the people that helped defeat the Nazis in World War II, and then just took out the knife and just stabbed everybody in the back, including the
right,
Yugoslav people.
yeah, because
right,
Tito was a
exactly, and
Yugoslav. That's why Yugoslavia should
exactly,
never have been made. It was a
and you know,
kingdom.
there's
It
actually
was
a
a kingdom
speech.
made by the
I want
Hungarian
to say
Empire.
that was from, I think it's actually Heinrich Himmler. He's actually complimenting Tito, but then he kind of admits that he's one of their biggest enemies
Ah,
in the region. Yeah.
so you guys might
Um.
not have been able to hear me then. I think Discord glitched out. But what I was saying is that also you have with Khrushchev, when Stalin was assassinated, Tito, Hoxha, Ceausescu and Mao did not take Stalin's death as the way that Khrushchev told it, and pretty much quickly come to the conclusion that he was killed. That was a good thing as well with the especially Hoxha and Mao, not so much Ceausescu. I don't really trust Ceausescu at all. Hoxha went downhill later on, but it's not like it's about trust. Like the guy fucking lost his mind. I can't fucking I don't know how to dictate on that. Like I just got to be like, okay, well I got to find the point where to stop with Hoxha and cut off. Same with Mao. It's like, where do I cut off?
Yeah, the Stalin death reminds me a lot of Nasser. Like literally, the situation seems very similar.
Yeah, I feel
like
Nasser
it's
was
so
assassinated. So the Marxist position when it comes to Nasser from the Arabs is that Nasser paved the way for Sadat's fascism, and what he created was petty bourgeois socialism, a system that did not quite fit to socialism. Not out of spite, but out of his class interests, just the way he operated. I can agree with that. I have a lot of love for Nasser, but I can agree with that. But what Nasser did is Nasser inspired great attempts for socialism and inspired what is so groups like the PFLP and other groups like that. They follow what is called Marxist-Leninist Nasserism. I only recently learned about Marxist-Leninist Nasserism, and what that is them taking, okay, well, Nasser was a genius on culture. Like he fucking absolutely spot on. What he's saying about Islam and what he was saying about the culture of Egypt and the culture of Africa, bloody spot on. That's why everyone loved Nasser in the West, in the Panther movement and other groups like that. He was absolutely spot on with culture. That needs to be taken and applied to the Arab form of Marxism. Because Arabs just like every group, every country needs their own form of Marxism. That's always been said, and I hate the way that people dilute that, and that's one of the things that scares a lot of people away from it. So what they say is that, okay, we need our own form of Marxism. We take our own form of Marxism and we apply the cultural understanding of the region from Nasser and from the Pan-Africanists into Marxism to understand the region. So for the Arabs that are on the West Asian mainland, they'll be following just the Arab Nasser principles, but the ones who are on, but they'll still need to understand the free circles because it still intersects with their region. But for the people who are in the mainland of Africa, they'll really, really, really need the free circles. It'll be very key and important for the organization of the Arab Socialist Republics, whether they are Marxist or not. So while I agree with the Marxist-Leninist Nasserists, I'm not saying it's the only form of good socialism that can come from the people who have taken Nasserism and advanced it. It's just the one I quite have quite a big liking towards. Bring Maoism, Nasserism.
Hey.
Hey.
Well,
Uh,
guys, I'm gonna head on out because I gotta go walk my little doggy. I'll post an image of him in the chat. But you guys have fun and long live Marxist, Leninist, Maoism, Third Worldism, Nasserism. Peace.
Oh,
yeah.
respect, brother. Red salute. Have a good night, rest. Or good day, rest.
Yeah. Oh god, I just found this hilarious Haas tweet. I'm gonna post it in the room, and then I'll read it to you guys. It's real hilarious, man.
Oh,
It's
bro.
like it's real hilarious. So I'm gonna quote it now. Now that the Soviet Union is gone, the Communist Party must learn from Chinese Marxism and Mao Zedong thought. The meaning of Popular Front must be re-examined. Popular Front must include disaffected Trump Republicans and rural petite bourgeois.
Oh
No.
God,
For real.
no.
I'm having to plank it for this. This is. I can't move my head away to be astonished at his moronicism. Okay, Mao Zedong thought. Which Mao Zedong thought? Did they not realize why Maoism was made? They were like, okay, what's the good bits? What's the bad bits?
Right.
And Maoism isn't just
Right.
based off Mao Zedong thought either. Like these simpletons, like, oh, we got to look to the Marxism of China. Mao Zedong thought. It's like, people already did that, and then they combined it with other stuff. Like people get all hooked up on Maoism without knowing what it is, calling it all bullshit, getting all
Right.
angsty. And it's like, it's not just Mao Zedong thought. It's a lot of experiments that were tested using Mao's ideas, because Mao's ideas were more suited to the colonialized environment of of the of the neo-colonial world.
Right. Yeah, I mean that's Haas. I mean, he's the one who said we need Mao Zedong thought, and apparently we need a popular front of Trump Republicans and rural petite bourgeois.
But I thought the labor aristocracy doesn't exist. There's like petty bourgeois. It's like, how does a labor aristocracy not exist if there's a petty bourgeois? That would be an aristocracy. If
Exactly.
they are denounced and not full capitalists, then they must be in an aristocratic position of society. God,
Right.
they must learn how capitalism. Marx said this: capitalism is just industrialized feudalism. Just fucking learn the system. It's not exactly feudalism; it's its own thing. But that's why neo-feudalism happens, because the way to restart capitalism is to do
As much as I,
neo-feudalism. They believe in cycles because they can cycle it. That's what they've been doing. That's why imperialism still exists today, even though it's been in a death knell since 1898,
Right.
especially since 1927.
as much as I would like to continue to be part of this stream, I need, I need to get some sleep, guys. I'm sorry.
No,
It,
no
it, it was
disrespect.
fun to be part of this, but I need some sleep.
Get some
All
sleep,
right.
then, fam.
Long
Sounds
live
good, man.
Marxism.
Oh, sorry.
Long live Marxism, Leninism, Wookieism.
Hell
Wookieism,
yeah.
Respect, brother. I gotta go, Breast. I'll catch you on the flip side. Red salute. I think he closed the app rather than leaving.
I think so. Hope you get some sleep, Wookie. Um,
We
yeah,
need
I
to
think he
pretend he's
closed the
here for a
app.
bit now. There's still 3 of us.
Yeah.
Time to talk shit about those two behind the back.
God, I can't believe Haas really said that, man. That's even. I actually just like sent it to Jason in Twitter DMs. I just sent him that link, and it'll be funny to see his reaction if he even can make one.
I imagine you'll end up getting like a lol or a what the fuck.
Yeah,
Jason's
and
the
and
Jason's the timid kind of neurodivergent where he's like fucking he's a really he don't say too much in text conversations, but when you get him in a conversation, an actual chat, he can go off like one and you just gotta foster the environment where he feels comfortable.
right, yeah. Yeah, man, I can't believe, man, that is like the most wild shit I ever just read out. Between that and Haas's like Hegelian nonsense.
Wowism sounds like an ideology centered around playing your cassette tapes at the wrong speed.
Wowism.
Wow and flutterism.
I can't stand B liberal at all. He's just a dangoid, really, and he really is just a dangoid,
According
and
to
like
Trav, he's an honest communist of honest positions.
and then and B liberal he did a video where some other dude went on his channel and like he tried to deny that Australia and New Zealand and Canada aren't settler nations.
Like, how did the white people get there? Don't do the Argentinians where they descended from the boats. I will not stand for that shit again. We've had that shit too many times.
Right.
Once is enough. Where's the Argentinian? They'd be fucking misgendering all the time. I am. They'd be fucking absolutely wicked on this discussion. They know how to properly spit things out.
Right.
Oh, and of course, Haas says that they should oppose unions because apparently unions are bad now.
Well, you see, they know you. What argument do they actually have to stand on? Like, according to Hegel, the union is not the union in essence. It is the union in connection to the. I'm scoffing that hard that while I'm rolling my joint, the Rizzler, the rolling paper, just keeps jumping up when I do it. Like it's scaring the shit out of me. Like, don't lose my weed. How am I going to connect to the hippie spirits that Caleb Boppin's so afraid of?
Right.
God, he must hate my streams because he always goes on about like, those weed smokers, all I do is just sit here and get stoned and talk shit.
Right.
I should have made that my bio,
Yeah.
not like I'm a hypercritical critic. I'm just some cripple who gets stoned and talk shit and full stop. That's it, nothing more.
Yeah, maybe we should call ourselves marijuana Leninists or something like that. Just to piss them off.
You gotta smoke fucking an ounce a week, otherwise you can't be in the commie party.
Right. I swear Caleb's the type of guy who like he probably smoked like a few hits from a joint or a bomb and he panicked and like from like one bad trip he thinks like weed is the devil now. And you know what I mean?
I think he's more like one of those more hypocritical petty bourgeois types where he won't touch weed, but back in his college days, he was a big cocaine guy and probably takes amphetamine tablets today.
Right,
I take the
that's
amphetamine
true.
tablets for an ADHD prescription. I don't know, but yeah, he just seems like a Trump kind of guy.
Right.
Maybe that's why they get along so
Right.
well. They both go to the same clinic to pick up their ADHD medication. He lives in New York, so
Mhm.
like I really wonder how many social interactions he's actually had with Trump. Because if Norm Macdonald can have interactions with Trump, surely Caleb can.
Yeah, I'm sure he has. Yeah.
I mean, like the thing with like Marine Le Pen, where she's like holding the Soviet flag, is the thing. I don't know if you've noticed so much. She's not holding a communist flag of an international thing. She's not using the national flag of the Soviet Union, which was at one point seen as the flag of the International during the Third International, so it isn't just a national flag, it is an international one. No, she was using the Navy flag. That flag is also tied to the Navy during the social imperialist period. What side of the Soviet Union is she liking?
Right. Exactly. Sounds like she's a crucified, I guess.
At best, a Khrushchevite.
God forbid if it's Brezhnev.
Well, but you haven't read Marine Le Pen. Come on, man. Oh, man. You'd think that this was just fucking, like, child's play that just happens on the internet, but no, these are, like, real adults who have real jobs who do these things, too, in their real lives.
Right.
Oh, well, capitalist, realist lives. They hate having capitalist realism being pointed out to them and the labor aristocracy. I mean, I guess I get gaslit when I join fucking VCs that have Trav in it, and you turn around like, don't go on about the labor aristocracy. I haven't even mentioned them yet, and it's like, whoa, like, come on, man. And that's because they get angsty about it because they don't like the fact that their world's been put into criticism.
Yep, it's just uncomfortable for them. They get offended.
They tokenize third worldism whenever they can. Did you watch the last big third worldism video he did, where it sounded really good, and then he said what he wanted to do, and it was like, oh, this is just first worldist conclusions. You're doing what first worldists do. You're agreeing that things are the way they are, and then saying, okay, but we can't do that. We must just deal with things the way that we would want them to be. And it's like, oh no. Like, I don't like people who go out and call for a national healthcare when in the first world. Like, you should be calling for international healthcare as a human right across the globe. Everything we do is tied to imperialism and is tied to internationalism. And we must think on an international basis all the time. I say this to people when they're thinking about strikes. It's like, yeah, no, we got to think about where we foment and start strikes. But realistically, we need to be targeting the places that are tied to the military-industrial complex and the trade industry. Like, trade as in, like, mass trade, not the trade industry as in, like, self-owned work. I mean, because a trade job in the UK means that you own your own job.
Right.
Kind of. Well, no, sorry, it's skilled labor that's semi self-owned, like plumbing and mechanics and stuff like that. Trade work. See, I fucked up the definition. Now I sound like a moron.
Sounds like you're promoting blankism there again.
Oh no! Well, I fucking want it. For the degrowth, I want Caleb to be force feminized. Caleb is like, have you seen the videos where Caleb tries to be macho? It's hilarious.
Yeah, I've seen a few attempts at it. It's real bad.
It's I'm no big guy. I suffer with hypothyroidism, so my metabolism is ridiculously high. But I know my place regarding that, and I will, I'll do what I can to deal with that. If I'm gonna be big mouth, I'll be prepared to defend myself. If I'm, gonna be unable to deal with the situation in such a fashion, I'll deal with things diplomatically, and I'll fold myself through that. Not in any situation do I see myself as macho in any of that. Actually, I know quite well that I'm not, and take all precautions to deal with the fact that I'm a fucking cripple. Caleb doesn't come from down here, so he's just putting on some acts.
Yeah, he's just thinking.
Toxic masculinity don't help. There's nothing about toxic masculinity that makes survival down in the lower class easier. It's just more attractive for survival when people are down there in the lower class, and that's why it ferments. But it doesn't come across in this more. It's not as chauvinistic as this. It's survival instinct. The chauvinism of toxic masculinity in the lower class comes from lumpen aristocrats, not lumpen proletarians. And it's labor aristocrats like this who use very similar toxic masculine chauvinism. And they do it to control the lower classes. They try and corrupt them. They try and attract them with a more sort of, we're more, like aggressive and more sort of visceral than the typical petty bourgeois people who just ignore you and treat you like scum. That's their advertising point. And that's why when people think, well, yeah, good thing at least they don't have catch on the lumpen. They kind of do, though, because if they can push it enough, even their anti-lumpen stuff might go amiss to people, because if they can push it enough, they might be able to push the people that at least they're clear, like they're aggressive. Oh yeah, they might be a bit anti, but they're a bit misconstrued on us, and people might join them. So they could get basis under the lumpen. Not right now, but maybe in the future. And I know lumpen people through proxy of a friend in America who are being intrigued by Caleb's ideas, especially lumpen who have returned to the proletariat, who have gotten out of being the lumpen proletariat. They're the ones who will most likely be corrupted. But he's certainly going to be attractive to lumpen aristocrats. I will not excuse all of them, because there are some good lumpen aristocrats out there. I've even been made privy to some good lumpen aristocrats out in Arizona, whom have shown respect to me and told the person I've got a lot of respect for that shown respect to me. And there was one of them, I think, who had lost his computer or something like that, and I can't remember the name of him, but what's it? I think I was told to let him know that he'll get it back, or that it's going to be getting back to him. I can't remember the message. I hope I haven't butchered it. But apparently they're watching close, and they keep, like they're intrigued by what I have to say. So like, hopefully that message gets to him. But yeah, no, there are some really good lumpen aristocrats out there, more so than you probably find in the the labor aristocracy, just because of the conditions are more similar. Like the lumpen proletariat and the lumpen aristocracy, a lot of the time are living in the same environment, same material conditions, just with different external contradictions that change those material conditions, like how much wealth they have, their accessibility to people who can help them out, and their resources and things.
Right.
But Morpen is centered around the petty bourgeoisie more than anything. That's where his ideas really catch hold.
Right. That's true. And part of it's that, he lives in New York City and his dad is a NGO worker or whatever, businessman. And so
His father
so
was a non-profit
yeah,
charity
nonprofit.
administrator. Like, he was a part of the
Right.
boards, so he was getting paid hundreds of thousands of pounds to
Right.
profit off people's miseries. Non-profits are profits. They're full of shit. I hate them.
Right.
God, my fucking the auction side's coming out. All my H's are dropping. Can't even say the H, not H. It's a thing with the auction. H. Oh, as been on, fucking it. I really want to learn the Yorkshire dialect properly, because like I want to rekindle with my Yorkshire culture, because I've already a lot of my family's lost. I mean, there was a message I wrote to a comrade regarding it, because I had the panic because I lost my temper, and I was really upset that I may have pissed some people off. So I sort of explained why I was really touchy about the situation. It was regarding like relations to the Irish struggle and stuff like that. I won't go any further detail because it's a good comrade and they didn't do anything wrong. What I explained regarding my upsetness was that, okay, so I get caught on with things and get a bit passionate about it because I know people who are going through shit, who are in different stages of cultural genocide. I mean, like Falcone is an example of someone who's trying to rekindle her culture because of cultural genocide. And I know people who are closer to their culture, further away from their culture. I mean, my comrade Luke as well. He's another person who's also trying to rekindle with his culture. And there's the Red Fenian, who's a second generation Irishman who stays strong with his culture, and you different variations of stuff. Well, I come from a background where, my great grandfather was a proud Scottish diaspora. My great uncle Bert was a proud Irish Scouse diaspora, and that's all gone from my family. A lot of the Yorkshire culture doesn't sit strongly in my family anymore. It just really exists in more so common vernacular and dialect decisions in the way in which we speak with each other and communicate. And that's about it. Like fucking what's it? My family's of a more pan-northern development anyway, so the culture's a bit mixed up. We got a bit of you know, because we're Northumbrian and Cumbria, is where my family comes from. So that's Merseyside, Yorkshire, and sorry, Lincolnshire and Lancashire. That's where my family hail from. And so I know that it's too far gone for me to be going, okay, I can rekindle with my Scottish or my Irish heritage. I feel that would be stepping on people's stones. I should learn its history though, because it's connected to my family, and I should respect its history. But I'm close enough to you know, as an Englishman, I'm close enough to my Yorkshire heritage that I can go and learn that and rekindle myself with where my family come from. And I feel like I should do the same for my Scouse heritage as well, which is even closer to me than my Yorkshire one. But I have a really strong relationship with my Yorkshire heritage. It means a lot to me. So does my Scouse heritage, but like I just there's something about going back and rekindling myself with the past history of my family, and you know, going back up to you know, right up in the north, going back up to places like Scarborough.
I see.
Well, you gotta have out of the Bailey, you know. It's a big problem with the system. Like, I support the North English independence movement. I'm not a member of it, but I support that concept.
I see. North English independence.
Away from the Frankified Normannic English of the South, the culture of North England is a mixture of Angle, Celt, and Viking culture. It's not very Normannic, and you know, I say Angle specifically because it is very Angle in the north. That's what when the settlers came over to here, we got more Angles in the north than we did get Saxons or Jutes. So it's very much like Anglo-Celtic, Viking culture in the north, and then in the south, it's Normannic, Anglo-Saxon, Roman culture.
Oh, I see.
And that's always been the split. Or Frankic culture would really be what takes place of the Roman culture when the French are developed.
Right.
There's 1,085 dropped frames, 0.1% latency.
On your computer?
For the stream.
Over the stream, I see.
No, like, what's it? I was expecting it to be really hard to get a long stream out of this. And even though we've kind of gone off topic, kind of haven't at the same time, because we are... So, I mean, this is about the ultra-leftists who are sabotaging Lenin. And while we weren't speaking too much about Lenin, that's sort of the point of what I was getting at, is that Lenin needs to not be the be-all, end-all. And...
Right.
Getting all these long-winded discussions about all these reactionaries who are trying to speak in the name of Lenin, and as Dylan had said prior, they don't follow the actual good works of Lenin or anyone else like that. They just follow the shit mistakes that we all know are mistakes, and then they take the revisionist ideas and paste them over Lenin and dogmatize that. They use the cult of personality as a way to hide their shit.
Right. Yep. Yeah, very true. And even Trots do it a lot as well. There's some Trotskyites now who call themselves Leninists, which is kind of interesting. They're trying to hide themselves, you know. Yeah.
Absolutely. And we've got the big infiltration of fascists in general, but I call Trotskyists fascists, so I don't really see much of a difference between them.
Right. And I think even freaking Dugan, he's been quoted before that he calls himself a Leninist, and because that's his way of pandering to communists when he's trying to get them to become fourth positionists, aka fascism like 2.0.
He's just the third
Or
positionist. He took what was the original fourth position, which is supposed to be demarchism, and turned it into
right,
fascism again. Like his fourth position is not even the real fourth position. That's the funny thing.
right, exactly. And
The original fourth position
it
essentially came out of a reaction of religious folk to the very anti-religious nature of 20th century socialism, not just Marxian, a lot of it in general, because new atheism is not new. You know what new atheism is? New atheism is actually a return to 1700s, 1800s atheism, where it tries to get really, really murderous
right,
and start trying to destroy religious culture. That's the
right,
Renaissance and the period after that. The capitalists literally rewrote with the petty bourgeoisie, and the bourgeoisie. They rewrote history to make it out that the religions were always against science and they're always this big evil thing. And basically, the socialists of the 20th century kind of took that and ran with it. And we're always like, the religion's always against science. And they pushed it. And when you label a group enough, they become that. What are the religions today? They're all against science. Not because of them being actually against... They've been pushed into that corner. And because of the
right,
control of the higher classes that dominate the bigger religions, who are oligarchs. Oligarchs aren't going to fucking really
right.
agree with science that criticizes their positions. So Marxism don't float with them. I think these people really need to look up the Christian commune movement and don't just go off Marx or Engels or any other fuckers' angsty words about religion, and go look up the Christian commune
Right.
movement and see how radical the Christians were and how much they basically turned around and was like, yeah, fuck off. We don't care for the oligarchs. We're about the people.
Right.
Oh, but there's not cameras back then to film it, so no one's going to look into it.
Right, that's true.
Fucking Zoomers.
I just found a tweet where Haas admits that he used to be a student of, well, in his words, because I don't think he means it like that literally, but he says we began as students of Zizek. So and but he stopped being a Zizek supporter because Zizek abandoned Heidegger. So yeah.
I feel you. Heidegger, for those who aren't aware, is big Mr. Lebensraum guy. He likes his free land.
Yeah. Saluting. He was part of the Nazi Party, college professor, and I'm pretty sure there was a photo of him saluting. The whole thing.
I thought college professors were all communists. Are you contradicting the great Caleb Maupin? Oh, because he
Yeah, I
hasn't said
am.
that, he's gonna think I'm being serious. But
I have never said college professors are all communists.
he gets really fucking angsty, man. Like, take a chill pill, you ginger fucking weasel.
Right. Recently, because somebody criticized him on his tweets about, his new tweets about, sex and all that, because he's claiming that it causes depression, hookup culture or whatever he described, and then somebody accused him of being like a control freak, and it was just like a simple thing because it's true. Let's face it. Caleb Maupin runs a cult, and then Caleb replies to it, and then he's literally saying like, "You people are truly evil. You want to twist my words at every point," and
Oh my god, that's too funny.
for real.
No. Caleb. if it's bad criticism, do one or two things: either don't respond, or respond with better criticism back at it. You know, don't just block people. Don't just tell people that
Right.
they're fucking picking on you and then block them. Don't be a pussy clat.
Right.
I have a screenshot of when he blocked me after calling me saying I don't understand my own class and I understand the you don't understand lumpen proletariat. You don't understand what fascism is. You need to watch my videos and learn what they are, and then blocked me just as I was about to turn around and tell him what fascism is.
Right. Yeah, he blocked me as well. Um, I think it was because I made fun of him over the Marxist billionaires thing. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Yeah.
I offered to have a discussion with him. I offered to debate him on the issue.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, and he ignored me. When I messaged on his channel to do it, rather than getting a decent, respectful response, I had one of his mods try and talk down me and try and belittle me. Like, I swear, his mods are all like fucking teenagers, because the thing they always do is they try and speak to people like they're kids, and it's like, what? Is this a kid? What are you doing? Like, I'm in my mid-20s. I've been homeless twice. Who the fuck are you talking to? Like, I'm coming on this thing, and some fucking kid who lives in some, like, fucking tower of glass has got, like, some expensive fucking top-of-the-range PC that, you know, I had to be sugar daddied by an American to have a computer. That's why I have a computer, because some fucking darling American sugar daddied me one. These people have got these, like, expensive custom-built PCs that they've built from the ground up and all this fucking bullcrap because their parents are getting fucking 60, 70 fucking £1,000 a year. I don't know what the fuck that is in dollars, and I can't be asked to figure it out. But the what's it? A lot of money. Let's just put it that way. The can't remember what I was gonna say. Well, I mean, when they're coming at me with their shit. Oh yeah, that's it. When I'm being like trying to be belittled on like fucking my capacity to engage in a discussion with them, trying to say that like, oh yeah, like be quiet, young one, like fucking you can't discuss with Caleb, you haven't got the experience. A, Caleb's only 10 years old then. B, I live in the lower class. Caleb is in the petty bourgeoisie. Who do you think's had the most experience in the system?
Right.
When has Caleb been homeless?
Never.
Oh, he's gonna make up a story now.
Oh, when I told my dad I was a communist,
You know, he was told to shut up at the dinner table when his dad told him, turned around and when he talked about communist stuff, he just got told to shut up, stop talking about it, eat food. You know, something that we used to have to do at the dinner table anyway. At the dinner table, it was fucking shut up and eat your food. That's just the dinner table, like Caleb. But I don't know if you know. It works in most people's homes. But here's the thing. When I joined the Communist Party, Caleb, I didn't get told to shut the fuck up. I got told to pack my bags and leave. Cheeky cunts.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Caleb's dad probably told him, "I don't care about permanent revolution, son." You know, because he was a Trotsky guy from like 14 to like 19 years old.
He's trying to change the idea. He's trying to tell people now that he came to Trotsky afterwards.
Oh,
and I know
really?
you've seen the video that you're referencing that I'm thinking of, where he tells people his story, where he was a Trotskyist for the most part of his fucking early time as a communist. Like,
Right. I
and he's
mean,
in the Workers' World Party past the age of 19. So, I mean, the guy was
right.
the guy was probably a Trotskyist until he was in his early 20s, like 23, 24.
Right. Yeah, I see in his debate with a Trotskyite named Al Suarez, I think he even admits in the debate that he read Trotsky at a library when he was 14 years old, and he was still a Trotskyite till well, I gotta look back at it when he claims he stopped being one, but and he did mention the
It was sometime after the
WWP.
March on Wall Street. I know that.
Yeah. because Caleb is 34, so wow, we're talking about him being a Trotskyite, 20 years ago, and
People
maybe
who are
even
Trotskyists for that long period of time, they're not always going to be a problem. I know some people have moved away from Trotskyists after that time and become good communists, but they recognize that that time was a fascist time, not them being confused communists. With the people who
right,
think that they're communists in all this time that they're a Trotskyist, they're problematic. They've stuck with these views because it suits them, and
right,
they've changed the
right.
narrative of things. Do you know what he's claiming now? Is that he was a Maoist first because he was in the fucking party the party led by what's his name? Fucking
I think it was like some kind of revolution, something like that. And
it's
I've
the
been
fucking
told,
what's that big fucking white American Maoist everyone gets pissy about? It's run by him. Bob
I
Avakian.
see.
He was in Bob
Oh,
Avakian's
really?
party. But it's like
Wow.
I don't know if that's even true, but if it is, being in Bob Avakian's party doesn't make you a Maoist. Not only was Bob Avakian's party a very misguided cult,
Right,
still did better work than Caleb's misguided cult, but nonetheless, a
right,
misguided cult, that's all over the place, that's full of fascists, Maoists, Leninists, and everything in the fucking tween. Like, it's like a forest of ideologies. So being in there don't make you a Maoist. Number fucking
right.
3, fuck you and your fucking cult. I don't give a shit what you say you've been in, Caleb. Like, you could have been in fucking Timbuk fucking 2. It don't paint no good picture on you. You started off with Trotsky. You did not start off with Mao.
Right. And I've even seen him say that he used to be a Maoist, third worldist, believe it or not. Um, for real. And because he has a video on third worldism, and he even talks about like Jay Sakai in it, and he's saying like, "Oh yeah, I used to be a third worldist.
And then I
I
took
used
an
to
arrow to the
believe."
knee.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, I used to believe that the first world can't have revolution, and I used to
That's
think."
not the belief. I hate these fucking people that gaslighters.
I know, and you could tell like he's doing the straw man of the third
Lazy,
world.
vulgar revolutionary. But even though you saw, I don't know if you saw the video recently where he turns around and admits that the CPI doesn't want revolution.
Right? Yeah, and I mean even Haas has said that too. He says that we don't need there won't be any violence in the revolution, and that was his whole debate with Odru as well. Um, and
I love the
I've
moment
seen
where Unruh pulls the gun out. Like, I did tell Unruh, be funny,
right,
be straight, take the piss, don't get enraged by him. And he did really well with that. Like, he took my advice straight to heart, and he executed it better than I could ever have even dreamed of doing so. And
right.
it was just so perfect when he pulled that gun out and has had a fucking absolute mad fucking moment. It it's a fucking BB gun, man. And then
Yeah,
everyone's getting antsy at him for having it. It's like, how do you know he doesn't go airsoft in? Which, I mean, for all the
right.
people saying he don't do sport, that would be an
Well,
exercise. But
yeah,
secondly speaking, it's a prop thing. People like aesthetics, and as someone who's autistic, we do like having items and stuff like that. I mean, we're really about our aesthetics. I mean, one of the things I like about cassette isn't just how much I like the way it sounds. I like the way these things feel. I like the way the things they sound when you put them in the devices. I like messing around with them. I like the warm, crispy noise of the fact it's a physical medium. It's quite a lot with a lot of things like that. So with guns, as someone is quite fond of the way that the mechanical systems of guns work, a lot of autistic people, especially in countries where they can't go to firing ranges quite easily or they can't own guns very easily, to do target practice and stuff like that. They like to fiddle around with things like BB guns, mess around with cock in the chamber and load
right.
around with the magazines. It's a neurodivergent thing. It's a thing with aesthetics and tact. So people throwing shit on that, fuck you. Like, genuinely, fuck you.
Right.
So many people like just a bit of aesthetic with the way they're fucking around with things. He's not making it an essential part of him. He used it as a prop, which is fine. That was actually the original use of it because it was bought for a prop for a video. The leftism, when people say that leftist men are weak, and then he comes out, he's like, and pulls out the rifle. But
Yeah, I've seen that one. Right. I remember. I remember when he pulled out the gun. Haas is like screaming, "Oh, you dumbass! Oh, it's against TOS." And then he's like, "Where's the orange tip? Where's the orange tip?
you don't need an
Why
orange
does it?"
tip. It's in its own
Yeah,
code.
right, right. And yeah, like he really thought it was a real AK. That's what's like hilarious. And it's not even against TOS. I mean, YouTube is like filtered with like literal
Oh, it is
gun
with Twitter,
channels.
with Twitch.
It is. I see.
I mean, what's it? My stream where I was on him got deleted because I very idiotically, and I should always be criticized for it. I idiotic because I was criticizing him and his server for using a slur verbatim. They were calling people N-word monkeys, and I accidentally said the word verbatim in stress, trying to deal with him because he's a stressful little dickhead. Which is unfortunate because if I
Uh,
didn't do that and didn't break terms of services, it would have still been
right.
up, and I could have crapped that because like I was just laughing at him the whole time. Like it was really fucking funny. Just him losing his temper and me just laughing at him while he's getting mad. Because like it's the middle of the night, I can't get angry. Otherwise, I would have had a shouting match with him. But you know, I learned the best way to deal with him. It's just to chill and laugh. It was the middle of the night, so I was like, okay, I need to be calm. I can't be losing my temper in the night. I've done that too many times before, and I don't want to piss my neighbors off. So I'm thinking about my neighbors, but I'm trying to deal with this dickhead. And that's why I slipped with the slow. I'm thinking about like several different things, and this was many months ago. I'm a little more stable with the way I'm operating with things now compared to the way I was, I think it's a year ago now, 12 months ago, 10 months ago. Um, but with Haz, if you ever get in a fucking discussion with him, just laugh at him when he starts shouting. Because he asked me why he's a fascist, and before I even get from my first sentence, he starts going, pussy clout. I just keep calling him pussy clout. And I'm like, why are you yelling at me while I'm trying to fucking say, you pussy clout, pussy clout? And, if he's got a reason to shout, but he's not got a reason to shout, so I'm just calling him pussy clout for it. It's pussy clout tactics, man's bigging up, but we haven't even started the conversation yet. I haven't even said the blasphemous things he does. And that's why I ended up popping with the slur. I went full hard. I thought, I thought going hard with the racism thing at that point when he's losing his temper was a good idea. And then my mind ended up saying things verbatim and making myself look like a complete cunt. And I deserve to be criticized endlessly. That, it was a stupid idea to do.
Right.
I should have had more self-control over the situation. Because I wanted to, I was there because I wanted to respect the people who were in that situation. Like one of the people who was called that was not just any random brother or sister, but it was a brother that I knew. And so like it sort of hit in the personal grounds. So like this is an African brother that I know that's being called an N-word monkey. I'm being told that it's being white-splained to him, like about why things aren't going the way it's going, or why he's not being, like, why the moderators aren't dealing with the racists. Because yes, moderators let the racists get away with it.
Right. Yeah.
And then there's the stalking and doxing and what's it, ousting of trans people on the internet, and they target young trans people the most.
Yeah. It's sickening. There's a lot of transphobia in how's this server and on Discord as well.
I'm banned from
Yeah, I'm not surprised they banned you from it.
I just what's it. You've also got the way that, like, the Haas was criticized by a minor, and the way that he responded to deal with them is that he wouldn't sleep with them. What the fuck?
Whoa. Whoa, whoa,
Yeah,
whoa. What do you
yeah.
mean?
He basically, like, he was criticized politically by someone who was like 15 or 16. Maybe even younger than that. I don't know. It was on Twitter, and he went and basically scoped through her pictures. It was like, I wouldn't even fuck you, basically, but in a more nicer way than that. Like, but not
Right.
nicer in the sense of being nicer, nicer in the sense of cleaner words. That was his response to a fucking minor.
Wow, what the fuck?
Fucking pedophile cult. CPI.
That
I always thought
yeah, I
CPI
mean,
might have been a joint venture between Vosh and Maupin. They've made the child porn industry United States of America.
yeah, and I mean, Vosh has like sexually harassed people, and including women. Um, I forget the details of it, but like he sent like unwanted photos and other creepy language. Um, yeah, and obviously we're aware of all the comments Vosh has made publicly about the subject of
You gotta
God.
you gotta consider that it's gonna be a bit suspicious that these like some of these breadtube groups like the serfs and all that will focus on terrorizing Jason Unruh whenever something's been framed against them. But they never talk about
Right,
Vosh, really. They don't really go into like Vosh's pedophilia.
right.
Like there is so much sus about breadtube. Like I don't think they're fucking CIA, but there's so much sus about them. Every time, like I haven't tried to engage with that Sophie yet. I'm gonna try and engage with them because they said they want to do alliances between anarchists and Marxists in England. So you know what? I'm gonna try and speak with them. But I'm expecting the same bullshit I got when I tried to engage with Force where I just get blanked
I
and
see.
shadow banned from comments. 'Cause
Right.
that's how it goes in them spaces. They don't want anything to do with a lumpen proletarian third worldist. And I like some of Fort Slime's content. I don't like all of it because some of it is proper chauvinistic and labor aristocratic as fuck. But at the end of the day, I don't mind some of his content and I'm respectful and I've shown respect. But man, gives a bad taste in my mouth with the way that the chauvinism around a lot of aristocrats when it comes to them being sort of in a tower of glass. You got to be on the big donator of the Patreons to have the contacts, and I ain't paying no money to no fucker. Like fuck off.
Right. Fuck that.
What a way to tie me to someone and have all my details in a way in which they could be utilized by feds so easily. I don't trust a lot of these systems. Like if I'm gonna be using it anyway, like I've said, I've always said this, if I'm gonna be setting up anything like that, Patreon, it'll be when I start food projects and stuff like that, when I'm in an organized group and it won't be just for me, it'll be for the group and it'll be controlled by the group.
Right.
By the people, for the people. And we won't tolerate anyone abusing the system. Our system, not the system that we live in now. The system we're gonna be building on top of it. Because we'll smash it down. But the anarchists are right. You do need to organize in the streets. You do need to control them.
Hmm.
They just don't
Yeah,
have
that,
the full grasp of everything in our mindset. But I think we're chauvinistic to think too much like that. I think they have more of a grasp than we think. Especially these lumpen anarchists. They're very dialectical.
right.
The system is not going to be able to keep itself in a stable society. It's a stable state much longer. And I've always said this, like everyone's always thinking about, okay, what about the aristocracy here? What about the aristocracy there? I've even considered it, and I understand that we need to be ready to support them in the process of class suicide. That's not going to happen yet. Everyone's thinking way too far ahead. The labor aristocracy that come later. The labor aristocracy were not organized properly in 1905. They were organized properly in 1917. The proletariat and the peasantry were ready and organized for struggle in 1905. They were ready for a revolution. And it took the fucking labor aristocracy fucking 12 years to get their fucking shit together and stop squabbling like little bitches. That wasn't the proletariat. That wasn't the fucking the peasantry's fault. That was paid bourgeoisie's fault and the labor aristocracy's fault. Pettily arguing over Menshevism, Bolshevism, this and that ism. People being too hard on religion because of the oligarchy and them trying to go way too far to deal with the problem. Because I mean, like, it's like Lenin's a perfect example. He didn't have any disrespect for religion itself. He said people are allowed to practice their religion. He's got no disrespect for them, but he was too disrespectful to the house of religion, I think. And it goes into that. Well, yeah, because they just saw, because a lot of the buildings were products of oligarchy, even though not all of them were. They basically just painted them all in that light. They saw church as a product of oligarchy and shut it down. it's understandable mentality, but wrong nonetheless.
Right.
But you know, in this point where we're at now, we're not going to be organizing labor aristocracy. The only people who have any success with that right now is going to be fascists. We need to be organizing the lumpen proletariat so that they don't organize both the aristocracy and the lumpen proletariat, which is more scary because then they don't even have to fight anything. They
Right.
basically won. If we organize the lumpen, we can then organize lower sectors of the proletariat into the lumpen. We then build a force that can counter the labor aristocracy. That's the point. Deaths, you know, the fascists and the labor aristocracy will start going full murder. They've already started doing it in there was the Kenosha shooting, sure, but that's nothing. That's just the beginning. Of some that's already been going on in Arizona for years. Arizona's been the test state for this, and it's going to be the police escorting people to murder sites. What the Kenosha shooting showed and was used to show and was used as propaganda for was to show to the American people, the American right wing, that if they work with the United States police, they get coverage for the massacres they commit. They commit murders, they'll get coverage, they'll get support from the judiciary.
Right.
They purposefully obfuscated evidence that would have put him in jail. Evidence that was shown on Tucker Carlson. So it's already like widely public. It's a really cool thing about these long streams that I find quite interesting and I like because so a lot of people think that long streams aren't a good thing and that they put people on. They do put a lot of people off. I know some people struggle with it, especially those who have jobs where they have to listen a lot. But a lot of people who are grafters, a lot of people who do night work, they really like these long streams because they can just stick it on and stick it in their pocket and they don't have to change it. It's on for as long as sometimes even longer than their shift. Because what I noticed is I noticed people do it with the gaming streams as well, the ones where people talk about games, not when they're actually playing them. So they just put them in their pockets. Sometimes they'll put them when they're playing them. They just put them in their pockets so they can hear people. It's one of the cool things about the modern day with technology. How you can basically have the feeling of being around a social interaction while doing your more lonesome graft.
Right.
So like a lot of people will just be like, oh yeah, nice 6 hour stream, plop that on. They don't have to piss their gaffer off taking their phone out the pocket now and every now and then for the 20-minute videos or the 30-minute videos. Because they're obviously going to listen to something nonetheless if they're going to. Yeah, they
Yeah.
are put some
Sometimes.
music. Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say that like sometimes if there's like a long stream from like one of the channels I'm subscribed to or yours, like sometimes I'll turn on like Call of Duty on my PS4, and then I'll put my earphones with the stream, and I'll just listen to it while I'm playing. Helps me listen to it. Yeah. Um,
That
so I
sounds
don't.
like a ADHD conundrum that does because I have that problem where I have to have something going on because I struggle to sit down and commit to something that's really really long. It's why I'm not too big on
Right.
watching films because films require you to be directly looking at it, and I'm like, oh, I get fidgety or I roll a lot of joints or smoke a lot of cigarettes.
Right. Yeah, I got ADHD, so that's my mindset, of course. Um,
Well, I'm one of those autists that spot other autists, so I will spot all the different autistic tendencies, ADHD, Asperger's, and all them stuff. I'm one of them little bastards. Hold on to your shoes.
yeah, it looks like Le Pen really did get her ass whipped in the election.
She got half the vote.
No, she got like 41, I believe.
41 to 57 or 58, and it's like
Yeah,
that's not too much of a whooping. Like that's pretty decent for for what was an obscure politician 10 years ago.
that's true. True. Although you would think that with like all the chaos that has happened under Macron, with like COVID and the yellow vest and all that and this war, you would think like Le Pen would do a little bit more better. But I guess not. And it's clear that they didn't buy her crap that she's going to be a progressive on economics. Can you believe that?
The southern France, the Celtic and Basque and Catalonian peoples, they're not gonna take it. I
Right.
don't think the people of Brittany are gonna like Le Pen too much either. She's gonna kick off well in the Frankish regions. I imagine Paris and
Right.
places like that were willing to vote for her.
Right. I saw
I
some
think
Pat
Le Pen needs
socks.
to learn that French are not an existing people, and we're going to turn France into a paddling pool. We have to. Like it's the
Yeah.
right of the English. We have to bully the French, and it will always happen. And they'll bully us. Unity,
Right.
unity, struggle, unity.
Right.
Oh no, I've got no problem with French people. I just love dunking on them because it's just fun. It's an English it's an Anglo-American pastime. I've noticed.
I agree. Yeah, Americans like to shit on them as well. And
They're the guys who
even
helped
Mex
you do your revolution. If it wasn't for the French, the British would have fucking stomped you.
yeah. And then even in Mexico, like you know we're not that big on France because they also invaded us and try to put a king there and etc.
Well, yeah,
That's
you
why
guys did kind of break a few deals with them, and you didn't make yourself a monarchy. You made yourself a republic.
right,
It got really scary for the French. Then the French
right.
were a republic, and you guys sucked each other off.
Yeah, and I know that there's still a few French settlers there in Puebla. That's where the battle happened on Cinco de Mayo.
The Statue of Liberty is surprisingly not liberating.
Yeah.
Also, like, fucking, what's it? What's with the fucking why are they dressed like a Roman or a Greek? They're not very liberty minded people. They're more slaver society. That thing where everyone who was like doing the most majority of work were slaves, guys. I think there might be an allegory going on here. America and Britain, and France and Germany and Spain, they all think they're the new Roman Empire, and now you've got like Israel's Greater Israel mentality rising up. They're going through the English development model of expansionism and building up into this big unified pseudo state where pseudo nation. Because there's no such thing as the British
Right.
nation. Like, there's a British nationality. You're a fucking moron, and you need to be smacked with a fucking wet fish. It really hurts, trust me. There's the English people. There's the Scottish people. There's the Irish people. There's the fucking Cornish people. There's the Cymric people. There's the people of the island of Wight, the Isle of Wight. And there's the people of the Channel Islands who are more French than they are English. And I think they're more French Celt than they are French. But here's the thing. England itself is not even very unified. Like it's a conglomeration of 3 different tribes who didn't even integrate with each other
Right.
properly in the UK. And not because of the Normans and the Vikings and the genocides and the oppressions and it's a complicated situation because you had the Anglo-Saxons beginning the murder and the genocide against the fucking Celts through war. And then you had the Vikings who were even worse, which built solidarity amongst the North Angles and Celts in that war, rekindling a relationship between them. Because you gotta understand that the original settling of Britain was not like this big war situation with the Celts. It was actually them being in, it's cool for you to stay, my homie. After the war with the Romans, that was what it was turned around and said to him by the Celts, and we used absolutely everything we could about the situation when it came to the point of it. I don't know the full history, but as far as like I know, it was not instant violence between the groups. They got on quite well, especially up in the north. That's why northern culture is a strong integration with it, but also because the north was majority Celtic. Northumbria was Anglo, but and with a few Saxons and Jutes there too. But Cumbria was a Celtic nation there at that point in time, and a nation of the island of Bretonic. Um,
I
uh,
see.
what's it? And so like
Is looking.
a lot of Northern English people descend
Hmm.
from conquered Celtic people who come from the Cumbrian region, which is like Yorkshire and Merseyside,
I see.
and Lancashire.
It's looking like Twitter is about to be bought by Elon Musk today.
Can he stop them from censoring everything? Because it's pissing me the fuck off.
I don't know,
The only reason I
but
had to make a new account was because I can't watch half of the videos that Palestinian people are putting up of Israeli fucking war crimes because the fucking Twitter police.
they, I
You
they
need to
locked
be
my.
18 to watch this video. I am 18.
Oh
I'm
God.
24 in fucking 24 in fucking
Yeah,
autumn.
yeah. I had to change my settings where I had to click the button where it says like display sensitive media,
Yeah,
and
fucking Reddit's like that. I get confused with Reddit. Reddit scares me. Like I don't know how it works. I really am like a boomer when it comes to like anything past 2014 technology. I'm like, ah,
yeah, I don't even have a Reddit, and then freaking Twitter locked my Twitter for like my Twitter account for like 3 months, and yeah, I finally had to get a new text free number to unlock it.
oh, well, no, I understand. It's really emerging out there. You remind me of a lot of people that I tend to come across, who are either like upper working class or they're middle class, but they're in a family where they're isolated and they suffer with like something on the autism spectrum, and they're just like this isolated person, and they're alienated in a way where they don't go towards what a lot of aristocrats go to when they get alienated. They don't go towards the fascistic principle. You've come down to the lower class. And I can tell that
Right,
because you remind me of that receptivism. Falco in general is like this. Falco in general comes from a middle class family, upper middle class family, and like autistic, isolated, has been treated like shit a lot in their life, treated like an alien, treated like someone who's vastly different, doesn't think on the same plane as everyone else. Why do you know think like this? Why do you care so much about everyone else? You know, and
hmm,
that's drilled them to a point where they come to people like me, and I don't like toot my own horn. But they come to people like me and they listen. And I'm not the most experienced lumpen proletariat. So think about what people. I got to think about what you do when you're around people like my mate Lumpen Celt, who's got even more experience than me. You must be fucking, airing out, because when I speak to people like you, people like Falco in general, you're not just accepting what I'm saying because you're like, oh, he's lumpen proletariat, believe him. No, you listen to it and take it in because you don't think I'm an idiot because I'm a lumpen proletariat, and then you listen to it. You take the what's coming from experience. You take what's
hmm,
coming from what I've listened to from other people who have more experience than me. You look at it, you combine it together, you conclude on it, you push it out, which is what the more aristocratic thinkers should be doing as communists, and that really helps people like me. It's not that you're just receptive in the sense that you just agree with me. You're receptive in the sense that you plop ideas out there and you think about it and you understand where things are coming from, and you don't just treat us like we're fucking loony bins because we say things that's a bit more critical and a bit more hardcore to take in than a lot of other communists might put out of their mouth. And I got a lot of respect and love for that, because it makes people like me who have struggled with my self image and how I feel about myself feel a little more comfortable with how I'm operating as an intellectual, and know that I'm, you know, pushing people. It feels weighted though sometimes, because I got some people that are in this and it's you. So the people who are in the upper aristocratic position, there's some of the more alienated out of any of them, and they're in a very terrified position, and that's when it gets quite stressful. You get a bit of weight on your shoulders because they really do get quite inspired and caught up and caught in, and you gotta be careful with how you operate and how you deal with them when you're trying to show respect, and also when you're trying to criticize and operate with them, because that it's a hard position to be in, dealing with that level of alienation. Like, I'm not trying to disrespect them. I'm not trying to put them down now. I'm trying to show them all the respect and love I can. But it's like, like, what the more alienated you get, the more it's like being brought up in that world is like being brought up on some really fucking horrible drugs that twists your head around, being brought up in capitalist realism. So when you try and break away from it, it's like trying to break away from a fucking hardcore drug. So when they're in these really hard positions, even those who really, really, really want to break away from it, it's still like those who really, really want to break away from being stuck on heroin and they can't. So they're in that really, really rough position. So you're having to try and like communicate with them in a way where you're fostering the fact that, okay, they want to get out of this position, but it's a nightmare. It's a trap for them, and you got to show all the solidarity you can, whilst also showing that you've got to stand by the critical positions that I hold as someone who's critical of those class positions. And Falcone is a good example of someone who's once again really, really receptive to those situations. He's the absolute star.
Right.
Luke's the same as well. Luke's in the elite aristocracy. He comes from an upper working class family, and originally his background, he was upper working class. He grew up in the working class neighborhoods, and in those rundown parts of Manchester, and you know Mandam still lives near the rundown parts of Manchester. He did a good video. He don't forget about his home. He's aristocrat, and he's the same, and he will throw fiery criticisms at me if I say something fucking wrong or stupid. We'll go at it. Like, it's not about conferring. It's about playing, the proper fucking strings that you're supposed to play when you're a Marxist. Got a bit of guitar analogy. Trying to get me analogies nailed down, but you got to pluck them strings in the right direction. Like, you can't be fucking about. And so that's what I got respect for people like yous and people actual dialectical material engagement, dialectical material analysis. I know people throw that around as a fucking buzzword, but I see it as a very important philosophical principle that there's no middle ground on, and I follow it quite strictly. It's actually the summit that I've had. Not only Luke tell me directly, but also Comrade Net told me that as well, that Lucas said that I'm incredibly dialectical to a point that it's like, how, and I say that as a lovely compliment. Like he said that the way I'm very dialectical inspired him to make it that he needs to reread the 5 essays a few times to get his head back around it, so he can operate on that level of dialectics. And I love that. He's knowing how to deal with the contradictions the aristocracy have been put forward. It's like, okay, so how am I going to get to a point where I'm thinking on this dialect platform? Okay, well, I need to look at Mao's 5 essays. Mao's 5 essays are really structured on criticizing the issues regarding class in the struggle and looking at things through a dialectical philosophical lens. It's very good actuation. And I mean, it's like the lost comrade Sam, who unfortunately passed away. He was a fucking absolute heart and golden soul, and he'd listen to anyone who's lumpen proletariat who's got something to say, and he was a true friend of Antifa. And my man passed away way too soon. It was not his time, but his struggle still carries its song on. He's inspired a lot of people, and those people will keep going, and he'll keep inspiring. As someone he was in the punk. When the punk movement starts kicking off, he's gonna be one of them names of those people. He'd be like, I can't remember the original frontman names of Exodus, but the original frontman of Exodus, where he's like this legend who might not have been around a lot for the music industry that he was a part of, but he's like this big guy who unfortunately went before his time, and put a big hammer into the thing. But or Paul Barloff, I think his name is. But fuck, what was I gonna say? It really comes to the process of how in which the labor aristocracy engaged with the people of revolutionary struggle, because their interests are contradictory to the interests of the working class. The working class and the lumpen proletariat struggle for an interest that is centered around socialist development. They look for a society that provides each according to their ability, each according to their need, based on the revolutionary struggle of the working class. The interests of the bourgeoisie are so centered around more neo-feudal positions, petit bourgeois socialism, fascism, and are conflicted to the struggle. So it's that level of understanding of knowing, okay, well, if the interests of this class position is contradictory to the struggle, therefore they cannot be anywhere near the struggle. And that's what I like about a lot of people I come across who are normally who I end up finding out they're neurodivergent. I always find it fun. It's like a, like a, hey, another guy, hey, welcome to the family.
Yeah.
Neurotypical free zone.
Yeah.
But the what's it? It's it's always really fucking common. Like 9 times out of 11, hey, 9/11. 9 times out of 11, when I bump into aristocrats who are really good communists, who like to listen to the poor and are willing to like engage with different ideas, and they're a little more unorthodox than these strict Marxists, they always end up being neurodivergent. And I love it. It's like, it makes sense. The most critical fuckers would be the first people to come out first. Because so the thing is with the autism spectrum, it's overactive left side of the brain, which is the analytical part of the brain. And it basically makes it so that you just break everything down to its finer components and get really analytical. You can't not look at something to the finer components it is. It's why the worst thing you'd ever do to an autistic person who likes like sausages or something is tell them how sausages are made. They might still eat sausages because they like them, but every time they eat them, their brain will go through the full process of how they're made because you've told them, and they can't help but break it down. Don't ruin an autistic person's love of sausage. Or do it and get them into veganism.
Oh, Haas is very anti-vegan.
They're also very anti-autistic people. They've been very, very they're all like, I swear they're all into this transhumanist crap. But not in the sense of like mechanical arms and stuff. That stuff's fine. That makes sense. That's logical shit. No, it's more about this like modifying the gene code and trying to wipe out diseases. Now, what are they calling diseases? Because a lot of people wanted to cure autism and call that a disease. So what, are they going to wipe out the conditions of autism? I as someone who's suffered with autism throughout my life, and I suffer in a very contextive way because it's not really entirely suffering as the thing with autism. It's the trauma that autistic people experience in life that causes the problems, not autism. Autism is not a disability. Society disables autistic people.
Right, I agree for sure on that part.
Autistic people are fucking powerhouses if you let them actually grow in the way they grow. Like powerhouses.
Yeah.
There was a study, and I cannot fucking find it. There's 2. One on empathic hypersensitivity, meaning autistic people are more sensitive to empathic sense and engagement and feeling other people's emotions and emulating them. Secondly, autistic people are more likely to go into, because this is from a different study, that I can't find either. The first one I was on autism.org, and it's for some reason not on there anymore. The second one was one my mate alluded me to, and it's gone. But it said that autistic people are like 70 or 80% more likely to get into fields of science, politics, news, media, and TV and stuff like that, like big public positions and big science positions, and they were like 2/3 most likely gonna get into fucking college, 70-80% most likely gonna get into university. Sorry, using American language. Fuck you with your American language. Sorry. University. Yeah. Which apparently it's not because of like the intelligence, but because of the uniqueness of the way in which we express ourselves. So we stand out in the forms. We're more likely to get picked.
Right.
Fortunately,
was
that's where the
interesting.
education system stops at being beneficial for autistic people.
Right.
Actually,
Well,
the
there was
university, do you know, so before you go, sorry, I will just say this, the university style system is probably the better one because it's the lecture and then they let you deal with it in your own model. Like, it's more direct.
right.
But sorry, go on.
Oh, I was gonna say, what's interesting though about Caleb is that he's actually against transhumanism. He's been kind of ranting about it now. It's just I don't know how he's
Did Philosophy
against.
Tube come out pro transhumanism? Because I've refused to watch the video because I can't be asked to hear someone talk about like transhumanism because I am always afraid that I'm gonna hear someone start talking about eugenics and I'm gonna get angry.
Right, yeah. I just think it's weird that he's against it when he wants to have a ultra utopian version of
He
communism.
wants Star
You
Trek
know,
world, but he's against transhumanism. But how far is he
yeah,
against it? Is
yeah,
he against mechanical arms? Like, because I'm against transhumanism, but I'm for mechanical arms and stuff like that. I feel people need to clarify that because people get confused. When people say they're anti-transhumanism, people think they're against bionics.
Oh, I see what you mean. Caleb did say that he's not against like the heart machine thing or whatever, and or like helping a certain missing part.
Yeah, limbs
Um,
and stuff like that. Yeah, no, so fair play on them. Fair play on them. I can't beef him for that.
yeah,
Still weird though, because transhumanism really fits this whole replicator world shit where the world will just be perfect.
right.
Also, like,
And
you know, if they were going to do anything with the gene code, why would they get rid of the overactive left side of the brain that autistic people have? How is that an issue? Like, what do you mean? It makes you more analytical? You're Marxists. What the fuck? Would you not want to be more dialectical, you fucking morons? Because I'll
right,
tell you now, some of the best dialectical materialists I've come across are like lower class colonized autistic people. Like, they're so fucking. They've got the experience, they've got the overactive left side brain, they're seeing the world from the most experienced position you possibly can. They're fucking powerhouses, like, genuinely. No one knows the world better than them people, like, you know. Especially when they've
right,
also got like they're bereft with severe disabilities, they go through the world like they're on the streets. They if they've got all this experience on their shoulders, they carry and struggle better than I could ever imagine, better than you could imagine, but we could ever fucking dream of. And you engage with these people, and it's beautiful. They are the
hmm,
beacon of struggle. And we gotta listen to them people. You gotta go to the lowest ends of the masses. Like fucking Caleb keep going out of the movement into the masses. Out of the movement into the masses means go to the lower fucking people and listen to them people. Listen to them people tell you how the
right,
world fucking runs because they know it better than anyone.
right. So true. Yeah, and it's like, yeah. Now he's like, now he's trying to switch it up too. Now he's trying to say like the popular masses or something along those lines now. Um, and yeah, it's yeah. Caleb is really the worst, man. It's everything about him. It's just anti-communist, but it's just egregious crap. Um,
Yeah, the guy is a LaRouche cult anti-communist movement. LaRouche was a fucking Reaganite. He's worse than fucking,
right,
you know, what ended up happening to poor old fucking um what's it? Oh, shit, I had his name on my tongue then. It was the leader of the Black Liberation Army when it first split with Huey P.
Black
Newton.
Liberation Army.
Uh, the
Um,
the Black Panther split with Huey P. Newton versus Eldridge Cleaver. That's it. He's literally my profile picture. It's a problem with brain fog. Like it really to your brain sometimes when you're trying to think. Like I
right,
had Cleaver in my head, and then when I went to think of his first name, it just went. But yeah, Eldridge Cleaver. You don't want to go down that path where he turns into a Reaganite, but like it's even worse with LaRouche. LaRouche was always that. Like LaRouche was always a right wing scumbag.
right. And and a lot of his followers are like ex-Trots. I think LaRouche even at some point was into Trotskyism, but I might be wrong.
Well,
Or he has
I
some
wouldn't surprise me. Oof.
right, and yeah, and then I think I even saw something about Lyndon LaRouche like talking to CIA agents. Like this was before Reagan, at least. So it's so bizarre, and like he ran for president like 6 times and completely failed utterly as a third party. And
Also, his name's French, so I feel suspicious.
right, and now his like I now his wife his well he's dead now, but like his wife widow is like in charge of some foundation
Oh, the
that's like
Schiller
basic.
Institute.
Yeah,
It's fascist,
and
anti-Semitic institution. Eldridge Cleaver's
right.
Reaganism was still to the left of Obama. If you can stomach watching the interviews, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yeah,
I mean, fucking, how hard is it to be to the left of Obama, though? Nice one, though. I
right,
like that. Eldridge, it was unfortunate with Cleaver. Think that was the problem of old age revisionism and the way in which the Black Panthers fell. It's one of the things that got to a problem. They got tied on to too much finance capital from too many upper class people to a point where they were sort of reliant on it, and they got bended and weaved around. And also, I would point to the Huey P. Newton being way too romantic with the way he was using his rhetoric around his imprisonment. We're going to revolutionize the courts. What the fuck are you talking about? You're in a settler colonial imperialist state. You're going to get yourself out of the
right.
courts. Like, I understand trying to push people and using choice of language. That was not the right choice of language. I know I maybe might be stepping too far out of my place to speak, and I'll happily have the African people tell me that I am, but yeah, it feels like speaking in the wrong way there. Aldrich Cleaver snitched to Congress upon his conditions of return. What he said, we don't yet know. Yeah, trust. Like, oof.
Yeah,
He's not the only one as well. He's just the one that's the big people know about because he's the big one that everyone knows as the Reaganite. What about the other people who fucking went soft and whatever? Kwame Ture's done critique on this in public. He turned around and pointed out how the petty bourgeois elements and the more, intelligentsia types within the party,
right,
they basically turned around and was like fucking there was two camps leaving the movement entirely and just siding with the bourgeois system and sabotaging the movement, and that's the two things that went down. But
right.
yeah, nah, yeah, nah, yeah, nah, yeah, nah, yeah, nah, yeah. But the fucking what's it with the way Caleb Maupin acts? I feel Caleb Maupin wants to embody the spirit of Reaganite Eldridge Cleaver. Eldridge Cleaver's problem was the rhetoric about quote taking off the head of Nixon end quote was ultra left.
Oh
Obviously,
God,
Nixon deserved it, but the forces weren't there to make that creditable.
right,
I mean, it's like, what's it? He needed to be more like he needs to fucking. I hate to sound like the MLs, but he needs to be more like the Bolsheviks in this retrospect. What did the people want to think about within their immediate community, which was police brutality, food for the people, and shelter for the people? That should have been the main priority of the Panthers and the Black Liberation Army. They should have been organizing the defense against police brutality, the food for the people, and the shelter for the people. Then, when they've got better organization and they get the posses together, they get the orgs together, and they actually organize them because they were on goal with that. They were correct to want to organize those people, and then they turn around and think that they can just switch like that and turn it into fucking like third world class war. It ain't like that. They needed to organize more and more people. They needed to get the fucking food systems going. Like, think about how much Move terrified the U.S. system. They were fucking frightened by Move, a fucking breakfast club that helped feed the people. They fucking were terrified by it to the point where they bombed a building.
Right.
Terrified.
Yeah.
A breakfast club.
Yep.
It fucking makes me both angry and want to cry just thinking about it. But all they were doing were helping the fucking people, and they got bombed.
Yep. And that was in Philadelphia, I believe,
Yeah,
if I remember. Yeah.
I I know a couple of brothers down in Philly. Eldridge was a lot like the energy you got from Tupac Shakur. He knew how to stir up controversy. He challenged Reagan to a duel during a TV interview, lol. Yeah, no, I feel ya. I mean, that's why Tupac ended up getting killed.
Right.
I mean, how the fuck did fucking Biggie know he was coming out of hospital right that moment?
Right.
That's private information, especially in America. Private
Right.
information. Only other people that can find that out would be FBI, CIA.
Right. And I think Tupac's mom was a Black Panther, if I
More
remember
than just
correctly.
Tupac's mom. Like, most of Tupac's family were Black Panthers.
Right.
Like, loads of them. Like, he was a young Communist League member. His mother was his mother is his auntie, his grandmother, his great auntie, and a load of his cousins were all members of both the Black Liberation Army and the Black Panthers.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah, like Tupac. Tupac was an unfortunate loss because, like, he was the biggest guy in rap and he was a communist. Like, even if he was a
Right.
revisionist, which, to be honest, he didn't really lay down what he was. Like, he was something that was kind of needed. He was a cultural icon. Like, he didn't try and make
Right.
himself about the economics. He even said that. He's like, I ain't about the big things about this. I'm just gonna tell you how it is. The rich are fucked. That it is about the poor. He told it as it is. He was a cultural icon. He was something we needed. And like,
Right.
he's a great figure for someone to help push the need to keep pushing these concepts, to push the fucking clubs we're going, to push the food system. And as a comrade was saying in the chat, yeah, the breakfast program was the key. I think the ultra left rhetoric brought down more heat on the Panthers, and they weren't ready for that armed struggle or people's war. Yeah, that rhetoric can come at a time when it's ready. They needed to be focusing on the immediate needs of the people. Breakfast club, a movement, because the next move forward is then to do dinner clubs and doing your fucking your mid, you're making sure that you're packing people lunches as well for their midday lunches, and then you're doing food, homeless shelters, sorry, and you're building up. The way that I don't know whether the rest of the third world is seeing this, but this is the way I look at dual power. I don't look at it in this immediate like development of the militia and the way that Lenin looked at it. It's more so like you develop the processes to deliver people what they need that the government is not delivering to them, and you suffice for the people. And then you're building this dual power structure that works as the functional base for the people's revolutionary struggle and potential. I can add you into the call, comrade, if you want to say stuff. Like, you're more than welcome, if unless you're too busy.
Somebody trying to join, or
He's in the YouTube chat, and I could add him to the call if he wants. I'm just letting him know because, like, what's it? He's a good comrade and he speaks a lot of truth. I like Tupac, but his personal politics aside, his music wasn't as revolutionary as some claim. Absolutely, it was his talks that were where he spoke at things. It wasn't really so much his music. His
right.
music was more here and there. I mean, the labels dominated a lot of what he had to say in the music as well. So I mean, that Tupac was not exempt from that bullshit. A lot of it,
Right.
a lot of I just woke up. Maybe in a bit I'll join. Yeah, no stress, no stress. A lot of it, politics in it. You find in a lot of rap, black on black violence, misogyny, etc.
one of the I think it was Napoleon, the rapper, a part of the crew, Outlaws. He was saying that like Tupac started changing after he got out of prison because they falsely accused him of stuff, and so he felt like Tupac felt betrayed by parts of the community, um, and so that's why he started kind of going down that kind of rabbit hole of like misogyny and yeah.
I mean, you also had the people who were invading the fucking hood. So like, Biggie Smalls
Right,
admitted that he did not come from the streets with everyone else. He came from a middle class family.
right,
He had
yeah,
education and everything.
yeah, yep, that's true.
So it wasn't just Tupac is responsible for a lot of this as well as a lot of others. They were all started fighting in the rap community. But it does come from the
Right,
situation with Huey. Huey changed after in prison, not just after it, but in prison. Huey changed. That was
right.
the dark days for the Panthers. I mean, the Panthers were already having problems anyway. By the way, the Philly bombing was Move organization in 1985, not the Panthers. Yeah, I did say Move. Um, uh, I have made that mistake. I think it was like 3 or 4 months ago. Because I didn't know exactly what the name of them was. So I was like, it's an organization that has worked with the Panthers, I think, but it's not that they didn't. They just liked them because they did community projects. So that's why people get confused. I think everyone attributes things way too much to the Panthers, and they don't understand that the Panthers had a nasty struggle trying to get themselves kicked off because of the police brutality against them. Same with things like the Young Lords Party, and I mean, we've moved a very big example of them being bombed. But all these orgs, they're very, very similar processes. It's the people rising up and going like, okay, we need to do the needs of our community. We need to organize. And that's what makes these organizations very similar to the lumpen orgs and posses and even sometimes gangs that form on the streets. Um, it's where like Eldridge Cleaver was thinking way too far. Like it's like I say, like but the Eldridge and the Huey split. Both of them are way too far on the other end of each other. They're being morons. Like
Right.
fucking Eldridge is being an ultra leftist, and Huey's being a fucking right winger. Like he's just turning around and being like disarm and be nice with the Democrats. Like fuck off. You know.
Caleb's into Newton, UEP.
Yeah, Huey P.
Yeah.
Newton when he turned into Huey P. Mutiny.
Yeah.
And Huey before Prism was a fucking G. Absolute G. Like he spoke heavenly shit.
Right.
Comrade of the struggle, a follower of Fred Hampton, and then he just seemed to have lost that out of his head. Got too important of himself, became the chairman, who thinks all big, 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 big. They forgot about what the OG chairman was laying down. They forgot what the Panthers was laying down. He got too caught up in his own bossy things. And when people turned around, it's like, you're running this chairman thing wrong. I wanted to change the structure of the Panthers. Huey started being a motherfucker about it. Tupac had the
Mm-hmm.
politics. As we mentioned, he had Panthers all around him. His father may have been Geronimo Platt. Sorry, I pronounced that with a rolling R, like I'm speaking Spanish. Geronimo Pratt. Some speculate Tupac's main mentor was Mutulu Shakur, who's still in prison for his clinics.
I see.
I think it's for his crimes. I think the spell check got in there. Or some, I don't know. I'm not very good with English. But the yeah, no, a lot of Panthers are still fucking locked in and locked up. I'll go in a
Right.
second because I should talk on the Huey question. Yeah. Discord, yeah. I can add you into the call whenever you're ready.
Well, I'm glad you invited me on the stream, man. It's been a lot of fun. Although I'm probably gonna pass out in a moment.
Do
But
me.
thanks. Yeah, but thanks, man. It's been real fun, and I'll come back, and like I'll tune back in, to listen more about the Black Panthers if the other guy joins. So yeah, um,
Yeah, you'll love what he has to say because this guy's fucking powerhouse when it comes to knowledge on history of these things. Like,
right,
Building me up,
yeah.
building me up, bro. Um, good morning, comrades. For me, it's morning.
Good
good
Um,
morning.
morning.
We're going for a long time. We have.
there's a
Yeah,
lot. There's a lot to go in there, and I want to just say that like all of these comrades had important contributions. So my criticisms of Eldridge Cleaver, my criticisms of Huey Newton, of Bobby Seale, right? Like all of these things is still saying they did amazing stuff, right?
God bless to that.
And I think it just comes down to on the one hand, the militancy was part of the success of the Panthers in that um showing that organization, I mean, to this day, people got the posters of Bobby and Huey with the shotguns. You know what I mean? That's really sexy and whatever to people, and that really shocked a lot of people at that time to see black people, to see anybody, buddy really do that. Um, it really just kind of, I mean, even if you think about it happening today, that would still blow people's minds, right? Let
Well, that
alone the
also
first time.
shows like that an IRA style thing is functional for the black people and the Puerto Rican and other colonized peoples in America for their struggles. They can take on the IRA model. It works.
Absolutely. The point is it shows organization. Anytime you got a uniform, anytime you got people in formations and all that stuff. So it's so I want to say on one hand it was important, but it really was on some level too, right? Like not take away from the bravery, but also kind of like theater because it wasn't they weren't ready to wage a people's war as such. Some people were, in their spiritual sense ready to do it, but in terms of the critical mass sense, that was not going to happen, right? And so that was the problem, is that you had the Elridge folks a little bit more like I hate to do this, but you know that thinking of the movie example, that movie Forrest Gump. There's a scene where they have a panther who's kind of like yelling about the racism and shit. He's in his Vietnam um, Gump, that is, in his uniform, and they're going on and whatever. It's a very conservative movie, but the point was that kind of like depiction is kind of like the Elridge folks were kind of a little bit more like that, like like the
But you know
Lumpen
what's
folks.
interesting? They
Yeah.
were the one. Eldridge was the one who always tried to accuse Kwame Ture of like hating white people and like, or being this like,
Mhm.
you know, overly lover of black nationalism. But black nationalism's good, and he supported it
Yeah.
as well, which always confused me. And B, he's the guy who is like that. He is really, really like that. Like you're projecting. Kwame Ture is always, Kwame Ture does go to speeches to speak in black colleges and places where there's the majority black people more than anything. He does that a lot. I've seen a lot of his speeches. Most of the time he goes places. He also goes to places to speak to white people too. But
Right.
he's obviously going to go to speak to the black communities, especially if he's going to speak up to the middle class, because he's going to be trying to teach them things. I think like Kwame Ture is one of the few Panthers who actually found a way out of that fucking nightmare that was going down with it. But with Eldridge
Well,
Cleaver,
Kwame was hold on,
sorry,
Karma.
go on,
Kwame
go on.
was not in the Panthers directly. Kwame was he came out of
He was in the
SNCC.
original '67 Panthers.
Yeah, yeah, but I'm saying that mostly he's associated with his work with SNCC, and then sort of he's talking about later
Well,
was kind
and
of
the
like
American
freelance.
Indian movement. He had actually
Yeah.
wrote the Constitution for the American Indian movement, and was the guy who put
hmm
in the Gramsci ideas into the American Indian movement.
Right, right. But no, he's a brilliant comrade and all that. I just wanted to kind of place him a little bit, but
But I
he
wanted to
was
say
in the
one thing on Eldridge before you moved on, and that's that. Do you think that
yeah.
this comes from a problem that I feel I've seen, where a lot of the more like petty bourgeois intelligentsia minded types are rushy? They either you get two types: vulgar materialists who don't want to fucking do anything, or you get the ones who like they've got great ideas, they're thinking of it, they're even connected to the lower class and they're listening to them and they're getting ideas going forward, but they're like they're thinking 7 steps ahead rather than right where they are and what they need to do. They've thought of what needs to be done there, and then they've just jumped ahead from it because they're thinking, oh, okay, people's war, guerrilla warfare, taking cities, doing war, and they get caught up with what's going on in the third world because it's more revolutionary than here, and it's really inspirational, and they're all romanticists because of their more loftier class
Well,
position.
it's tough. I mean, of course, this is always anytime we go into speculate, I have to say that's a speculation to go into some comrade's head or some person's head and kind of dissect it. But I would say that's not how I saw what was going on with Elbridge Cleaver. I think that there was always problems with Elbridge Cleaver. Elbridge Cleaver was lumpen, right? Elbridge Cleaver did prison time. He wrote about it, and he even wrote about raping a woman and all this other stuff. It's in the book, right? In the Soul on Ice. So there's always problematic things about Elbridge Cleaver. But like I said, this is not to take away from the contributions, right? At the same time,
Wasn't he
but
one of the
because
Panthers that went to college though in the end? Because there's a couple of Panthers ended up going to college, and that was one of the other things that changed them up a bit because they got bourgeoisified in them college halls.
Yeah, well, we can speak a little bit to that a little bit later. But what I wanted to say about Elbridge is that he was more lumpen. Elbridge was like he was the kind of dude from the lumpen who's like always trying to survive, always trying to come out on his 2 feet.
I feel that.
No matter how sticky the situation, no matter what the hustle, right? So it's like I'll give you a great example. Like in that shootout, little Bobby Hutton, 17 years old, right? He dies. Elridge Cleaver comes out running naked, surrendering to the police and shit, So it's kind of like he's always going to survive, and there is that tendency within the lumpen to kind of be that. And so I think
I really do feel for that. Like I got respect for that, but
yeah.
I mean, I really like strongly pushed the criticism of the Kwame Ture laid down the Panthers though that petty bourgeois elements were twisting the party around and it became a squabble because they were too reliant on funding from the petty bourgeoisie. They didn't try and make a system where they can actually survive themselves through the lumpen organizations they're organizing with. You got to be careful where finance capital comes from. Finance capital will dominate from the people who invest it. So you got to be careful about, where money comes from. I feel being tied to Hollywood is not really the best of things to do as a communist party.
I mean, I feel like they took from Hollywood. I don't think really Hollywood exacted too many demands from them. That was the kind of it's a very unique condition at that
it's
time.
not about demands. It's about if they step out of line too much and become too publicly a problem, then they lose money. So then they can't do that. They have to then tread different steps carefully to keep money around. And that might be one of the reasons that influenced the want to disarm towards the end.
I mean, arguably it could be. I don't think it's the main one though, even if it's in the mix. My feeling was that they were like, look, we're doing these dope ass serve the people programs, etc. So that got them a lot of attention, and of course a bunch of stuff they were doing. And the feeling was, if these Hollywood liberals are just gonna give us fucking money, then yeah, let's take it. Like call it a reparation or something. But I think really what happened, in terms of changing the politics was the FBI came down hard and they started attacking field offices and they started taking people out.
Well, I got a documentary on my channel that covers how the FBI sniped out a mass majority of the Panther Party through agents that slipped in.
Yeah. No, I mean, so I think the thing was that they they had the militant spirit, they had the beginnings of the kind of that organization and what have you, but they were not ready to take on the FBI and win. And that's I think the lesson is not that they were. I don't want to criticize like the feeling that we should take it to the armed struggle and all this other stuff. And even the plans of people who want to secure independence doing that. It's when you do it, and when like there's this saying in boxing about telecasting your punches. You don't want to telecast your punches. You know what I mean? So you play closer to the chest, and I think that is really the lesson, which was at that time, yeah, it was good to wake people up a bit and get their attention, but it also got the attention of the FBI. And not to say the FBI wouldn't get them in their dragnet eventually, but the militant image, right, really, I think, gave the
You
FBI a lot
need
of
to have the
cover
process
to
of
do what they did.
revolutionary suicide to work, so that there is a brother and sister behind you to pick the flag up straight away after it's dropped. Like that's
Right.
Fred Hampton's core principles for the Panther Party is to organize that struggle. That there will always be a brother and sister behind to pick the flag up and push forward.
Right, and the Lords were trying to do the same thing in terms of that. And the truth is, though, that they had a stellar organizations, but the dynamism that they thought, if I die, two more are going to come up and pick up my thing. That wasn't really the case. That, you know, as many people as they had and as deep as those organizations were going, it just hadn't reached the critical mass to do the kind of struggle that they were talking about doing in terms of you know, that protracted people's war kind of thing.
What it is they
So
were on the right
yeah.
idea, but they were new. Like this was new. They were applying, like they were inspired by like different situations. You had the IRA, you have the Chinese Revolution, and you have the Korean Revolution. That was the big inspirations of this. Oh, and the African decolonization movement. Sorry, I should have fucking not forgot about that.
Of course.
And this big movement, and you had Panthers going around the world engaging with the Vietnamese, the Koreans, the Chinese, learning all this shit from them, and they were compiling it down. I mean, that's what got Kwame Ture leaving the Panthers and going off and making the All African People's Revolutionary Party with Kwame Nkrumah. But the what's it? The Panthers had this great connection with all these different revolutionaries and took all these influences and were like, okay, how do we figure out what we need to do in the first world? And they come up with the complex of ideas that's to deal with the weird quasi-capitalist realist. Remember, capitalist realism hasn't been real yet, and they're already thinking within that retrospect without using the terminology, where there's this capitalist realist framework, quasi-peace, but it's not peace for black people, it's not peace for native people, it's
violence. It's a state of terror. Yeah.
Exactly. So they need to be the Panther. They need to be in defense. Like the old thing goes where Bobby Seale's talking about, okay, we're standing there. We've all got shotguns and pistols and everything. This police officer's abusing this,
You know what it reminds me of a
brother
little
or a
bit?
sister, and they all cluck, 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 and this officer just instinctively looking at them, looks back at the fucking person, slowly puts them in the car, closes the car, and does everything he's supposed to do properly. Like, it stops abusing the fucking president, and he turns and stops and gets startled because there's his sister here with a big ass 44 Magnum like Clint Eastwood, fucking ready to show down.
No, that was a hugely important thing, and that's what I'm saying. I don't want to knock it, you know, but of course it continued to the point where they went into the Capitol building armed with rifles and shit. But they were talking about they called it the Panther Bill, right? The anti-gun legislation in California and stuff like that. So it was like incident after incident, made a very high profile. And what I'm just saying, being a realist here, right, using that term, is like you can't expect the FBI is just going to see and say, "Oh, that's nice," you know, like clearly. And clearly, like I said, they're probably getting the FBI dragnet anyway. But that public image made it very easy, I think, for the FBI to come and conduct those raids and those shootouts, etc.
On the
You
government
know,
buildings, yes, but if they'd stuck to the streets, like I'm getting at, like they would have done better. Like they were new to stuff, so they were going out and they were trying to be bigger. They thought that they could spur on revolution like that. The accelerationists, without thinking about it, not calling themselves as such, they thought they could, but they thought of really good ideas that weren't accelerationists. So that's what I mean. They weren't accelerationists as in like principally. They just there's moments where they jumped too far ahead because they got really good ideas and they moved forward with it, and it was new. No one else had really patterned this struggle for the first world, and it's not just compatible for the colonized. They were really patterning how struggle works in an empire. How do you deal with a world where there's capitalist realism for some, and then there's lumpen society for the rest? So you have to function around this world and like, okay, we need to build programs for the people, we need to sustain their living, we need to organize them around, and then we need to deal with the contradictions of the labor aristocracy and fight against war and do put these struggles forward, because we're not going to organize labor aristocrats into communists very easily. There's going to be a few. It's going to be like fucking trying to fish in a lake that doesn't have any fish in it. You might as well go and organize the lumpen proletariat and then deal with the labor aristocracy later. We organize around the lumpen proletariat, and we get
So
around the people.
that's the struggle they were dealing with. But I think what I wanted to emphasize is that really Huey Newton was a brilliant comrade, and I think, honestly, of all of them, he was the most brilliant. Like he came up with a lot of that, and that's the dynamic model that and the stuff that worked. Huey Newton came up with, right? So it's not to undermine other people's contributions, but like let's give him his propers, right?
Well, that's what I mean.
So
Huey P. Newton used to be a fucking angel. Like, I really wish that we didn't get post-prison Huey P. Newton. He was a fucking powerhouse. Like, and then it got to his
well,
head.
yeah, it did go to his head. There's a lot of things to that a lot went to his head when you put so much, on a person. And that Free Huey stuff, a lot of that was Eldridge, So let's give Eldridge credit for that too. That night, when
Eldridge
he,
and Bobby, they both were bad for it when it come to touting up Huey's head and doing the whole revolutionize the courts. Like, what the fuck do you mean?
yeah. Well, I mean, there's ways in which you can play with things that at first glance may seem more revisionist than it is. For example, when Eldridge ran for what it was, Congress or some shit like that on a political ticket with the Peace and Freedom Party, it wasn't electoralism. Like they clearly were like, we're not going to win, but they were using that campaign to kind of like draw attention and get people's attention. There's interesting things like that.
It's not about that. It's about the language specifically. So, like, if you use language in a false or pseudonymical fashion and twist things around to suit this current situation because of, well, it was a chauvinistic point to turn around and say they were going to revolutionize the courts. That's not only insulting to all the other people who got to go to court and all the other people who get slammed into prison, but it also, when workers start to figure that that's not what you're doing, you're just trying to get out of court, and they get their head around the false use of words, they're gonna start to distrust. Like, people are very sort of fixated. It's like, because what do you mean by revolution? What's revolution mean anymore when it starts to mean anything and everything that solves your problems, your own problems as a party, not as the people? Like, I got all love for Huey P. Newton. He may have gone and got himself an education, but my man comes from lumpen beginnings. My man comes from humble background, and he's a man of struggle, and he's the guy who turned around and went, Franz Fanon's right, we need to fucking support the lumpen proletariat. And he's the guy who turned around, or maybe it was Hampton, I don't know, it was one of them who turned around and put the Battle of the, actually I think Battle of the Algiers came out after Hampton, so it must have been and who put Battle of the Algiers as a part of the Panthers education program. And I think any communist who hasn't watched Battle of the Algiers should turn this stream off and go fucking watch it. It's an amazing fucking video. It's one of the best films you'll ever watch in your life.
Shit, they even show it to they were showing it to U.S. troops who had to fight this insurgency and shit, which is not cool, but it should speak to the power of that particular piece. But I just want to say that Newton, even after he came out of prison, he continues to write deep stuff and interesting stuff of critiquing kind of what's going on with the party and so on. And what I just really wanted to emphasize was when all that heat came down, I think that they had to do a reassessment and be like, look, we're not ready. The people are not behind us to launch the armed struggle, right? Yeah. So the thought was we need to get away from a lot of that rhetoric and focus on what's working, which is the programs.
The problem was,
which I think it was the correct line.
They should have still kept the armed part together, though. They should have still been like, okay, we need to still be the Black Panther Party defense. We still need to be armed when we do our work. Like, we shouldn't, because it's a legal right, and they need to be careful. It's a difficult situation because the police will just like, I'm really concerned with situations like that because, I mean, the police will just shoot them up anyway. They don't care if they've got guns.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The legal right, you got to understand, in the United States of white America, there's a white constitution, but that's just on paper for all colonized people and shit. That's not
recognize black people as human until 1902 or 1903 or something like that, and then it was like natives weren't recognized until the 1930s. So. Yeah, that's American fucking equality for you.
Yeah, no. So all of that is just to say that I think that the comrades was trying to deal in a good faith way to make what's going to make the organization like more successful, and now having the hindsight of what was in their estimation bringing down the heat was a lot of this rhetoric of the gun. I don't think that they So the real question, I think, for us, like going forward and looking at it, and this is something that you and I were talking about, Comrade, the other day, is does the political organization, which has to be with the masses, right?
Yeah.
Doing the mass politics, is that going to be the same group that does the armed struggle? So is it going to be the same group? But there's like a little organization within the group that does that on the low, close to the chest. Is that going to be two different groups? That's when we're talking about. I was mentioning
I
this to the
think
Puerto
it
Rican
might go
community, but
down
also
with like what
Ireland and
Lenin pointed
yeah,
out, where it starts off as splintered militias and then they form together. The IRA formed like that. It was
yeah,
7 or 8 different groups, and then they formed together into one group.
right. But then there
So
was the
it might
question of
be that
yeah,
it's like all of the above might actually be the option to this thing. I know it's one of those weird
mhm,
ones where I feel like I'm intellectually copping out, but
mhm. Yeah. So anyway, what I just wanted to finalize is just to say that Elridge increasingly became with the rhetoric very I would say ultra left. That's the tendency I would call it. And then
it's
he just started
unusual to
making
hear people
opportunistic
actually
moves.
using the term ultra left correctly. I've been hearing people just call everyone ultra left recently. It's like fuck.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's how I position it in terms of what they were dealing with at that time. But
It's like
he
Newton. He
clearly
was
had
right on a lot of
yeah,
things. He was wrong on a lot of things. They
yeah,
both remind me of
exactly.
Gonzalo, where they lost their way, but they were still good people at heart to some degree or another.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of contradictions with these comrades, and
We have the
but I
benefit of
think that
hindsight.
that Huey was trying to, I don't know, it's a lot of things. He got a big head, and a lot of that a lot of that was feeding the monster in terms of how he became such a big cause or whatever, and then he gets out. So it's kind of hard. How do you, as a psyche, kind of deal with that and whatever? So there's plenty of critiques of Huey Newton, but I would say that comrades, I would encourage them to continue to study what he said, what he would write later, because he had a lot of good reflections. There's one piece in particular, right, where he's re-examining what the Panthers' position was on the religious question, and he was like, we were too hostile out the gate to the black church when we clearly shared a lot of the same goals. Even if we thought it was time to be more radical or we had critiques of them, we shouldn't have alienated, that because we could have worked with them. There's a lot of different
Especially
interesting
given that like
insights he has.
70% of the Panthers are Muslims, so it's like you know, loads of them are Islamic, loads of them are Christian, and they're like
Yeah,
they choose to be anti. It reminds me of the Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks had a lot of religious people in them, and then they chose to be really, really hostile to religion. And I think that's where the Marxists get all this influence from, to just be outwardly hostile to religion. I understand why Russia
yeah,
panicked though, and America's the same, because the religion's not really abiding by the religion. It's just an oligarchy. American Catholicism and American Protestantism are fucking hell. Mormonism. Yeah, they're very oligarchical religions, and Mormonism is actually a lot of the CIA and FBI are Mormons. Fascinating fact.
huh. I could see that. You had Mitt Romney, right? These people, but I think that and the Mormons are interesting too. That's a weird tangent. I don't want to get into too much, but they do everything in cash, so they have a lot of money.
They're very
Um,
fascistic. I mean, my Jewish
yeah,
comrade thinks they're the ones who are going to end up bringing in fascism to America and bringing genocide against Jewish, African, and Native people.
yeah. I actually went to Utah. Um, there was a Brigham Young University presented paper, and I did, while I was there's nothing else to really do, check out the little Mormon museum or whatever it was.
Oh no.
It's very, very strange. I like checking out museums,
Yeah, I like
even when
museums as
they're
well, but the
yeah.
Mormon museums probably like them lynching people and shit, because this is half of their history.
No. Yeah, but I'm saying even the way they presented it was so like so for right off the gate, they have these young 20-something women, with the long dresses and stuff, and it just really felt like
Oh.
really creepy recruitment tool. The way they were
You can
using these
have
women.
multiple women join us. Like
Yeah,
they're after
and
the
by the way, some of them,
incels. They're after
some
Haas.
of them brown, some of them from Brazil, some of them from like that was like the interesting thing too. But Anyway, I digress because I don't want to get too much into that. My point about um the religion is religion's a two-edged sword, and I think a lot of comrades, vulgar Marxists, they always go back to opium of the people, of course not understanding completely the cultural context of the opiate of that day, but also not even reading the rest of that passage, which talks about the cry of the oppressed, the heart and heartless world, and all this other stuff that's in that same passage.
Yeah, Marx actually
um
likes religion. I don't know if people know this. He doesn't hate religion. Like, he says it's the opiate of the masses, but he also says it's like the beautiful like light in the world when everything is dark. It's something that brings hope to people's struggles. It's where communism came from. Like,
It is.
where do you think the fucking the Christian communists? I hate these bastards. I know you know this, but these
Yeah.
bastards who like not normal people who are coming into this stuff where they're like, the lower class, and they're coming into it. They ain't been told all these history things. But you get these like
Yeah.
aristocrats who've studied like loads of history. They know all this shit about the Roman Empire and all this crap about the history of like the British and all this other bollocks. But they ignore the important parts of history that relate to communism. They're like, I asked this one aristocrat, and he fucking knows so much more than me. He's a fucking powerhouse. And I'm like, who invented communism? And he called me Karl fucking Marx. And whenever I hear someone say that, it makes me fucking wrench. Like, because
Yeah, no, man. People in the East were already. People all over were already doing it. I mean, that line, from each according to his ability to each according to his needs,
the
is
Bible.
from Acts of the Apostles, chapter 3. That's Luke, who writes. That's their phrase. So, it's in there. The idea of living and held everything in common. I would just say comrades should just read Acts chapter 3. It's a
Comrades
fascinating
need to
passage.
read
And
the
then,
fucking Bible before they start talking shit.
well, yeah, no, but
Have you read
specifically
Dugan?
that one, because that shows that early, we call it Christian, I guess, or Jesus movement, community.
The Galilean
And
movement you're on about, yeah.
and it was funny about. I'll just say one other thing about the passage. Again, I get going into tangent here, but then there's this one part that comes up where this couple stole money. They held everything in common, but this couple stole money from the group. And would you know it, God just killed them. I always thought that was interesting. Oh yeah, God just killed them.
Lovely
But
guy,
anyway,
lovely guy. I can't wait to meet him.
yeah.
I'm
Well, we'll
going
just that's
down.
what we'll say. That's what we'll say. We say God did it, right? Clearly. But going back to the question of what I was saying about it's particularly in North America, right? You have this thing in the Americas, particularly North America, where it attracted a lot of these utopian religious movements. And the comrades need to also remember that before the modern era and the philosophies and the isms, in history, revolutions were kind of like the religious movements were kind of like the revolutions. That was the way that people reorganized society over new philosophical principles and all this other stuff in the eons and era past. And to the point of what I think Marx was realizing and understanding this dialectically, right, is particularly the Christian movement, or that kind of strain that I think humanism kind of like grows out of.
Victorian humanism.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's also debate. Althusser says that Marx ended up not being a humanist and whatever. That's kind of a
Yeah,
separate
he
point.
disowned it halfway through, because humanism actually originally was a Greek term for individualism, and then the Victorians revived
But
it.
just generally, what I mean is like the values that changed. At least, I mean, dialectically, of course, you're still dealing with the oppression and stuff. But if you think about the ancient world, the Roman world, it was very, there was no mercy was not a virtue. Viciousness was a virtue. You think about what the Romans did. And then you kind of look more to the modern world, where at least they have to coach it in terms of the people and their plight and the freedoms and things like that. And of course, we can pick that apart. But then you get a fascist, which is kind of like a return to the ancient world, a little bit of that Trumpian thing too, which like we'll bomb the shit out of them, kind of stuff.
Neo-feudalism.
Yeah.
Neo-feudalism.
my,
They combine Rome.
Yeah.
They combine 1500s Britain and France. They combine 1700s Britain and France, and then they combine like the bit of the 1800s, and that's it. They don't. I mean, modern fascists look a little more to the modern day, and you've got like all these fucking transhumanist fascists and people like that. But that's getting too complicated. But with the old school lot, they're more centered around like, because fascism builds around the liberalism that exists. This way I look at it, like it's they take liberalism into account and build their model around it, but corporatize it. So it's an authoritative model that controls the way liberalism functions, destroying the actual core principles that would make it liberalism. Remember, there's no middle ground on principle, so it's no longer liberalism, but they're functioning within its economic plan. So when you saw fascism come up, you saw 1880s Britain industrial factory, put kids in factories level industry cropping up in these countries because they needed to restart capitalism. So they're chugging back to semi-feudal times. And that's why they bring up this neo-feudalism, but it also comes from the ambition of the petty bourgeoisie to take more power. It suits them as well. They enjoy this situation because they get to live like kings. We saw what the German aristocracy did. We don't see much of what the Italians did as much because there's not as many photos and videos of it. The Germans have got so much footage for the propaganda they did that you really get to see how much these guys shoved their heads up their own asses. They look like pretzels.
Yeah, well, I think the big takeaway, again, kind of going into a tangent, but the big takeaway from that is just that fascism always gestates in the womb of liberalism, right? Fascism comes out of liberalism, and it eventually takes over liberalism, right? That's a historical model that we have for most of these fascist episodes. But we're going back to the question of religion. And I just think that a lot of comrades, because today we like in 2022, there's an association of the religious right, especially in the U.S., and that's fair because it's kind of where things are at this point. But the left ceded that ground too easily, I think, and I think that when you can't look at something like the abolition movement or the civil rights movement and take out the religious component. Whether it was a Southern Leadership Conference of the churches, the Southern churches with Dr. King, whether it was the fact that Malcolm X was a Muslim, and like I said with the abolition, you can't look at John Brown or Nat Turner and not see the role that religion played in what they did. They were explicit about it.
The one thing that I say with Marxists, though, that they need to start looking at with the abolition movement is why the fuck they're praising Lincoln and not looking at, why didn't the white working class side with the slaves for a revolution? That's really what should happen. That was one of those times, like the 1930s, where America was in a position where it could have actually had the, quote, second revolution. I mean, I like the term that the 1776 was a counter-revolution, so I mean, quotations. It's kind of their proper first one, but they could have actually broke out of their chains, and they would have broke America. America couldn't have existed again in that framework. It would have been resettled, and there would have been a lot more African people because it would have been before the slaughters. There would have been a lot more native people because so they already massacred hundreds of thousands by this point, but from 1860 to 1940, they massacred fucking shit tons of native people. People do not fucking understand.
Yeah.
Do not understand. Especially during the Dust Bowl famines. During the Dust Bowl famines, they took excuses to start stepping onto more native reservations and kicking them off and starving them to death. Most of the thousands of, well, actually millions, it's rated between 3 to 20 million people because no one knows because America burnt any evidence regarding the fucking famines and the deaths that happened there.
No, absolutely. There's a lot of subaltern hidden history, and of course that's why they're so frightened now of your kid learning the true history, that they're making all this hullabaloo around critical race theory. But it was already happening before that. Like last decade, Arizona actually outlawed ethnic, because they call it studies, Chicano, Chicana, Latino, Latina studies. And I think it was eventually struck down in the courts a few years later. But this is that's why, like I said, one of the reasons people start saying Arizona is the new Alabama, kind of going back to that civil rights era and what have you. But anyway, the point I wanted to make is, and I actually encourage comrades to read a bit of Antonio Gramsci around this question, because it's the question of superstructure, right, on part of it. And that's how, when he's talking about hegemony, I think this is part of the thing that we're talking about. The Panthers had to face this, the Lords had to face this, is, if you take a very vulgar materialist understanding of stuff, this is the situation Gramsci was in, right? So Gramsci, just a little background to the conversation, right? They literally, the councils are seizing the means of production. They were seizing the factories through occupations, right? But eventually they lose to the fascists, and Mussolini comes in victorious. And the question is why? In a very vulgar material sense, we did seize the means of production. But the problem is that in the minds of the masses, and this is why the masses are the ones who make history, in the minds of the masses, they were not seen as legitimate. They were, in my estimation, legitimate. Don't get me wrong. Like, there's
Except
no reason why the
Bordiga.
factory owner should own it.
Except
Sorry?
Bordiga. Bordiga was a little shithead.
Yeah. But still, the point being is that, the workers, they do the work. Why shouldn't they control the means of production and all that? That was not where the Italian masses understood things at that time, and so that leads him into this introspection and this question of, well, how does that work, right? And that's the whole, I think, kind of basis of the prison notebooks and a
I
lot of
love
his
his
concepts.
first position though. People should go from the start. His first prison notebook is on intellectuals. The first thing he turns around and goes or says, really quickly because I know this bit quite well. I don't know it verbatim, but I know what he's saying off by heart, and it's like, so everyone sees intellectuals from the basis of the petty bourgeois intelligentsia. This notion is imbecilic. Like, not only the petty bourgeois intelligentsia are inexperienced while they have a great foundation of knowledge, but this ignores the development of organic intellectuals, which develop in the working class, which develop a great sense of intellectuality, not just around semantic things that they know, but around the system and the way it functions because of their existence within it. So
Yeah.
like Gramsci's first position is like, okay, fuck it, we're wrong. We've just been turning around and organizing petty bourgeois intellectuals and trying to go and tell these people, while there are people in the lower class that are, if not smarter than us, as smart as us, that could go and tell us. That was Gramsci's first position. He was like, you know what, we were ignorant little dickheads. We should have gone and fucking listened more to the people. And his second point is like, we need to stop listening to these petty bourgeois people all the time. We need to listen to them. Obviously, they're smart. They're foundations of knowledge. They're brilliant people. I've always said this. They need to be like cleric theorists in the party. They need to be the people that scribe down what lumpen proletarian ideas and proletarian ideas are being come up to, and then we debate and discuss them, and the proletariat and the lumpen proletariat have the final word on what gets decided on it, because they should have the power in the party. The labor aristocracy should have faith in the power of the lumpen proletariat and the proletariat, which I know loads of labor aristocrats who've told me that they're fine with that and they love that. And I've even had one tell me, do you know what, you are right, because if I was in a position of power, I probably would do wrecker shit. And I'm like, thanks for the honesty.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's absolutely, you bring up some good points. I think that ultimately you're dealing with, when you talk about the organic intellectuals. I mean, I can think of a few examples just to highlight this, right? So Chris Hedges, who teaches in prisons in a program that was accredited with Rutgers University. I haven't found the footage, but he references this a couple times in his interviews. I really would love to see this, where his students, convicts essentially, went up against the Harvard debate team, and they mopped the floor with them, because that lived experience, plus just a little bit of the quote unquote formal education, whatever, that's a killer combo. There's no substitute for it, and so these people who live in their little bubbles, bourgeoisie, petty bourgeoisie, whatever, this intelligentsia strata, largely composed of that, they don't have that experience. And I saw it too when I went to college, and whenever you start intermixing with these other social classes and geographic regions you would never really come across, you try and tell them about your experience. And this is before the era of all the cell phones and stuff taking the pictures of it. I would tell them about police brutality and police practices. I thought I was making this stuff up, so granted it was a different era, but still now there's no denying it. But that was kind of the reality of some of the people you come across then. But in terms of bringing it back to this question of the organic intellectuals, yeah, I mean, Malcolm never finished high school, never went to college. I think I may take that back. He may have finished, but he never went to college. And so that's like important. Look at all the fire analogies dropping there, so, and even in his own, the autobiography, even his own story, people like West Indian Archie, who was like, again, this kind of lumpen bourgeoisie or whatever, incredibly intelligent, You know, I mean, you're looking at some of these street operations, especially when you got into the cocaine game and stuff. These people were moving like millions of dollars a day. Some of these kingpins and stuff, incredibly intelligent, just very badly applied. You know,
The
but
people's
yeah, the part.
viewpoint of the lumpen is disgusting. Like, especially when it comes to the lumpen proles, get the hardest beat. Especially, I don't know if you've ever watched an aristocrat do this, but I've had this happen where, um, a labor aristocrat will turn around and they'll like fucking when you show intelligence as a lumpen prole, and they'll call you, oh wow, you're like one of the good ones. They'll speak to you like that. They'll belittle you in a way that's like, what the fuck? Where's your respect for my intelligence? Like, you treat me like I'm the special case. Oh,
Yeah, I mean, so I think that. Well, but again, all this was to say the one thing I wanted to highlight from Gramsci. The organic intellectual, of course, is essential. His concept of hegemony, as it relates especially to this question of base and superstructure, also very essential. But I think there's a passage, and I can't really, uh, cite a page and verse, but basically, the paraphrase of it was, he was looking at the church and the kind of like um spot that plays the religious philosophy ideology plays in the hegemony, and then organization kind of looking at it too. So if you grabbed like a Italian peasant, and at that time there's high illiteracy, etc., but you grab them and you ask them, and this happens with a lot of people, explain to me the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception or something like that, or no, put it this way, they'll say, do you believe in that? Do you believe in the doctrine of the Immaculate? Well, yes, that's the doctrine of the church. Of course I believe in the doctrine of Immaculate. Okay, explain it to me. Well, I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? But Father so and so, he could explain it. I like Father so and so. I see him when the people are sick. He takes the food to them. I see him going out. He's doing this and the other thing. So what that meant was, as an organization, because of the praxis on the local level, right? You had a lot of like trust that even though people couldn't explain the ideology to you, they still believed it because they believed in the praxis of the individual. And that's kind of what he was kind of critiquing communist parties for, is like, listen, man, we don't need to necessarily, go into the falling rate of profit and all these different, conceptual things.
things that
Basically,
people will kind of already get because they already see inflation going up all the time. You don't need to describe it very detailedly. Like, you could 2 sentences is all you really need to explain the falling rate of profit to someone who's been working all their life. Do you know what the thing is? Do you know what the problem? Do you know what the conclusion is to the problem that they've got? Because they're in a more aristocratic position and an intellectual position, it's harder for them to understand Marxism because they've not got the experience of living in capitalism in the real world. So they're having to drill it in the brain. I've always said this, like, Capital is not a book for working class people. They already know what's inside that book. They experience it day to day. Do you know what that book is? It's for middle class people who don't know. Like, it literally explains to you, okay, this is what working does. This is how money operates. This is how it breaks. It literally is like Marx getting pissy with how childish aristocrats are. So he wrote like a fucking massive instruction set how to understand what the fuck this system is.
Yeah, proving it once and for all. Be like, here it is. I did the math. I proved it mathematically, and so that's what that is,
I
that's
hate
true.
and love it at the same time because I like maths, but it's like it puts a lot of people off who are aristocrats. So I'm getting down that book because I think that aristocrats who read that book go one of two ways. They either try and bounce away from it because they find out that, okay, like, the criticism that Marx is making of the system is very vindictive. He's not going to like things like China. He's not going to like things like, it's very vindictive. It's straight to the fucking throat. Or there are people who are like, oh, it's very vindictive, it's straight to the throat, and they follow it and they learn it, and they're like, okay, well, I understand this now. I understand what the relations people who are in a lower class than me have. I don't properly fit into this picture, because that's what they'll understand. A lot of petty bourgeois people, when they don't read this book, they think they fit into the same position as the lower class. When they read this book, they'll understand that, okay, the mechanisms of the system for the lower class to be in that position. You know, in that position, you're in the safe position. So it's like, okay, so what's the change here? And okay, if you're colonized, then you're in the safe position. You're not so safe anymore, especially with white neighborhoods, because they will try and chase you out of them white neighborhoods, and et cetera, et cetera. And so you got all the different intersectionalities. I've said the scary word. Don't fucking lose your shit, MLs. You know what fucking white
You're
MLs
using
are
it
like?
in the right
Oh,
way.
intersectionality, ID poll.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, you know, you can't talk about the Panthers and not talk about ID poll, but they were doing it in a praxis way. They weren't doing it in a
Intersectionality
cultural
is
nationalist
important to the
way.
black people. I've seen black people who have been terrorized in the middle class where they're living in houses that are way posher than
Yeah,
ours.
and they're getting terrorized not because they are communist or Lutheran or whatever the heck, because they're black. You know what I'm saying? So ideology isn't the issue. The issue is that
Identity.
these are real, you know, demarcations in society.
I mean,
But
this is the same thing
I
that's
wanted
happened
to,
to trans people. Trans people are going through the same shit.
yeah,
And,
yeah.
and
No,
it's
I
the
mean,
same. You get the same layer of it as well. You get the people who are like the outright turfs or the outright transphobes, the outright conservative ones, and then you get the people just like you got with the black struggle, and with the native struggles, where they are half. Like what people do with Palestine, where they're like, oh yeah, but they throw missiles and and it's like they say they support it, but they make every excuse to balance it out and support both sides, which means they just support the oppressor. Anyone who does that supports the oppressor. That's Trotskyite behavior.
yeah. But I want to go back to a second. I think your general like point that you were making about a minute ago was that you know, it doesn't even need to quote unquote be Marxism, because I think that if you look at like struggles in Latin America and stuff like that, they're not explicitly Marxist, but they basically have the content. It's the same. If you look at Zapata, you know, Mexican Revolution in 1910. If you look at, or the modern day Zapatistas, although they probably had more dealing with Marxism because they were probably connected to the Mexico 68 folks who came down to Chiapas, etc. But that's not even in the literature. It doesn't really cite Marx and Lenin and stuff like that, but it arrives to a lot of the same conclusions. So I think that this general revolutionary liberatory you know, praxis and the ideology that comes with that is just innate to people who start to resist. And
That's
it's
the
just that Marxism is an
multipolarism
expression
that
of it.
is. That's the understanding that people, because you know what, I know it drives you as much as it drives me. MLs that and it's not just MLs. There's other people who do this where like people who don't they take Marxism away or like the thing with the DPRK where they actually just they described dialectics in a way that sounded different and everyone lost their shit. And it's like fucking at the end of the day, if it goes wrong, it goes wrong. We haven't seen that yet. Everyone jumps up. We don't understand Korean. Like everyone needs to stop acting like they fucking know what they're talking about. But the every little inch of like anything that isn't Marxist that comes up, they've dumped it down. It's like, you know, when it comes to Nasser, I'm like, okay, you know, I'm gonna give Nasser all the respect I can because he's got a lot of respect amongst his people. I was hoping he'd end up being a full blown socialist, but he's kind of a guy who, rather than being a full blown socialist, he paved the way for Arabs to build full blown socialism. He showed them a path of struggle and was this big figure that stood up and fucking did this to the US, you know, like, yeah, did that to fucking Israel as well. And, you know, they were the ones who were willing to go and stand against Israel while everyone else was fucking turning away and stand for Palestine.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I think that the point is that they were it was a progressive thing what Nasser was trying to do, and then the Ba'athist, you know, the idea of unifying a pan-Arab state, you know,
Well, do you know
with,
the
but
PFLP?
basically,
The PFLP is
Mhm.
Marxist-Leninist Nasserist. I found that out recently. That's beautiful. I love it. Marxist-Leninism, Nasserism is actually really fucking cool. Like Nasser. That's what I
yeah.
mean. Nasser is really important to the region. I love the guy to bits, but he's a problematic guy.
No,
Sorry
no,
for cutting
obviously,
you
and
off.
he did torture communists and things like that. So let's not, you know, forget that component. But you know, the point
That's
is,
what the
I forgot.
Marxists
I
say. The
have to just
Marxists are heavily critical of him. They say he basically paves the way for Sadat, which is a fair criticism. but it's like,
Yeah, that's fair.
you know, I'm not sure whether I agree with it. I don't know. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I'd argue
Well, he
that with
cultivated him.
coming from
That's
the
for damn sure.
aristocracy, he might have got caught up with petty bourgeois socialism, which is very easy for the aristocracy to do so. And he come from the military, so it's just one of them. I don't know, but he did horrible stuff. He did good stuff, and it balances out. But I gotta support the you know what the Arabs see as their cultural icons that push them forward, and Nasser is a strong cultural icon. He didn't just inspire them people. So PSFM was started in the United Kingdom.
Well, I
That
don't know
was
who.
inspired by NASA, and a lot of the that then spawned off the big non-alignment movement that was not for Soviet socialist imperialism. It was not for American imperialism. It was not for Britain imperialism. It was not for European imperialism on the mainland. It was fuck all of them, and that's when they brought together, you know, Korea and other countries like that.
Well, I don't know which Bolshevik said it. It may have been Lenin, but there was a reflection at one point where they were saying, you know, Ataturk is playing a more progressive role than all of the, you know, workers' parties or whatever in Europe combined, basically. And Ataturk was also hugely problematic too. I'm not, you know, but the issue was because of, and I think, you know, Maoists go a bit into this more, you know, when we talk about, you know, our you know, primaries, contradictions, and what have you, is that, you know, imperialism, and because these countries come into a conflict and contradictions with the imperialists, they can play a more progressive role. So even a theocracy like Iran, you know, is still playing a progressive role in trying to defeat, you know, ISIS and shit, or whatever. They you know, their connections with Hezbollah resistance, etc. Even if these things are kind of like theocratic or whatever, but because they're against the imperial bloc, they still play a progressive role, you know. So I think that's also kind of like another way of like conceptualizing, you know, that how that contradiction plays out. I think that's kind of what we're talking about. The things don't have to be. It's you know, it's about how do I put it? In the field of politics, it's not the question of being a good or bad subject, right? Or the ideology. It's a question of being a subject or not being a subject at all. Because if you are with the hegemony, then you are not a political subject. You're right. You were just part of the hegemony. You only become a political subject in that resistance. So that's kind of what I want to highlight. I think too many times people get on, especially in this day and age, about you have to check all of your politics have to meet this like scorecard or whatever, and that's not how politics works, right? Politics works through praxis and through struggle and through actual, like, you know, fighting in the political realm, in the political field. It's not just about holding ideological positions. That's very utopian, and you find that a lot of people, you know, retreat into utopian and platitudes, you know, rather than actively engaging in politics.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the thing is that we really look at when it comes to like the communist movement and our failures, it really has come to like organization. Like I feel we've always just been like, okay, lump everyone together. So long as like, do you know what? We even forgot Lenin's thing. So I always remember there was I kind of remember where it was, but I always remember there's a thing with Lenin where it's like the Communist Party needs to be like at least 70% proletariat. You need to be like, you know, bulked up with the working class. If it's a load of I think the way he always put it was if it's just a bunch of aristocrats are never gonna be able to do and complete and run a revolution. I think that was one of his quotes on it. But you know, it's not even just that, because the problem is that not only have you got the not only have you got the what's it brain, can't think
gonna go around and unlock the door and take up.
brain fog. What was I saying?
We're
Yeah,
talking about political
organization.
organization.
So yeah, so not only do you have like the problem that in the first world the concentration in the party is not kept to, and they say, oh, well, because it's not a possibility at the moment. They make contemporary measures, which is understandable, but the way they do their contemporary measures is interesting in the white parties. Like when you look at things like the CPG BML, like it's organized like a cult, and so these fucking parties that act like, oh well, no, yeah, no, it's just normal for our party as well to always have the same leader. Like it's not the same as when it's a country. Like with the DPRK, it makes sense that their big founding leader did this big thing. Arthur Brar is a guy who's a communist who decided to leave India the year the communist revolution happened. Like, bit sus, you know. Like, why wouldn't you go and I don't know, join the revolution? Like, I'm not being a cunt or anything, but isn't that like against the principles of Marxism Leninism to flee the revolution to try and do it in a different nation to escape to more peaceful things? That's Trotskyism. Believing that the most produced empire would be the one that would go. He even said, like, he went to go and say, "I'm not bothered if the revolution goes in Europe first," which wasn't something that sounds too bad. But then he corrected himself. He's like, "No, no, no, wait, sorry, I'm not bothered if the revolution is Eurocentric. It's just how it, who's in power, how it's organized, some shit like that." And I was like, "Oh my god, no."
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. You have a lot of these organizations, right? In the U.S., it's kind of like, I guess that would be more like the RCP.
Oh,
It's
and the
kind of like the
PC,
Viking.
sorry, not the PC USA. They're all right. Sorry, the CPU. That's the CPUSA. I nearly slandered
the
people that. Yeah, I nearly slandered some people I got mates with. I mean, the CPUSA. I'm not a big fan of the
CPS USA is
PCUSA
telling
as
you
a
to vote
party, but
Biden.
I know a few people in there that are all right geezers. Like, but
No, I mean, I'm not trying to, put down the whole, any cadres or whatever in that. I'm just saying the line of the CP USA is to vote for Biden now.
oh no,
That's
I'm
their
gonna
line.
put down the CPUSA as much as you want. I'm just saying I nearly said PCUSA instead of CPUSA, like a mistake.
Oh no, yeah. No, I'm
There's too
just
many
saying
different
that
American communist parties with the same fucking name.
there are a lot of people who are, good-minded and they are budding communists and they get sucked into one of these not good organizations. But I think eventually they get to see if
I
they're
find it.
serious and they spend enough time. Yeah.
Don't you find it funny that the CPUSA is calling Caleb fascist, and it's like, Browderism.
Yeah.
What? But are you gonna tell us about the racism in Browderism, CPUSA? Are you gonna cough up about that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the who has been the proletariat, who's been the vanguard in the U.S., and I think that's you don't go to other areas expecting to get the vanguard politics, right? So, we were talking about this a little bit earlier when and you look at the early 20th century, the IWW, which is mostly immigrant labor, that was the vanguard, because of the position that they occupied in the industrial centers and et cetera. Whereas a lot of the, shall we say, native born workers were chauvinistic against these particular people. And they had this, reformist tendencies. And then, when you get to the 60s and the 70s, it was the oppressed peoples, man. It was the Panthers, it was the Lords, it was AIM, it was NARP, the Native American, Revolutionary Party. It was all these different groups, Brown Berets, etc. And I think that's been the difficult thing for a lot of would-be communists, or not want to be, but want to be communists. Um, is that they have to undo the indoctrination in the U.S. that kind of makes white folks or the middle class or whatever front and center, and then because everything in the U.S. is kind of built through that prism in terms of the hegemonic thought. I mean, turn on television and look at the U.S. depicted in television. It's a very white middle class depiction. It's not the reality of a lot of people. But when you realize that who the proletariat is, you look for the vanguard, you look for direction from that. And that was, thank God there were a lot of good comrades in the 60s who recognized the roles that these, intercommunalist, organizations like the Panthers were playing and looked to them for leadership. and you had, in Detroit and stuff, you had, White Panthers, you had later they talk about groups like the Patriots, Young Patriots, and so on. But they were still willing to correct themselves and take direction from what was the vanguard. And I think the problem now is that, well, we don't have as many of these um, institutions and organizations anymore because FBI clamped down hard. A lot of things clamped down hard that
I
make it
think as well,
difficult.
you got the increase in alienation as well, which makes aristocrats even more scared of the poor.
Right, but the point I really want to get at is, well, you can criticize oppressed communities to a degree. I mean, not for their oppression, but that we haven't been able to kind of like effectively create the critical mass for these kinds of organizations. It's a struggle that a lot of us are
Do you
still
know why?
trying to work on.
Do you know why
Mhm.
though? Do you know why I won't throw it down at them? It's not the criticism to them that needs to be thrown down. The reason why these communities don't organize, and I have had aristocrats try and use it against me, and they're like, "Oh well, it's the labor aristocracy that organize people." It's because they control the medium. They have the access to literature. I mean, yes, everyone can eventually get a hold of the internet at some point and get something, but you're not gonna search something if you don't know what it is. And the people who know what it is don't tell people about what it is. They don't go to these communities to speak to them and incite them. Because when they get
Right.
a hold
So
of this, they would organize great. So it's a mad thing. And the problem that we've got and the way that it sort of seems is that because the labor aristocracy and the proletariat have been mashed together in the vanguard whenever it's been organized, they've always tried to dominate and take positions. I mean, Stalin is always writing about how he was fucking like essentially encircled by all these fucking petty bourgeois people from the Russian Empire who were trying to push their market socialist crap on him and other crap like that. And then noted that people were building a cult of personality around them, and it seems like sabotage.
Well, but So I was trying to say I was going to be on the one hand, on the other hand. So on the one hand, we don't have necessarily like we did with Panthers and all these lords and these different groups, a group that we can necessarily point to and say, okay, that's kind of like the vanguard. We have smaller cadres and formations and what have you who are trying to kind of deal with that legacy and implement that kind of again. So I understand there's a lack of it being there. So what I'm about to say is with that understanding and that caveat or whatever. But yeah, I don't think that a lot of these would-be communists, motherland radicals, as Huey called them, the white folk essentially, um, have been able to orient themselves to look for direction from the press, and that leads us to a lot of the political problems and errors that they have. And that's what I would push them on, because I don't think somebody like Caleb, who will talk about African American communist writers and communists within the CPUSA and this and that, but that doesn't really
He
ultimately
fucking
speak
called
to
the
our
fucking
struggle.
ideas of the. He commented on Dark Snovy's video and turned around and called the ideas of the Panthers petty bourgeois fantasies and said it's new left behavior. Fucking
Because he doesn't like the critique of the labor aristocracy. He sees
the
that
witch
critique
boy.
and saying that people who own a home or a car, and if he being from, I don't know his exact backgrounds, my guess is more middle class background or whatever,
His
having a
father.
home
So
and a car for the
here's
middle
someone that
class is
already
nothing.
painted for you. You'll hate this because if you're coming from an extremely oppressed, peoples. Like, this is something that affects you the most. That affects disabled people a lot too. He's been on the board of many non-profit corporations, things that do the charity stuff that make money off people's misery and don't help people out. That's his father.
Yeah.
Businessman going
Well,
around to Guatemala when Guatemala just got taken over by the Americans.
right.
So
Well,
he comes
my point
from
is,
some rich boy family. He can go on about small town in Ohio. Yeah, there are a lot of capitalists who live in small towns. There are a lot of big petty bourgeois who do, and his father has been on the board of many charities essentially, and he's just made money off people's misery.
right. Well, that's what I'm saying is that if you grow up in the middle class or in an area that's heavily middle class, right, the expectation is that you'll have a home and a car and all that, right? Home ownership in the US, I say home ownership kind of in quotation marks, because usually the bank really owns it with the mortgage, but
We
it's
just
much
rent
higher than in
usually.
Europe. And I don't remember the exact numbers, but I remember reading an article about this after 2008 collapse, pointing out, I want to say it's almost double right? Let's say the home ownership in Europe is like, 40%, in the US is like 70 something percent, right? So it creates a lot of this bourgeoisification, in a lot of people, psyche and worldview. But I mean, the point I'm trying to say is that, yeah, that would be, if you're from that background, owning a home or owning a car is pretty regular. And so when another group comes along and critiques and says, well, actually, if you own your home and your car, you're kind of like the labor aristocracy, because the lumpen proletariat doesn't own anything. So that's, I think he rejects that, right? I've seen him like kind of like say, well, that's a ridiculous idea to say that you're a labor aristocracy. And I get this from a lot of like um, you know, white folks in the U.S. who say they're communists, especially Trots and a couple other things. But they just have this hard time of understanding the critique of the labor aristocracy as it applies to the middle class, as it applies to the U.S. and stuff. And they kind of want to say, well, no, if you just get a wage, that's it. Then you're the proletariat, and it's a lot. That's not really what it is. It's a lot more than just getting a wage, and understanding these contradictions. So there's my point when I went way back to the whole Wobblies and the AFL-CIO and that whole debate. It's been going on for a long time. Is my point that the middle class and the labor aristocrats, they don't want to acknowledge that they're labor aristocrats and what that really means. So they don't have
Yeah,
the
Lenin had like a
analysis,
fit
or
about
they
it
don't
in
understand it. Maybe
1917.
just genuinely they don't understand it. Yeah.
Because Lenin had like a fit of rage about it in 1917 and lost his shit and wrote a thing. He's like, labor aristocrats of the first world are bastards. They'll fucking support fascism before they support socialism.
And by and large, yes, I wouldn't say it completely, right? There's no variables, but by and large, that's what I have noticed, is that if you take the comforts away from the labor aristocrats, from the middle class, the liberals, basically, a liberal more likely turns a fascist when you take away his creature comforts. That's typically what the pattern has borne out. So yeah, I think that on the one hand, the evaporating middle class should provide some potential people or whatever, but on the other hand, they're more likely to break the other way. You do get the Occupy, you do get people kind of go the other way a bit, but my thing is that they cannot lead a movement per se. I think they can be in a movement, but I don't think that that's the element. I mean, just look at Occupy. It's dope that it happened, but there's a lot of critiques, and I think that's what happens when you have that kind of class trying to talk about the 99%. It's like, yeah, but it was more like the 85% when the crack epidemic was going on, when the war against the inner city was happening, etc. Where was the talk of the 99% back then in the 80s and what have you? And so that was the critique. Now that you all have opioids in the suburbs and all this other stuff, now all of a sudden it's a crisis. But they really fell into the race war, in the generation preceding. So I don't know. At the one hand, I don't want to ever push away prospective communists, especially from trying to adopt the correct line. But obviously, we are got to be truthful and looking at the social trends, right? Because it's not just this individual, that individual. You got a bunch of people doing the same thing. We can kind of see the trends. So,
Yeah.
not making it so ironclad as to say it's deterministic, but understanding the structural thing behind all of this.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, comrade, I've been on for an hour. I got to get started on my day, but thank you for letting me kind of go on and speak a bit about Newton, Cleaver, the Panthers, all of that.
No, you're always welcome to come on. You're like a fucking encyclopedia of this stuff, and you absolutely debate it all out. And you still go on the autismoidic tangents that I go on. You structure yours, and I say, you're like, oh, I got a tangent. I'll make sure I don't go too far with it. And then you go, I like people who go into tangents. It gives more discussion.
It's good. It's good as long as we again keep that North Star, right? So yeah.
But it's great that you always manage to circle it back to the conversation because things always stay somewhat relative. But if you go too far, you may be talking things that are relative, but you said so many things that are relative that are of a different conversation. It overloads, so you have to like back and shape it back in.
Exactly. All right, comrade. So have a good day. I'll catch you later.
Respect, comrade. Have a good day. I'll catch you later. Red salute, brother.
Salute. Peace.
Sorry, I'm listening. I've got some. Got the Russian the Russian anthem, the Soviet anthem for the space thing by the Earthlings that they used as just playing on. It's a remixed version. It's fucking sick. I need to make a Soviet wave cassette. I haven't made one of them yet.
Oh yeah.
How you doing, brother?
You know, I swear I passed out on you. I just closed my eyes for a minute, and then
No,
next
that
thing I
was my
knew,
fault because I took too long to set everything up. I knew I was gonna fuck up like that at some point. Like I didn't think it would be setting up. I thought I'd at least get things going so because people get things to say. But this has been a lot more than just talking about the ultra leftists of people who follow Lenin. I've gone all over the place with this. I also put the thing that you post on Facebook. I really like the fucking absolute beauty.
oh yeah, about the Zapatistas, their origins were in Maoism and Guevaraism. That is true.
Also, the thing with the Israeli troops, like, oh, fucking hell, unrelated, but some Israeli soldiers have arrived in Ukraine. Like, what the fuck?
That's in the comments for BRB.
The fucking shit that's going down in Israel is absolutely fucking terrifying.
Oh, it is.
I need to collect a few more news sources and videos from Quds because the siege is continuing, which means they're gonna have some stuff going down, and the Palestinian press is gonna have things going down. So if I go and look at a few bits and pieces for them, plot things out, I think just before I do actually fucking finally shift off to hospital, I'll do another Palestinian stream because I just feel bad not doing another one before I leave. Like needs to be loud and clear and long and fucking straight, you know, like.
Yeah, I was seeing where, I guess, if Sweden and Finland join NATO, I guess Putin's saying he's a occupy Moldavia.
Pardon, what was that, brother?
Oh, that I guess Sweden and Finland are asking to join NATO. If they do, Putin's threatened to occupy Moldavia.
Moldavia. Do you mean Moldavia or Moldova? I'm a bit confused.
Moldova, I'm sorry, I pronounced it wrong. Moldova, right next to Romania.
Yeah, Moldova. No, it's alright. I'm dyslexic myself, so I can't fucking get a lot of these countries right.
But they're not a NATO power either.
I like the way there was
Romania
someone
is,
who was
though.
saying a country name, and I got in a conversation I was having earlier, and he was saying it in a really cool way, and I didn't want to correct him because it just sounded cooler than the actual name was. I can't remember what it is. So just leave people to it. But yeah, no, Moldova. Yeah, no. But fucking World War is on its way around the corner. Like, this is some mad shit. Oh, comrade, there is one other point I forgot to make. The point of religion. When heaven is created as a concept, it speaks to the world that they recognize as not right and can imagine better.
Yeah, true. I agree.
That is an absolute beautiful point to make. I love that.
Yeah, it is.
Absolutely brilliant. Religion, like communism, allows us to the critique of quote what should be end quote over what is. Absolutely. That was one of the things that got me to shape my conclusion around Islam being incredibly compatible with socialism. Like, I agree with Nasser's point. If you were a good Muslim, you would be a good socialist because that's core to their principles. Like communism comes from Christian principles, but Muslim principles are like Christian principles but better. Like
Yes.
it's on steroids, but the steroids are like the ones Thingy has from Batman, the fucking the guy who did the revolution in the film, fucking he's got the mask. Don't worry about the Bane. That's
Bane?
it, Bane. You get the Bane steads. Fucking, that was the worst bit of brain fog I've ever had. Jesus Christ. But yeah, you know, like. The
Look at the history of
problem with
Islam too,
communism
though.
is
I'm sorry, go
communism
ahead.
tries to push this hate for religion when it never was supposed to hate religion. Lenin as well didn't hate religion. Lenin was just really strict on it because he was afraid of oligarchy, and it was a panic mode, and it ended up having him betray really good orthodox socialists rather than stand with them. It's actually where Denmarkism essentially comes from, was from the fact that the Bolsheviks were such fucking prudish dickheads about the situation. And that's where the whole original fourth position comes from, not Dugan's fourth position, not to be confused. So, like, you know, if the Bolsheviks had actually just not been douchebags about the Orthodox socialists and the Muslim socialists of the USSR, they would have actually, you know, well, not only would fourth position not have been as necessary, because the Soviet Union would have learned a lot more about, okay, how do we deal with religion in the system? How do we incorporate, you know, people inside? And it's actually very simple shit, you know, very simple shit we've known for fucking quite a long time. But we then learn this cultural basis and build up forward, and we're not separated, and you know, the things that, so one of the important things with Denmarkism that comes from NASA is NASA's respect on culture and the necessity of being one with your culture and your religious attributions and how you implement yourself to society. And when you are true to the people and you're true to who you are, you pull yourself forward, you'll do the right thing. Which, to be honest, sounds a lot like me, like an organic explanation of how people who operate on a basis of dialectical materialism works. Like a comrade was saying earlier before he went off, it's very good stuff. It's like, I do like a lot of what Islam does. Malcolm was my teacher for so much. In my community, Jesus gets further than Islam. But when I am with New Africans, I talk more Islam. I feel that. I feel that. But it's like, I can't remember what I was saying now. Shit. Yeah, so with NASA's cultural principles are really important. I mean, like, when it comes to like Africa, with the intersections between Arabia and Africa, his three circles thing is, that's brilliant. That's wicked. Like, slap a fucking absolute wicked big sticker on that. I love that to bits. I think it's a wicked set of theory. It really understands the cultural intersections between Pan-Arabism, Pan-Africanism, and Pan-Islam, because Islam stretches between the Arabs and the Africans. So it there's this like massive like cultural block influences coming forward, but Pan-Islam is massive. Like that, you know, they're talking of like being like, okay, as Islam, we need to stand together across the world. That really brings a bigger perspective to what Islam can be and what the Pan-Arab struggle is kicking off. And they started Islam, and they'll be kicking it off into the next gear. They'll kick it off into the next century. And I keep telling this to Marxists. The revolution in the Middle East, the revolution in North Africa, it's going to be Islamic. And they need to shut the fuck up about being bitches about it. Like, fuck off. It's going to be Islamic. Grow up. First go.
Real quick. I was going to say that you got Muhammad, the founder of Islam. There was a class war component in the struggle against aristocracy in Mecca. Same with his grandson Hussein at the Battle of Karbala. When aristocracy came back, it took control of Islam when Muhammad, passed away.
Oh yeah, I mean, you had the Umayyad tribe take over when his grandson was gonna take the power.
That was the former aristocracy of Mecca that Muhammad struggled against. Oh yeah,
There's
Muhammad's
one thing to
mission
remember
was
about Muhammad's
spiritual.
family. One thing to remember about Muhammad's family. Muhammad's family were poor as fuck. That was Muhammad's
Oh, yeah.
background. That was Muhammad's life. He refused riches. Even when he was in power, he refused riches. So Muhammad would. That's where the anti accumulation of gold and riches comes from in Islam. It was the principle of, okay, this is aristocratic, romantic, fucking oppressive sort of showing off crap. We need to, obviously we need to look nice. And if you've ever looked at anything regarding Islamic culture, regarding clothing or structure of buildings or food choice, it's all not just fucking like tasty or comfortable or functional. It's fucking beautiful.
Yeah, he forbade men to wear silk and gold.
Absolutely.
You're absolutely right. Like I said, part of his mission was spiritual, but there was a socioeconomic class war component to his mission as well.
He's very much like the way Christianity views Jesus. I know Islam is somewhat kind of different, but Islam still has a very similar view to Jesus as Christianity does. I mean, they've got a lot more beautiful of a story of Jesus with him passing away, though, because my man goes straight to heaven. He ain't fucking about, and I think that's beautiful. I do. Marxists need to look at religion with historical materialism. With the reason why people joined Muhammad was to deal with the social ills like the widows, the orphans, etc. Same with the Jesus movement, etc. Exactly, it was a movement of the people, and like you had the burning of women, you had the burying of children. It was a horrible time, and Muhammad did a lot of fucking good, him, not just him, it was him and his people, like him and his essentially his I don't know what the term was for his followers, so I'll just say his version of the apostles. And the help of Ethiopia. Ethiopia can't be undermined in this situation. They were very helpful to the people, to Muhammad and to Jesus. Protected them.
I can't pronounce the name. NEGUS of Ethiopia helped Muslims. NEGUS, can't pronounce it though.
Niggas.
Yeah, that's who gave us sanctuary and asylum to the Muslims being persecuted by the aristocracy in Mecca.
And then that same aristocracy took power when, what I was talking about a second ago with the Umayyads, and then they reintroduced the fucking horrible shit from the Bada boy, you still in the chat because you know the name of what the horrible times were before Islam came. What was the name of it? I want to try and guess because I don't want to insult. Like I was saying earlier, religions were the revolution.
I think I know what it is. Yeah, I think I know what it is. I don't misquote it either.
Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely right. They were. I mean, it's exactly. It's not even like it's just a thing for like the really old times as well. It's like the modern era was spurred on by it. Communism comes straight from these religious revolutionaries, and a lot of them became communists. I mean, that's how Connolly managed to speak so well to the people. There's a anecdote from a comrade of the Jewish diaspora, and he says the first communist MO I ever told that political Judaism is Zionism. That threw me into joining the NYC Anti-Communist League. I was very young. Like, there's a problem with MLs. So MLs like group a lot of Jewish people into like this political Judaism, and it spurs people out, and it's like, this is where it goes into it. It's like my comrade, he states that a lot of people think, a lot of people become comrades because they want to respect in isolating aristocrat communities. They want respect in isolated aristocrat communities, or because B, they are poor but they view religious practice as capitalism, or is oppressive in some way, shape, or form, and that comes from the capitalist domination of religion. That is the big problem that comes to a lot of religions. Spirituality is a trigger word for a lot of people who are of the different diasporas. It's not just the Jewish people. There's a lot of different people who are Druidic and Native American groups that find the way the term spirituality is used comes across very offensive. But it's the the thing is with the only people who can really get away with the word with the demarchists are people who are influenced by the Rastas. That's the key shot with this stuff, and like what's it? That's something that a lot of the people of the Jewish diaspora I get to engage with have a position on. What people don't get that comes with the process of having to be a third worldist is having to, it's not this idea of not doing anything. It's this idea of engaging with the people of struggle, and this is why I get really annoyed with the Americans. Because I'm all the way over here in England, I'm trying to connect to this Jewish diaspora of different groups of people in America and Canada, and engage with these people. It's these Americans who just ignore these groups. They don't even give a shit. They don't give a shit about the Jewish diaspora. They don't give a shit about the native diasporas. The Puerto Ricans are a really good example of this, where they're seen as like just a part of the Latin group of Americans, and that's it. That's the way America. But then they section them out as these specific criminals in the same way they do with black people, in the same way you see with the half native Cubans in Florida. Because if you look at the way Florida is, if you're a brown Cuban, you are the one who's getting fucking treated like shit, even by other people who are Cubans. It's just the way it is. Like, and it's the same around these places, and they have the same stereotypes that they're all thieves. You go watch a film that's based in Florida, it's gonna be some Cuban tanned person who is to use the racist term, and I do apologize, but red skinned. They're gonna and then they're gonna turn around and do that. They do the same thing with Puerto Ricans. Two Puerto Ricans with red skin are gonna come up and they're gonna stab you or rob you or do something to you, and it's always the way they treat these people. But then when it comes to their actual national identity, they just call them fucking Latino, and that's all. That's it. They don't want to be just called Latino. That's the fucking Spanish. They're not fucking the Spanish. They are a different people. They are a people that were conquered by these fucking horrible Spaniards, and were conquered by these horrible Anglo-Saxons and French fucking amalgamation that whatever the fuck America and Canada is. And they don't want any of this shit anymore. That's for all native tribes. That's for the Jewish people who are stuck in this country, America, that turns around and says Judeo-Christian values. Don't make me fucking sick. What the fuck? No, it's Abrahamic values, you cheeky cunts. Not only are you isolating Islam from the situation, but you're abusing the Jewish people. They isolate the Jewish culture and consume them in, and this is what creates this quote-unquote Jewish Christians. Fuck off. Like, and this is the thing with the Demarchists. To the Demarchists, spirituality means to just pretend that you believe in, well, not pretend, sorry, but, believe in God, but practice nothing. Like essentially, believing in God is going to clear your conscience. Like a lot of first world Protestants are doing, a lot of even first world Catholics these days as well. Catholics are pretty bad. Yeah, exactly. Like what's it's insulting to the Jewish comrades what they have to go through in the American system. Same with the Afro-Cubans. There are a lot of tensions when the Gusanos who fled to Castro had to deal with a new wave of black and brown Cubans during the Mario boat lift. They wanted to create some separation. Absolutely. I forgot to even mention Afro-Cubans. That absolutely. Because Cuba was one of the big central hubs of the Caribbean for the Spanish Empire when they were running their slave trade system.
Havana.
Yeah, Havana was the capital of the Spanish Caribbean.
Yeah, what they called New Spain.
Do you know what's beautiful?
What's that?
What Bob Marley song do you think just came on the cassette?
Huh? I don't know.
What one do you think out of any? Well, we're talking communist stuff. What would be the best Bob Marley song to just come on all of a sudden on my cassette?
What love?
Heaven is under the earth. I know you don't know what life is really worth. Is that all that glitter ain't gold? Half that story has never been told. So now you've seen the light. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. I love this song. It's my favorite Bob Marley song. Don't give up the fight. Oh man. Yeah, do you know what? Like, I received the message from someone as well, and they said it perfectly. Judeo-Christian is such an anti-Semitic term. Right on, brother. And this is the thing. I get this is what I get when I speak with loads of Jewish comrades in the diaspora in America. They're encapsulated in a situation where they're dealing with this world where they're trying to be told that they're integrated with this anti-Semitic culture surrounding Judeo-Christian values. What Judeo-Christian values is? Let's take the Christian values of the Roman Empire. Christian values of the Roman Empire. and slap the word Judeo on there and oppress the Jewish people. 10,000 chariots. Oh, the ism, schism, you can die and go to heaven in the Jesus
religion
name,
earlier?
Lord. We'll know when we understand. Almighty God is of living man. You can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. So now you're seeing the light. Stand up. I love this song. It's so fucking great. But there's a comrade saying I should play a Marley song. You won't be able to hear it though. Lumpen Third World is
A little bit in the background.
I called you me, Lumpen Celt. You can probably hear my music, but you won't hear what I've been told to play. Heaven is under the earth. I'm listening to the live session from I think it's 1973, and it's the better version. Like they repeat the first verse and the bridge, and it. But I'm gonna play this song that the comrades sent in, because it's a submission from the street, and I don't say no to submissions from the street. They go straight to the player.
What I don't love is the people who fight against me. Me don't love them. But me enjoy them because me can sit down and think of them and write music about them. And I see 10,000 chariots, and they're going without horses. Hey, the riders, them cover them face. So you could not make them out in a smoky place. It's a musical stampede. It's a musical stampede. It's a musical stampede. Oh, saying it's a musical stampede.
Till them start up the revolution.
Had really good relationship with the Filipino
them
Christians
going
and
on
Filipino
until them gone
Muslims.
too far. Till them start up the revolution and the war. Me not go put no 666 in me head. Them must say mad. And one day me must have a jet. Them must say fool. We are run the whole place red. And then me tell them from now none of my seed will ever beg bread. Them going on until them gone too far. Till them start up the revolution and the war. Yeah, them going on until them gone too far. Till them start up the revolution and the war.
I see 10,000 chariots, and them going, without horses. Hey, the riders, they cover their face. Still about you could not make them out in a smoky place. Hey, a musical stampede.
That was like one of the slave trade hubs of
It's a musical stampede.
Atlantic Triangle. Cause I remember learning about that in school. Britain being salted.
Saying it's a musical stampede.
What's it?
Lord, them going on until them gone too far. Till them start up the revolution and the war. Yeah, them going on until them gone too far. Till them start up the revolution and the war. go burn down in the hot sun. And tell the wicked and the hidden them fun done. Miscalculation, no hesitation. They make it sound like I and I praise Satan, who is them for pass judgment, and them the reverend. And rock 'em up and say him not keep silent.
Don't let me down.
And they ended up manipulating it, and that's the problem. But it come from both Roman empires, they both had their play.
Don't let me down.
Oh, well,
Don't
fuck.
let me down. Don't let me down.
I'll let you enjoy
People
it.
ride on. Ride on. People ride on. Ride on. People ride on. Ride on. We will ride on. Ride on.
Okay, there we go. Probably quiet enough now that you can hear me. So, what's it? Yeah, no, I agree with you. The Roman Empire on both east and western sides, they caused the fractures and destructions of Christianity. But you know, one thing's quite interesting to notice about the history of religion is that most religions start off trying to do some form of like either tribal revolutionary action or tribal socialist action. It's always some form. And I'm using tribal in the traditional sense as nation, not the offensive colonial sense. I have no space for the colonial use of the word tribal. They can fuck off. I mean tribal is in the family of families. I will not have Empire try and turn around and say that they've completely taken that away from the people. Tribal means family of families, and they can fuck off with their nation shit when they try and push that. So, or their primitive shit with the word tribal. But yeah, no. So tribal socialism seems to be a thing that occurs a lot with the start of religions, and then class comes in and stomps in and conflicts. Oh, fuck off.
Live off the land.
Live off your nan. That song was fucking grand, though, comrade that sent that over. Blessed Jewish diaspora, comrade. Do you know what? You got to understand as well, like, they struggle to engage with a lot of these things. Like, they you know, comment sections and even stuff like that can be a scary place for someone who's Jewish, because anyone who gets a sniff of their Jewishness, they end up start attacking them. That's another business that a lot of Jewish people have to go through when engaging in this medium. And you know what? I'll even cite Dr. Geisel for this, because this is often with internet, but he was in the age where the internet didn't exist. He had to go through the other mediums. Guy was just excluded all the time. Guy would not rescind his Jewishness and would always stand firm on his Jewish culture, and that got him excluded from the intellectual community. It got him thrown away from anyone he tried to engage with. You know, and he was always having to work hard, bust his back off to try and get the degrees he got. And even when he got the degrees, he still got treated like a dickhead by all these people who fucking claimate that they have respect for people, that they know common decency, and they go and treat this fucking first generation Holocaust survivor they treat him like an animal that needs to be caged away and not engaged with. They're fucking afraid of him because he's anti-Zionist. They can't handle the anti-Zionist Jewish man who's immersed in all this knowledge about history and his culture, and has been in all these different struggles, and has stood with the people of Palestine. He's stood against the people in Canada. He's stood against he stood for people in France. He's talked with fucking great leaders like Kwame Ture and fucking Gaddafi. You know, he's been about, and all he's done all that's been done to him has been exclusion and disrespect. And yeah, he has some ideas that are fucking wrong. So do I. How do we deal with that? Criticize. And we it's criticism, criticism. It's, you know, it's operating on a basis of understanding, that we gotta be self-criticizing as much as we're criticizing and understanding the process of how we engage with people. And you know, if no one's engaging with the guy, what the fuck's he gonna do? That's when people like Trotskyists can go and get a hold of people, because no one's giving this person the respect they deserve. You know, fucking Dr. Weisfeld was a, you know, someone who came from humble beginnings. My man was a you know, first generation Holocaust survivor, and he was an orphan at a young age. And he went for a rebellious young life, and he went down drain, and he eventually learned, okay, where I need to go about things, and started to get more and more radical as his life gone on. People don't respect the history of people. They just look at where they are now, and it's like, well, how did they get there? What happened to them? One thing I love about people like Panther Code and the comrades the Commune of Anarchy is, even though they sometimes go real fucking hard, and sometimes hard to a point where it puts some of my Jewish comrades in a bit of concerned state, where they're afraid that they might be a bit too harsh and might show too, might come across disrespectfully. The doctor, though, he's a fucking he took the criticisms quite well, but this is the thing with these people, is that they blast hard, but they come in with the compliments, and they say what they love, and they say the softer criticisms with what they love. They balance it out. They come in with it, and they're like, you know what, like, it's not all bad. We love what you're about. We see you as a great cultural figure. We got a lot of respect for you. He's seen as, by a lot of people, he comes across, and what at least could come across, you see, the essence is there to be like fucking the Western NASA for the Jewish people. Stand up for their right, be the the chairman he is, and there's a lot of inspiration into him like that, and that's why they criticize hard, but they also come in with the blessings, because they know man them deserves a good blessing. He deserves the good respect, and he's trying his best to appeal to the people, but he's been so trapped and lost. And it's what makes me feel bad when I've ever fucking blown off at him and been a bit harsh, because the guy is, the guy's been isolated so long. It's not his fault that he's been stuck in this position, but even in his isolation, the thing he always yearns is to be back in Nablus, to be back in Palestine, back with the people, standing in struggle like he was. And it's a thing that always hits him hard, and he wants to go back as soon as possible. It's him at his heart. The doc is he's got his heart in the struggle. He knows what he wants to do, and he wants to be there for his people. He is a Palestinian. He is of Palestinian descent. If you go far back enough in his life, and he's granted that, and that's why he was able to live in Palestine for the bit he did, amongst members of the 48, and standing amongst the members of the 48 in struggle, in peaceful struggle that ended up with more military men there. Watch the video I did with him. We talk about it, where and I show it in the stream previous to it. I should have shown it while we were talking about it, because we could have really gone all out on it. But we talk about it, and it's like this video where he's at this protest. Fucking more police there than there's protesters by the end of it. More army there than there's protesters. Sorry, I keep saying police. More army there than there's protesters by the end of it. And then a lot of police came on top of that, and it's just fucking hell, man. But he's got his heart in the struggle. He wants to go back to where he's gonna be, and he's inspired a lot for Demarchism, the coming together of the Demarchist group. Is the coming together of the Bundists and the Demarchal Bundists, the Bundists who are Maoists, the Bundists who are anarchists. The coming together of all those groups is because of Dr. Weisfeld and Dr. Weisfeld, Comrade Net and Donna. They brought that together. I'm gonna say that straight. I'm gonna say that now. That triad, that bringing together, when they come together, the three big heads that sort of come together. I was like, okay. Oh, I slapped my mic. Is it still working? Yes. Okay. So those three big heads that came together, I was like, okay, we need to get Bundism back together. Dr. Weisfeld's not the only person chanting Bundism now. There's two more people. Come together. It slaps together. And like, all right, Bundism, it needs to be put back on the table. They slap it on the table. They bring the martyrs together, and they lost their martyrs. And Comrade Net needs all the respect in the world. He carries the flag of Bundism from their martyrs in that struggle. In the struggle in Arizona, the Arizonan Bundists, the flag of their struggle is carried by Comrade Net, and he has that on his shoulders, and he holds it with great pride. And he knows he's got it on his shoulders, and he holds it with great pride. He knows that he's got to struggle for his people. And, there is a similar situation with Dr. Weisfeld. He also holds a flag for Bundism. He also carries on the struggle. He also is a big member of it, and he's very important to the struggle. And he's very important to Comrade Net. He's in comrades' net heart deeply. That, you know, in all, they're like good brothers that have had bad fucking transit integrating with each other and relating with each other. Like they've got a strong heart for each other and they love each other deeply and they die for each other and they fight for each other and they salute comrade Lenin. We cannot quote, we cannot have cheese. We cannot has cheeseburger until all can has cheeseburger. Lenin absolutely, comrade. I love that. But it comes to this, the revival of Bundism. It came forward, and this came from this struggle, and this is why, like, the racism against the anti-Semitism against the Jewish diaspora in America is more important than people give it credit. People shovel it off. Oh no, there's Jews in luxury. There's anyone in luxury. I can point to any oppressed group. Oh, well, there's people in luxury. Fuck you. yeah. Of course, there's people in luxury. It's a capitalist system. People fuck people over. That's how shit happens. Get fucking real. Like these communists. Get fucking real. That is how the system works. That happens. There's fucking Native Americans who have fucking private property thanks to laws given to them by Roosevelt that allowed them to do that. The great laws of Roosevelt. Oh yeah, you guys can be capitalists now. We're not gonna help you with anything else though. We'll still rub your reservations in the same place to build industry so we can get past the Great Depression. So fuck you anyway. That's literally the U.S. government. Fuck you anyway. Oh, what, you want a treaty? Not a good idea. There's a reason why natives turn around and scoff and laugh when they hear when white Americans go treaties. What? Every one that you broke? Every single fucking one? Fuck you. Fuck your fucking treaties. Shove them up your fucking ass. But it's the ignorance of the Jewish diaspora struggle is massively important. It comes to the Bundists. Because people ignore the massacres. They try and go, oh, well, it's not listed on the thing. Yeah, because the police fucking committed it. Of course, the police aren't going to fucking report the massacre. They fucking escorted someone to the doors to do, you fucking moron. Have some fucking light to the fucking situation and don't be such a fucking legalist. The police don't just list every massacre that happens. The only reason police massacres get listed is because people find out about them and get them listed. But if they don't fucking happen, because people don't want to fucking talk about it, and everyone we've tried to get to talk about it runs away from the situation. What do you think's gonna be the situation? But in Arizona, you got fucking police officers escorting fucking fascists to the doors of a fucking synagogue during a wedding and massacring people, you motherfuckers. Like that, it don't matter whether they've put it on the list or not. Fuck off. You got to understand, Arizona is one of them places where they still use videotaped cameras. The ones where police were well known for swapping the videotapes out of when they would do murders on black people in neighborhoods. Yeah, that. Because I'm telling you now, these police industries, they can afford the new digital cameras. Like they're not using videotapes because they can't afford better cameras. They're using videotapes because they can wipe the cameras when they do horrible shit. Like if you go to this part of Arizona and you were to speak to any of the lumpen-proletarian people there, they'd turn around and tell you that fucking square is like a fucking Bermuda Triangle when it comes to the police there if you're poor. And it's poor, they target everyone. The Irish, the Jewish, the natives, the whites, the blacks, everyone. And it's the this is the problem with the situation that goes on down there, and it's because of the anti-lumpen proletarian action that's going there, because it's a class conscious state. So you've got fascists, communists, anarchists, and all that everywhere in Arizona. Like, it's not an unusual thing to happen. That's why the commune of anarchy can keep itself going in Arizona and California, because California is people don't understand. California has all those similar things to Arizona. Like, everyone thinks California is this big liberal state, and it makes me laugh. Fuck off. Go and learn what California is. Go to the south. Stop thinking about Hollywood. Go to the south in the country spaces. Go to the south near the border of Nevada. Think about the fact that fucking it's not, Los Angeles, San Diego. That ain't just fucking Arizona. That ain't just fucking California. or San Francisco, sorry. San Francisco and LA, that ain't just California. There's more to California than that, and it ain't just all this liberal city shit. People need to fucking learn what they're dealing with when they're looking at the American structure, rather than thinking America's just this homogenous nation. It's not. It's this messy hodgepodge of white supremacy and Native American groups, Jewish diaspora groups, and New African groups trying to survive, trying to fight, trying to get themselves through. Oh, and the you know, you got fucking what's it? The fact that you also got the white trash who want to go home. Like, there's a lot of white trash people who don't want to be in America anymore. They want to go back to England, Ireland, Wales, Scotland, France, Spain.
I'm one of them. I'm one of them.
Yeah. When you come back to
If
Ireland,
I
we
did,
need to go and
I'll
visit.
be
We need to go
honest.
get drunk.
I'll be honest. If I didn't have children, I'd be in Ireland right now. That's the only thing keep me with my kids.
Ah, mate,
That's it.
as soon as your kid's old enough that you can move out with her, you're gonna be moving to Ireland. I know what it is. Do you know what it is? It's because you're felony, isn't it? They're gonna be fucking you over.
Well, yes and no. Okay, I've heard that the Irish Free State, I can enter being a felon,
Yeah, you
but the
can.
occupied North, I can't go. I can't go to occupied North because UK law will bar me being a felon.
Well, I mean, just
But
go
the-
to the south because I can visit you. I've got a clean record, so it's kind of. I did get done for graffiti one time, but that's not really an issue. I can get
Yeah.
into it. Yo, I'm traveling into it, but here's the thing. Yeah, get yourself in the Irish Free State. I mean, fucking, that's where you need to be. I mean, I know the Irish Free State's not a good thing, but at least you're back home in Ireland and you can be part of the. You go join Inla. That's a cool prospect.
or AIA at the Imperial Section Ireland.
Oh yeah, definitely. I want to make an AIAE. Like as a part of AIAI, you know.
Oh hell yeah!
Sort of.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea, actually. Definitely.
I actually might be able to become a Spanish citizen because my grandfather was born when Puerto Rico was still controlled by Spain. I could apply because my grandfather was a Spanish citizen. Oh shit, yeah, because you're within generation. Oh. Like, fuck would you want to live in Spain, though? All they do, basically, all Spain is budgets. It's off-brand France. But off-brand France, they're off-brand French people that kick donkeys off tower blocks. Sorry, it's fun to bully the Spanish. You know, Spain is like France. It's a colonized nation in and of itself, and there's Celtic peoples that won't be free, and other groups, you know, Catalonians and all them lot. I always wonder how much relationship the Catalonians have to Celtic people anyway, though, because their origins come from places that have been historically Celtic, like the French sector of the Catalonian territories. I swear used to be a part of Gaul, but I might be wrong.
I think it was, I believe.
I know that like most of Europe was either Celtic or Germanic at one point, and it was like those two were the two big groups. I think if I'm going to be living anywhere else than the USA or Puerto Rico, I go to Cuba. I can respect and understand that for the Puerto Rican and the African people of America. Like, that's like, you know, if you can't make things right home, if you couldn't go back to you couldn't make New Africa, or you couldn't go back to Puerto Rico, or you know, you couldn't settle things right and the US couldn't be properly defeated. Cuba's like at least we're somewhere where we'll be respected and we're part of the common sort of related people sort of thing. It's, you know, it's Cuba is a place that warmed a lot of people's hearts. It's why, as much as I have a lot of criticisms of Castro, and I still have a lot of blessings for him. Don't get me wrong. Don't, because I understand that, you know, we Maoists are quite hard on Castro, but I still got a lot of love for Cuba and the people there. And the people are so much more revolutionary than the party. Like, the party, every time it tries to move away from originalism, it keeps going back. And there's a young group, there's a lot of young people in Cuba that are like, no, fuck the market reforms. What are you doing to Cuba? And so, you know, I got a lot of faith in the Cuban people. Such a beautiful people. The Celts were in Iberia before the Isles. My grandfather's family was from North in Leon. They have bagpipes, etc. Ah, hey, you actually have Celtic heritage. Interesting. He's one of the Celtish Spaniards. He's from up in Leon.
Hell yeah. Northern Portugal still has a cult of culture in a lot of ways too.
Well, like I say, like the Portuguese, they're like the Spanish, but like the Welsh at the same time. They get abused a lot
Yeah,
by the
that makes
Spanish.
sense.
I mean, although they're a bit different because they once cooked the Spanish at one point before the Spanish took over the whole of Spain. You know.
Oh, the Castilian Spaniards.
Fucking
Francisco Franco actually was from Galicia. He was actually a Celt, but he's a self-hating Galician.
yeah,
It was
lick
like a
lick us the
Castilian chauvinist.
Castilians. Like how the fuck did this is why I hate fascism so much. Like you know, and it's one of the things that every time I think about the fact that I was ever caught up in that fucking window makes me well, not physically, but feel like actually throwing up. So here's the thing: it takes people like that who are from Celtic backgrounds and turns them into like Castilian supremacists. It's like me being fantastical about the British Empire in my youth, and it's like, okay, but the existence of the British Empire is why, while your my great granddad knew his relations to Celtic culture, I had no idea until my mom told me. It's not something that's a part of like things have been taught. It's just like, oh yeah, this used to be a part of our family, and it's like, oh well, why would that go away? Why would people stop teaching that? That's not just this stupid old people thing with like cell phone stuff. No, that's a cultural shift. What has happened? Because Anglo-Saxon culture, for people who's going down like this as well, it's not just a thing about colonialism. This is a problem that is worse for the colonized, and this is the thing that gets me emotional about it. It's not about the fact that oh well, look what I didn't have. Oh boohoo, I'm fucking a lost Irish or a lost Scottish. No. I'm not doing that. That's disrespectful. I'm respecting the fact that that is a part of my history. But what I'm getting at, my problem is I know people who are going through this process. I know people. Like Falcone, for example, people who are family are trying to assimilate into like Anglo-Saxon imperial Christianity and shit like that. Like, and watching that destruction happen, it's like I can't see that happen to people who go through the situation that mine and many other families in the UK going through where a lot of their culture's lost, and they get bombed down, and when you try and reconnect to any of these things, it's really difficult. So it's like I was like, okay, I it's disrespectful for me to try and jump into like the heritage that comes from my great greats regarding Irish culture or my great regarding Scottish culture, but I could try and rekindle to the Yorkshire and Scouser culture. And so I was like, okay, I'm on the Lancashire and the Lincolnshire if I can get the mental space for it, but I am learning disabled, so I'm focusing on like the bigger blocks in my family. But Lincolnshire does have a big place in my family as well. Um, being having Lancashire and Yorkshire in you, I can argue between the Yorkshire and the Lancashire lot over who owned what, who made Yorkshire puddings, who made this, who made that. Yorkshire puddings was made by a Lancashire guy in Yorkshire, so you can just argue it anyway. Like it was made by a Lancashire guy, but it was in Yorkshire, so how do you want to argue it? But it's one of them. It's like I feel like English people need to really sort of like step back and understand. Okay, where did my culture come from? Where am I from? Because it's like I was getting at earlier in North England, that the culture is split along this lines of Angle, is in the Angles specifically because of the way that the Anglo-Saxon settler colonialism originally started, split up before it came over united with the warlords. Angle, Celtic, and Viking culture because of the assimilation. They rejected Norman culture. You then had the South, which was Normannic, Anglo-Saxon, Frankish, and other Germanic cultures and Romanic cultures that spurred in there, and it was this divide that split down this line, and this was what ended up developing the settler colonialism idea that the Scottish took from the English. They took it straight from the English. That's where you saw the Lowlander Scots oppress the Highlander Scots, and then you saw the English and the Scots join up to take over Wales and make that a part of England, and then take over Ireland and make that a part of England. Joint crown. The Scottish were willing for it to be made part of England, so long as they got the benefits, and they were happy with it. Yeah, the two crowns didn't end until the Civil War. I think it was the decade, sorry, the century after the Civil War. It's like 1750 or 1780, something like that. Hitler was Austrian. He was indeed. For me, it's about method. Well, yeah, Germany's another place that does need to be decolonized as well because of the colonization of the different different German nationalities. I did the opposite thing I did with the word Jewish earlier. I said German. Fuck. For me, it is about material conditions. Even if there is assimilation, if a group is discriminated and or oppressed as a group, it is legitimate to claim that that is the correct use of ID poll. Well, yeah, I mean, that is the sort of bad end of it. Like the people, because I understand as well where you come from in this, because the people who like try and use material conditions to ignore these more, like, I'm going to use the scary word again, intersectional issues, like the way that they're going about it, they're not thinking. So these are material issues. These are material conditioned issues. Like the African struggle, the Puerto Rican struggle, are some of the most material issue struggles you'll ever find in America. The material conditions are there in their struggle. They've had the most revolutionary positions to fight for struggle. Same with the natives. Same with the lower class, the lumpen proletariat. These people have like this fiery ability to be organized and struggle. This, as you say, in material conditions does come for these people that are under assimilation or are under mass oppression, and it comes to the fact that like these Marxists aren't really using dialectical materialism, at least certainly not in the principled and Marxian way that you're using them, comrade, because they're using rationalism to basically turn around and call it ID poll in a disrespectful manner, which ID poll doesn't have to be a disrespectful manner. It is the ID poll in this retrospect, if they want to fucking call it that, I don't call it that, is these people fighting for their right, standing for their right. They got a right, they saw the light, and they're not gonna give up the fight. This fight for their right is what they need to do. These white, it always comes from white middle class communists who think they know what dialectical materialism is because they read Hegel first and then they skipped Stalin because they think Stalin's a moron because he come from the peasantry, because they're all big aristocrats and they think they all know it all. And they just go on into Marxism thinking I can just use Hegelian dialectics because so long as they're materialist about it, because they think they know what materialism means. They go all off the fucking cuff and start being all these idealistic dick shafts. That when it comes to what you're talking about, comrade, where you're saying like, looking at assimilation for a dialectical material lens, it still comes to the point where it's like, okay, this is the correct use of ID policies, the correct use of look into these struggles and fighting and looking at these things and supporting these things. It's like, okay, well, these people, they don't look at these dialectical rationalism to just turn away from these people's struggles, and they did that. You saw this during when they did that quasi peace movement, which was really a peaceful support of violence against the Black Power movement, and they did the same thing against the Puerto Rican struggles, where these white people, they come together and they try and turn around and they push the black struggles and the native struggles down to try and tell them to fuck off. When we critique ID poll from the left, we are speaking of liberalism, neocolonialism. That is different. When Malcolm says you aren't catching hell because you're Muslim or Baptist, you catch hell. It's getting into the next post. 1 second, because there's a bit of latency. You're getting hell because you are black, and if you aren't thinking black at this late stage and date, well, I feel sorry for you, end quote. Absolutely. Malcolm X was an absolute beautiful speaker, and he inspired so much to the American struggle, and people underestimate him. And they really underestimate what happened with his death. They blame it all on the people of the Muslim Brotherhood. No, that was the CIA takeover of the Muslim Brotherhood. Fucking people need to look at fucking history before they talk shit. There's a reason why they keep things so hush about that time. Malcolm X was a massive threat to the system, especially when he was going full-blown commie towards the end. Like, he was a blessed comrade to the people, and he has all my heart and all my respect. I love Malcolm X to bits. Oh yeah, Nation of Islam.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Caleb.
Nation of Islam. I said Muslim Brotherhood, didn't I? I always do that. I do apologize to people. Nation of Islam. Fuck's sake. I really fucking hate dyslexia. Oh, Nation of Islam. I really, really apologize to my new African brothers and sisters. Shit. Oh man, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disrespect like that. That was really disrespectful. The Muslim Brotherhood was a CIA, was a British colonial thing set up in the Middle East. I really apologize for that. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, the Nation of Islam. They were invaded by the CIA. They were a good organization before that. They had their problems. Malcolm pointed that out. But they did good things to the African American people, and they were taken over by the CIA with that. Louis Farrakhan or Louis Farrakhan, if it's the French pronunciation. I do apologize. Um, FBI, actually, CIA might also have been involved too, though. Definitely the FBI in taking out Malcolm. Yeah, I feel you, brother. That makes sense. I'm. See, I get a bit weird when people criticize Caleb for repeating stuff because I'm just as fucking bad. Also, I thought people would have found my mysterious pink liquid joke a little fucking like what's the thing he does? What's the thing he does with his drink? My unnamed pink beverage. Like I thought that would have been funnier. I rely on you guys for more comedy than you're worth.
Unnamed beverage.
I got my unnamed pink beverage because like it's my stand against Caleb. I'm going full trans pink about it. Oh man, that's it.
Antifa's copying me now. See, use my material. the jealous. I can see them having a fit with that even.
His unnamed diet beverage. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, mine's not diet. It's just I think it might be zero sugar, but not diet. Diet is for pussies. Nothing wrong with being a pussy. I'm not a masculine. Actually, it's all perfectly fine. Caleb, you can just accept it. Sorry, I had to be a cunt. I really do apologize to people. Unnamed lol autocorrect. Oh, I didn't see that. Unarmed. The unarmed diet. Oh, my head. Oh. Oh, yeah. Gotta be careful with aneurysms. It's like having hydrocephalus. I gotta get a screenshot of the unnamed diet beverage. That's perfect. Oh, unarmed, sorry. That is a. What's it? We got some fucking neat ideas coming up. Oh man. I mean, what's it though? You know, what? Like, what's it? One of the things as well, like I really, really pop out with like the original purpose of this stream is sort of like with Lenin. Lenin's like a really big symbol that's taken out of context, and that's why the core personality needs to stop. Like the ultra leftism is this core personality, this mirrored like god image that's been created out of Lenin. Right, so anything can be ascribed to Lenin that came from the Soviet Union. That's how they work. Anything the Soviet Union did is Lenin's work. And it's cancerous because then when you bring up Lenin's work that contradicts their ideas, they don't like that. They don't. You shouldn't even immortalize the works of communists. It's not immortalized. You should fucking adapt and evolve and move forward. Lenin said this. He fucking. But the fucking what's it? Dickheads aside, you should certainly not be immortalizing figures like this. So it comes to this. What it would be with Lenin, to respect Lenin, you got to understand what Lenin represents and try and come to that. And what Lenin represented was the aristocrat who was willing to go homeless, live in the same clothes for months on end, go trailing around with the Red Army, go rob banks, go do shit, go fight with the people, go fucking write all this theory, help out with the revolution, be about, work himself to fucking 4 strokes and die, survive several assassination attempts from the British and the Russians and the French and the Germans. Lenin represents proper, a revolutionary suicide, giving it your all, but also, he does show a semblance, maybe not entirely, because he does keep a lot of his class culture to himself. Like, he doesn't lose all of his petty bourgeois class culture, but you can tell when he went into Siberia, when he was sent there into exile and had to work his life off grafting, in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, to going on the streets in Russia and fighting with the people and supporting the people's struggle, being a part on that. You can tell in his rhetoric that he learned a lot from that, and it picked up in his words. And you can see where he become a lot like Engels, where he's starting to meld his mind around with the people. It's why I like Engels so much. And this is where, like, even if he didn't commit full class suicide, he was starting to get that idea. Engels was getting that idea. Do you know there's another person who got that idea? Mozart. Do you know what Mozart said about the poor? The poor are the only people that you can trust as a friend. They're the only people who can be your friends. You can know rich people, you can know middle people, but they will never be trustworthy like the poor. Never, ever be trustworthy like the poor. And that was Mozart. Mozart is a fucking G.
We also do birthday parties on weekends, and then we also offer field trips on Mondays. So although we may be closed to the public, we're actually open to other schools, daycares, and schools to come and use our facilities as a
I'm gonna pop some vapor rub on because it helps with me breathing.
daily rate. It's $12 for the first child, and 10 for each child. That is all day play. So you can come in the morning.
Yeah, out that extra stuff and leave, quote Lenin, end quote. So I have a book which shows the quote short course, end quote, of the history of the CPUSA, and it has all the parts Lenin's deleted. I had all the parts Stalin deleted. A passage would say Lenin, lodestar of the revolution, and Stalin would just cross out that extra stuff and leave Lenin. Yeah, because we shouldn't be doing this cult of personality stuff. It should be like Lenin's the guy. That's all it is. It shouldn't be like Lenin, the hero revolutionary and all this crap, because it just creates so many problems. Oh, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, yeah. No, I read that wrong, but I read the rest of it right. At least I got the rest of the context right. I'm dyslexic, so like I always expect things to be spelt wrong. So when I saw it, I was just like, I must be spelled wrong. I'm also too used to seeing them in the Cyrillic, or it's the CCCP. Stalin was better than Lenin, is what a lot of Jewish comrades see, and I agree with them. I think Stalin was better than Lenin. Stalin was not only better when it comes to being like, coming from a background of greater experience of the realities of what the Russian Empire endured. He was part of the Georgian people, which were a minority population. So he wasn't just a peasant; he was a minority. There's a thing to be taken into account, and there's a reason why he was friends with Lenin, was because he got his attention by being a fucking rad geezer and leading the Georgian people in struggle. Like, he was not just some small guy in the revolution. Everyone thinks he's just some guy who come out of nowhere. No, he was the leader of the Georgian, essentially Bolsheviks. I don't think they called themselves that at that point in time. But basically the Georgian Bolsheviks that eventually got officially joined into the Bolsheviks when Lenin noticed them under the lead of Stalin. Look up the history, man. He was a fucking absolute legend. So when you look into Kim Il-sung, This is the thing that me and the comrade who was previously in, who was talking the beautiful stuff about the Panthers and all this and all the other tangents that we got into, that we've talked about before. Me and him get really tied on with people like Stalin and Kim Il Sung, where they come from these poor or diasporial backgrounds where they're thrown out and they gotta learn shit from the ground up and they gotta go about this life of struggle and they come forward and they triumph through and they push through. It catches us on, even though we know there's reactionary things to them. They're very inspirational to us, and there's some of the people that we hold true to them, and I know there's so many better communists than Stalin, but he's still one of my favorite communists because the guy is just such an honest geezer. Like there's so many times he did dishonest stuff. Like when he did. Here's the funny thing: people criticize him, like, yeah, he said class conflict had ended. Yeah, but the worst thing is he contradicted himself in different literature produced at the same time. He'd say in a speech, class conflict is over, and that this is the worker state, this, that, and the other. And then in his literature, he'd go and say the opposite. So he didn't even believe what he was saying in those speeches. He was lying. And that was one of them problems why I have a problem with Stalin. He lied there. And it's very unusual for Stalin to be a little dickhead like that. And he's been a little dickhead. You don't fuck around like that. You don't fuck around with people like that. I understand it's not just Stalin. Everything gets put on Stalin because of the cult of personality. But, there should have been more of a movement from the MLs in general. That's really the core of the point. When I say Stalin, I should be saying MLs because and it did happen. It did happen. Like Molotov did eventually organize the MLs, but it was too late. And maybe not even too late entirely. They just lost as well. Like struggle got set back. And if Molotov had won against Khrushchev, we still have a Soviet Union, and it might have actually been socialist. That's the crazy thing. Not entirely. It isn't impossible that the Soviet Union is still turned into a despotic situation. That's really not impossible. But he was rising up before the coup had managed to fully cement its power and fully completely integrate the aristocracy as the ruling class of the system. That takes time. So, I want to be the pessimistic guy, but I want to be the romanticist guy in this situation, just on the basis of showing respect, because it's so heartbreaking losing the Soviet Union. You need at least one thing that's like, at least if Molotov had got things together, maybe something would have worked. He was working with some good communists. He wasn't on his own. It's not Molotov that made it so great, although Molotov is a good guy. He's a nice fucking guy. And was a secret homosexual, for people that don't know. And given his close relationship to Stalin, because people always put the anti-homosexuality bill on Stalin, and I don't know, because Stalin had a really close relationship with fucking what's his name, Molotov, and I just can't believe he didn't know that Molotov was a homosexual. It just seems a bit weird to me. Not in a homophobic or like spotting way, just in the way that they trusted each other really well, like sort of thing. Just to not offend any of my homosexual brothers and sisters, or my homosexes, as I like to call them, the homosexuals. But this was the issue with Castro too. Castro praised divisionist PRC and USSR, but he obviously did it for pragmatic alliance trade and etc. Stalin's public comments were likely also political in Prague. I think it's that opportunism though that's let us down. Like we both understand why it happens and the position they were put into, but we can't settle on this. It had to be done. Like it's more of a they were in such a rut and they had such opportunists and reactionaries in power that things gone down the wrong way. But yeah, the ultra leftism that infects these things, and I don't even like using the word ultra leftism because they're not really left. They just act ultra left. It's like you get these vulgar materialists, and they turn around and they take Marxist Leninism and they turn it into a tool for them to push their fascistic ideals. They turn around and try and basically, like Caleb turned around and said, CPI doesn't want to do revolution. They don't think revolution is going to happen anytime soon. They want to do reforms. They've admitted it. This is where Eurocommunism came from. This is where the whole, like, oh yeah, the revolution will be like fucking, centuries away, which is bullshit. Don't happen this century. The world will be destroyed by capitalism. The environment is not going to take our overproduction much longer. Sorry to just be having a silent munch. I'm just a bit fucking starving. Where are the communists and the Amazon workers movement? Absolutely, and the other recent labor movements, yeah, or the fucking the miners' strikes, the steel workers' strikes in America. There's been no one there. If I see any leftists, I see IWW more than anyone else in these labor struggles, and IWW. I mean, you can find some good people that are there, but a lot of the time it's some horrible trots. No, do you know what these people? Do you know what they care about? They care about the Karen trucker movement, fucking in Canada, and they try and defend these fascists. Where there's literally native truck drivers coming out and calling these people fascists and white supremacists, and they're ignoring them. They're not giving news light to them. They keep acting like they give a balanced position and they go for the middle ground. They look for what's going on the grey area because Caleb's a reporter. But no, they don't. He just literally finds a side, picks a side, and it's always the white supremacy one. He avoids native problems. He avoids Jewish problems. Like, let's say, he's friends with Jason Unruh for all this time, and Mandem doesn't go up and fucking bring up the fucking massacre in May 27th. Was it May 27th? I think it was May 27th, 2019, or was it May 23rd, 2019? It was May 20-something, 2019. And they, rather than him bringing that up and bringing it on the news, on the fucking TV, RT's on the TV, Caleb goes on the fucking, well, he did that. He doesn't anymore in America, but he does in other places around the world. Caleb goes on the fucking TV. He could actually turn around and, tell people about a massacre on the fucking TV. Could bring it up to our team. Be like, yo, this is something that needs to be reported on. Give all the evidence, rather this, rather that. He didn't even bother inquiring. Didn't even try. If he cared about the news and also cared about dealing with the contradictions of America and how it's a horrible fucking place, why aren't you bringing that shit up? Mandem's crazy. The issue is though, is when they say something quite like that, that doesn't come out in their actions. They turn around and just blindly support the whole group as like this radical revolutionary thing going on. And if we combine it to his rhetoric that he said about Trump, he's trying to form class collaborationism. I think a lot of like first world communists who the ones who are getting fooled, because there are still some people who get fooled by Caleb's language, even people who are decent, good, even people who are lumpen proletarians. One thing they got to remember, and this is the thing that hits the lower class, the lumpen proletariat and the proletariat the hardest, we see this shit the best, and that's that actions speak louder than words. Don't matter what you're chatting, it matters what you're doing. Maybe so, but he was organizing around them. Like he's doing a thing that a lot of the traditional fascist movements did, where they basically tried to like scoop up the sour ends of socialism and just go along with any movement they can to try and build up a base. That's why you saw the Italian Fascist Party flipping itself backwards and forwards as to where it wanted to ideologically ground itself as an Italian party. I see, I see. I need to go get more unnamed pink beverage. 1 second. Oh, it's Tango, by the way. I've got to spoil the mystery. I'm not like Caleb. I mean, I'd rather. What's it? If he's drinking Tango with his mysterious orange fizzy beverage instead of Fanta, so like he's got one or two choices. What does he want? Does he want the Anglo-Saxon imperialist corporation, or does he want the Nazi-made corporation? Unaimed but not unarmed. One of my favorite quotes is quote, "Preach the gospel at all times, but only when necessary use words," end quote. Francis of Assisi. Just substitute it for revolutionary practice and I get behind that. Right on, brother. That preaches well and true to the way it's gotta be. It's gotta be. That's what the Panthers got to as well, though. I really love about the Panthers. They're like, okay, because how are we going to do this? Well, we need to do action and engagement. We need to fix street signs. We need to fill potholes. We need to help people cross the road. We need to help try and shelter people, get food for people, all these different bits and pieces to try and provide for the people around us so we build this community struggle. Like, it got past a lot of the ignorances that existed with the more rigid, old school Marxist Leninist way of doing things in the United States.
Yeah.
You good?
Yeah, I might go to the hospital later on. I'm debating on it.
I thought you were fucking throwing up or something then.
No hacking. I might have not a full blown pneumonia. I would know that. But I might have walking pneumonia. I'm
What's
thinking. I'm
it?
not
You want to
sure.
hope you ain't got fibromyalgia like me, the fucking thyroid problems, because that's why I have to hawk my throat all the time.
No COPD for me.
What's it? Do you want to get yourself? Just be called vapor rub. Get yourself some vapor rub, and you rub it on you rub it on your front, up around your neck, and on your chest, and on you're supposed to do it on your back as well. And it basically just helps with your breathing. It's some people use it for when they got colds. It'll help you with your asthma. It'll keep your lungs nice and cool. And I mean, you'll get addicted to it. You'll start rubbing it on yourself all the fucking time. Skin cancer, some shit. I don't know. I don't know what's in it. I think it's just some. I think it's mint. I think it's just mint paste, which makes a lot of sense.
Unnamed orange beverage.
But I would get some of that if I were you. It'd be really useful. And try and move on to
Yeah, I
CB
will.
and try and move on to hemp cigarettes, like proper hemp CBD cigarettes. That wouldn't be a bad idea either. Problem is they'll end up being a bit pricier, but you can get them on like delivery deals where they deliver them you over a year plans. You might want to see like what they can do, because if you can get them cheaper and they're only a little more expensive than your normal cigarettes, that might not be a bad idea. Problem is you might end up smoking more. But the thing is that it will destroy your lungs less. They might even help a bit with some of the problems you've had with your lungs. Because I'm trying to move on to them. I accidentally bought herbal smokes like a fucking moron, because I'm a half brain nitwit. But what's it? I'm really fucking. I really want to get a hold of one of them CBD smokes. I think it's gonna be a really cool thing.
Damn. Sinus and respiratory infection mixed together right now.
What's it? Sorry. Just messaging a brother from the Jewish diaspora is dealing with anti-Semitism from fucking people who are supposed to be like, family through wed, and they're supposed to have respect for him, but can't cook without being treated like a dickhead, can't be in the shower for any longer than 2 minutes without treated like a dickhead, and it's all because he's Jewish. And because his wife that he's related to him through is a beautifully adopted Jewish, and is a and is a convert Jew, and she's very passionate about it and thunderous about it, and she knows her shit. She's fucking pushing through. That puts them even more into more of a position where they start being even more anti-Semitic and treating him like, oh, you spread your Jewish fucking like it's proper fucking racist bullshit. And this is not unusual. This is what a lot of Jewish comrades go through. Like I know a few Jewish comrades that are in relationships with non-Jewish people, and their family, the very relationship they're in. Ooh, they don't get the nicest of treatment. And if they get a decent treatment, they're still treated as like off people, as different as Kabbalah, sort of thing. Comrade Lenin Cat says, "Not meow, weow." Brilliant. He also says, "Fuck the Queen and fuck her birthday."
Oh yeah, oh yeah. When's she gonna fucking finally die? I mean, holy shit! Like, I don't.
I've got a thing for when Gorbachev dies, and it's the Pizza Hut logo with Gorbachev is dead written in it instead of Pizza Hut.
You think Putin will cry when Gorbachev dies? Do you think Putin will cry when Gorbachev dies?
I think he'll go to his funeral, like, right, and he'll be buried in Russia, even though Russians hate him, and that's why he doesn't live in Russia. Literally made Russia a shithole. He's like, oh well, I don't want to live in this shithole, and then left.
Where does he live at?
Because he's lived in Germany since 1992 or something like that.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah. He moved to Germany before the 93 elections had even ended, when he tried to get back into power. Like, scumbag. The Queen's mum was 103 before she croaked. Yeah, the Queen's gonna end up getting to like fucking 120 before she fucks off. Fucking high dictator. Apparently, she's looking to step down. Telling one of my daughters off that is super taboo. In fact, if I tell one of them not to say certain things to my kids, I get told back off, but they're my kids. Anti-Semitic treatment. Into the treatment they gave to native parents and their children and my Jewish comrade's beautiful. He goes, I really want to find this Jewish cabal that I'm supposedly a part of. They are gonna skip Charles and go to William. I think if they're going to be smart about it, they might want to skip Charles and go to William because Charles is not too popular. Yeah, 1 second, I need to write something else as well. In response to the anti-Semitism, I'm just saying, fuck your hunky bitch settler parents-in-law. They can fucking eat shit.
I hang up for a minute. I'll let you know and re-add me back on. I have to talk to somebody real quick.
No worries, no worries. Respect, comrade.
Respect. Yeah, I'll message you. Add me back on when I'm done.
Well, you can rejoin the call if it's still active. Like, you can just rejoin. You don't have to stress. Like, I only had to re-add you because I had to remove you to get you off. He's got it anyway. Oh. What? How do I stop the ringing? I'm sorry, everyone. Like, there we go. I'm stopping the ringing for you. Oh. Why did he start calling the other thing? I'm a bit confused. I don't know what happened there. Seems like an accident. Huh. You get tired at any point in the stream, I might have to take a nap soon. Yeah, nap. Okay. One thing I like about the way this went on a massive tangent, and so it went all over the place, and we talked about lots of different stuff. Is it really got to the point of what I was getting at with this stream anyway? Is that we shouldn't be focused so much on Lenin. That's the biggest way to respect Lenin. Like if there's some afterlife or some, anything you want to think of, and there's someone looking down, like Lenin's spirit or whatever the hell people turn into in the afterlife. I'm not going to say anything specific. I'm respecting all peoples and what they think in that retrospect. However, you would culturally explain how the afterlife works. If they actually do exist in that position, a Marxist looking down on things who's truly Marxist. Let's say we all agree, yeah, that Lenin was truly Marxian. He was truly believed in what he believed in. Well, looking down on things, he's gonna be more proud of people to not be fantasizing over him, making him God figure like, being dogmatic, not about even his good ideas, which you shouldn't be dogmatic about anyway, but about the shittest ideas that could ever come out of anyone's mouth. Sometimes weren't even his ideas, you just put them onto Lenin because it sells better. He ain't gonna like that. You know what he likes? He likes people focusing on the fucking development of communism and the movement forward. And what we talked about here was all these different communists. So we come on, we talk about all these different struggles. And actually it's a really fun thing that we go on into the Panthers. So is the thing. Well, the Panthers are a really good explanation because when I deal with a lot of these rigid MLs who are stuck in 1917, they're the type of people who will disregard the Panthers because they failed. At the end of the day, the Soviet Union fucking failed. It doesn't exist anymore. Fuck off. Like, to disregard the Panthers is to spit in the face of colonized people. It's to spit in the face of the IRA type struggles. The rose up all over the place. That organization of armed struggle against the fucking... Chairman Meow says, it is the duty of the cadres and the party to serve the kibble. Without the cat's interests constantly at heart, their work is useless. Absolutely. We got it. We gotta have Chairman Meow. I remember being told by someone that in Cantonese, I think it's Cantonese, it's meow meow for cat in Chinese. Well, Cantonese, Chinese, English. I do maybe sometimes. We've almost been streaming for 10 hours, guys. And gals. Guys gets used in such a unisex way, it surprises me it even still has the male meaning to it anymore. Seems like a product of sexism, that does. yeah, I forgot it ends with call when you're in there on your own. Probably sounded fucking crap through that, and I don't know how many different fucking people are going to be monetizing this to get some ad revenue now, because I know what music fucking companies are like. But the yeah, yeah. It's now going into loads of what's it, synthwave stuff. Like I guess love you too. Anyway, it goes. I don't know why the writing looks bigger for that one. It's all synthwavy. Speaking of the royal family, there is a funny clip of a comedian doing a bit about Andrew, and then the audience tells him that he just died. Might want to see it with some laughs. Did Andrew just die? I didn't know Andrew's dead. Wait, what? Please tell me he is. Don't josh me like this. I'll be disappointed. Prince Andrew's death. He's not dead, is he? No. Like, just searching Prince Andrew puts you on a watch list. I'm sorry, I'm going at some fucking horrific shit with the Royals. 1 second. Fucking Duke of York. You ain't even from York, cheeky fuckers. Duke of my fucking ass. We don't accept no Queen's English. We don't accept no fucking Dukes or Kings or Queens of York. Fuck off. Oh, he's not dead. You got my hopes up. Oh, Philip. Oh, yeah, shit. I mean, I got the... Yeah, Prince Philip's dead. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, I think I know what you're on about now with the fucking... Fuck, what's it? Oh, I can't think of it, but the, I watched a few bits and pieces from British comedians. I think one of my favorite things, though, is the way BBC One announced it. It just stops in the middle of this fucking dubstep song just before it's about to get to where the beat drops and just goes, Prince Philip just died, and then it just goes, boom, 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 boom. The music stopped. 1 second, let me get it to start again. This is some proper real shit. Hey, you guys are gonna be introduced to Lumpen. Now open up your ears. Must be set free, we're saying Bobby must be set free, 'cause God Almighty said our jam is free. Say that he killed our brother, yeah, but this we know it just can't be, yeah. He's proven his love for his people, that's why Bobby must be set free, we're saying Bobby must be set free. Set the jam free. I said how many more brothers must die, yeah, yeah, before we all finally free, yeah. The oppressor has no rights we are bound to respect. That's why Bobby must be set free. We're saying Bobby must be set free. One blow. We won't sacrifice our demons, 'cause you might meet our destiny, yeah. If we must, we'll hold back tonight. Bobby must be set free. We're saying Bobby must be set free. We're talking about Bobby must be beautiful. Oh, I thought I paused YouTube, but I didn't. I paused my fucking thing. Let me interact with you. No, interact. So, Ghetto Brothers.
Together, brothers and sisters, let's do it ghetto brother styles. Right on, brothers? You know that Frankie's a bad player. Frankie, please play. Let me move on beat. Yeah, all right. Go. Hold on, see. We are gonna take you higher. We're ghetto brother power. All right. Oh, hey, hey.
What is a person's knowledge and experience actually worth?
No, you.
20k a year? 50k? What if I told you there are people making 100k, 200k, 500k and more per month just by selling what they already know?
No, you.
See that girl.
you know what I mean? This is very much like the Kinks. The politicization of the Ghetto Brothers is you want more background. I hope you're digging their tunes. I think their tunes sound sick. So the first one was very, very, very underground. It was very underground. It was like a weird blend between funk and folk, and it's perfect. This song is more like North English folk in the mid 1960s. So you saw this pick up in like hard rock and roll, and you saw bands like the Kinks kicking off. And it's got this very Kinks sound. It reminds me like the Kinks. I love the Kinks, but this is better than the Kinks. But it's got that very like easy to sing along, and I love the song. I like whistling the song. Punk soul makes a lot of sense because it's got a very punky rhythm to the way the song structures are put together, and I love the solo in it. But I mean that's what ties them to the Kinks a lot. The Kinks inspired a lot regarding punk. They were rebellious by aristocratic standards. So like these guys are like the street Kinks. The fuck is neat? Fucking asking me what on the never-ending stream. Major respect, brother. And neat. That's not only an assaultative term, but actually, I'm in the situation I'm in because I'm severely disabled. Do my sticker from them or for the Santana sound. I'll get into that. Brother. Mastica. Santana has a beautiful sound. Mastica chopa.
Honey presents the Honey Challenge. Find the best discount codes.
Oh wait, no, it'd be
Sarah's found trainers that are fire. She's trying a discount code. No, rejected. Now here's Lee.
No, you've done. All you've done is give me more songs to start ramming onto cassettes. Like he. The symbiotic blues and jazziness of this music is so soothing yet so fucking rhythmically complex, and just all this shit is going on, but it doesn't feel overwhelming. It feels like it's so beautiful. And then it just changes up. Literally, just after I start pressing play again, it changes up. It goes from that somber blues, and it's just this more like upbeat maraca style music. It's a little more cha-cha, but with the way the rhythm goes. I love mouse-based music sounds. It's a great way of dissertating what you're going about with. But the I love the way the sound changes up into a much more rapido. but it's still using the same rhythm as well. Like it's still basing up that same. But then, I like the structures of music. It's fucking.
Oye, Frankie, esos bongos sí que están brillando. Conversa, Frankie, conversa. Sigue por ahí. Ahí está el sabor de la conga. Hey, Francisco Valentín. Linda melodía. Y liqui. Así mismo, Frankie, así es que me gusta. Óyeme, Francisco. Hey, Ernie.
Not even the end. There's still more. Oh yeah, that was already sounding sick for the end, and then they got this. There we go. That was sick. Like it already sounded like it was going to end sick. Then there was an even cooler sound, and then it goes.
It's the last week of the Dream Spring Sale.
That's music. The music tells you what it's saying, and it's very, like this is the thing I like about the music of the people who struggle. So I mean, like, the most beautiful curves that ever come from jazz, the most beautiful rhythms that ever slide out of blues, the beats that fucking power rock that comes from the colonized, those were the people who inspired that music. And then you got like the things that rose out of rock, blues, and jazz was things like punk and thrash metal and speed metal and new album, which all took inspiration from music invented by black people and native people whether they were shackled in chains or under the siege of genocide, or both really. For the people shackled in chains, the culture's still being destroyed. So language is hard to iterate when you're trying to group things together and be as respectful as possible. I do apologize. Talking about mixtapes though, and hell yeah, music's my passion as well. Respect to that, brother. I mean, what's it? I don't think I've shown you my guitar yet. You're gonna like this. It's peculiar matter to it. Commercial suburbanite punk isn't punk. It's commercialized. By that point, it's lost all essence of punk. It's rock. Yeah, yeah. The only unrad thing about that red guitar is the color red on it is called Ferrari red, but it's great guitar. But yeah, no, what's it? I'm always happy to collect music for mixtapes and all that stuff, especially radical music from brothers and sisters that are fucking at the struggle. Like, that was beautiful, that was. Them ghetto brothers know how to play the tune. It's good stuff. It's like I suggest people listen to Loki. Loki's no like magical communist who's gonna solve all your problems or anything, but my guy is a socialist Arab in the UK who beats hardcore and he stands for Palestine as much as he can. Like he's got a lot of respect for Palestinian people. He's one of the good guys. Like, come on, people need to show more respect to you know your boy fucking your boy Loki. But when rock music strayed too far from blues and black people elements, it lost interest as much of punk and metal have. I like earlier punk and metal as far as white artists. It was grunge that had that blues. So thrash metal took a lot from blues and jazz. So this is the interesting thing. You see, the issue with thrash metal was that it come at a time when you started to then get more of these aristocratic elements in the music scene. But when metal started off, and I understand why you prefer early metal, 60s, it was working class bands that came together. You know, they formed the unit, and I mean, Black Sabbath were going to call their band a heavy blues band, not a metal band. Actually, they didn't like the term metal when it was first coined. They still said it was heavy blues, not heavy metal. And that's sort of like what's it. In the drift sort of went from there. I mean, you have the other side of metal, which is like fucking Deep Purple, where it's all hard rock and other stuff like that, and eventually those things started to merge. Thrash metal, noir album, speed metal. These are three came up from working class groups, and then you had the punk movement that came up as well. Punk is very jazz, but it's jazz in the way that jazz people don't like. It's well, okay. What if we did jazz, but it's not about trying to do things that are like instrumentively complicated. It's about doing things that just support the position of the sound. It amazed me to learn Metallica self-titled sold more than Dark Side of the Moon. Jesus Christ. No wonder they fucking sold their sound out. Fucking hell. But yeah, Metallica is a great example of the thrash metal bands that sold out the movement. They sold out the working class people to pop. You know, as soon as Metallica started doing pop, the only way a thrash metal band would ever be, popular, or at least the only way that the record company would think the thrash metal band would be popular, because they don't seem to understand that people want thrash metal. Certainly at that time as well. Instead, they're like, okay, well, if Metallica's doing this and it's selling loads and loads and loads and loads, because it's getting to people who aren't normally metal audiences, because they'll listen to the music because it's really easy listening compared to a lot of their other music. Everyone else starts doing that, and they push everyone else to do it, and it ruins everyone's sound. And a lot of bands are like, either they kept to the exact same sound and couldn't move anywhere and were kept like that for an entire decade, Slayer, or they end up moving away from their sound and they struggle trying to get back into it and can never get their sound right again because they fucked up. Megadeth. But yeah, I'm all about that proletarian Am I on? Ah. Okay, I should probably JP Spook. Okay. Sorry, just sorting out my Discord server. I mean Discord. But the Metal in the 90s had a lot of bad episodes in these band careers. I did like System of a Down, Tool. System of a Down were great. Tool are cool. Helmet and Rage Against the Machine as alternative metal, I guess it would be called. See, there's System of a Down with their own industrial thing and like anti-societal thing. Like I don't like, crashing them with other people, but it's sort of, like they were like Tool and System of the Down and Helmet. Yeah, you could group them together as industrial metal. I don't know about Rage Against the Machine; they're a bit different. They follow the waves of the music. But this is the thing with the 90s. The 90s set in stone that they ain't letting the poor in the fucking music industry anymore, and it basically became just this labor aristocratic hellscape. Look at like metal in the 2000s. That's really when you see what's gone on. Because in the 90s, everyone's in a haze. There's so much shit going on, and there's wars breaking out here and there. Everyone's fucking losing their shit. No one's got their head on the ground. People get used to this stuff by the time of the 2000s. You look at the 2000s, and the music industry is dominated by all these fucking princey, pricey white boys and fucking princey, pricey white girls who have been spoiled all their life and have a fucking rod up their ass. It's not like it was in the 80s or before the 80s, back in the 70s, 60s, 50s, when you would have working class people coming together, getting what bits of instruments they got, making music and throwing that stuff around. The compact cassette from the 60s all the way to today, that was one of the best things that ever happened for poor people with playing music, because then they could get themselves a recorder, they could record their shit, and they could send around mixtapes, and people are so fussy about quality these days. People were happy to deal with the roughest of qualities and give man them respect and be like, you know what, yeah, no, good music here, good music there, bad music here, bad music there, and spin things around and send tapes and cassettes around. Now everything is all about this high quality, prestigious crap where it has to be overproduced all fucking out, and it drives me up the wall. Anytime anyone makes a rough album, when they just rough it out, I'm happy, because it's like, fucking I want to hear the sound. I don't want half the guitar tone taken away. I don't want fucking all the things streamlined. It's like that. I want a rough, proper music. Literally the Mickey Mouse Club, Justin Timberlake, Britney Spears, Christina, etc. Basically, that was like 90s and 2000s shit. Yeah, pretty much. Everything sold out. Everything like it's one of them things where it's like the Gen X have to accept that they fucking stabbed us in the back for profit because they could. All these people who rose up in rebellion in the 80s, so you're like, oh yeah, they're up for rebellion, and then it comes to it, and then no, they're not. They're all a bunch of fucking backstabbing little shits. Fucking, this is the world we live in. We ain't gonna be doing anything with it. So let's go on and get on dying, because there's no point in wasting our time in this place that ain't worth living in. That's the way they interpreted the song. The song that fucking was made by what's his name to fucking promote the Gen X actually doing something good with the world. So this is the world we live in, and this is the hands we given. Let's go and get on fighting and make place a place worth living in. Well, instead they decided to just go to war with loads of countries and make them places not places worth living in. By bombing them all the time, making it hard for people to survive. So they're like, okay, well, how do I go about this? So yeah, the Gen X have got things to answer to, but a lot of the Gen X old guard that I engage with already know that. Like, I'm saying things that a lot of them already know and a lot of them already respect, but it's not everyone. A lot of them think that they know the You get some and they got no respect for like the youth and what they're gonna bring forward to the discussion, and they got no respect for like comrades of different struggles that might not have been in the struggle as long or any stuff like that. Or they've got different experiences. This shit is set around, or her shit. I should have just said a plural singular like they. Their shit is I can't even think of it now. It really shocked me to realize Kurt Cobain had been dead longer than he was alive. I feel old. Trust, man, trust. Kurt Cobain was a shame. That was a problem with the music industry that crushed that man's life. Tupac too, yeah. Fucking hell, man. It's the fact of how young these people die anyways. But then, you got fucking... What's it? It's, it's been... The 90s is just so much stuck in time away now. It's been 20 years. 25 years. We're fucking... I was born 98. And fucking... Come back to it and it's like, okay, well, a lot of the stuff that I ever engaged with as a childhood is dead. Or gone off, like, or something's gone bad to it. The system around us is crumbling about. Streets are being gentrified, and like when they gentrify places around here, like they gentrified a place in our town centre where you go and you can walk through, and it's like a fucking shopping area. It's only a small little bit, and it was something that was already built there to the people's dismay in replacement of old Tudor houses that were there. I'd have happily lived in an old Tudor house, but what they built there is an eyesore to some degree. It's like, I don't mind it; it's cool to look at, but it was all tiles and brick. And then they put on a petition. It's like, oh, to get it all jazzed up and all that. And it's like, oh yeah, I signed the petition. Loads of people did. I did not, but nonetheless, the way that they gentrified the area up there to make it all look fucking posh and all that was to fucking just stick loads of brown over everything. Like they just took loads of these like plastic canisters that held this color brown either painted on it or was part by the plastic of it stained, and it was just applied over everything. Like everything's all brown and the writing's on it is black, and it's like, oof, it's horrible. Bring back the old style, they fucking useless cunts. But what's it? We passed the 10-hour mark, people, and I think in that I'm gonna end it here. I was gonna play a song before I end it, but I can't be asked. No disrespect. I've played a few other songs and I've been up for fucking ages. This has been 10 hours of streaming and I have chronic fatigue, so I'm probably gonna literally end up passing out the moment I press stop streaming if I manage to get that far before passing out. So I'm gonna love yous and leave yous. So I'm not trying to break your flow, but I have another musical request. Check out the live version of Mandrill's self-titled. Good for outro. I'll give in to your request. I can't say no. Let's get fire fuck up. Red salute, comrade. Voice select. No, I want to take away add window capture. Fuck. Wait, why is it not? Why won't it let me stream Firefox? What? I'm trying to screen share, but it's been a cunt. What? Andrew. Hey, it's one of the first things that come up on the list. Why did it show the image? What was that all about? Oh, wait, no, I didn't.
When I was a student, I'd write long essays that I'd work on for days. But now I'm writing short emails and messages all day.
With Claude Cave on organ, piano, vibes, percussion, and vocals. Fudgy Solomon on bass, percussion, and vocals. Omar Mesa playing lead guitar, percussion, and vocals. Charles Pedro on drums, percussion, and vocals. Carlos Wilson playing flute, trombone, guitar, Pedro, guitar.
My man here, baller hair, absolutely top notch.
Percussion and vocals. Charles Pedro on drums, percussion, and vocals. Carlos Wilson playing flute, trombone, guitar, percussion, and vocals. Lou Wilson, trumpet, flugelhorn, conga, percussions, and vocals. And Rick Wilson, tenor saxophone, percussion, and vocals. So here now are mandrill.
reminds me a lot of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Like it's very experimental. It's very prog. structure of the rhythm. This is like prog rock in the sense it's got a lot of similarities to what like Emerson and Palmer did, with the sense of like taking the musical instruments and making them as pushing them to their edge. Like it's like, you know, they're showing how, like, you know, look how complicated and intricate this music is. It's got this ravageous ravageous drum beat that's a very African style, and then you've got this swangy Cuban guitar swinging in. It all melds together nicely. I quite like this. Yeah, like you say, it all ties together nicely. It's like the early reggae, the reggae soul stuff, where it was crossover, reggae soul crossover. You sound like a big mess, you racist fuck.
With Claude K.
Oh yeah, that was beautiful to end on. Like, you know, all fucking brothers of struggle. You know, they come from arduous places. We need to have like a full on, like, you know, hours and hours long discussion stream on like music though, Adon. That needs to happen, because fucking hell, we could probably go on for hours doing stuff like that. That'd be great. And I like expand my music library. I need more music. No, yeah, beautiful stuff. Because that's the thing with these struggles; they always pop out with tunes. Even the Panthers understood this. The Panthers understood this. And it will always come. The joke as well to really make a good comparison. The Chinese communists knew this as well in their struggle, and that's why there was a lot of artisans and music going on in the struggle. Absolutely, word. The old word for safe. We use safe over here. We do instead of word. Say safe, man. Or sound. Sound, lad. How's it going? I'm consistently blinding. I'm consistently binding music from the 20th century and new stuff I struggle on. I'm not really into a lot of new music. I prefer stuff from the last century, like. Like, I would say that fucking since the labor aristocracy took over the music industry in the late 80s, it's sort of been it was finding. I thought it might have been that. Makes sense. But do you know what makes sense is where you find music from the 20th century, because it was the last time the first world was truly revolutionary and was pulling not just pulling movement, but there was tunes coming out. The lumpen proletariat were playing their beats. Things were going much more radically back then, but we'll get that shit back. Struggle has setbacks. It ain't dead though. We'll get that back. Music is what binds a lot of us together culturally. It's what helps inspire us, drive us forward, keep us moving in life. I'm a big thrash metal fan, and one of the things I really like about thrash metal is if I need to do something, I can listen to thrash metal and I can get a little more adrenaline going through my body and help me doing my things, and it helps me deal with my disability a little more. There was a brief time in the 1990s where the underground got to be platformed in the mainstream. It was a weird time, and the whole mainstream panicked, and what it was because of rap. Rap allowed an open door. Yeah, MTV. I like that. But yeah, no, MTV. But the fucking what's it? It was rap and hip hop. It got up from the streets and it got up on the mainstream because how popular it got so quickly, because the mainstream was running on popularity, and so they freaked and tried to shut it down as quick as they can. And rap music is probably one of the few music genres that can bring fucking people together with the lumpen, the proletariat with the lumpen proletariat, and get them to show some solidarity. It's similar to things like how reggae music has that ability with people too. It's coming from the streets, it's speaking from the streets, like how reggae normally is speaking from the people of fucking a cultured reggae Rasta position, where they're fucking speaking it true to how it is. I mean, that's why a lot of Rastas who are reggae, they sing the music, they play the tunes. They're communists. Go around looking at reggae music, and you look at the ones who are real Rastas and are actually fucking Jamaican and all that, and you'll see that they're either socialists, communists, or they don't tell you their politics, or they're really, really strict conservatives. Because that is a big problem with Jamaica. But there's a shit ton of Rastas are commies. It's fucking fascinating thing to know. But what's it? My left eye has been like trying to close on me for a few hours now, so I'm gonna say it's like about oh boy, I need to take a break. Just trying to throw out all of these streams before I do disappear for a bit. I don't like disappearing. I don't like hospitals. But I will catch yous all later. I'm hoping to collect some more content and speak out more in Palestine before I disappear. So heads up on that, brothers and sisters, and what's it? Stay strong, stay healthy, A red salute, motherfuckers. I will catch you in the next, I say next video, but there's streams on. I know they are videos, but they're ruining my flow here. Peace, comrades. Respect. I'll catch you in the next stream / video / stream / video / stream. What? Oh, I missed the button. Okay, we'll try again. End broadcast.